Chapter 1. Selling Skills, Not the Body. Atop the remote Kunlun Mountains, a humble hut stands solitary. A row of individuals clad in black suits kneels meticulously at the entrance. At the forefront is Tian, Asia's wealthiest man, with his daughter, the enchanting and curvaceous Tang Ruyue, kneeling beside him, appearing to be in her mid-20s. Tang Ruyue calls out to the occupant of the hut, "Master Yang, I implore you to save my father. We have traveled great distances for your aid. Surely you cannot keep us in this position of supplication forever?" From within the hut, a cold voice of a young man responds, "You can hardly endure kneeling for a mere moment? Surely you are aware of my rules regarding saving lives?" "We are aware." Tang Ruyue shivers, fearful of incurring the wrath of the divine healer, knowing that it might spell doom for her father. "Recite them back to me." The young man's icy voice rings out once more. With a voice as melodious as a nightingale, Tang Ruyue begins to recite. Master Yang, known as the unyielding healer, adheres to the 9 prohibitions. First, I do not save the corrupt officials. Second, I do not save the disloyal or unfilial. Third, I do not save the dishonest. Fourth, I do not save the lawbreakers. Fifth, I do not save the heartless. Sixth, I do not save the promiscuous. Seventh, I do not save those who are greedy for wealth. Eighth, I do not save those who do not speak Chinese. Ninth, I do not save when in a foul mood. As soon as she finishes, the voice from the hut declares, "Well recited. Fortune smiles upon you today. I shall grant your father a chance at life." As he speaks, a crumpled piece of paper is tossed from the hut's window, landing squarely before Tang Ruyue. She picks it up, and to her delight, discovers it to be a prescription. Tang Ruyue bows repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Yang. My father is saved." Before the young man can utter another word, Tang Ruyue interjects, in a show of sincerity, "I have already transferred 10 billion to your public account while we were at the base of the mountain." As the wealthiest man in Asia, with a fortune exceeding 300 billion, Tang Tianming pays little mind to such a sum. After a brief silence, the young man within the hut slowly responds, "Excellent, you are quite considerate, now be gone." Though his tone is restrained, Tang Ruyue can detect an undercurrent of anger, causing her to swallow nervously, unsure of what had displeased the healer. Not daring to inquire further, the father and daughter hastily retreat with their bodyguards. Once the Tang family departs, a young man, approximately 20 years of age, emerges from the hut. His name is Yang Tian, tall and strikingly handsome. "Fools! Do they think they can starve me by transferring all their consultation fees to my master's account?" Yang Tian glares at the receding figures of the Tang family, nearly cursing in frustration. "After 5 long years, I can finally descend the mountain to seek vengeance." His expression a mix of emotions, he casts a last glance at the dilapidated hut, gritting his teeth as he retrieves a motorcycle from a nearby garage and speeds away. 5 years prior, a gang of masked assailants stormed the Yang household, mercilessly slaughtering his family, grandparents, parents, sister, 18 souls lost in a single night. Had it not been for his master's intervention, he too would have perished that fateful evening. His master proclaimed him an ancient millennium prodigy, possessing the innate Yang constitution. Yet, this very gift is perilous when his martial prowess reaches its zenith. It is fated to culminate in his demise. To avert such a fate, he must find a woman with the innate Yin constitution to achieve the balance of Yin and Yang. Thus, in pursuit of vengeance, he devoted himself to relentless training. Upon ascending the mountain in these 5 years, he not only mastered his master's teachings but surpassed them, earning the title of the unyielding healer. Now, his martial prowess is but a step away from the legendary realm of terrestrial immortality. Yet so too is he perilously close to self-destruction. This is why his master permitted him to descend after 5 years to seek the woman with the innate Yin constitution. Half an hour later, Yang Tian rides his bicycle down the soul path to the base of the mountain. As he reaches the highway below, he spots a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked ahead, adorned with a sticker proclaiming rear-end collision, "Must marry." Just as Yang Tian prepares to pass by, the luxurious vehicle unexpectedly revs to life. But instead of moving forward, it begins to reverse. With a resounding crash, the car demolishes his bicycle, which is older than he is. What the hell? Is this Rolls-Royce trying to stage a scam? Yang Tian performs an impressive aerial somersault, landing gracefully on his feet, bewildered as he gazes at the $1 million luxury car. The door swings open, revealing a young woman of exquisite beauty, with fair skin and an alluring figure. The moment she steps out, Yang Tian feels a wave of extreme energy radiating from her, invigorating him even from several meters away. It is unmistakable this woman is the very embodiment of the innate constitution his master spoke of. In an instant, Yang Tian is taken aback, disbelief written across his face. What a fortuitous encounter. Hadn't his master said that such a woman emerges only once in a million? How could he stumble upon her so soon after descending the mountain? Shen Yuchu notices Yang Tian staring at her with an entranced expression. Initially, she feels disgusted, but then she realizes he is quite handsome. Her eyes light up, and she approaches him, asking, "Hey, would you consider marrying me?" "Absolutely," Yang Tian replies without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Without a blink, she tosses 8,000 cash at him. She is swift, but Yang Tian is swifter, quickly gathering the money into his embrace. After years of working for his master without pay, he finally experiences the thrill of being showered with cash. It feels exhilarating. He finds himself wanting more. "Hey, race 8,000, consider it a deposit." After tossing the money, Shen Yuchu, with a stoic expression, addresses Yang Tian. Next, she produces a checkbook, elegantly writes a sum of 5 million, tears it out and hands it to him. "This is 5 million. I hire you to pretend to be my husband for a year." Shen Yuchu extends the check towards Yang Tian. Well, the money itself is not the main concern primarily. Yang Tian rubs his hands together, about to speak. Shen Yuchu interrupts him. "Do not ask questions. Do not use my name to swindle. Do not let this become anything more than a performance. The money is real, everything else is merely an act. You are simply an actor. Your sole duty is to cooperate with my performance. Understood?" Shen Yuchu gazes intently at Yang Tian. "Understood." Yang Tian, his mind racing, decisively accepts the check. Only then does Shen Yuchu display a satisfied smile. "How should I cooperate with your performance?" Yang Tian inquires. "First, take off your clothes," Shen Yuchu casually suggests. Yang Tian jolts upright. "What for?" He regards Shen Yuchu warily. "I sell my skills, not my body. My forte is innocence. You must not entertain any improper thoughts." Chapter 2. Meeting the parents, Shen Yuchu fixed her gaze on Yang Tian. Her chest heaving violently. It took a full 3 minutes for her emotions to settle, and she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Pervert, is that all you men ever think about? Take off your clothes, then change. Look at what you're wearing. It's more rural than a farmer's outfit. Who would believe you're my husband?" She hurled a suit and a shirt at Yang Tian. Yang Tian glanced at his faded shirt and jeans, which he had worn for 3 years, especially those straw sandals, hand-woven by his master. He scratched his head and said, "Don't you think my outfit exudes an artistic aura? More like a scent of poverty." Shen Yuchu rolled her eyes. "If it weren't for the actor I found bailing out at the last minute, you wouldn't have gotten this lucky. Am I a pervert?" Yang Tian pointed at himself, incredulous. This woman, does she not realize that her 6 senior sisters are all stunning beauties, each vying to keep me warm at night? "You're not." Shen Yuchu shot him a disdainful look. "I ask you, how many times have you sneaked a peek at my chest since we got in the car?" Her question was resolute. Cough, cough. Yang Tian cleared his throat, his face flushing. He hadn't intended to sneak a look, but this woman was simply too beautiful, a veritable enchantress, with a body so alluring that what normal man wouldn't steal a glance? Yang Tian prided himself on being a perfectly normal man. Thus, it was inevitable that he had looked a few extra times. He had no retort, so he feigned ignorance and focused on changing. All done. After a short while, Yang Tian lifted his head. Shen Yuchu scrutinized him from head to toe, her eyes brightening instantly. "Indeed, one is judged by their attire. I knew my taste was impeccable." She praised herself with a proud smile. Yang Tian straightened his back, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. In the next moment, she added, "The choice of work attire was personally decided by me." Yang Tian was at a loss for words. 2 hours later, Yang Tian appeared with Shen Yuchu in a secluded villa in Jiangqing. Nestled on a hillside, he followed Shen Yuchu like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, gazing in every direction as they entered the villa. The interior was extravagantly decorated. The opulent hall housed over 20 guests. Upon their arrival, every gaze turned toward them. Before anyone could speak, Shen Yuchu took Yang Tian's hand and, with a graceful smile, introduced him to the crowd. "Everyone is here, so let me introduce you. This is Yang Tian, my fiancé. I have decided to marry him, and we will be registering our marriage tomorrow morning." "What? The Shin family members were stunned by Shin Yochu's bombshell announcement. Nonsense, Yuchu. Marriage is a serious matter. Don't you think you should discuss it with the family first? Shin Yochu's mother, Zhang Shualan, immediately stood up, anger evident in her voice. I am the first to oppose this. Next, a middle-aged man with a goatee stood up, not even glancing at Yang Tian. In a domineering tone, he said, Shin Yuchu, this is no joke. You know how Mr. Pan feels about you. Why would you bring this wild man here? Are you deliberately trying to ruin our Shin family? This is my uncle. Shin Yuchu disregarded him and turned to Yang Tian. Yang Tian grinned, extending his hand. Uncle! Not just anyone has the privilege to shake my hand, nor to call me uncle. Shun Anbong sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Yang Tian. You, kid, are wearing our family's bodyguard uniform. My family's assets are worth billions. Do you think a rustic fellow like you, who can't even afford a decent outfit, can associate with us? If you had any self-awareness, you'd leave immediately. Shin Yuchu frowned, about to speak, when Yang Tian chuckled. Uncle, you just said I'm a poor man who can't even afford a decent outfit. Now that I have the chance to align myself with the Shin family, how foolish would I be to leave? Shin Anbong was taken aback, never expecting this young man to be so shameless. His expression darkened, an aura of silent authority emanating from him, his eyes locking onto Yang Tian like a starving wolf. Shin Yuchu initially feared Yang Tian might be overwhelmed by her uncle's imposing presence, but to her surprise, Yang Tian appeared unfazed, smiling back at Shin Anbong. Good, very good. Shin Anbong's face was grim. Kid, if you want to marry Shin Yuchu, you must show the sincerity befitting her status. My family is worth billions. The bride price is set at 88 million, which is reasonable, right? Shin Yuchu has lived in a garden villa occupying over 3 acres since childhood. Your wedding home should at least be of a similar standard, correct? Even our housekeeper drives a Mercedes E-Class. You should at least have a Maybach for transportation. No? Dad, he's so poor he's wearing our bodyguard's uniform. You're asking too much of him. A woman resembling Shin Yuchu sneered. I bet he doesn't even know what a Maybach is. The Shin family members looked at Yang Tian with contempt. Zhang Shualan was so furious that she turned her head away, as if just looking at Yang Tian would make her sick. Sorry, I don't have any of that. Yang Tian smiled shyly. But that's fine as long as Shin Yuchu has it, I can marry into her family. He'll live in her villa and drive her Rolls-Royce. As for the bride price, I don't need 88 million, just a token gesture will suffice. I'm marrying her for love. You love your mother's twisted fate. Shun Anbong was enraged, nearly spitting blood. Even Shin Yuchu was slightly taken aback. She had worried that Yang Tian might struggle against her family's verbal onslaught. Yet here he was, thick-skinned and effortlessly, handling the situation. How shameless! A middle-aged matron interjected sharply, No way. I will never agree to Shin Yuchu marrying someone like him. Yang Tian looked at her curiously. What does your disagreement matter? I'm not marrying you. We share a deep bond. Who are you to oppose? You. The matron was taken aback by Yang Tian's direct insult, nearly fainting from anger. Yang Tian, this is my aunt, you can't speak like that. Shin Yuchu quickly stepped in, pretending to scold Yang Tian. Then, she turned to the others, her gaze landing on Zhang Shulan and her silent father, Shin Long, resolutely stating, Mom, Dad, I have made my choice regarding Yang Tian, and I hope you will respect it. Bang! At that moment, the villa's door was violently kicked open. A slick-haired youth stormed in, flanked by a group of henchmen, exuding an aggressive aura. Shun Yuchu, you can only be my brother Panchang's woman for life. The youth proclaimed loudly, as if asserting his claim, before his gaze fell on the hands held between Shun Yuchu and Yang Tian, his eyes narrowing like a venomous snake. Now, remove this rascal's grip from my sister-in-law's arm. Chapter 3. Why such a grand gesture? Upon the arrival of the young man, a fleeting smirk appeared at the corner of Shun Anbong's mouth, vanishing almost instantly. Yang Tian observed that Shin Yuchu, who had always remained composed, was now noticeably anxious, her heartbeat quickening. It was evident that she was somewhat tense. How dare these scoundrels lay a hand on my future sister-in-law? Pan Wei cursed vehemently, declaring that such audacity should not be tolerated in Jiangqing. As he finished speaking, the ferocious bodyguards behind him lunged towards Yang Tian with reckless abandon, displaying a complete disregard for the Shin family present. Pan Wei, what are you doing? Stop this at once! Shun Yuchu exclaimed, stepping protectively in front of Yang Tian, glaring at Pan Wei. Are you out of your mind? I have no connection with your brother. Let me reiterate. I feel nothing for him, and there is no possibility between us. And what if you feel nothing for my brother? Pan Wei retorted, glaring at the still bodyguards. What are you waiting for? Go after him. Shin Yu Chu, exasperated yet helpless, understood that the Pan family was a top-tier power in Jiangxing, far beyond the Shin family's capability to confront. More critically, the members of the Shin family were eager to marry into the Pan family, hoping to secure their own positions, and were unlikely to side with her.
Young Tian, run.
In a moment of desperation, she pushed him away, fully aware that Pan Wei was the type to act brazenly, capable of harming Yang Tian without hesitation. Seeing that this girl genuinely cared for him, Yang Tian chuckled, "Don't worry, my dear. I have trained for such situations. A mere 3 or 5 individuals cannot touch me." You! Shin Yu Chu was taken aback, surprised that Yang Tian possessed such skills. How useless are you all? What good are you to me?
Pan Wei fumed,
His anger escalating. The remaining bodyguards' expressions shifted at his words, and 2 of them, with a glint of malice in their eyes, swiftly drew daggers from their pockets. They approached Yang Tian, poised to strike from both sides. Be careful, Shin Yu Chu gasped, instinctively shouting. Fear not, my love. This is but a minor skirmish. Yang Tian chuckled softly, wrapping one arm around the waist of the host, Shin Yu Chu, and with a gentle push of his foot, she felt as if she had been lifted off the ground. The 2 of them executed a graceful spin in mid-air, and upon landing, they found themselves right in front of Pan Wei. Shin Yu Chu's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing. In that fleeting moment, Yang Tian had been undeniably handsome. This scene felt as though it had leapt from the screen of a television drama into reality. How audacious! Right in front of me, he is embracing my sister-in-law. Pan Wei was seething with rage. The 2 bodyguards, having missed their target, immediately sprang into action again upon witnessing their boss's fury. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Yang Tian's mouth as he deftly sidestepped, his body gliding past the blades of the 2 men with barely a whisper. Seizing the opportunity while the bodyguards still staggered, he flicked his fingers, sending 2 surges of energy that struck their legs. Instantly, both bodyguards let out muffled groans, collapsing to the ground in unison. Their trajectory was perfectly aligned, landing directly before the grim-faced Pan Wei. With a dull thud, without allowing Pan Wei a moment to react, one blade found its mark in his left thigh, the other in his right. Ah, damn it! Pan Wei screamed in agony, dropping to his knees, his head striking the floor with a resounding thump. Before him stood none other than Yang Tian, a mocking smile etched across his features. TSK, young Master Pan, and here we are, still before the new year. What an extravagant gesture you've made. Just to be clear, I have not prepared any red envelopes. The entire villa's hall fell into a stunned silence. No one could have anticipated that the blades wielded by Pan's bodyguards would ultimately find their way into Pan Wei's own thighs. Young Master Wei, young Master Pan. In the next moment, the crowd began to stir. Shenanbong was the first to rush to Pan Wei's side, shouting at the dazed bodyguards, "What are you standing around for? Call an ambulance, now." Turning his furious gaze upon Yang Tian, he scolded, "You country bumpkin, have you lost your mind? How dare you injure young Master Pan so grievously? Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Shin family? Do you have any idea who young Master Pan is? You must be out of your mind." Yang Tian looked at him in bewilderment. His own bodyguard had stabbed him. What did that have to do with me? Shenanbong bellowed, "How dare you still argue? If you hadn't dodged, those 2 stabs would have landed on you, wouldn't they? Damn. Is this how you speak to someone?" Yang Tiandu was so infuriated that he burst into laughter. Come, stand still. Let me stab you twice and see what happens." Just then, Pan Wei let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed onto the ground. "Pan Shao, are you all right?" Shen Anbong immediately disregarded Yang Tian and squatted down, displaying utmost concern as if the person lying on the ground were his own father. "Isn't that obvious? There's blood everywhere. Do you really need to ask if he's all right?" Yang Tian could not help but roll his eyes. "If you don't take him to the hospital soon, he might very well bleed to death right here. Hurry, to the hospital." The 2 bodyguards, who were armed, trembled at his words, their faces instantly paling. They immediately shouted, one on each side, lifting Pan Wei and rushing towards the door. You just wait, kid. Pan Wei turned his head, glaring at Yang Tian with resentment, trembling as he gritted his teeth and said, "What's the matter? After your wounds heal, is young Master Pan going to bow to me?" Yang Tian expressed his astonishment. You! Pan Wei, overwhelmed with anger and severely injured, lost consciousness with a roll of his eyes. Wei Xiao. This caused a flurry of panic among the bodyguards, who hastily carried him out. Shen Yuchu, look at the trouble you've caused with this wild man today. If you don't quickly distance yourself from him, can our Shen family withstand the wrath of the Pan family? Shen Anbong immediately directed his ire at Shen Yuchu. Aunt Shen Hui chimed in sternly, Shen Yuchu, you must immediately restrain this scoundrel. We will proactively send him to the Pan family to apologize, and whatever they decide, whether to kill or maim, we will comply. You must plead with Pan Chong. Only then can our Shen family escape this calamity. Chapter 4. I will also express my stance in an instant. Yang Tian became the target of everyone's scorn in the Shen family's living room, where they looked at him with palpable hatred. If we were to pursue accountability, all present should hand over their phones to investigate who leaked information to Pan Wei. I believe that person bears the primary responsibility, don't you think? Facing Shen Youchu's piercing gaze, Shen Anbong's eyes flickered, unable to meet hers. Alright, even if we do not hold this lad accountable for injuring young Master Pan, I must express my stance regarding your relationship. Shen Anbong quickly shifted the topic, his tone grave. You must immediately sever ties with this country bumpkin, if you still consider me your uncle and see yourself as part of the Shen family. Indeed, let this country bumpkin leave our Shen family. We do not need useless in-laws. The members of the Shen family all echoed in agreement. Very well, I too shall express my stance. Shen Yuchu surveyed the room, her voice calm. I am in love with Yang Tian, and we will obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow. As for the wedding banquet, we will hold it once my grandfather's condition stabilizes. In Huagua, marriage is a matter of personal choice. Opposition is futile. With a loud bang, Zhang Xuelan slammed her hand on the table, furious. Yuchu, if you do not wish to marry Pan Chong, you are free to marry someone else. With your looks and qualifications, you could choose any young talent in Jiangqing. Why must you marry a useless country bumpkin? Are you trying to drive your mother to her grave? Just as Zhang Xuelan was fuming, a servant rushed down from the upstairs bedroom. Doctor Hu says everyone can go in now. Has the old master awakened? Shen Anbong and the others rejoiced, momentarily forgetting about Yang Tian as they hurried upstairs. The Shen Group was currently in dire straits, with product sales hitting record lows and the financial chain on the brink of collapse. If the old master were to awaken, his connections could sustain them, allowing the Shen Group to survive a little longer. If he did not awaken, the Shen Group would likely not endure for long. Come, I will take you to meet my grandfather. Shen Yuchu pulled Yang Tian along as they ascended. Upon entering the bedroom, Yang Tian beheld an elderly man, his hair white and frail, lying on a modified hospital bed, surrounded by various medical instruments, his eyes tightly shut. Two family doctors stood nearby, monitoring the readings on the machines. A spirited old man in a gray tang suit, with a white beard, was encircled by Shen Anbong and others. This was the renowned healer Hu Qingyou, known across the nation. It was said that many years ago, to save a woman afflicted by Miaojiang's poison, Hu Qingyou had risked his own life, resulting in the loss of a finger that had to be amputated. His reputation for both character and skill was impeccable. Dr. Hu, when will my father awaken? Shen Long inquired eagerly. The members of the Shen family looked at Hu Qingyou with hopeful anticipation. Old Shen's vitality is waning, and his organs are severely aged. It is unlikely he will awaken. Hu Qingyou shook his head, sighing. I can prescribe a remedy paired with a century-old wild ginseng that may extend his life by a year, which would be a miraculous turn of fate. Not awaken? Zhang Xuelan gasped. Does that mean he will become a vegetable? The expressions of the Shen family darkened. If the old master could not awaken and could only exist as a vegetable for another year, it held no significance. Shen Yuchu felt a pang of despair. Dr. Hu, is there truly no other way? If you can cure my grandfather, the Shen family is willing to pay any price. Hu Qingyou frowned. This is not merely a matter of money. Do you truly believe that wealth can solve all? Can money grant immortality? Tears welled in Shun Yochu's eyes as she spoke sorrowfully. That is not my intention. I merely wish to speak with my grandfather one last time, even if it is just to say goodbye. The atmosphere in the bedroom grew heavy with sorrow. Each member of the Shin family engulfed in grief. I am sorry. I have done my best. Frankly, I fear no practitioner can awaken old Shin again. Hu Qingyo observed the Shin family, sighing. Accept it. Life and death are part of the natural order. Has the field of traditional Chinese medicine truly declined to this point? It should not be impossible to awaken old Master Shin or at least extend his life for a few more years, Yang Tian suddenly interjected. Chapter 5. A few years of study at this proclamation. The room fell silent in shock. All eyes turned toward Yang Tian. What did you say? Shin Yuchu looked at Yang Tian incredulously. Do you understand medicine? Yang Tian smiled lightly, saying, in my leisure time, I studied under my master for a few years. You country bumpkin, do you really wish to show off to the point of madness? Miss Shin Hui immediately scoffed. After a few years of learning in the village, you dare to speak grandly before the esteemed Doctor Hu? Truly, ignorance breeds boldness. Zhang Xuelan sternly reprimanded. You Chu, silence this fool. The Shin family does not require his commentary. Shin Anbong coldly remarked. A mere clown seeking to attract attention. Yang Tian looked at the members of the Shin family with a hint of astonishment, chuckling softly. It seems as if you all are eagerly wishing for the old man to remain in eternal slumber, perhaps even hoping for his demise at this very moment. What is it? Are you so anxious to claim the inheritance? Nonsense. The old man is the steadfast anchor of the Shin family. Who among us does not wish for his longevity? Shin Anbong retorted angrily. Yang Tiandao. I merely stated that I could extend the old gentleman's life by 3 to 5 years. Why are you all so agitated? Speak. Shin Hui retorted sarcastically. I could just as well claim to be Qin Shi Huang. Would you believe that? Does Qin Shi Huang possess a diminutive appendage? Do you? Yang Tian smiled and said, if you claim to possess it, I shall believe you are Qin Shi Huang. You beast, you show no respect for your elders. Get out. Shun Hui's face instantly flushed crimson, trembling with rage as she pointed frantically at the door. Observing this, Shun Yuchu frowned and admonished, Yang Tian, you have crossed the line. How can you speak so crudely to my elder? Yang Tian shrugged, remarking, she hardly embodies the demeanor of an elder. Upon hearing this, Shun Hui was on the verge of exploding with anger. However, at that moment, Hu Qingyo scrutinized Yang Tian with earnestness and inquired, young man, were your words spoken in earnest or jest? Indeed, I am quite serious, Yang Tian replied, extending his hand. I require your silver needles for a moment. Throughout his life as a physician, Hu Qingyo had encountered countless individuals from all walks of life, including nobility and commoners alike. Although Yang Tian's assertion struck him as somewhat absurd, he discerned a profound confidence and composure emanating from the young man. It was evident that Yang Tian possessed an intrinsic belief in his own abilities, far removed from mere theatricality or pretense. Very well, then. Today, I shall witness this spectacle. After regarding Yang Tian intently, Hu Qingyo retrieved a needle box from his medical kit and handed it to him. Hu Shini, you must not be swayed by this lad's reckless bravado. Shin Anbong exclaimed in alarm. What if he mishandles it and causes irreparable harm to the old man? Indeed, Hu Shini, you seem at a loss for solutions. Yet this boy has barely matured. What could he possibly accomplish? Yang, cease this at once. If anything were to happen to my grandfather, the Shin family shall demand your life in recompense. The members of the Shin family voiced their indignation in unison. At that moment, Yang Tian produced 8 silver needles. With a swift motion, he sent the needles soaring through the air, precisely piercing 8 vital points atop the old man's head. Then, with fingers deft as a maestro plucking the strings of a lute, he deftly manipulated the tails of the 8 needles. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the needles quivered in unison, emitting a sound reminiscent of buzzing flies. Is he manipulating the needles with his qi? Hu Qingyo's eyes widened in astonishment. The ability to control needles with one's qi represents the pinnacle of acupuncture, a skill only the legendary masters of yore could master. Even he himself was incapable of such a feat, yet here it was. unfolding before him in the hands of a relatively youthful individual. Suddenly, he was elated. Indeed, there are still hidden masters in this world. Even the Shin family members, who had been filled with indignation moments before, were now rendered speechless by Yang Tian's display. Despite their lack of medical knowledge, they could perceive that Yang Tian possessed a remarkable skill. Could it be that he truly had the ability to extend their grandfather's life by 3 to 5 years? Shun Youchu's gaze toward Yang Tian brightened with newfound hope. Such ostentation, akin to a circus performance. My grandfather has consulted numerous experts in both Eastern and Western medicine, and even the most advanced medical equipment in the world has failed to rouse him. I refuse to believe that a mere handful of silver needles can resolve this. Shun Hui scoffed coldly from the sidelines. Yang Tian glanced at her and said, "What would you say if I were to awaken the old man?" Shun Hui immediately replied, "If you can accomplish that, I shall kneel before you and bow 3 times. Yang Tian chuckled and said, "Everyone has heard it. Let us bear witness together." Shun Hui scoffed and replied, "Humph, I, Shun Hui, have always been one to keep my word. But what if you fail to deliver?" Yang Tian retorted, "Then I shall perform the astonishing feat of defecating while upside down. How does that sound?" Yang Tian flashed a grin and spoke. Without waiting for Shun Hui to respond, he pointed his finger at the old Master Shin's temple, a stream of true energy flowing from his fingertip into the old man's mind. Everyone in the bedroom fixed their gaze intently on Yang Tian, especially Hu Qingyo. While the layman watched in amusement, the connoisseur discerned the underlying intricacies. In his final gesture, Yang Tian displayed a self-proclaimed mastery of traditional Chinese medicine that he could not comprehend. Humph! Such pretentiousness, akin to a charlatan's performance. It is my first encounter with such a method of healing. After observing for a moment, Shun Hui could not help but scoff. Awaken! At that moment, Yang Tian unleashed a thunderous shout that reverberated like a clap of thunder, buzzing. In the very same instant, the 8 silver needles atop the elder Shun's head began to tremble wildly. Along with the needles, the elder's eyelids quivered as well. Everyone clearly witnessed the slight tremor of the elder's eyelids, as if he were straining to open his eyes. Moreover, his previously pallid and withered complexion now exhibited a discernible flush, and even his breathing had grown steadier and more robust. Everyone involuntarily held their breath. "Enough, Master. I humbly beseech your forgiveness for my boldness. I understand that the 8 silver needles you have inserted into the elder Shin's head serve to stimulate the flow of qi and blood within him. However, he is utterly depleted, and blindly stimulating his vital energies will only hasten his demise. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in the finger you pressed against the elder's temple." Hu Qingyo seized the silver needles, his gaze fervently fixed on Yang Tian, exclaiming with excitement, "Might I inquire about the significance of that particular gesture?" Yang Tiandao remarked, "As you have stated, old Master Shin has exhausted his vitality. Stimulating his qi and blood is akin to merely adding oil to a lamp. However, this final gesture serves to ignite that very lamp." Suddenly, Hu Qingyo knelt before Yang Tian, his expression one of profound reverence. "Please, Master, enlighten me. I wish to become your disciple." The members of the Shin family were left utterly dumbfounded. Hu Qingyo was a renowned physician, a towering figure in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. The Shin family had expended tremendous effort, both financially and socially, to secure his presence. Yet now, this illustrious individual was publicly kneeling before Yang Tian, a rustic whom they had previously scorned, beseeching him for mentorship. It was akin to a resounding slap in the face for Shin Anbong and the others, a glaring mockery of their inability to recognize true talent. Chapter 6. This matter holds little relevance to Grandmother Rise, Yang Tian stated. While I appreciate your desire for mentorship, I harbor no interest in taking on disciples. Even if I were to impart the secret of this final technique, you would still be unable to grasp its essence. Yang Tian spoke the truth. Yet Hu Qingyo mistook it for an excuse, feeling somewhat reluctant as he replied, "Master, I have dedicated my life to the practice of medicine and believe I have made considerable contributions to the art of traditional Chinese medicine. If you do not teach me, how can you ascertain that I am incapable of grasping the essence of this final technique?" Yang Tian cast a glance at him and said, "It is quite simple. With this final gesture, I infused my own vital energy into the sun acupoint of Elder Shin, thereby replenishing his life force. Can you achieve such a feat? When faced with a patient akin to Elder Shin in the future, he would still find himself powerless. Shun Anbong's daughter, Shun Huan, could not bear to see Yang Tian basking in the limelight and immediately interjected with a mocking tone. Doctor Hu, do not be deceived by his grandiose claims. My grandfather remains unresponsive. Does he not? It is not that he does not wish to impart knowledge to you, but rather that he lacks the capability. Understand? Shen Hui swiftly joined in the inquiry. Yang Tian, when will my father truly awaken? In that instant, all eyes converged upon Yang Tian. Just then, a sudden cough erupted from the hospital bed, followed by Elder Shin tremblingly opening his eyes. His voice frail as he uttered, "Water. I wish to drink water." Shun Huan, Shun Hui, both were left speechless, the atmosphere turning decidedly awkward. The old gentleman had chosen an exceedingly inopportune moment to regain consciousness. He has awakened. Grandfather has truly awakened. Amidst the collective astonishment of the Shin family, Shin Yuchu was the first to react, rushing forward to pour water for the elder. "Father, you are awake." "Grandfather!" The entire Shin family erupted in joyous exclamation, surrounding Elder Shin in a fervent embrace. After being rejected by Hu Qingyo, he did not succumb to despair but rose to continue smilingly. "Master Yang, might I request your phone number? Should I encounter any medical conundrums in the future, I would be grateful to consult you. I do not possess a mobile phone." Yang Tian Dao. He descended the mountain in a state of utter disarray, devoid of even a single piece of paper. What? Hu Qingyo was somewhat bewildered. In this day and age, could there truly be a young person without a mobile phone? Yet he remained undeterred, persistently inquiring, "Might I add you on WeChat?" Yang Tian cast a peculiar glance at him and said, "I don't even possess a mobile phone, so how could I possibly have WeChat?" Hu Qingyo's lips twitched slightly, and he gazed at Yang Tian with a hint of resentment in his eyes. He could not bring himself to believe Yang Tian's words, convinced that the latter was merely avoiding him and speaking thus intentionally. Yang Tian perceived the old man's thoughts at a glance. Seeing the elderly man, despite his age, kneel before him was somewhat pitiable. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about you give me a business card? Once I acquire a mobile phone, I shall provide you with my contact information." Hu Qingyo was overjoyed and immediately presented his business card with both hands, then turned away with a cheerful demeanor. Shin Yuchu promptly interjected, "Grandfather, this matter has little to do with great-grandmother. It is primarily due to Yang Tian's exceptional medical skills. He was the one who rescued you when even the esteemed Hu Qingyo was at a loss." Upon hearing this, Shun Anbong and the others immediately darkened their expressions, feeling more discomfort than if they had ingested something distasteful at the thought of Yang Tian seeking to showcase his prowess before the old gentleman. "Yang Tian, is there truly a master in Jiangqing whose medical expertise surpasses that of Hu Shini?" Shin Laoyizi exclaimed. "Quickly, summon this Master Yang. I must express my profound gratitude for his life-saving intervention." "Grandfather, this is Yang Tian. He is my fiancé. We have already made arrangements to obtain our marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning, and we shall hold the wedding once you have fully recovered," Shun Yuchu quickly explained, drawing Yang Tian closer and subtly nudging him to greet her grandfather. Yang Tian boldly approached, greeting, "Hello, Grandpa. I have a precious treasure to show you." As he spoke, he produced the marriage contract and briefly displayed it to the old man Shin, only to swiftly retract it before the Shin family could react. This inexplicable action left the members of the Shin family momentarily bewildered. Initially, upon hearing his beloved granddaughter introduce Yang Tian as her future husband, the old man felt a pang of alarm. He had yet to disclose the matter of the marriage contract, and now his granddaughter had found someone on her own. Should the disciple of the esteemed figure from the mountain descend with the marriage deed, it would be disastrous. Therefore, the old man donned a benevolent smile and nodded in praise. "Indeed, quite impressive, handsome and talented. What's more, at such a young age, his medical prowess is already extraordinary. He is indeed a worthy match. I shall personally oversee this union." Shin Yuchu was instantly elated, exclaiming, "Thank you, Grandpa." However, Shin Anbong immediately interjected, You must not be deceived. This fellow is merely a country bumpkin from the mountains, not a divine doctor. If he managed to cure you today, it was merely a stroke of luck. To marry Yu Chu to him would be akin to placing a beautiful flower in a pile of dung. Shen Hui concurred, indeed, father. Our company is currently facing a financial crisis. Young Master Pan has already promised to invest 100 million as long as Yu Chu marries him. If you wed her to this rustic fellow, it would surely provoke young Master Pan's wrath. The wrath of the Pan family is not something our Shen family can withstand. Shen Huan added, yes, Grandpa, although young Master Pan has a less than stellar reputation, that is of little consequence. As long as Yu Chu marries him, our family will forge a connection with the Pan family, leading us to prosperity with ease. Even if Yu Chu were to suffer abuse from young Master Pan, it would still be more advantageous than marrying this country bumpkin. The members of the Shen family voiced their objections, all clearly opposing Shun Youchu's marriage to young Tian. The old man furrowed his brow, turning to his second son, Shen Long, and slowly remarked, when it comes to Youchu's marriage, we should listen to her own wishes. By the way, what do you think, second son, second daughter-in-law? Shen Long timidly replied, I support Shualan's opinion. Zhang Shualan glared fiercely, stating, Yang Tian, this country bumpkin, wishes to marry my daughter? Not in this lifetime. Shen Youchu resolutely declared, I stand by my words. Marriage is a matter of freedom. Opposition is futile. I am determined to marry Yang Tian. Just as Shualan was about to erupt in anger, the door to the hospital room suddenly burst open. A man with slicked-back hair, donning sunglasses and an expensive suit, swaggered in, a cigar dangling from his mouth. He Hongji, the CEO of Southeast Construction. Shun Anbong's complexion shifted dramatically as he trembled, exclaiming, this is disastrous. Yang Tian, you little scoundrel, you have led us to our doom. Shun Hui's face also turned pale as she immediately pointed fingers at Yang Tian. The members of the Shen family exchanged fearful glances, their expressions revealing sheer terror. Some were so frightened that they trembled visibly, clearly intimidated by He Hongji. Even Shen Youchu's demeanor grew tense. Yang Tian disregarded Shen Hui's predatory gaze and, with a hint of perplexity, turned to Shen Youchu, inquiring, who is this individual? I have no acquaintance with him. Why do you all seem so fearful? Southeast Construction is a subsidiary of the Pan family. Ostensibly engaged in construction, it is, in truth, merely a transformation of former ruffians from the underworld. He Hongji is nothing more than a vicious dog raised by the Pan family.
Shen Youchu quietly informed Yang Tian.
This man is ruthless and has blood on his hands. His aggressive demeanor likely stems from the incident involving Pan Wei's beating today. Oh! Yang Tian suddenly came to a realization, yet annoyance soon followed, as he noticed that the suits worn by the group of subordinates behind him were almost identical to his own attire. How could these individuals of such low caliber dare to wear the same clothing as him? Well, since all the members of the Shen family are present today, it saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. He Hongji, with a cigar pinched between his fingers, cast a mocking glance at the assembled Shen family members, exhaling a puff of smoke with an air of arrogance. Shen Anbong, with a forced smile, approached and said, Mr. He, we're honored by your presence. What guidance do you offer? Smack! He Hongji raised his hand and struck Shen Anbong across the face, causing him to cry out in agony as he spun around, his head buzzing and 5 bright red handprints appearing on his cheek. Holding his face, Shen Anbong resembled a wronged wife, unable to voice his anger, stammering, Mr. He, what do you mean by this? The entire Shen family stood in silence, each one shrinking back, no longer displaying the earlier camaraderie they had shown in attacking Yang Tian. I absolutely detest when someone speaks condescendingly before me. What? Does it make you seem educated? He Hongji delivered another slap to Shen Anbong's other cheek, spitting disdainfully, Are you mocking me for not completing my 9 years of compulsory education? Shen Anbong appeared utterly aggrieved. I didn't mean it that way. Bang! He Hongji kicked Shen Anbong, sending him sprawling to the ground with a mocking expression. Then what the hell do you mean? Shen Anbong could only remain silent. It was evident that this was a deliberate provocation aimed at humiliating him, and the members of the Shen family bowed their heads, fearful of becoming the next target of He Hongji's wrath. You scoundrel, He Hongji! Have you no respect for the Shin family? Seeing this unfold, Shin Yuchu could no longer remain passive. With a cold expression, she stepped forward and questioned, "Do you truly regard my family as pushovers? Ha ha ha. I never expected there to be someone with guts in the Shin family, albeit a woman. How curious, are all the men in the Shin family devoid of courage?" He Hongji laughed heartily, casting a derisive glance at the Shin family members. The elder of the Shin family, with a grim expression, declared, "Enough. Do not overstep your bounds. Otherwise, I, Shin Yaozu, will risk my life to ensure you pay a heavy price." "Oh, so the elder is still alive?" He Hongji scoffed. "Since you have spoken, I must extend some courtesy." His expression turned cold, his gaze sharp, and he continued, "However, young Master Pan was injured in both legs at your residence today, and he is extremely furious. He demands that Shin Miss be ready to personally apologize tomorrow evening. If he is satisfied, we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, the entire Shin family will share the fate of this cigar." With that, he tossed the cigar to the ground and crushed it underfoot, reducing it to ashes. The faces of the Shin family turned pale, each one filled with dread. None dared to question He Hongji's words. The disparity between the Shin family and the Pan family was too vast. If the Pan family were truly determined to take action against them, the Shin family could only await annihilation. Seeing the Shin family reduced to quivering shadows by his words, He Hongji's expression grew increasingly smug. He reached out, frivolously lifting Shin Yuchu's chin, and mockingly said, "Miss Shin, I've heard you're one of the 3 beauties of Jiangqing. Indeed, you are a stunning sight. However, judging by your appearance, it seems you are still inexperienced. Let me share a secret. Young Master Pan prefers women with more experience. If you wish to please him tomorrow night, aside from being clean, I suggest you familiarize yourself with a few instructional videos on certain techniques. Understand?" With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Shun Yuchu was overwhelmed with humiliation, tears welling in her eyes. She had never endured such disgrace, especially in front of her family. Just as He Hongji was about to step out the door, a cold voice interrupted. "You dare to touch my woman and think you can leave so easily? Have you sought my consent?" At this utterance, the room fell into an eerie silence. The members of the Shin family gaped at Yang Tian, astonished that he would dare speak at such a moment. Even He Hongji was taken aback, momentarily doubting his own ears. He turned to Yang Tian, a mocking smile on his face. "Oh, and what do you propose? Shall I sever my hand?" He deliberately tapped the hand that had just lifted Shin Yuchu's chin, his tone dripping with derision. "Damn it, Yang Tian, have you lost your mind?" Shun Huan nearly fainted from shock, her tone becoming hysterical as she shouted, "If you wish to die, do so alone. Why drag the Shin family down with you? Why are you so talkative, woman?" Yang Tian, feeling a twinge of impatience, scoffed. "Just a moment ago, your father was struck, and you didn't dare utter a word. Now, however, you seem quite emboldened. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to strike you?" Shun Huan, incensed, felt the heat rise in his face, his entire being trembling, rendered speechless. Well, young man, it has been quite some time since someone as audacious as you has graced Jiang City." He Hongji could not suppress a chuckle. With a mere gesture, a subordinate promptly presented him with a gleaming machete. Grasping the blade, He Hongji provocatively offered the hilt to Yang Tian, his face adorned with mockery. "Come now, today I am eager to see how you plan to sever my hand. Just be sure not to blink. My speed is rather remarkable." Yang Tian took the machete and spoke calmly. "Put it down. Yang Tian, for heaven's sake, put down the knife." The members of the Shin family erupted in chaos. Zhang Shulan trembled all over, turning to Shin Yuchu and exclaimed, "He has gone mad. This man is a lunatic. You must drive him away at once. If he remains in the Shin household, he will inevitably bring ruin upon us all." Shin. Before Shin Yuchu could utter another word, a swift motion ensued. Yang Tian had already taken action. With a swift motion, his blade descended with remarkable elegance. In a flash, an arm fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Thump! Alongside He Hongji's severed limb, the hearts of the Shin family plummeted. The members of the Shin family were aware of Yang Tian's madness, yet they could scarcely fathom that he would go so far as to actually sever He Hongji's arm. In that moment, They were all plunged into an abyss of despair. They dared not contemplate the extent of the wrath and vengeance that He Hongji would unleash upon the Shen family. It was over. Shen Anbong collapsed to the ground, a foul stench emanating from his loins. This man had been so terrified that he had lost control of himself. Ah! My arm, my arm. At that moment, there was a 2-second delay before He Hongji felt an excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder. In an instant, he began to wail in agony. Kill him for me. The next second, he shouted at his subordinates, his face twisted with malice. Damn it! Finish him off. The atmosphere indicated that he intended to have Yang Tian mercilessly slaughtered on the spot. A trace of coldness flickered at the corners of Yang Tian's mouth as he prepared to strike. Just then, a graceful figure intercepted him. Stop it! Shen Yuchu exclaimed, spreading her arms wide, resembling a protective hen shielding her chicks, standing resolutely in front of Yang Tian. Yang Tian never anticipated that, at such a moment, this woman would step forward to defend him, which left him somewhat touched. Shen Yuchu was the favored woman of the young master of the Pan family, and naturally, these small-time thugs dared not lay a finger on her. Seeing this, they all halted, turning their gazes back to He Hongji, silently inquiring what should be done next. You wish to protect this fool, Shen Yuchu? Are you willing to stand against me, He Hongji? He Hongji spat through gritted teeth, his face contorted with rage. You've lost your mind, Yuchu. At this moment, why do you not sever ties with this imbecile? Do you intend to accompany him to his doom? Shen Anbong bellowed. Yet, Shen Yuchu paid no heed to her uncle. Yang Tian was employed by her, and the trouble stirred today was all in defense of the Shen family. Though fear gripped her, she could not stand idly by. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuchu forced a smile and attempted to negotiate. Mr. He, what I mean to say is that you should promptly head to the hospital. With today's medical technology, reattaching your severed hand should pose no issue. If you delay any longer, it may well be too late. My family is willing to offer compensation for this incident. We can discuss any amount you deem necessary. Kid, this matter is far from over. You'd best be prepared. He Hongji acknowledged the wisdom in her words. Revenge could wait, but should he delay medical attention, he might face a lifetime of disability. Weighing the gravity of the situation, he shot a vicious glare at Yang Tian before hastily gathering his men and rushing off to the hospital. As soon as He Hongji departed, Shen Yuchu exhaled in relief. She had been exceedingly tense moments prior. You country bumpkin, you are leading our Shen family to ruin. Today, you have already caused the second young master of the Pan family to be stabbed twice, and now you have severed He Hongji's arm. Are you intent on destroying us? Shen Anbong rebuked, rising from the ground with an imposing demeanor. Yang Tian quickly pinched his nose, stepping back with a look of disdain. Keep your distance, it reeks. At your age, how can you still wet your pants? It's utterly revolting. Even the cunning and thick-skinned Shen Anbong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face turning crimson. Shen Hui immediately stepped forward, her voice sharp. Shen Huan interjected. Indeed, tomorrow evening Shen Yuchu will accompany Yang Tian to the Pan family. Whether the Shen family can avert crisis and secure a billion investment from the Pan family hinges on Yochu's performance tomorrow night. Suddenly, Shun Long, who had remained silent, stood up, his expression dark as he reprimanded. Xiao Hui, be quiet. You know exactly what intentions Pan Chong harbors. Yet you still allow Yuchu to go to the Pan family tomorrow night. Are you not pushing her into a pit of fire? Is this how a proper aunt behaves? Shun Hui's expression shifted, quickly replaced by mockery. Second brother, Pan Xiao is merely a bit flirtatious. What's the big deal? If Yuchu marries him, it would be her fortune. Besides, are you oblivious to the company's current plight? Do you wish to watch the Shen family fall into bankruptcy? Do you want us all to end up on the streets? Shen Anbong joined in, adding fuel to the fire. Second, do not be so selfish. You may be unwilling to part with your daughter, but can you bear to see the family decline? Without securing financing from the Pan family, the company will face bankruptcy due to a broken cash flow. The members of the Shen family all stood up, collectively rebuking Shun Long's silence. The elderly patriarch of the Shen family, lying in his hospital bed, could no longer tolerate the commotion. With a thunderous shout, the family members fell quiet, albeit reluctantly. The old man turned his gaze toward Shen Yuchu, his expression one of affection. "Yu Chu, your grandfather will not force you. No one in the Shin family dares to compel you. You are an adult now, and you can make your own decisions regarding everything, be it marriage or matters concerning the company." Chapter 9. Deceived. Rest assured, grandfather, I will handle this matter properly. Yang Tian glanced at his bank card, refraining from answering, and chuckled. "Keep it for now. You can give it to me later. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the Pan family." To be candid, although he had never met the young master of the Pan family, he felt an inexplicable affection for him and an eagerness to meet him. Shun Yuchu gazed at Yang Tian in astonishment, observing his playful demeanor, casual indifference, and the serene confidence in his eyes, which even bore a hint of mockery, devoid of any trace of panic or fear. At that moment, she realized she was increasingly unable to comprehend Yang Tian. This man was nothing like a rustic individual. With that thought, she regarded him intently and nodded. Old Master Shin, noticing this exchange, closed his eyes and murmured, "I need to rest now. You may all leave." Lin Wudi, the old master's bodyguard, was a formidable martial artist with unmatched strength, serving as the Shin family's trump card, which was the utmost support Old Master Shun could currently offer Shun Yuchu. Though the Shin villa was expansive, it could not accommodate the entire family. 20 minutes later, Yang Tian followed Shin Yuchu through the entrance of her home. Lin Xulan disdainfully tossed him a pair of disposable slippers and coldly remarked, "Put these on. You will be staying in the utility room tonight. I will have the maid prepare a makeshift bed for you. I warn you, aside from using the restroom, do not leave the room casually, nor should you entertain any thoughts about Yuchu. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to call the police and have you locked up." Yang Tian cast a glance at her and straightforwardly remarked, "Then you may as well call the police. Sleeping in the storage room is no better than spending the night in a detention center." He certainly would not indulge this woman. "You! Enough, mother. Yang Tian will sleep in my room." Shin Yuchu interrupted her mother's tirade, asserting, "We will be obtaining our marriage certificate tomorrow. He is my husband, and naturally, we shall share a room. Henceforth, I kindly ask that you treat him with a modicum of respect." With that, she firmly took Yang Tian's hand and led him into her chamber. "I can't go on living. I can no longer bear it. My daughter, whom I painstakingly raised, has ended up in such a predicament." Zhang Xulan wept bitterly. Shenlong attempted to console her. "Calm down, dear. I think Yang Tian is quite decent. The lad is handsome, possesses remarkable medical skills, and is capable of defending our daughter when it matters most. Aside from his financial shortcomings, he has no significant faults." "You scoundrel! How can you even say that?" she retorted. "It's entirely your fault for being useless. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. Oh, woe is me, to be married to such a failure, like a beautiful flower planted in cow dung." Zhang Xulan's sobs grew more heart-wrenching. Shenlong remained silent. Suddenly, the sound of a shower echoed from the bathroom. Through the glass door, a graceful silhouette could be faintly discerned, shrouded in a dreamy haze, exuding an irresistible allure. Yang Tian never anticipated that after Shin Yuchu invited him into the room, she would promptly retreat to the bathroom for a shower. This woman truly has an extraordinary level of trust in him. Had he not already been exhausted from his encounter with the beautiful master, leaving him with a dull ache in his lower back? A more vigorous man in a similar situation, alone with a woman, might have found it impossible to resist the temptation to rush into the bathroom. Yang Tian rummaged through the cabinet and found a cotton-filled quilt, laying it on the floor to create a makeshift bed. Creak! Shin Yuchu emerged from the bathroom, adorned in a delicate pink lace-trimmed nightgown. Upon noticing that Yang Tian had prepared a sleeping area on the floor, she cast him a puzzled glance and remarked at times, "I wonder if you are lacking in courage. Sharing a room with a stunning beauty like me, and yet you choose to sleep on the floor? Have you not considered sharing the bed?" Yang Tian expressed a hint of surprise. "Sleep together? Are you suggesting we blur the lines between pretense and reality? Don't all men harbor such thoughts?" Shin Yuchu responded with a faint smile, "Tomorrow night, it is highly likely that I will fall prey to Panchang's clutches. If I am to be with someone, I might as well choose you. At least you possess a certain handsomeness that I find agreeable." Although her words were delivered with nonchalance, The underlying sense of powerlessness and despair evoked a profound melancholy. How naive of me! Yang Tian cast a glance at Shen Yuchu and suddenly flashed a grin. What a fool's errand! This nonsensical remark left Shen Yuchu somewhat taken aback. Today, witnessing the grandeur of the Shen family, she had assumed it to be a formidable aristocracy, believing she could comfortably rely on their fortunes in the future. Little did she expect that she would now have to endure the harsh realities of life. Yang Tian stepped forward and gently patted her fragrant shoulder. Though you are merely my pretend wife, you are still my wife. Therefore, rest assured, there is absolutely no other man in this world who can lay a finger on you besides me. The consequences of attempting to do so have already been demonstrated by He Hongji and Pan Wei. With that, he strode directly into the bathroom. His voice was not loud, nor did his expression betray any seriousness. Yet, his words resonated with undeniable weight. Shen Yuchu stood in a daze, gazing at the glass door of the bathroom, an inexplicable sensation causing her nose to tingle, an impulse to weep rising within her. No matter how formidable a woman may be, she yearns for a sturdy shoulder to lean upon. In her childhood, she believed that this sheltering figure would be her father or grandfather. Little did she expect that, in the end, it would be a rural man whom she had casually saved. Fate is indeed wondrous. That night, Yang Tian chose to sleep on the floor. On one hand, he held disdain for taking advantage of another's vulnerability. On the other hand, achieving a profound connection in dual cultivation requires the complete unity of body and heart for optimal results. Clearly, Shen Yuchu was not in the right state for such an endeavor. The following morning, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yang Tian looked at the marriage certificate in his hand, his expression a blend of complexity. Just a day after descending the mountain, he found himself wed. If his parents were still alive, they would surely have been overjoyed at his marriage, wouldn't they? Yang Tian was lost in a whirlpool of thoughts. Stop daydreaming. From now on, you shall be my legally recognized husband. Let us indulge in a delightful meal to celebrate. Shen Yuchu gently patted Yang Tian's shoulder. All right, after descending the mountain for 2 days, I shall finally savor my first taste of tender fare. Yang Tianqi was in high spirits. Shen Yuchu remarked. Before long, evening arrived. Young man, I have already heard about your actions from yesterday. You performed admirably, displaying a commendable spirit, and your tenacity is quite impressive. Yang Tian chuckled. Thank you for the compliment. However, despite your audacity and ruthless nature, you lack intellect. Although you felt exhilarated after dealing with Pan Wei and He Hongji, you are ill-prepared to face the repercussions. Lin Wudi's tone shifted abruptly. Once we enter the Pan residence, you shall remain silent and deaf. Leave everything to me and Miss Shun. Remember, in this day and age, mere bravery and ferocity are insufficient. Chapter 10. Lin Wudio? Then what is truly valuable? Yang Tian wore an expression of curiosity. Fist. Lin Wudi exuded an overwhelming aura. Only absolute strength can compel others to submit wholeheartedly. The steady development of the Shen family over the years relies on my indomitable iron fists that have triumphed over all adversaries in Jiangqing. Triumphing over all adversaries in Jiangqing? Yang Tian wore a skeptical expression. Are you really that formidable? Lin Wudi cast a disdainful glance at Yang Tian. I know you possess some skills, but you have no understanding of true martial arts. Just watch, although the Pan family is aggressive, they will certainly show me some respect. Lin Wudi's anger flared instantly. What did you just say? Do you think I, Lin Wudi, would beg you? Seeing Lin Wudi's fury, Shen Yuchu quickly pulled Yang Tian aside, smiling as she tried to mediate. Brother Lin, he just came down from the mountains and isn't well versed in matters. Don't take it to heart. Let's go inside and avoid giving the Pan family any reason to laugh at us. Humph. Lin Wudi snorted coldly, his face dark as he walked inside. Soon, a servant from the Pan family approached them. After Shen Yuchu stated their purpose, the three were led into the guest room of the villa. Once inside, the servant left them unattended. They waited for an entire hour, during which not even a glass of water was offered. Lin Wudi, already irked by Yang Tian, felt humiliated by being left to wait so deliberately. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, The Pan family is exceedingly arrogant. I, Lin Wudi, have dominated the martial arts scene in Jiangqing for over 20 years. treated as a guest wherever I go. When have I ever endured such humiliation? If the Pan family does not provide a reasonable explanation when they arrive, I will make them pay. Shen Yuchu quickly interjected. The Pan family is a premier aristocracy in Jiangcheng, and we are currently in need of their assistance. It's only natural for them to adopt a haughty demeanor. Brother Lin, please do not lose your temper. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the room. A young man dressed in luxurious attire strode in confidently, flanked by a dozen guards whose restrained energy hinted at their prowess. Pan Xiao. Shen Yuchu immediately forced a smile and stood to greet him. This young man was none other than Pan Chong, the eldest son of the Pan family. Shen Yuchu, I told you that you would come to seek me out at the Pan family. How was it? Pan Chong smirked. Shen Yuchu struggled to maintain her composure. Pan Xiao, I am here primarily to confirm the 1 billion investment that the Pan Group promised to the Shen family. I wonder when it might be fulfilled. Additionally, I would like to clarify that your brother's injury today was purely accidental and has nothing to do with the Shen family. Pan Chang's expression soured abruptly, and with an imposing presence, he stated, we shall not discuss a Wei's matter. However, Hongji has lost an arm. Is the Shen family not planning to provide an explanation? Shen Yuchu found herself at a loss for words. Finally, with a determined expression, she replied, what sort of explanation does Pan Xiao desire? The Shen family is willing to compensate 1 million. Does that suffice? Do you take the Pan family for beggars? Pan Chong scoffed. Resolving this matter is quite simple. In fact, I can immediately fulfill the previously agreed 1 billion investment if you stay here tonight and agree to be my woman from now on. By tomorrow morning, the funds will be transferred to the Shen family's account. Shen Yuchu's face paled, and she struggled to suppress her humiliation. Pan Xiao, I am already married. She produced her marriage certificate and gestured toward Yang Tian. This is my husband. With a thunderous crash, Pan Chang's expression darkened as he smashed a teacup on the floor, his voice icy. Shen Yuchu, are you defying me? Do you think that marrying someone at random will allow you to escape my grasp? You were once an untouched flower, and I could have married you. Since you are so ungrateful, you shall become my mistress instead. If Pan Xiao is unwilling to discuss this amicably, then we shall take our leave. Shen Yuchu, both furious and incensed, stood up to depart. Pan Chang's smile was devoid of warmth. Leave? Do you think the Pan family is a place you can come and go as you please? As he spoke, his guards formed a line to block the exit. Brother Lin. Lin Wudi stepped forward, arms crossed, assuming an air of superiority. Pan Xiao, I am Lin Wudi, a dominant force in Jiangcheng's martial arts for over 20 years, with innumerable connections. Please grant me some courtesy and do not let matters escalate. Grant you courtesy, you say? Pan Chang's lips curled into a mocking smile as he waved his hand behind him. Let us see if you are truly invincible. Immediately, the guards advanced silently toward Lin Wudi. How audacious! Lin Wudi roared, ready to retaliate with a powerful strike to teach Pan Chong a lesson. However, in mere seconds, Lin Wudi found himself overwhelmed. His punch was seized by the leading guard, and he was swiftly subdued, receiving a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving him crying out in agony. Shen Yuchu's expression shifted drastically. Lin Wudi was the Shen family's trump card, her sole ally in this situation. How? How can he be so useless? Lin Wudi, such a mighty name, yet you are unworthy? Pan Chong stood, spitting on Lin Wudi's face with a cruel smile. Make him suffer. The guards intensified their assault. Ah! I was wrong. Please spare me. I'll change my name if that's what it takes. Lin Wudi pleaded desperately, but the guards showed no signs of mercy, beating him mercilessly. As Lin Wudi lay on the brink of death, despair clouded his eyes. At that moment, Yang Tian suddenly spoke. Lin Wudi, you may plead for my help. Kneel before me, and I shall assist you. Lin Wudi, like a drowning man grasping at a final lifeline, immediately forced himself to kneel. Yang Tian, I beg you to save me. Chapter 11. The will of heaven cannot be defied since you sincerely plead for my assistance. I shall show mercy and rescue you. Yang Tian chuckled and was about to step forward. Shen Yuchu hurriedly grasped his arm, her expression filled with urgency. Yang Tian, this is not the place for your bravado. The Pan family would truly harm you. Rest assured, I can still manage this minor situation. Yang Tian chuckled lightly, patting Shun Youchu's fragrant shoulder to reassure her. This scene, however, did not escape Pan Chang's notice, and his expression darkened further. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yang Tian. Indeed, it is no wonder he dares to vie with me. Pan Chang, for a woman, he possesses quite the audacity. Yang Tian gazed at the arrogant and domineering Pan Chang, unable to suppress a smile. Young Master Pan, I happen to possess some knowledge of feng shui and fortune-telling. I foresee that you are soon to encounter a calamity. Do you believe me? Haha, is that so? Yet, I believe it is you who is destined for misfortune. Pan Chang retorted, his face a mask of mockery. He extended his finger and beckoned to his bodyguards. Go, break his limbs. I want this brat to be forever incapacitated, forced to watch as I amuse myself with his wife. The bodyguards immediately released Lin Wudi and closed in on Yang Tian. The lead bodyguard launched a punch directly at Yang Tian's face. For a mere few thousand a month, what are you risking your lives for? Yang Tian sighed deeply. In the next moment, the sound of fists striking flesh echoed. Thud, thud, thud. The elite bodyguards of the Pan family, who had treated Lin Wudi as a mere punching bag moments before, suddenly found themselves screaming in agony as they were sent flying, crashing violently to the ground, unable to rise. This was the true essence of invincibility. Lin Wudi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment as he couldn't help but exclaim. This was the very scene he had longed for, albeit with someone else as the protagonist. You are actually a high-level martial artist? Pan Chang's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Yang Tian, disbelief flickering in his eyes. A high-level martial artist? Shin Yuchu also widened her beautiful eyes. Although she knew nothing of martial arts, Pan Chang's reaction made it evident that Yang Tian was indeed an extraordinarily formidable warrior. Just yesterday, Yang Tian had showcased unparalleled medical skills, and today, he revealed his exceptional martial prowess. It seemed she had stumbled upon a treasure of a young man. Indeed, how surprising and unexpected it was. Yang Tian casually picked up a vase from the nearby coffee table, a smile adorning his face as he approached Pan Chang. What are you planning to do, young man? Pan Chang was clearly flustered. The earlier bravado and arrogance had vanished without a trace. Did you forget that I just warned you of impending disaster? Yang Tian chuckled as he approached Pan Chang. My father is Pan Shanghai. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? I assure you, you will meet a fate worse than death, and the Shin family will share your demise. Pan Chang threatened, his bravado masking his inner trepidation. Oh dear, I am utterly terrified. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yang Tian's eyes as he raised the vase and hurled it towards Pan Chang's head. Stop! Suddenly, a voice resounding with authority echoed through the air. A man, clad in a gray Zhongshan suit and in his 50s, exuding the formidable aura of a superior, entered the scene. Following closely behind him was an elderly man with graying hair, of shorter stature, and a visage devoid of expression. This man was none other than Pan Shanghai, the patriarch of the Pan family, renowned in the business world as a fierce tiger. Dad, Elder Gu, save me. Upon seeing his father, especially the old man behind him, Pan Chang felt a surge of joy, as if a savior had arrived, and shouted in desperation. Mr. Pan. Even Shun Yuchu, upon encountering Pan Shanghai, instinctively greeted him. The wrath of the Pan family is not something that many in Jiangcheng can withstand, and I am quite certain you are not among them, he declared. As he spoke, the white-haired elder had already moved silently behind Yang Tian. The aura surrounding Pan Shanghai was immensely powerful. His mere presence caused Shen Yuchu to feel a wave of tension, prompting her to urge Yang Tian, let us discuss this calmly. Do not act impulsively. Yang Tian gazed at Pan Shanghai, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In truth, I harbor no desire to oppose the Pan family. However, I must regretfully inform you that I have observed the countenance of your esteemed son, and he is indeed fated to encounter a calamity of bloodshed. With a swift motion, he hurled a vase, which shattered upon Pan Chang's head. Ah! Pan Chang cried out in agony, immediately clutching his head and sinking to the ground. Blood gushed forth like water from a broken tap, cascading through his fingers. You insolent wretch! Pan Shanghai roared in fury. Meanwhile, Shun Yuchu felt her strength drain away, collapsing onto the ground in despair. It was evident that a bitter enmity had now been forged with the Pan family. With a sharp sound, Yang Tian hurled a fragment of a vase to the ground, shrugging innocently. What can I say? I possess an uncanny ability to read faces. If I claim that young master is destined for calamity, then calamity he shall certainly encounter. Such is the will of heaven, and it cannot be defied. What a splendid notion of fate. Pan Shanghai, seething with rage, erupted into laughter, bellowing, "Old Gu!" In the next moment, the white-haired elder's demeanor transformed dramatically. His traditional attire billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and a sinister smile crept across his aged visage. "Young man, you have chosen the wrong place to wreak havoc upon the Pan family." Witnessing this scene, Lin Wudi's eyes widened with terror, exclaiming, "Heavens, a practitioner of inner strength. I have roamed Jiangcheng for decades and remained unaware of such formidable talent hidden here." Soon after, his countenance shifted to one of utter despair, his voice trembling. "This is disastrous. The Pan family possesses a master of dark strength. We are as fish on a chopping board today. Is a master of dark strength the advanced practitioner referred to by young Master Pan?" Shin Yuchu inquired, bracing herself for the answer. "No, individuals like us, ordinary practitioners, are collectively referred to as martial artists. Above them are the bona fide practitioners, acknowledged as external strength practitioners. In Jiangcheng, they are considered advanced practitioners. Above external strength practitioners reside the masters of dark strength, ranking at the level of the association president in the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. The leader of the Qinglong Society is but of this caliber." Lin Wudi elucidated. "Brother Lin, are you suggesting that you are merely a novice practitioner? How then do you claim to dominate the martial arts realm of Jiangcheng without rivals?" Shin Yuchu inquired, astonished. "Ahem, what I meant was, I have no equals among the martial artists of Jiangcheng." Lin Wudi's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he shamelessly continued, "I dare say, among the martial artists in Jiangcheng, none can match my prowess." Just as Shin Yuchu was about to respond, Old Gu had already made his move. His hands, resembling talons of an eagle, lunged toward Yang Tian's neck. Such a strike, honed over 30 years of practice, could reduce even stone to dust. It was over. This blow was terrifying, truly invincible. Seeing this, Lin Wudi scrambled to his feet, urgently grabbing Shin Yuchu and urging her to flee. "Miss, we must leave at once, or it will be too late." Despite his injuries, Lin Wudi's strength far surpassed that of Shin Yuchu. She found herself being pulled toward the exit against her will. Bang! In the next instant, a figure akin to a projectile crashed down before Lin Wudi. Chapter 12. "Silence, you wretched child." With a thud, Lin Wudi trembled, instinctively turning to kneel, pleading toward Pan Shanghai. "Mr. Pan, I am merely a bodyguard for the Shen family. Today's events were orchestrated by Yang Tian. I had no part in them. I beg you, let me go, as if I were of no consequence." He instinctively believed that Yang Tian had been effortlessly dispatched by Old Gu in a single stroke. After speaking, he discreetly tugged at Shin Yuchu's sleeve, whispering, "Miss Shun, quickly kneel and plead for mercy. It is not shameful if it means survival." However, he soon realized that the atmosphere had shifted ominously. Silence. An overwhelming stillness enveloped the room. Aside from his own voice, he could barely discern the sound of anyone's breath. Cautiously, Lin Wudi raised his gaze, locking eyes with Yang Tian's enigmatic, almost mocking expression. In that moment, his mind felt as though it had frozen. Yang Tian, how come he is unscathed? Who was the one that was just instantaneously defeated? He swallowed hard, struggling to turn his head, and first beheld a head of white hair, following that were twitching limbs. As the blood trickled from the corner of Gu Lao's mouth and he painfully raised his head, Lin Wudi gasped, a chill running down his spine. The individual who had been effortlessly vanquished was, in fact, Gu Lao. How could this be possible? "Father, kill him, I demand you to kill him." At that moment, a voice brimming with hatred abruptly resounded. It was Pan Chong, who had just been dazed and bloodied by a vase, now unsteadily rising to his feet. He was still trying to comprehend the situation. With a face full of resentment, he glared at Yang Tian, gritting his teeth. Slap! In the next instant, Pan Shanghai delivered a resounding slap across his face, barking, "Unfilial son, silence yourself." Pan Chong clutched his face, bewildered and aggrieved. "Father, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me?" "I am hitting you, you ungrateful wretch." Pan Shanghai, with an expression of disappointment, scolded, "What kind of society are we living in?" "A lawful society. Our Pan family has always been law-abiding citizens. You, with your incessant talk of violence, do you seek to face the law's retribution?" "What?" Pan Chong looked at his father in astonishment. This was indeed rather absurd, akin to waking from a dream to find his father claiming to be Qin Shi Huang, and he himself Fusu. However, this fellow did come from a prestigious background, not entirely worthless. Once he realized his father was behaving oddly, he refrained from further protest. "Mr. Shin, and this young brother, please take a seat." At this juncture, Pan Shanghai suddenly broke into a warm and cordial smile, inviting Shin Yuchu and Yang Tian to sit down, even personally pouring tea for them. Misunderstandings. Today is all a misunderstanding. Our Pan family and the Shin family have always enjoyed a harmonious business relationship. It is as if a flood has disrupted the Dragon King's temple, and family members no longer recognize one another. Pan Shanghai's demeanor instantly shifted. His smile became gentle and benevolent, as he cheerily addressed Shin Yuchu. "Might I inquire, Mr. Shun, what brings you here today?" However, in comparison to Pan Shanghai's demeanor today, she realized her own naivete, considering that the Shin family and the Pan family were not of the same caliber. Especially given the current predicament of their family business facing product overstock and the risk of a financial collapse, she quickly retracted her stance after offering her apologies and explained her purpose. "That he Hongji. I have long heard he has been acting unruly under the guise of our Pan family's name. Now that he has lost an arm, it is well-deserved," Shin Yuchu remarked. "Thank you, Mr. Pan." After exchanging pleasantries, Pan Shanghai courteously escorted Shin Yuchu and her companions out of the Pan residence. Once the three departed, Pan Shanghai's expression darkened immediately, instructing that Gu Lao be taken away for treatment. Pan Chong, standing nearby, ominously remarked, "Father, if we do not eliminate Yang Tian, word will spread that our Pan family was attacked, and we shall become a laughingstock in Jiangqing." "Silence, you fool!" Pan Shanghai glared fiercely at Pan Chong. "This Yang Tian, capable of effortlessly defeating Gu Lao, possesses unfathomable strength. Henceforth, keep your distance from Shin Yuchu and do not provoke him, do you understand?" Pan Chang's face was one of frustration, gritting his teeth. "Father, Awei has been stabbed twice. He Hongji has lost an arm, and I am bloodied. Our Pan family has been humiliated. If we endure this, how can I hold my head high in the future? What era is this? No matter how skilled he is, can he outmatch a bullet? If we are willing to spend money, I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate him. He is a stone in the cesspool, and we are porcelain. Are you fool, suggesting we use porcelain to clash with a stone in the cesspool?" Pan Shanghai narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "One must act with deliberation. Never place oneself in uncontrollable danger. Understood?" Pan Chong clenched his fists. "Are we to let this go just like that?" "Humph," Pan Shanghai scoffed. "Is he not a martial artist? Then let the Qinglong Society deal with him." Pan Chong, puzzled, queried, "But Gu Lao previously mentioned that Zhang Jixiong from the Qinglong Society is of the same caliber as him. Can they truly handle Yang Tian?" "What do you know?" Pan Shanghai snorted coldly. "The Qinglong Society is backed by the Jiangnan King. Zhang Jixiong is merely a dog raised by the Jiangnan King. If Yang Tian were to harm the Jiangnan King's dog, that would indeed be courting death." Pan Chang's face lit up with delight. What a clever strategy to use someone else's blade to kill. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Shin Yuchu wore a troubled expression. Yang Tian expressed his confusion. "Isn't the matter already resolved? Why do you seem rather discontent?" Shin Pharmaceutical had previously concentrated on the health product market. However, in recent years, with the influx of domestic and international pharmaceutical giants into this field, our products have stagnated in sales, leading to a strained financial situation. Shin Yuchu sighed and recounted. "Previously, my grandfather, setting aside his pride, sought a collaboration with the esteemed Chu family of traditional Chinese medicine in the provincial capital. We intended to acquire an ancient wellness formula, preserved for centuries, to innovate a new product and gamble everything on this venture. However, the cost of this ancient formula is undoubtedly exorbitant. Although the Shin family appears prosperous, our company's account is nearly depleted. We had previously negotiated with the Pan family, who agreed to invest 100 million in exchange for 15% equity in Shin Pharmaceutical. Yet, it now seems that this 100 million is no longer feasible. In 3 days, the Chu family will arrive in Jiangqing. Without the necessary funds, Shin Pharmaceutical will essentially face ruin. Yang Tian expressed his astonishment. Did not Pan Shanghai just declare that he would personally oversee this collaboration? It is merely a result of circumstances. That old fox, I know him all too well. Today, we have undoubtedly offended him gravely, and I suspect he is currently devising a scheme to bring ruin upon the Shin family. Shun Yuchu leaned wearily against her chair, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. I reckon that by tomorrow, when my uncles learn of the events that transpired with the Pan family today, they will be consumed with regret. Chapter 13. Peculiar recruitment requirements. Good heavens. Just as one begins to relish the sweet life, you tell me that this delightful feast is about to be snatched away? Yang Tiandun felt a pang of discomfort, witnessing Shun Yochu's despondency. He swiftly offered words of encouragement. Do not fret. We still have 3 days left. Let us devise a plan to urgently raise funds. Shin Yuchu, filled with resignation, replied, this amounts to 100 million. Even at the pinnacle of Shin Pharmaceuticals, it would take at least 6 months to amass such a sum. 3 days is insufficient, even for a bank loan, as the approval process would consume too much time. Please hold on. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Yang Tian's mind. He promptly dashed to a nearby convenience store, procuring a pen and a pack of napkins. With deft strokes, he inscribed a prescription upon the paper. Then, with a beaming smile, handed it to Shun Yuchu. Take this. With this formula in hand, all of Shun Pharmaceuticals' challenges shall be effortlessly resolved. Shin Yuchu, her expression one of bewilderment, inquired, what is this? Were you not intending to seek a wellness prescription from the Chu family? Yang Tian replied with a grin. This is the exclusive health-preserving secret of the famed Sanfeng Taoist. It is said that Sanfeng Taoist lived for over 200 years, all thanks to this foundational and restorative formula. To declare its worth at 100 billion would not be an exaggeration. Though this version is simplified, it is more than sufficient to counter the plethora of fraudulent health products available on the market. With this formula, you will naturally avoid the need to spend a fortune on alternative prescriptions. Holding the napkin, Shun Yuchu regarded Yang Tian with a speechless expression, as if to say, do I appear to be a fool? Surely, your company must have a research and development department? Upon witnessing this, Yang Tian could only say, you should deliver this prescription to the experts in the research and development department for thorough examination. Its authenticity will be revealed upon testing. Even if this prescription proves to be genuine, it remains of little consequence. Shin Yuchu replied weakly, the reason we opted to purchase the ancient health-preserving formula at a premium from the Chu family is that they are a prestigious lineage of traditional Chinese medicine with a heritage spanning several centuries in the provincial capital. Once we publicize the news of our collaboration, a multitude of investors will undoubtedly come forth. However, as for your prescription, even if it is authentic, the journey from research and development to product launch demands an enormous influx of capital and a considerable amount of time. The Shin family cannot endure until that moment. Yang Tian scratched his head and said, why not sell this prescription directly? I believe that if it falls into the hands of someone knowledgeable, selling it for several billion should pose no issue. He chuckled lightly. Shun Yuchu smiled helplessly, thinking that Yang Tian was perhaps entirely oblivious to the concept of several billion. Such fanciful talk, she sighed, pondering her next course of action, and somewhat dejectedly tucked the tissue in her pocket, feeling an overwhelming weight on her heart. Do not fret. I shall assist you in devising a plan. Earning 100 million within 3 days may be challenging, yet it is by no means impossible. Yang Tian comforted her. Shin Yuchu felt that Yang Tian regarded her as a fool. Yuchu, how are the negotiations with the Pan family going? Can the collaboration continue? Yuchu, has Mr. Pan treated you poorly? Shin Yuchu forced a smile and replied, it's going smoothly. We met with Mr. Pan Shanghai, and he was very understanding. Zhang Shualan sighed with relief, her face lighting up with joy. That's wonderful. My girlfriends have been asking me to get my hair done these past few days, but I didn't dare to go. Now I can indulge without worry." As she spoke, she cast a glance at young Tian, her expression turning sour. "Honestly, why did you choose such a country bumpkin when there are so many wealthy young men in Jiangqing? What do you see in him? All right, what's done is done. Just keep your comments to a minimum." Shen Long interjected with a frown. "Did Mr. Pan mention when the 100 million in funding will be available? We only have 3 days left. Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing," Shun Yuchu said, bracing herself as she pulled Yang Tian into the bedroom. Once inside, she slumped onto the bed, her face filled with worry. "Yuchu, rest assured, I will do my utmost to secure that 100 million for you." Yang Tian recognized that it was time for him to demonstrate his capabilities, and he promptly made a solemn promise. Shen Yuchu let out a wry smile, remaining silent as she stood up to head to the bathroom for her morning routine. Clearly, she did not believe Yang Tian's words. If he possessed such talent, he would not have allowed himself to be supported by her for a mere few tens of thousands. The following morning, Shen Yuchu arrived at the office early to begin her workday. Yang Tian arrived at the heart of Jiang City, wandering aimlessly in search of lucrative opportunities. After spending 5 years with his master on the mountain, aside from his profound martial arts skills, he took great pride in his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. The most ideal scenario would be to encounter a terminally ill billionaire, revive him, and demand a staggering sum of 100 million in medical fees. For a true wealthy individual, spending such an amount to secure their life would undoubtedly be a worthy investment. However, the pressing question remained: where could he find a dying billionaire? "Excuse me, miss, do you think I could help? I am quite adept at this, truly professional." Just then, amidst a throng of street vendors, a crowd gathered around 2 elegantly dressed young women, each vying eagerly to sign up. Yang Tian, filled with curiosity, stepped forward and effortlessly squeezed his way in. There, he beheld a young girl adorned in a pale yellow princess dress. Beside her stood a sign inscribed with the words, "Reward of 1 million, seeking 10 professional swindlers." Beneath it, a line of smaller text read, "Those skilled in medicine, capable of resurrecting the dead, are preferred." Yang Tian's eyes sparkled. These 2 stunning women were clearly naive yet affluent. The crux of the matter was that the recruitment criteria, resurrecting the deceased, seemed tailor-made for him. Just as he was about to step forward to apply, a youth with a sharp face and dragon and tiger tattoos on both arms approached with a grin. "Ladies, I'm Ho Lu. I began peeping at widows bathing at the age of 5, and by 10, I had coaxed the first kiss from a neighbor girl with a lollipop. I've been conning for 20 years, and even those involved in the northern Myanmar underworld call me brother. I perfectly fit your requirements." Qin Yuyan furrowed her brow and scrutinized him before asking, "Do you possess medical skills? Can you bring the dead back to life?" Ho Lu's expression darkened. "Beautiful lady, are you joking? If I had such medical prowess, would I be a mere conman? Then you do not meet my recruitment criteria." "Next," Qin Yuyan promptly declared. "You're kidding." In the short span of time, more than 10 individuals like Ho Lu had been eliminated. Could this girl be intentionally toying with everyone? Observing the situation, the crowd murmured, and soon, no one dared to step forward and make a fool of themselves. Was there truly no one who met the requirements? Money was not an issue. Seeing the discouragement, Qin Yuyan could not help but exclaim, "Is there really no one?" The girl in black stockings beside her sighed. "Yuyan, perhaps we should seek out a professional actor instead." It seemed they had no other choice. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yuyan prepared to pack up and leave. "How about I give it a try?" At that moment, a tall and handsome youth stepped forward, smiling brightly. "I believe I am the person you are looking for." Chapter 14. "Oh no, I might get exposed upon hearing this." Qin Yuyan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly inquired, "Are you a professional con artist?" Yang Tian spoke decisively. "Absolutely professional." Qin Yuyan then inquired, "Do you understand the medical art of reviving the dead and treating flesh and bones?" "Of course I must." "Goodness, where did this foolish bird come from? Truly unbelievable." "Young man, please stop boasting and return the bravado to its rightful place. Even bulls have their needs. This young man has a bright future. Come with me to Myanmar and seek fortune together." As Yang Tian's words escaped his lips, The onlookers erupted into a chorus of laughter. Clearly, no one believed him. Even the alluring beauty in black stockings could not suppress her eye roll. However, Qin Yuyan was brimming with excitement, seizing Yang Tian's arm and declaring, "Excellent. You are indeed the person we have been searching for. Come with me, and upon the successful completion of our task, a reward of 1 million will be graciously bestowed upon you." As the four departed in their vehicle, the crowd was thrown into a frenzy. Is this really possible? Just because he couldn't boast, he nearly let 1 million slip through his fingers? Meanwhile, within the Bentley, Qin Yuyan found herself increasingly satisfied with Yang Tian. The man's composure and serenity were remarkable. His confidence was so profound that it felt as though she had truly discovered a miraculous healer capable of snatching souls from the grasp of the King of Hell. The most skilled of con artists must first deceive themselves, and it was evident that this individual was indeed a masterful trickster. Professional. Yang Tian felt a shiver run down his spine under the scorching gaze of the alluring woman before him. With a wary expression, he declared, "My dear, I can assist you in deception, and I possess the medical skills to save lives. However, I do not sell my body for my craft. I implore you not to entertain such thoughts. I would rather forego the money." A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the enchanting beauty, Mu Wanqing, as she turned to Qin Yuyan with a bemused expression. "Ian, the swindler you've found is remarkably audacious. Indeed, one must possess a thick skin to thrive as a professional con artist," Qin Yuyan replied matter-of-factly, then turned to Yang Tian with a serious demeanor. "Master of deception, my father has been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and the doctors have given him no more than 3 days to live. My mother is in frail health, and I fear she may not be able to bear the news. This must be kept under wraps for a year, without disturbance," she continued, producing a bank card and offering it to Yang Tian. "There are 500,000 within. Consider this a retainer. Should you succeed in deceiving my mother, the remaining 500,000 will be yours immediately." Previously, Hu Qingyou had sought to take her as his disciple but was rebuffed. Now, she wanted Yang Tian to impersonate Hu Qingyou's apprentice? How curious that the tables had turned so dramatically. Yang Tian did not take the card, and with a faint smile, suggested, "How about we discuss the consultation fee?" Qin Yuyan appeared bewildered. "Consultation fee? What consultation fee?" "Naturally, it pertains to the fee for curing your father." Yang Tian smiled and asked, "If I were to cure your father, how much would you be willing to pay?" Qin Yuyan was taken aback. "You can actually heal my father? He is known as the King of Cancer, a man whose wealth rivaled that of Steve Jobs, and he succumbed to this illness. Are you truly claiming that you can cure Uncle Qin?" Yang Tian ignored her, his expression earnest as he turned to Qin Yuyan, extending a finger. "If you provide me with 100 million, I can cure your father. Master of deceit, if you truly possess the ability to heal my father, I would have no qualms about offering you 200 million, Qin Yuyan replied. "Very well, it's a promise." Yang Tian's eyes sparkled, and he promptly introduced himself. "My name is Yang Tian. All right, Master Yang Tian, remember well what I just told you. When you meet my mother later, you mustn't let anything slip. Do you understand?" Qin Yuyan urged. Yang Tian's lips twitched, realizing that there was a profound lack of confidence in his words. Half an hour later, the Bentley came to a halt in front of a sprawling villa estate that spanned several acres. Upon exiting the vehicle, Qin Yuyan took a deep breath, her expression grave as she once again urged Yang Tian, "Master Conman, you must remember that you are the disciple of the illustrious Hu Qingyou, the divine doctor. Your sole task is to deceive my mother. I have arranged a private jet and will send my father to America for urgent medical treatment tonight. Once the plan is successfully executed, you shall receive a reward of 1 million, not a penny less." Yang Tian, speechless, replied, "Did I not introduce myself just now? My name is Yang Tian. Please refrain from calling me a fraud master. I assure you that I will heal your father." Qin Yuyan responded, "All right, if you are not a fraud, then you must be a miraculous doctor. Maintain that sense of confidence. So, do you truly lack faith in yourself?" Yang Tian was engulfed by a profound sense of defeat, compelled to remain silent as he trailed behind the two women into the villa. Upon entering a spacious bedroom, he beheld a gaunt middle-aged man, pallid and devoid of any color, lying on the sickbed. Beside him, a poised and mature woman sat with a troubled expression, her gaze fixated on the ailing man. Witnessing this poignant scene, Qin Yuyan's eyes instantly welled with tears, her gaze reddening. Mu Wanqing also appeared gravely affected, remaining silent. "That man is my father. Gather your strength and prepare for your performance." Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuyan softly urged Yang Tian, then mustered a strained smile as she took his hand and approached the middle-aged woman. "Mother, I have brought the esteemed disciple of Master Hu Qingyo, the renowned nine-fingered divine doctor. Father will be saved. Master Hu possesses a secret method of traditional Chinese medicine that can stabilize my father's condition, but this treatment must remain confidential and undisturbed." After speaking, Qin Yuyan discreetly nudged Yang Tian with her elbow, signaling him to commence his performance. Yang Tianzheng scrutinized the sickly figure of Qin Haoyan on the hospital bed, his expression one of utmost seriousness, yet he offered no response. Observing Yang Tian's unexpected silence, a wave of panic surged within Qin Yuyan as she realized the gravity of the moment. Unable to contain herself, she gritted her teeth and urged, "Master Yang, please, enlighten me about your master's enigmatic healing technique. Are you not a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Hu?" Before Yang Tian could utter a word, Qin's mother spoke first, her tone tinged with surprise. "I just contacted your master. He mentioned he is still en route. How is it that you have arrived before him?" "Ah!" Qin Yuyan was taken aback, then stammered, "Mother, what do you mean? Hu Shini is coming." "Indeed, I received word that Hu Shini is in Jiang City these past few days, so I hastily arranged for someone to get in touch with him." Qin's mother cast an inquisitive glance at her daughter. "How did you manage to reach Hu Shini's disciple? He made no mention of his apprentice during our phone call, nor did he allude to any mysterious treatment methods. Take this." Qin Yuyan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, fearing that her deception might be exposed. Chapter 15. The reversal of fate. Beside her, Mu Wanqing was equally bewildered. No one anticipated that Qin's mother would directly contact Hu Shini himself. It was indeed an awkward encounter, akin to a chance meeting between a counterfeit and the genuine article. "Madam, Hu Shini has arrived." At that moment, a servant hurried in, addressing Qin's mother. "Ah, quick, please, no. I shall personally welcome Hu Shini." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin's mother, her face alight with joy, stood up and strode towards the bedroom door. "Yang Tian, you are no longer needed here. Quickly hide in the bathroom and slip away quietly later. Take this card. The password is on the back." Qin Yuyan thrust a bank card into Yang Tian's embrace, insisting that he retreat into the bathroom of the bedroom. "I must insist. Miss Qin, we had an agreement. I heal your father, and you grant me 200 million, did we not?" Yang Tian remained utterly still. Qin Yuyan felt a twinge of frustration. "Master Conman, please exit the act swiftly. I hired you to deceive my mother, not to ensnare me. Now that the esteemed Dr. Hu has arrived, I cannot allow you to impersonate his disciple, nor can you continue to do so. Therefore, I urge you to take your leave and collect your payment." As Qin Yuyan engaged in this tug-of-war with Yang Tian, her mother entered the room, accompanied by Hu Qingyo. Observing this, Qin Yuyan hurriedly instructed her two bodyguards to shield Yang Tian from her mother's view, whispering urgently, "Master Conman, remain inconspicuous and refrain from uttering a word. Do you understand?" Yang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. However, upon seeing Qin Yuyan's eager gaze upon him, he could only smirk in reluctant agreement. At that moment, Hu Qingyo settled himself by the bedside, preparing to take Qin Haoyan's pulse. Qin's mother stood beside them, her face wrought with anxiety as she scrutinized Hu Qingyo, and even Qin Yuyan's mood turned tense. With her father gravely ill and the Western doctors having rendered a death sentence, the only flicker of hope lay in traditional Chinese medicine, and Hu Qingyo was a towering figure in that realm. All eyes in the room were filled with hope as they gazed at him. Just as Qin's mother had begun to harbor a glimmer of hope, it was swiftly extinguished. Her face turned pale, darkness encroached upon her vision, and she stumbled, nearly collapsing. Qin Yuyan, quick to react, supported her mother, then turned to Hu Qingyo with a pleading expression. "Esteemed Dr. Hu, I beseech you to devise a solution, even if it merely grants my father another month of life." Seeing the despair etched on the faces of the mother and daughter stirred Hu Qingyo's compassion. He shook his head with a sigh. Mr. Qin is already teetering on the brink of death. Any treatment at this stage may prove counterproductive, potentially leading to immediate demise. Hao Yen. Oh. Upon hearing this, Qin's mother finally broke down, shoving Qin Yuyan aside as she collapsed onto the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Tears welled in Qin Yuyan's eyes, and Mu Wanqing, unable to bear the scene, turned her head away, her eyes reddened. Noticing their anguish, Hu Qingyo felt a pang of sympathy and was about to take his leave when a thought struck him. Hesitantly, he said, "If you could find my master, perhaps there is still hope for Mr. Qin." "Your master?" Qin's mother looked up in astonishment, her face a mask of shock. The others in the room mirrored her astonishment. Hu Qingyo was already a renowned figure in traditional Chinese medicine. To think he had a master was surprising enough. Moreover, given that Hu Qingyo was over 70, how ancient must his master be? Was he nearing a century in age? Indeed, Hu Qingyo confirmed with a nod. If there is anyone in this world capable of saving Mr. Qin, it can only be my master. Qin's mother, now frantic, implored, "Might I ask, Dr. Hu, could you assist in contacting your master? I am willing to pay any fee for the consultation." Qin Yuyan and the others looked at Hu Qingyo with eager anticipation. Faced with their earnest gazes, Hu Qingyo felt a touch of embarrassment. "I currently do not have my master's contact information," he admitted. Qin's mother, Qin Yuyan. Everyone wore expressions of bewilderment. Had anyone else uttered such words, the Qin family would likely have thought it a jest. A disciple without the contact information of his own master? What sort of peculiar master-disciple relationship was this? Hu Qingyo's face flushed with embarrassment as he added, "However, my master does possess my business card." Everyone, surely, it would have been better left unsaid. This revelation only deepened the strangeness of the situation. "Miss Qin, should I restore your father to health, will you honor a promise of 2 billion? Just then, an unexpected voice rang out. Yang Tian pushed aside the 2 bodyguards blocking his path and stepped forward. "You deceive. Yang Tian, you claim you can heal my husband?" Qin Yuyan exclaimed anxiously. Yet, before she could finish, Qin's mother interjected with urgency. "Indeed." Yang Tian extended 2 fingers, proclaiming, 200 million, and I shall cure him." Qin's mother, akin to a drowning person grasping at the final straw of hope, fixed her tear-filled gaze upon Yang Tian, her eyes ablaze with desperation. "My husband suffers from advanced pancreatic cancer. Are you truly certain you can heal him?" Yang Tian spoke with unwavering determination. "As long as the funds are in place, treatment will commence immediately. This card contains 100 million. Once the treatment is successful, I shall transfer another 100 million into your account." Qin's mother promptly produced a bank card and handed it to Yang Tian. "Auntie, you? This man is a fraud. He deceives for money. You cannot trust him." Mu Wanqing exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Qin Yuyan, awakening from her stupor, quickly confessed to her mother, "Mom, he is not a doctor at all. He is an actor I hired with my own money. You mustn't." "Master, is it truly you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Hu Qingyo, having carefully scrutinized Yang Tian, approached with fervent excitement and grasped his arm. "It is wonderful to see you here, Mr. Qin's condition is even more dire than that of old Shin. Is there any way you can treat him?" His eyes sparkled with hope, filled with anticipation. If Yang Tian could once again demonstrate his miraculous medical skills and restore Qin Haoyan to health, it would undoubtedly mark another monumental achievement for traditional Chinese medicine. Yang Tian looked at Hu Qingyo with a perplexed expression. "Indeed it is I, but I am not your master. Could you refrain from making such unfounded connections?" Coughing slightly, Hu Qingyo's face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, everyone in the ward stared at the two, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. This young man, barely in his 20s, could easily be mistaken for Hu Qingyo's grandson, and no one would bat an eye. Yet now, Hu Qingyo claimed that this individual was his master. The critical point was that the young man appeared utterly disdainful, showing no desire to acknowledge this apprentice. This left the onlookers feeling as if their brains had short-circuited. It was indeed a topsy-turvy situation, Qin Yuyan widened her eyes and stammered, "Liar, master of deception. You are the master of Hushini?" Chapter 16. Are you in a hurry? No, he is speaking nonsense. I have no interest in taking on disciples. Yang Tian immediately denied it. Beside him, Hu Qingyo felt an awkwardness enveloping the air. Qin Yuyan, however, was increasingly astonished. The individual she had encountered on the street was truly extraordinary. How remarkable it was that a divine physician like Hu Qingyo would not accept him as a disciple. This indirectly affirmed the remarkable prowess of Yang Tian's medical skills. Could it be that his claim of being able to heal her father was not mere bravado? Qin Yuyan's heart began to race uncontrollably. Qin Mu, consumed by the singular desire to cure her husband, had become somewhat frenzied in her obsession. At that moment, she was entirely oblivious to the relationship between Yang Tian and Hu Qingyo. Her mind was fixated on one thought. This young man before her claimed he could heal her husband, and with the endorsement of the nine-fingered divine physician Hu Qingyo, it was highly likely to be true. Thus, with an expression of urgency, she implored, "Esteemed young divine physician, please act swiftly. If you can restore my husband to health, I shall transfer the remaining 100 million to you immediately." Yang Tian nodded and directly approached the bed where Qin Haoyan lay. Hu Qingyo, with unabashed boldness, drew closer and willingly produced an acupuncture box. Yang Tianshi truly finds himself at a loss with this old fellow. It is indeed rare to encounter someone of such advanced age with such a thick skin. He is too weary to correct him. If this man wishes to call him master, so be it. Yang Tian removed Qin Haoyan's upper garment, then deftly took the needle box and extracted 12 silver needles. With a swift motion, the 12 needles soared through the air like 12 flying swords, precisely piercing 12 vital points on Qin Haoyan's upper body. This was the legendary secret technique created by the renowned herbalist Sun Simiao, an unparalleled acupuncture method capable of cleansing tendons and marrow, known as the 12 needles of yin and yang. Hu Qingyo was once again astounded. "Consider yourself somewhat knowledgeable." Yang Tian let out a light chuckle. However, the cancer cells in Qin Haoyan had already metastasized throughout his body, rendering even the most exquisite acupuncture techniques futile in curing him. Fortunately, this fellow's life was not meant to end just yet, as he had encountered Yang Tian. Yang Tian diligently practiced the yin-yang transformation technique. According to his beautiful master, this martial art is the preeminent skill in the contemporary world of martial arts. When cultivated to profound depths, it purportedly allows one to seize the very essence of creation, enabling a continuous cycle of vitality that is never-ending. Legends suggest that mastering this technique to its fullest could grant eternal youth and an unceasing flow of life energy. However, Yang Tian believed that while eternal youth might be plausible, the notion of an everlasting life force was merely an exaggeration on his master's part. To translate the concept of an unending life force, is it not synonymous with immortality? If this technique possessed such extraordinary power, then Emperor Qin Shi Huang would not have needed to send Su Fu on a quest for the elixir of life, as practicing this technique would have sufficed. Nonetheless, while it may not confer immortality, Yang Tian was able to channel his internal energy into Qin Haoyan, swiftly revitalizing his exhausted body. With the aid of the yin-yang 12 needles, which possess remarkable efficacy in cleansing and rejuvenating the body, Yang Tian was able to completely transform Qin Haoyan's physique and cure his pancreatic cancer without difficulty. However, this endeavor greatly depletes Yang Tian's own energy reserves. As time flowed steadily on, everyone in the room held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Yang Tian and Qin Haoyan. Gradually, the pallor of Qin Haoyan's face began to regain a healthy hue. Contrarily, Yang Tian's complexion visibly paled. As moments passed, beads of sweat began to dot his forehead. The challenge of earning this 200 million was far more taxing than a month of dual cultivation with his master on the mountain. Truly, acquiring wealth is no easy feat. With a swift gesture, 12 silver needles simultaneously flew from Qin Haoyan's body. At last, the transaction could commence. Yang Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat weak as he addressed Qin's mother. "Is this truly sufficient?" Qin Yuyan, standing nearby, appeared incredulous. Qin's mother immediately turned her gaze towards Hu Qingyo, exclaiming, "Master Hu, please assist in examining him." Deep down, She harbored a profound trust in Hu Qingyo, for a person's reputation often casts a long shadow. With a complexion flushed and a steady, robust pulse, it was evident that he had indeed recovered. Master, you are truly the foremost healer of our time. With your expertise in traditional medicine, the revival of our practices is within reach. Hu Qingyo carefully scrutinized Qin Haoyan before stepping forward to take his pulse. He then rose abruptly, filled with overwhelming excitement, gazing at Yang Tian with eyes brimming with fervor and admiration. His expression resembled that of fervent fans idolizing their stars. Yang Tian, disinterested in the ramblings of the mad old man, had little inclination towards the revival of traditional Chinese medicine. His sole focus was on amassing wealth. He turned to Mrs. Qin and inquired, Madam Qin, may I expect the funds now? Excellent. I shall promptly arrange for the financial transfer to the aforementioned bank account. Mrs. Qin exclaimed with immense excitement, immediately reaching for her phone to make a call. Auntie, perhaps we should wait a moment longer. Uncle Qin has yet to regain consciousness. Mu Wanqing, harboring doubts about the authenticity of the charlatan she and her friend had stumbled upon, questioned whether the so-called nine-fingered divine doctor, Hu Qingyo, might also be a fraud. Was he merely collaborating with Yang Tian for monetary gain? She hastily interjected, when can we expect Master Yang to awaken my father? Mrs. Qin, still on the phone, cast an anxious glance in their direction. Are you also eager for him to regain consciousness? Yang Tian inquired earnestly. Qin Yuyan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, it's urgent, a matter of utmost urgency. It would be best if my father could awaken immediately. Yang Tian nodded, picked up the half-filled glass of cooled boiled water that Qin's mother had left on the table, and, to everyone's astonishment, splashed it onto Qin Haoyan's face with a sudden motion. What are you doing? Qin Yanran exclaimed in anger. Yang Tiandao, are you not eager for your father to awaken immediately? This is the swiftest method. You are thirsty. Please give me some water. Just as Qin Yanjin was about to speak, Qin Haoyan on the sickbed slowly opened his eyes, licked the droplets of water from his lips, and spoke weakly. Mu Wanqing's facial muscles twitched. Well, this truly is the quickest way to awaken someone. Simple and direct. Dad, you're awake. Qin Yanjin's face instantly lit up with joy. Quickly bring water. Qin's mother was nearly moved to tears. Her voice choked as she instructed the servants to fetch water for her husband, while hastily urging the finance department to transfer funds to Yang Tian. After drinking the water, Qin Haoyan, feeling much revitalized, sat up with the help of a servant and looked gratefully at Hu Qingyo. Hu, the divine doctor, I am thankful for your life-saving grace. From now on, if you ever require assistance, I, Qin Haoyan, shall do my utmost to help. Renowned throughout the realm, the nine-fingered divine doctor is someone Qin Haoyan naturally recognized and assumed was responsible for his salvation. Qin Yuan immediately pointed at Yang Tian and exclaimed, Dad, it was not the divine doctor who. It was this Master Yang whom I found who saved you. Master Yang? So young? Qin Haoyan was taken aback. Hu Qingyo wore a proud expression, declaring, Indeed, Mr. Qin, you are truly fortunate to have encountered my master. Had it not been for him today, regardless of which esteemed physician, domestic or foreign, had arrived, your life would surely have been forfeit. Ah! Qin Haoyan was stupefied, unable to reconcile the youthful figure before him, seemingly younger than his own daughter, with the master Hu Qingyo spoke of. This was utterly surreal. Chapter 17. The astonishing Shen Yuchu, however, being a man of immense wealth and status, he quickly regained his composure, smiling at Yang Tian. Then I must thank this young brother. For your life-saving grace, Qin shall undoubtedly repay you handsomely. No need for a grand reward. It is more pressing to have your company's finance department promptly transfer the funds.
Yang Tian Xiao Chuklet.
Ah! Qin Haoyan was momentarily taken aback. Qin's mother swiftly glanced at her phone and then promptly stated, Young divine doctor, the funds have been transferred. The password is 6 sixes. You may wish to verify it at a bank. All right, since the transfer has been completed, I shall take my leave. Should you require similar services in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian let out a hearty laugh and turned to leave. Although his steps appeared unremarkable, It seemed that with each stride he could cover several meters. Before the others in the bedroom could fully comprehend the situation, his figure had already vanished. A true master, indeed. Qin Haoyan couldn't help but marvel. Qin's mother quickly turned to her daughter and inquired, Yan Yan, do you have this little divine physician's contact information? Qin Yanyan shook her head. No. Instinctively, Qin Haoyan glanced at Hu Qingyo, who immediately shook his head in response. Don't look at me. I don't have it either. In the office of Shun Pharmaceutical, Shun Yuchu sat poised in her executive chair, while a tall beauty in a professional outfit reported on her work. President Shin, we have made contact with the Chu family in the provincial capital. Here is the reception plan for your review. If there are no issues, we will proceed accordingly. A flicker of worry passed through Shun Yuchu's beautiful eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Let us prepare according to this. With only 2 days remaining, she would not give up until the very last moment. Knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was rapped upon, and a junior secretary entered, reporting, President Shen, a man named Yang Tian is here to see you. Let him in, Shin Yuchu said expressionlessly. She found it somewhat curious that Yang Tian had come to the company. Had he encountered some trouble? She waved her hand, signaling her assistant to leave. Before long, Yang Tian was ushered in by the secretary. Without waiting for Shin Yuchu to speak, he placed a bank card before her. Grinning widely, the password is 6 sixes, and there are 200 million inside. What did you say? Shin Yuchu stared at Yang Tian, her mind momentarily in a state of confusion. Yang Tian smiled and said, I believe this card contains 200 million. That should suffice to resolve the crisis you are about to face. Wouldn't you agree? Are you jesting with me? Shin Yuchu rolled her eyes. Do you really think I would believe such an outrageous claim? Yang Tian settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs nonchalantly, and remarked, the card is right before you, and I've disclosed the password. It shouldn't take long to check it with a POS machine. Should it? Shin Yuchu cast a penetrating glance at Yang Tian and promptly instructed her secretary to bring a POS machine. As she swiped the card to check the balance, her breath quickened upon witnessing the lengthy string of zeros. The composed and unflappable Shin Yuchu, who had maintained her poise even in the face of adversity over the past few days, now found her hand trembling involuntarily as she held the bank card. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, fixing a fierce stare on Yang Tian and demanded, Where did this come from? I just earned it while I was out, he replied. Yang Tian smiled gracefully. Did I not mention that I would find a way regarding the money? Did you earn 200 million just this morning? Shin Yuchu gazed at Yang Tian as if he were an extraterrestrial, her voice trembling slightly. How did you manage that? Of course, it was earned through skill, he reassured her. Rest assured, I sell my talents, not my body. This money is undoubtedly clean and lawful. Yang Tian spoke casually. Shin Yuchu took a deep breath, gripping the bank card tightly in her hand. She could hardly believe that, during her most challenging moment, it was Yang Tian, the man she had been supporting, who had come to her aid. She cast a deep glance at Yang Tian and said earnestly, Consider this money a loan. I promise to repay you in the future. Oh, why discuss loans between us as husband and wife? What is mine is yours. Yang Tian waved his hand dismissively, as if the sum in question was not 200 million, but merely 2 coins. The term husband and wife caused a fleeting discomfort in Shin Yuchu's expression, as she realized she was increasingly unable to decipher this man she had casually picked up. He could be supported by her for tens of thousands a month, yet earn 200 million in just a morning. He possessed martial skills, medical knowledge, and was quite handsome. Truly, he was a man shrouded in mystery. If this fellow were indeed her husband, it would not be entirely unacceptable. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Shun Yuchu's mind, and her delicate face involuntarily flushed with color. Yang Tian noticed Shin Yuchu's unusual behavior and smiled. Why is your face suddenly flushed? Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Shin Yuchu responded with a graceful smile. Considering your remarkable qualities, it is only natural to be captivated by you. Are you lacking in self-confidence? Yang Tian chuckled. What I possess in abundance is confidence. That's wonderful. Shin Yuchu swiftly shifted the conversation and inquired, If you find yourself feeling bored, why not come work at the company as my secretary? What do you think? As Yang Tian revealed an increasing array of astonishing abilities, Shen Yuchu, the president of the company, began to form a plan in her mind to gradually intertwine Yang Tian and the Shen family. Deep within her, a powerful intuition surged. Yang Tian was a treasure, a man she could not afford to overlook. Certainly, without hesitation, Yang Tian readily agreed, as he sought every opportunity to engage with Shen Yuchu. Shen Yuchu promptly made a call and summoned the tall, elegant beauty from earlier. Tong Yen, allow me to introduce you to Yang Tian, our new secretary. Please assist him with his onboarding process. Turning to Yang Tian, she continued, this is Tong Yen, my assistant. Tong Yen appeared somewhat taken aback. It was rare for Shen Yuchu to involve herself in recruitment matters. The fact that she had bypassed the Human Resources Department to personally select a male secretary was unprecedented. After the two exchanged greetings, Shen Yuchu added, by the way, isn't there an outstanding debt with Shenzhou Tong Pharmaceutical Group that has lingered for quite some time? Tong Yen nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have instructed the legal department to gather the necessary materials in preparation for the litigation process. We have been partners with Shenzhou Tong Pharmaceutical for many years. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid damaging our relationship. I will make a trip personally to discuss the matter with General Manager Su and gauge his sentiments. As Shen Yuchu spoke, she noticed Yang Tian idly fiddling with the decorative items on the coffee table. She seized the moment to add, since Yang Tian just joined today, it would be beneficial for you to take him along. Having an additional person will also demonstrate the company's seriousness regarding this issue. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow, so I'm merely here to make up the numbers, am I? Shen Yuchu exchanged a glance with Tong Yen and smiled gently. Ahem, let us not put it that way. The main intention is to give you a sense of involvement. Yang Tian stood up and stretched lazily. Chapter 18. It feels quite long for you. Upon witnessing this, Shen Yuchu offered a helpless smile to Tong Yen and promptly advised, Shenzhou Tong has been our partner for many years. Let us not allow our relationship to become overly strained. I understand, President Shen. Tong Yen nodded and hurried out to catch up with Yang Tian. They first completed his onboarding procedures before heading to the parking lot. Tong Yen casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and inquired, Secretary Yang, shall we take your car or mine? I have a mini electric vehicle. I worry you may not be accustomed to it. Let's take yours. I don't even have a driver's license, let alone a car. Yang Tian exclaimed carelessly, you don't have a driver's license? Tong Yen was taken aback. One of the prerequisites for the position of executive secretary at the company was over a year of driving experience. She cast a deep glance at Yang Tian, smiled gently, and said nothing further as she retrieved her car keys and unlocked her vehicle. Yang Tian, unceremoniously, flung open the car door and squeezed himself inside. By the way, he said, before we pursue the debt, let us stop by a service center. I need to purchase a mobile phone and get a SIM card. Life without a phone is exceedingly inconvenient. As Tong Yen started the vehicle, Yang Tian seemed to recall something, prompting him to speak again. Tong Yen was left in stunned silence. In this day and age, could there truly be someone without a mobile phone? How did this fellow even come to know General Manager Shen? How could he have possibly gained access through the back door? The cramped confines of the mini-electric car felt even more confined with Yang Tian's height. Once settled, his peripheral gaze inadvertently drifted toward Tong Yen, particularly her chest, which was quite pronounced. Even a man as seasoned as Yang Tian found himself glancing a second time, and upon associating Tong Yan's name with the sight before him, a phrase suddenly sprang to mind. Youthful face, ample bosom. As the vehicle hit the road, Tong Yen feigned casualness and glanced at Yang Tian, inquiring, Secretary Yang, from which prestigious institution did you graduate? Coughing lightly, she added, Goodness, you didn't even finish middle school? Tong Yen, unwilling to relent, pressed on. After all, a hero's origin is of little consequence. Many CEOs of large corporations possess modest educational backgrounds, yet they possess an extraordinarily keen instinct for the market. Our company is currently facing numerous challenges, particularly with the Pan Group's recent product launch last year that has severely encroached upon our market space, leading many distributors to abandon us. Yang Tian scratched his head and remarked, I am not well versed in establishing channels, but if it involves physical confrontation, you can count on me. That's where my expertise lies. Tong Yen, after a series of attempts to gauge him, found herself utterly speechless. She realized that this man was completely ignorant of corporate management and even lacked understanding of the fundamental duties of a secretary. Furthermore, he had a penchant for absurd claims, boasting about his miraculous medical skills, asserting he could snatch souls from the clutches of the king of hell, and that a single intervention could yield 200 million. He even proclaimed himself a master, claiming that dozens of assailants could not approach him. Most incredulously, he bragged about his ability to read faces, claiming his fate was grim and calamities were imminent. He assured her not to panic, for he was destined to intervene and resolve the impending misfortunes with minimal effort. Was he not blatantly suggesting that he was her fated benefactor? Such absurdity was beyond comprehension. Tong Yan's interest in conversing with him waned completely. In silence, she led him to purchase a mobile phone, and after activating the account, they headed straight for Shenzhou Tong Medical Company. In her mind, she had concluded that this young Tian must be the incompetent offspring of a superior who had been unceremoniously placed in Shun's pharmaceutical merely to draw a salary. Her philosophy toward such individuals was to maintain respectful distance. Soon they arrived at Shenzhou Tong Medical. After stating their purpose, the receptionist promptly escorted them to an office. Upon entering, they were met by a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and bloodshot eyes, who was smoking. This man was Su Hozhao, the proprietor of Shenzhou Tong Medical. "Hello, Mr. Su." Tong Yen, who detested the smell of smoke, frowned slightly but quickly donned a smile and extended her greeting. "Ah, Assistant Tong, it is a pleasure to see you again. And who might this young gentleman be?" Su Hozhao extinguished his cigarette, smiling as he approached Tong Yen for a handshake, then glanced at Yang Tian. "This is Secretary Yang, our new addition to Mr. Shun's team," Tong Yen introduced. "Haha, so young and already serving as secretary to Mr. Shun. Truly impressive." Su Hozhao warmly invited them to take a seat and, before Tong Yen could speak, he initiated the conversation. "You are here regarding that batch of payment, I presume?" "Indeed," Tong Yen replied. "This payment has been overdue for nearly 6 months, adversely affecting the normal operations of Shun's pharmaceutical. I hope Mr. Su can settle this today." "Come now, Assistant Tong, you jest. A company as substantial as Shun's pharmaceutical cannot possibly be hindered by such a trivial amount," Su Hozhao said with a furrowed brow. "In truth, I have been following up on this matter, but alas, the company's finances are exceedingly strained. This month, I even had to mortgage my house just to pay the staff," he lamented. Tong Yen looked at Su Hozhao with a wry smile. "Mr. Su, you stated the same thing when I visited last month. This matter cannot be postponed any longer. If it drags on, we will have no choice but to pursue legal action. Let us not resort to such extremes, Assistant Tong. We are old acquaintances. Taking this to court would be most unbecoming." Su Hozhao, sensing her determination, attempted to employ the same tactics as before. However, Tong Yen interjected firmly. "Just the other day, I learned that your company invested 200 million in establishing a new logistics base." Su Hozhao was visibly taken aback, clearly unprepared for her knowledge of this development. He was indeed audacious, and Tong Yen found herself at an impasse. Just as she felt yet another effort might yield no results, Yang Tian, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Su Hozhao instinctively replied, 7 days? That seems far too short. What can be accomplished in such a brief time? 7 days may seem brief for the average person, but for someone of your stature it is quite ample, Yang Tian asserted.
Yang Tian xiao chuklet likli.
Su Hozhao furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What does that mean?" Yang Tian took a sip of tea and spoke in a calm yet deliberate manner. "What I mean is that you, Mr. Su, have merely 7 days left to live." Chapter 19. Master Yang to the rescue. Upon hearing these words, the previously jovial Su Hozhao's demeanor abruptly darkened. Tong Yen was taken aback as well. "Yang Tian, have you lost your mind?" She was about to turn to Su Hozhao to offer an apology when, with a resounding bang, Su Hozhao slammed his palm onto the desk, rising to his feet in a fit of rage. Pointing towards the door, he exclaimed furiously, "Get out! You two, leave this instant. From now on, no one from Shun Pharmaceutical is permitted to enter our company. Henceforth I, Su Hozhao, will never collaborate with Shun Pharmaceutical again." "It's a misunderstanding, Mr. Su. This is all a misunderstanding. Secretary Yang is new and he, Tong Yen desperately attempted to clarify, but was abruptly interrupted by Yang Tian. Are you certain you want us to leave? Yang Tian regarded Su Hozhao with a smile that bordered on mockery. If I leave, you shall surely face dire consequences. Su, you must ponder this carefully. Su Hozhao, in a fit of rage, responded with a sardonic grin. Are you implying that I should be grateful for your curse of death? At this moment, Tong Yen wore an expression of palpable embarrassment, fearing that Yang Tian's reckless words would further escalate the conflict. She hastily pulled him away. Yang Tian remained motionless, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Did you perhaps have a nightmare last night, Mr. Su? It seems you scarcely found rest. Moreover, this tendency for restless nights filled with nightmares began a month ago and has been intensifying, has it not? Additionally, I observe a horizontal line between your left eyebrows, one that appears fractured. In accordance with the belief that the left side pertains to males and the right to females, this suggests that your son has suffered a leg injury in recent days. Am I correct? Tong Yen could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Yang Tian, cease your nonsensical chatter. Mr. Su has but one daughter. Where would a son come from? Yang Tian remained silent, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as he gazed at Su Hozhao. At that moment, Su Hozhao's countenance had drastically changed. Yang Tian's observations were eerily accurate. His struggles with insomnia and nightmares were well known among those close to him at the company. However, the existence of his illegitimate child was a secret even his wife was oblivious to, and the fact that his clandestine son had indeed fractured his leg while being cared for by a nanny just yesterday was an absolute confidentiality. This matter was his most closely guarded secret. How could Secretary Yang deduce everything with merely a glance? A true master. He had indeed encountered someone extraordinary. Do you possess the art of physiognomy? Su Hozhao swallowed hard and inquired. Indeed. Yang Tian chuckled softly and turned to leave. Assistant Tong, since President Su has asked us to depart, let us hasten our exit. Wait, Secretary Yang, or should I say Master Yang? I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. And know this. Beside them, Tong Yen stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape, gazing in bewilderment at both Yang Tian and Su Hozhao. The pair exuded an aura of confidence, their presence undeniably striking. She could hardly fathom that the situation might take a turn for the better. It seemed that Secretary Yang's words had indeed held some truth. Could it be that this individual was not merely a second-generation slacker but a master of feng shui? Yang Tian's gaze fell upon the jade ring adorning Su Hozhao's right thumb. He remarked softly, the jade is remarkably translucent, with a pure hue, emanating a subtle chill. It must be emerald, I presume? Upon mentioning the ring, a flicker of pride involuntarily surfaced in Su Hozhao's eyes. This jade ring was procured from the Guiyuan Temple in Thailand, at a considerable expense, blessed personally by Master Hongi. Crafted from the finest emerald. There are two rings, one large and one small, with the smaller one worn by my son. He chuckled warmly at Yang Tian. Do you also possess knowledge of jade? I understand a thing or two. Yang Tian spoke with detached calmness. However, my primary intention is to inform you that this jade thumb ring carries faint traces of baleful energy. Based on my observation, this pair of jade rings were likely burial artifacts, interred underground for at least a millennium, absorbing substantial yin and malevolent qi from the tomb's occupant. After being unearthed by grave robbers, they eventually found their way into your possession. As an ordinary person, how could you withstand the erosion of 1,000 years' accumulation of yin energy within these rings? The nightmares are merely the beginning. Without prompt resolution, misfortune will soon plague you, leading to a sudden and untimely demise. Su Hozhao's countenance immediately darkened. Secretary Yang, you're gravely mistaken, he retorted with a forced smile. This jade ring was personally selected by me from premium jade in Thailand, crafted on site, and subsequently consecrated at considerable expense by the renowned Abbot Hongi of Guiyuan Temple. Are you unaware that Master Hongi is celebrated throughout Southeast Asia as a venerable monk of profound Buddhist wisdom? How could there possibly be any issue with a ring blessed by him? Setting aside whether Master Hongi truly possesses such remarkable abilities, Yang Tian countered, I ask you this. Did you witness with your own eyes Master Hongi consecrating this pair of jade rings? And how can you be certain that the rings crafted on site are indeed the very same pair you currently possess?
Yang Tian replied.
Su Hozhao, feeling somewhat displeased, inquired, "What do you mean?" Yang Tian, without uttering a word, extended his finger, directing a strand of true energy into the jade ring. As a being of innate supreme yang, his inner true energy was both forceful and dominant, inherently antagonistic to perverse entities. This infusion of energy was akin to pouring water into a boiling pot of oil. The jade ring trembled violently, releasing a surge of sinister energy. The temperature within the office plummeted by several degrees in an instant. It was freezing. Tong Yen could not help but wrap her arms around herself, shivering slightly. Her ample bosom quivered in response, drawing Yang Tian's gaze once more. Suddenly, a mournful wail, tinged with a haunting femininity, emanated from the ring, growing louder with each passing moment. Wisps of dark mist began to seep from the jade, enveloping the space. Su Hozhao's skin prickled with unease, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered. Clearly, the malevolent energy within the ring had absorbed the yang energy from him, resulting in a fusion of yin and yang that had undergone a qualitative transformation, no longer content with the slow consumption of yang energy.
Yang Tian gazet at Su Hozhao,
exclaiming, "It seeks to claim your life directly." As his words echoed in the air, a tendril of black mist twisted and transformed into a humanoid figure. Vaguely discernible, it resembled a disheveled woman. A chilling wail erupted from its mouth as it lunged menacingly toward Su Hozhao. "Oh my goodness, a ghost! Help, Master Yang! Save me!" Su Hozhao, having never encountered such a bizarre spectacle, was nearly paralyzed with fear. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching Yang Tian's leg in a panic-stricken scream. Chapter 20, truly captivating. Tong Yen's face turned as pale as a sheet, her mind a blank slate as the scene before her transcended her previous understanding. How dare these restless spirits act with such audacity? Yang Tian let out a hearty laugh, biting his finger to draw a drop of his essence blood, which he then pressed onto the forehead of the menacing shadow. Sizzle! Ah! In an instant, the sound of fatty flesh being seared by fierce flames erupted, accompanied by piercing and ear-splitting shrieks. The shadow was enveloped in billowing white smoke, its form growing increasingly tenuous until it ultimately vanished into the ether. Simultaneously, the chilling and sinister aura that had pervaded the office dissipated in an instant. Yang Tian spoke softly. "All right, the problem has been resolved. Mr. Su, you may rise now." Su Hozhao dared to lift his gaze, relieved to see that the ominous shadow had vanished. He swiftly got to his feet, his face brimming with gratitude as he said, "Master, I cannot thank you enough today. Had it not been for you, I would have met my demise." Su was inherently superstitious, a trait that had led him to Thailand in search of this pair of jade rings. Now, having witnessed Yang Tian's exorcism firsthand, he was utterly convinced of his prowess. Suddenly, a series of cracks appeared on the jade ring he wore, and with a resounding snap, it shattered into fragments. Su was taken aback, but then he remembered that his son possessed a similar ring. Anxiety washed over him as he turned to Yang Tian, pleading, "Master Yang, my son also has a ring. I implore you to intervene once more. I will instruct my finance department to transfer funds to Shin Pharmaceutical immediately. In the future, should you require anything, I, Su Hozhao, will not hesitate to face any challenge." "No need." Yang Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This jade ring is a mother-son pair. Yours is the main piece, and the vengeful spirit within has dissipated. The child's ring on your son's hand cannot exist independently. You may wish to make a call to inquire whether that ring has shattered." "Thank you, master." Su Hozhao hurriedly retrieved his mobile phone. Upon asking his son, who was hospitalized, he confirmed that the ring on his hand had indeed broken, and he instantly felt a wave of relief. He expressed his gratitude to Yang Tian and, in the presence of both Yang Tian and Tong Yen, called the finance department to settle the outstanding debt owed to Shin Pharmaceutical right then and there. As they departed from Shenzhou Tong Pharmaceutical, Tong Yen felt a bit lightheaded. On the journey back, her face radiated excitement as she turned to ask, "Secretary Yang, you are truly remarkable. At such a young age, you possess the ability to exorcise spirits? Are you a Taoist?" Her enthusiasm caused her ample bosom to sway enticingly, and with a slight movement, a button of her shirt could no longer withstand the strain and burst open, revealing a generous expanse of alabaster skin. Yang Tian's eyes glazed over, and in a distracted manner, he murmured, "Yes, I am. Truly magnificent." Tong Yen was taken aback. "What?" Yang Tian quickly looked up, feeling guilty as he said, "No, I meant that the Taoist is very fair-skinned." At this moment, Tong Yen realized what he meant, and her delicate face instantly flushed crimson. She hurriedly turned her head away, one hand clutching her chest and the other gripping the steering wheel, exclaiming shyly, "You scoundrel!" Yang Tian voiced his grievances. "Can you blame me? In a scene like that, which man could possibly resist taking a glance? Humph, I'm done with you." Meanwhile, in the conference room of Shin Pharmaceutical, the elder Shin, whose spirits had just begun to improve, was surrounded by Shin Anbong and others as they pushed him to the main seat. Once everyone was seated, Shin Anbong immediately rose, anxious to confront Shen Yuchu. "Shen Yuchu, I instructed you to apologize to young Master Pan at the Pan family, and what happened? Instead, you and your wild man went to beat him up. Now, the Pan family is fiercely targeting our Shen family's products in the secondary market, and all major distributors are clamoring to terminate their contracts with us. In a couple of days, the Chu family from the provincial capital will arrive and look at our company's account. There's barely over 1 million left. You've been president for 3 years, and now the company is on the brink of bankruptcy. You must provide us with an explanation today." Aunt Shun Hui gritted her teeth. "Shun Yuchu, you are exceedingly selfish. We painstakingly negotiated with young Master Pan, and if you had become his woman, the Pan family would have invested 100 million in us and provided substantial support. But now, for the sake of a wild man, you disregarded the family's interests. Look where we are now. The Shin family is doomed, and you must be pleased, right? You are unworthy of the Shin surname. I propose we expel Shin Yuchu from the family." Shun Huan immediately echoed, "I agree. Shun Yuchu must be expelled from the Shin family." The members of the Shin family united to attack Shin Yuchu. Observing this, Shun Long forced a smile and awkwardly said, "There's no need for this, truly unnecessary. We are all family. Can't we discuss matters civilly?" Shin Anbong glared at Shen Yuchu and demanded sternly, "Shen Yuchu, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Shen Yuchu remained calm, her face betraying no emotion. She coldly regarded the commotion before her, and after a moment of silence, when no one spoke, a faint smile graced her lips as she turned to the elder Shin, her red lips parting. "Grandfather, I believe that over the past 3 years, I have acted with a clear conscience for the family. I wonder if you are satisfied with my contributions?" The elder Shun's aged face revealed a kind smile as he nodded approvingly. "Yuchu, you have worked hard these 3 years. I am very pleased. Without you, the Shin family would not have survived to this day. You have endured much. Father, at this moment you still protect her?" Shun Anbong was enraged upon hearing this. Suddenly, the elder's expression darkened as he grabbed a cup from the table and splashed its contents onto Shun Anbong's face, shouting angrily, "Be quiet, you worthless fool! What right do you have to criticize Yuchu? If you had even a shred of usefulness, I would not need to place this heavy burden on Yuchu. Anyone in this family can criticize her, but only you elders have no right." His gaze swept across Shin Anbong and Shin Hui. "Father, you..." Shin Anbong was nearly apoplectic but dared not retort. However, Shin Hui was unabashed, defiantly stating, "Father, our company is on the verge of closing, and you still defend Yuchu? Must we all live under a bridge, eating the northwest wind, for you to be satisfied?" The elder, furious and about to explode, was interrupted by Shin Yochu's light laugh. "Aunt, who told you that our company is going to close? There's barely over 1 million left in the company account. The cash flow is about to break, and in 2 days, the Chu family will come to discuss business regarding health formulas. If we can't produce the funds, and the news leaks, all suppliers will come demanding debts, and the Shin family will be finished."
Shen ensnared.
Chairman, President. At that moment, the conference room door burst open, and the financial director rushed in, breathless with excitement. The company just received a transfer of 200 million. The remitter is Yang Tian, with no special notes. In that vast conference room, silence fell so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Who is this 200 million from? Shin Anbong was the first to react, incredulously pressing for answers. "The remitter is Yang Tian, a name I do not recognize," replied the financial director. Who is Yang Tian? How could he randomly transfer 200 million to our company?
Shen Yui questionned, bewildered.
Shen Yuchu calmly replied, this 200 million is an investment from him in his personal capacity. In fact, Shen Yuchu had introduced Yang Tian's name before, but at that time, the Shen family looked down upon him and dismissed him entirely, failing to remember his name. Now, as Shen Yuchu mentioned it, everyone was taken aback. How could this be possible?
Shen Yui exclaimed, astounded.
That country bumpkin can produce 200 million? This is truly a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Shen Anbong's expression quickly shifted as he beamed at Shen Yuchu, giving her a thumbs up in praise. Yuchu, I have always believed in you. I knew you had potential. I said someone like you, who even young Master Pan looked down upon, could never fall for a country bumpkin. It seems my intuition was indeed correct. Yang Tian must undoubtedly be a scion of a prestigious family in the provincial capital. Correct? Shun Long smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly squinted shut, nodding incessantly. Excellent. Excellent. My young Chu has found a fine son-in-law. The members of the Shin family all changed their expressions, lavishing praise upon Shin Yuchu and Yang Tian without restraint. Shin Yuchu felt a wave of exasperation within, yet this was precisely the effect she desired. Dr. Shun is no ordinary man. I have long seen through you all, each of you blind to the brilliance before you, Elder Shin remarked coolly. Shin Anbong and the others suddenly felt a bit awkward. Well, since the funds have been transferred, Yuchu, you shall take full responsibility for the negotiations with the Chu family. Once we acquire the ancient prescription in their possession, we must immediately invest in research and development. It is imperative to expedite the product's creation, Elder Shin instructed before rising to depart, needing rest after his recent illness. On the tissue lay an extensive list of medicinal herbs, precisely what Yang Tian had casually penned, claiming it was worth billions. At that moment, she had thought Yang Tian was somewhat delusional, yet now, after a single outing, he had earned 200 million, and even the renowned healer Hu Qingyo respected his medical skills, clearly marking him as a true doctor. Shin Yuchu pondered whether the prescription mentioned truly possessed the value of billions, as Yang Tian asserted, being the life-giving secret of the Sanfeng Taoist. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Shin Yuchu instinctively tucked the tissue into a folder, her irritation flaring as she looked up to see who dared to enter her office unannounced. Her expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the newcomer. Pan Chong, his head wrapped in bandages. What brings you here? She asked instinctively. I heard that the Shin Group received a 200 million investment, so I came to take a look. Pan Chong replied with a smirk. Shin Yuchu maintained a stoic expression, retorting, Thank you for your concern, Mr. Pan. If there is nothing else, please leave. I have much work to attend to. It is precisely this rebellious demeanor that captivates me. Pan Chong laughed heartily. Shin Yuchu, do you truly believe that with this 200 million, you can save Shin Pharmaceutical? I know you are negotiating with the Chu family for an ancient prescription, but alas, all of it is in vain. Are you aware that our Pan family has already formed a partnership with the Medicine King Pavilion in Kyoto to develop a brand new health product? Do you think the Chu family's prescription can compare to that of the Medicine King Pavilion? Shin Yochu's expression faltered, disbelief washing over her. But isn't the Medicine King Pavilion's prescription said to be strictly confidential? Ha! Isn't the Chu family's secret formula also claimed to be undisclosed? So why are they now discussing cooperation with a family like yours, which is hardly reputable?
Pan Chan boasted gleefully.
Everything revolves around money. Our Pan family is now one of the top health product companies in the nation. To collaborate with the Medicine King Pavilion, we made significant concessions, amounting to profits in the tens or even hundreds of billions, with a continuous influx of funds. Who could refuse such an offer? This is impossible, Shin Yuchu murmured, her complexion paling. I knew you wouldn't believe it, Pan Chong exclaimed, slapping a copy of the contract onto Shin Yuchu's desk, his face alight with triumph. Take a look. This is the contract. As Shin Yuchu picked it up, her pupils dilated in shock. It was indeed the contract between the Pan family and the Medicine King Pavilion. Thus, even if your family secures 200 million in investment and strikes a deal with the Chu family, you will ultimately find yourselves at a dead end. Pan Chong stepped forward, seizing Shun Yochu's hand, grinning wickedly. Your only path to survival is to collaborate with us. to become our secondary supplier and outsourced manufacturer. Shen Yuchu struggled fiercely. Let go of me, you scoundrel, Pan Chong threatened. Shen Yuchu, at this juncture you still resist? Do you truly wish for the Shen family to face ruin? Clenching her teeth, Shen Yuchu retorted, Get lost. Even if I have to beg on the streets, I will never marry a scoundrel like you. Give up that notion. How audacious. Pan Chong, thoroughly incensed, overturned the desk, intent on forcibly tearing Shen Yuchu's clothing. You are the first woman in Jiang City to dare refuse me. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Today, I shall have my way with you and see how you differ from other women. Shen Yuchu fought back desperately, warning, Beast, are you not afraid of provoking Yang Tian? Pan Chong sneered, Humph, if that country bumpkin dares to come. Next year on this day will be his memorial. My bodyguards are stationed outside with firearms. If he shows up, he will be met with bullets. You've lost your mind. Shen Yuchu gasped, horrified. In the nation, firearms were strictly prohibited. The use of such weapons would unleash chaos, and even the Pan family's power could not contain the fallout. Indeed, I have lost my mind for you, so do not resist, but rather fulfill my heartfelt desire. Pan Chong leered as he pinned Shen Yuchu to the desk, preparing to tear at her trousers. Bang! Just as despair enveloped Shen Yuchu, the office door was violently kicked open. Chapter 22. This secretary is exceedingly fierce. Scoundrel! Release your grip. Yang Tian's gaze, frigid as ice, fell upon the scene before him. Yang Tian, save me. Despair-stricken, Shen Yuchu nearly wept with joy upon seeing Yang Tian's arrival. How did you get in? Yet before he could finish his sentence, he was propelled backward like a mere plaything, crashing violently against the wall with a resounding thud before collapsing to the ground. With a splatter, a copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth, his pallor as pale as a sheet, clearly indicating severe internal injuries. Before he could catch his breath, Yang Tian had already pursued him, tightening his grip around Shen Yuchu's neck and hoisting him into the air. How dare you harbor ill intentions towards my wife? Have you the audacity of a bear or the temerity of a leopard? Or are you simply fearless of death? Yang Tian coldly fixed his gaze upon Pan Chong, who found it increasingly difficult to breathe. His face had turned a deep shade of purple, and his legs flailed helplessly as he desperately attempted to pry Yang Tian's grip apart. Alas, Yang Tian's hold was as unyielding as a vice, refusing to budge. As Pan Chang's eyes began to roll back and his struggles weakened, it became evident that he was on the precipice of death. Enveloped in the shadow of mortality, fear and regret filled Pan Chang's eyes. Just as despair threatened to consume him, Shen Yuchu, sensing the urgency of the situation, rushed forward and grasped Yang Tian's arm, exclaiming anxiously, Yang Tian, please release him. He is on the verge of death. Yang Tian coldly remarked, such scum deserves to die. Today, I shall act as the instrument of justice. While he indeed deserved his fate, it was unacceptable for him to meet his end so brazenly at Yang Tian's hands. Shen Yuchu glanced outside the door, where, due to the commotion, numerous individuals from the company stood in astonishment, witnessing the unfolding scene. With urgency, she implored, Pan Chong is the eldest son of the Pan family. Though he has committed transgressions, the law may not hold him accountable. However, should you take his life, the law will surely punish you, and my Shen family will face ruin as well. This world is harsh and unforgiving. A small act of restraint can preserve a greater plan. Spare him this time. As she spoke, her hand gently rested upon Yang Tian's, her eyes filled with earnest pleading. Yang Tian fell into a moment of silence, then suddenly flashed a grin, releasing his grip. All right, let him go this time. Thank you. Shen Yuchu breathed a sigh of relief, and Pan Chong experienced a sense of miraculous escape. Yet, in the very next instant, Yang Tian delivered a swift kick with lightning speed, and with two sharp cracks, Pan Chang's knees were utterly shattered. Ag! Pan Chong writhed on the ground, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Shen Yuchu was left in stunned disbelief. While death may be evaded, the hardships of life remain inescapable. Let this fellow be condemned to a lifetime in a wheelchair.
Yang Tian flashed a grin,
causing the onlooking employees of Shen Pharmaceutical at the entrance to feel a shiver run down their spines. Whispers began to circulate, Isn't that person who was struck the young master of the Pan family? I've heard he's been fervently pursuing our president. It's said that this individual has just been specially appointed as the president's secretary today. This secretary is rather formidable. Even Tong Yen, who had already witnessed Yang Tian's prowess earlier that day, felt a chill creep up her back. The company was undoubtedly facing a significant predicament. She took a deep breath and cautiously entered the office, asking, "President Shin, how should we handle this now?" Shin Yu-chu inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and pondered for a moment. When she reopened her eyes, her expression was serene, betraying no hint of emotional turmoil. "Notify the security department to send 2 individuals to escort young Master Pan to the hospital. The company will initially cover the medical expenses. Everyone present today is to maintain strict confidentiality. All mobile phones must be surrendered for inspection, and any related videos or photographs must be deleted. Should anyone be found leaking information, they will be promptly dismissed." She issued her commands with authority. Pan Chong, lying on the ground, was now thoroughly intimidated, daring not to utter a single threat or make any eye contact with Yang Tian, fearful of inciting the wrath of this madman once more. Soon the situation was quelled, and as Pan Chong was carried away, he finally comprehended why the heavily paid armed bodyguards he had hired had failed to come to his aid. They were all unconscious at the entrance of Shun Yochu's office, for bodyguards had been incapacitated, and he had not even heard the slightest commotion from within. What kind of power was this? Regret washed over Pan Chong. He lamented his impatience, realizing he should have waited for the Qinglong Society to eliminate Yang Tian. Then Shin Yu-chu would have been at his mercy. Before long, only Shin Yu-chu, Yang Tian, and Tong Yen remained in the office. Yang Tian grabbed a cloth and began to wipe away the bloodstains left by Pan Chong on the floor. Shin Yu-chu leaned wearily against a chair, her expression one of deep fatigue. Tong Yen stepped forward to offer comfort, saying, "General Manager Shun, the ordeal has passed. Fortunately, Secretary Yang arrived in time and you have not sustained any serious harm. There is no need to dwell on it." With her eyes closed, Shin Yu-chu suddenly spoke. "The Pan family has reached an agreement with the Kyoto Medicine King Pavilion to utilize their reputedly secret health preservation formula to jointly develop a new health product for the market. Do you think our collaboration with the Chu family still holds any merit?" "What? The Pan family has partnered with the Medicine King Pavilion?" Tong Yen was taken aback, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation as the chief assistant. After a moment of careful consideration regarding Shun Yochu's question, she replied cautiously, "While the odds may be slim, if we do not pursue collaboration with the Chu family, we would be merely awaiting our fate, which is not your style. Indeed, we cannot remain passive." Shun Yu-chu slowly opened her eyes, a determined glint shining within them. "Even if there is only a 10% chance of success, we must contend with the Pan family to the very end." Upon entering the villa, Yang Tian's expression shifted dramatically. There was someone in the bedroom. Sensing something amiss, Shin Yu-chu inquired, "What is it?" "There's an intruder in the house." "Wait here, I will go check." Yang Tian gestured for Shin Yu-chu and the others to remain outside as he ascended to the second floor. Upon entering the bedroom, he swiftly scanned the room, only to find it empty. However, it wasn't long before he detected the sound of breathing emanating from the bathroom. Concealed within the bathroom, Yang Tian narrowed his eyes and, with a decisive push, swung open the bathroom door. With his formidable strength, he was naturally unfazed by a mere petty thief. However, in the next instant, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Upon opening the door, he found no menacing intruder lurking within. Instead, 2 slender, delicate legs emerged from the bathtub, leading his gaze upward to a stunning young lady, her features exquisitely refined and her porcelain skin radiant, gazing at him in sheer terror. Instinctively, she clasped her hands over her ample bosom, her legs crossing abruptly in an attempt to conceal her modesty. Yet, no matter how swift her movements, they could not outpace the keen observation of Yang Tian. In that moment, an uncontrollable rush of blood surged from his nose. "Oh dear wife, come quickly. A rogue woman has invaded our home," he exclaimed, turning on his heel and bolting from the scene. Li Jiasen, her mouth agape and about to let out a shriek, froze in place, her mind momentarily muddled. Chapter 23. "Come here." Darling Shin Yu-chu rushed in, her expression one of astonishment upon spotting the girl in the bathroom. "Justin, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed. Li Justin and Shin Yuchu shared an exceptionally close friendship, having been classmates from middle school through university. Their bond was akin to that of sisters. Justin often visited Shin's home and occasionally stayed overnight. When Shin was busy, she would sometimes hand over the house keys to Justin. However, she had not anticipated the presence of Yang Tian on this occasion. Embarrassed and furious, Justin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Upon seeing Shun Yuchu, she quickly implored, "You must get this guy to leave." Shun Yuchu turned to see Yang Tian, still unabashedly staring at Justin in the bathtub. Enraged, she could not restrain herself and delivered a swift kick to his backside. "You scoundrel, have you had your fill of ogling? Get out now." Yang Tian protested. "This is unjust. How was I to know you were acquainted? I merely thought I had encountered a female thief. Naturally, I had to keep a watchful eye on her." Shin Yuchu, amused yet exasperated, retorted, "If you weren't bleeding from your nose, I might have believed this absurd tale." Ahem. Even with a face as thick as a city wall, Yang Tian couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. He coughed awkwardly and turned to leave. "Yuchu, who is that individual? How could they so casually enter your room?" After Yang Tian departed, Li Justin finally rose from the bathtub, drying her body while inquiring, "Could it be your boyfriend?" Shin Yuchu responded with a wry smile, "My husband." "Ah!" Li Justin's cherry lips parted wide enough to swallow an egg, her impressive bosom trembling in astonishment. If Yang Tian were to witness this scene, he would likely suffer a nosebleed. "How could you claim we are sisters when you didn't even inform me of your marriage? Truly a superficial sisterhood." Li Justin pouted in disappointment. Moments later, Shun Yuchu sighed and recounted the entire saga of her sham marriage with Yang Tian. Li Justin listened, aghast and somewhat sympathetic. "You are making such great sacrifices for the Shin family, Yuchu. Actually, Yang Tian has surprised me quite a bit. At times, I even think that if the pretense were to become reality, it wouldn't be so bad." Shin Yuchu chuckled lightly, "But enough about me, Justin. Are you feeling any better?" "It's worsened. I fainted just yesterday, and the doctor said there isn't much time left." Li Justin's tone turned somber, but then she suddenly burst into laughter, her hands playfully grasping Shun Yuchu's bosom. "Come on, darling, let me have some fun. There may not be another chance." Taken by surprise, Shun Yuchu screamed "ah," but quickly retaliated. The two stunning beauties began to frolic and wrestle in the bathroom, filling the space with youthful exuberance and boundless beauty. Half an hour later, as Yang Tian in the living room felt an insatiable itch, the two women emerged, their faces flushed. "Yang Tian, this is my good sister, Li Justin." Shin Yuchu introduced them to each other. "Hello, beautiful," Yang Tian greeted with a sincere smile. Li Justin, somewhat haughtily, replied with a scoff, "Humph, go on, you've seen me completely. How do you intend to compensate me?" In truth, my meticulous gaze earlier was not for the sake of taking advantage. Yang Tian wore a serious expression. Li Justin rolled her eyes, remarking, "Is it to catch a thief, then?" Yang Tian Dao, "No, it is to treat your illness. Your condition is quite severe. Fortunately, you encountered me today. Otherwise, you would have had at most a month to live." Li Justin was taken aback. "Are you a doctor?" At this moment, Shin Yuchu also realized that Yang Tian was the miraculous physician who had healed her grandfather. Perhaps he could indeed cure Justin's ailment. She hastily interjected, "Yes, Justin, Yang Tian's medical skills are exceptional. My grandfather was in a dire state, and even the renowned doctor Hu Qingyo was powerless. It was Yang Tian who intervened and restored my grandfather's health. You should let him examine you. He may very well be able to heal you." Yang Tian smiled and said, "Miss Li, please take a seat. Allow me to feel your pulse." "All right," Li Justin replied as she settled onto the sofa, playfully winking at Yang Tian. "I hope I'm not troubling you, brother-in-law." However, beneath her light-hearted demeanor, Li Justin harbored doubts about Yang Tian's abilities as a healer, and she was skeptical that he could remedy her condition. After all, true masters of medicine, whether in traditional or modern practices, are typically of advanced age. It was hard to believe that someone so young could possess such skills. Agreeing was merely a gesture to honor her friend. In contrast, Shin Yuchu had witnessed Yang Tian's medical prowess firsthand, and she watched anxiously as he took Li Justin's pulse. As soon as he released his hold, she eagerly inquired, "Yang Tian, what do you think? Is there a solution?" Li Justin, on the other hand, appeared remarkably composed, seemingly wanting to alleviate any pressure on Yang Tian. She cheerfully reassured him, "Brother-in-law, do not feel burdened. I have consulted numerous experts and professors, and they have all been at a loss." Yang Tian nodded and said, "Congenital heart failure is indeed quite challenging to treat, to be honest. Yes, it is unfortunate that I—" Suddenly, he paused. "Wait, you said it is difficult to treat, not impossible to cure?" Li Justin replied with a smile, but as she spoke, her eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Yang Tian, her entire being frozen in place. Yang Tian nodded, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Indeed, it is somewhat intricate, yet recovery is certainly attainable. However, the process may be protracted, as the heart is rather delicate and requires a gradual and nurturing approach. Li Justin's frail figure suddenly trembled slightly. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure, yet when she turned her gaze back to Yang Tian, her eyes were still glistening with unshed tears, and her voice quivered uncontrollably. "Yang Tian, if you can truly heal me, I am willing to give everything. Just say the word, and whatever I possess shall be yours." At that moment, Shin Yuchu felt a pang of sorrow as well. Her dear friend, so young, was facing the end of her life. The turmoil within her was palpable, yet a glimmer of hope had emerged. She could deeply relate to the feeling of being on the brink of despair yet finding a chance for survival. With utmost seriousness, she gazed earnestly at Yang Tian. "Yang Tian, you must save Justin. I implore you. Rest assured it is in my hands. As a doctor, healing the sick is my solemn duty." Yang Tian smiled and was about to discuss his subsequent treatment plan when, suddenly, the villa's main door was violently flung open. A group of burly, menacing figures stormed inside, led by a bald giant. As he entered, his gaze fixated on Yang Tian, and with a sinister grin, he taunted, "You must be Yang Tian. Someone has paid a handsome price to have you incapacitated. If you wish to suffer less, you might consider crippling yourself. However, should my brothers take action, and if they lose control of their strength, don't blame me for the consequences." Chapter 24. "I, Lin Wudi, am here. Who dares to act recklessly? Who are you?" Before Yang Tian could utter a word, Shin Yuchu, with a frosty demeanor, rose to her feet and rebuked fiercely, "I am Shin Yuchu, the president of Shun Pharmaceutical. The bodyguards of my family will arrive shortly. You may leave now, and I will consider this encounter as though it never occurred." "Ah, so it's President Shin," the bald man scoffed, a mocking glint in his eyes as he turned to Yang Tian. "Boy, are you so cowardly that you can only cower behind a woman?" "Bald snake." The utterance of that name caused both Shin Yuchu and Li Justin to change color. "This is bad. This fellow is a renowned enforcer of the Qinglong Society," Li Justin said, her face paling. "It is said that he is a martial arts master. Damn it, where does this little pup get the audacity to act so brazenly?" The bald snake, incensed, waved his hand and commanded, "Brothers, draw your weapons." His entourage of lackeys promptly brandished their machetes. "A bunch of worthless trash." Yang Tian let out a cold laugh, ready to strike first. "Yang Tian, don't act impulsively. The Qinglong Society is backed by the King of Jiangnan. If this escalates, the consequences will be dire." Shin Yuchu hurriedly grabbed hold of him. "The King of Jiangnan? What sort of entity is that? The name certainly sounds intimidating." Yang was puzzled. The King of Jiangnan ruled over the entire underground world of Jiangnan, and all the underground forces in Jiangcheng were subservient to him, with the Qinglong Society being merely one of them. Shin Yuchu provided some insight, then, with a grave expression, stated, "It must be the Pan family orchestrating this in the shadows. This is a cunning strategy to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. You must not fall for it." Ruling over the entire underground world of Jiangnan? Yang Tian narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Is it truly that impressive? The bald man, known as Bald Snake, laughed arrogantly. "Haha, kid, if you understand the power of the Azure Dragon Society, spare us the chatter. Kneel down obediently, and I shall grant you a quick end, sparing you further suffering." Bald Snake, while acknowledging the formidable influence of the Azure Dragon Society, was met with unwavering defiance by Shin Yuchu. My Shin family is no mere plaything, she retorted coldly. If you seek to provoke, brothers, advance. Losing his patience, Bald Snake waved his hand, and his henchmen brandished their machetes, lunging towards Yang Tian. Stop! I Lin Wudi am here. Who dares to act recklessly? At that moment, a commanding voice bellowed from outside. Before anyone could react, a figure surged into the throng of ruffians like a tiger among sheep. In less than 3 minutes, the gang led by Bald Snake lay sprawled on the ground. Lin Wudi stood before Shin Yuchu, hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive as he fixed a cold gaze on Bald Snake. Bald Snake, depart. I, Lin Wudi, have roamed the martial world of Jiangqing for 2 decades, undefeated. While I stand here, you cannot harm Yang Tian in the slightest. His aura, stance, and demeanor spoke of an unparalleled master, instantly captivating Li Jiasun. Yucho, is this your family's bodyguard? He is truly remarkable, she exclaimed in awe. Shen Youchu's lips twitched. Had she not witnessed Lin Wudi being humiliated by the Pan family, she too would have been impressed. Brother Snake, this man is a martial artist. One of the henchmen struggled to rise, his face grave as he looked at Lin Wudi. Undefeated? Allow me to test your mettle. A glint of cold light flashed in Bald Snake's eyes. With a sudden thrust of his foot, he launched himself at Lin Wudi like an arrow released from its bow, delivering a powerful punch midair. With a fierce wind generated by the force of his strike, Shin Yuchu instinctively shut her eyes. What audacity! Lin Wudi roared, retaliating with a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided with a resounding crash. By heavens, a master of hidden strength. In the next moment, Lin Wudi's expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped. A potent surge of internal energy coursed through his fist into his body, and despite his efforts to withstand it, he was sent sprawling like a deflated balloon. With a loud thud, he crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured internally. Damn it! How dare you flaunt such meager strength? Bald Snake sneered, intent on not letting Lin Wudi off so easily, as he strode toward him menacingly. Brother Yang, save me. Lin Wudi's face turned pale as he scrambled to cling to Yang Tian's leg in desperation. Li Jiasun stood in shock, her mouth agape. The image of Lin Wudi as an unparalleled master shattered in an instant. Why do you even bother pretending? Yang Tian rolled his eyes. Lin Wudi was on the verge of tears, feeling wronged. How was I to know that such a master of hidden strength would suddenly become so commonplace after 20 years of navigating Jiangqing? Anyone who dares to harm my Qinglong society deserves to die. At that moment, Bald Snake let out a furious roar. His face contorted with rage, charging at the 2 like a famished wolf. Even before he arrived, the force of his punch swept toward them. Yang Tian, be careful. Li Jiasun's face turned pale as she exclaimed. Get lost. Yang Tian let out a cold laugh and raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. With a loud smack, the bald-headed snake received a forceful blow to his face, leaving his head ringing. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, shattering the floor tiles beneath him. Chapter 25. Healing the entire villa hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. No one could have anticipated that the bald-headed snake, a renowned enforcer of the Qinglong Society and a legitimate martial arts master, would be defeated in a single move by Yang Tian. Li Jiasun gazed at Yang Tian with sparkling eyes, her excitement evident as she exclaimed, You, Yao Chu, where on earth did you find such a remarkable husband? Could you possibly introduce me? I wish to find one as well. Although Shin Yao Chu was already aware of Yang Tian's prowess in martial arts, having witnessed it once at the Pan family gathering, she was nonetheless taken aback when he once again demonstrated his formidable skills before her. Her expression became complex as she replied, It may prove quite difficult to find another like him. At that moment, the bald-headed snake had managed to rise to his feet, staring at Yang Tian in disbelief and stammered, You are a master of transformation? In Jiangqing, external martial artists like Lin Wudi were already esteemed guests among the prominent families. Masters of internal strength were considered the pinnacle of martial prowess, with figures like Elder Gu from the Pan family and the higher-ups of the Qinglong Society belonging to this elite echelon. Yet, a master of transformation, A figure thought to exist only in legends now stood before him, and so remarkably young at that. The bald-headed snake was truly shaken. You are not worthy to know my strength. Very well, young man, you dare to insult the king of Jiangnan. I shall convey your words in their entirety. Furious at Yang Tian's disdain, the bald-headed snake stormed off, leaving with his subordinates in a disheveled state, bloodied and battered. As soon as the bald-headed snake departed, Lin Wudi quickly got back on his feet. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, Brother Tian, while your abilities are indeed impressive, it is unwise to provoke the king of Jiangnan. This man is truly talented. He could easily be old enough to be your father, and yet he calls you Brother Tian without a hint of awkwardness. Oh, the king of Jiangnan is formidable? Yang Tian regarded him with a raised brow, acknowledging his formidable strength. Indeed, he was said to be invincible. It was rumored that he was the legendary master of martial arts, commanding 12 fierce generals, each a master at the transformation level of martial prowess. To offend him would be exceedingly unwise. Master of martial arts? Xin Yuchu expressed her bewilderment. The hierarchy of martial arts encompasses external force, concealed force, transformative force, and mastery. Lin Wudi, with a grave demeanor, elucidated. A master is one who can establish a school and perpetuate a legacy of martial excellence for millennia. Even the apparatus of the state must treat such individuals with reverence, honoring them as esteemed guests. Even if they were to commit murder in broad daylight, none would dare hold them accountable. Such figures exist in a realm entirely distinct from us ordinary mortals. Such strength? Li Jusin gasped, her concern for Yang Tian mounting. The formidable Jiangnan king posed a significant threat. Should Yang Tian provoke him, the consequences could be dire. Shun Yuchu, sensing the anxiety, hastily offered reassurance. Yang Tian, do not fret, you have not directly provoked him. A person of Jiangnan king's stature is unlikely to stoop to such trivialities. Ah, you don't think I speak lightly, do you? Upon hearing this, Yang Tian maintained an air of nonchalance, declaring, I am a man of my word. Should the so-called king of Jiangnan provoke my ire, I would effortlessly send him crashing into the wall, leaving him unable to extricate himself. Xin Yuchu,
Liaxin.
Lin Wudi could not help but give Yang Tian a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother Tian, I, Lin Wudi, have roamed Jiangcheng for 2 decades, never bowing to anyone. Yet now, I find myself in awe of you. In the realm of bravado, you are truly an invincible presence, and I aspire to learn from you. Without your existence, Brother Yang Tian, the realm of bravado would remain engulfed in eternal darkness. Slap! Yang Tian struck him with a resounding slap, sending him sprawling to the ground. Do not boast about your 2 decades of dominance in Jiangcheng, lest you find yourself beaten like a dog once more. Lin Wudi remained silent. Just then, Li Jusin's complexion turned suddenly pale. She clutched her chest, sinking to the ground in evident distress. Jusin, has your illness flared up? Did you bring your medication? Shun Yuchu immediately crouched down with a concerned expression, reaching into her pocket to retrieve something. Yang Tiandao, there is no need for medication. It merely addresses the symptoms without tackling the root cause. Take her to the bedroom. I shall assist in her treatment and stabilize her condition. Very well. Shun Yuchu asked Lin Wudi to remain behind to manage the damage caused by the bald-headed snake and his associates, and then she supported Li Jusin as they made their way to the bedroom, gently laying her down on her own bed. Subsequently, Shun Yuchu turned and inquired, Yang Tian, shall I prepare any instruments? Perhaps silver needles? I can have someone fetch them immediately. Yang Tiandao, there is no need for that. I will first employ traditional methods to perform a full-body massage, thereby strengthening her physique. Later, I shall arrange for her to stay in a room for a month of nurturing, and she should be well on her way to recovery. Xin Yuchu looked on in astonishment. Can heart disease truly be treated through massage? Yang Tian raised an eyebrow. Do you doubt my medical skills? Xin Yuchu appeared somewhat conflicted. She had witnessed Yang Tian heal her grandfather with her own eyes. However, the notion of treating congenital heart disease through full-body massage seemed rather far-fetched, even to her, despite her lack of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine. In fact, had it been someone else, she might have suspected ulterior motives. masquerading under the guise of healing while actually seeking to take advantage of Li Jiasun. Let my brother-in-law give it a try. I have faith in him. On the bed, Li Jiasun revealed a faint, weary smile, struggling to speak. Yang Tian's swift defeat of the bald-headed snake had left a profound impression on her, and she felt inclined to take a gamble. After all, things couldn't possibly worsen. To put it another way, even if Yang Tian were indeed attempting to exploit this opportunity for his own gain, Li Jiasun would accept it. At least the man was rather handsome, and she did not find him entirely repugnant. Shen Yuchu looked at Yang Tian with a pleading expression. All right, Yang Tian, to me, Jiasun is like a sister. You must do everything in your power to heal her. Rest assured. Yang Tian nodded and then gestured for Shen Yuchu to leave. This time, the information was rather confidential, and he preferred not to have anyone watching nearby. Shen Yuchu comforted Li Jiasun with a few words before turning to depart. Li Jiasun, with a somewhat carefree smile, said, "Brother-in-law, we can begin the treatment now. How can I assist you? Please remove your clothing." Yang Tian Dao. Chapter 26. It's truly marvelous, all right, Brother Tian. Li Jiasun responded with delightful ease, playfully winking at Yang Tian. She then proceeded to remove her clothing with remarkable decisiveness. This left Yang Tian somewhat taken aback. He had initially prepared a discourse on the impartiality of a physician, emphasizing the absence of gender, focusing solely on the patient, but it seemed that such words were rendered unnecessary. Before long, Li Jiasun was clad in nothing but a delicate pair of undergarments. Her porcelain-like skin was unveiled before Yang Tian, offering an almost unabashed display. A faint blush crept across her delicate features, and combined with her pallid complexion, it exuded an air of morbid allure, enhancing her overall charm and elegance. With a slight tremor in her voice, Li Jiasun inquired, "Brother Tian, should I also remove the undergarment?" Yang Tian gradually circulated his internal energy, calming the restlessness within his body. In as composed a tone as he could muster, he said, "Yes, please undress. I need to perform a full-body massage on you, ensuring that no vital point is overlooked." Just moments ago, he had almost experienced a nosebleed. This was not due to any lewdness on Yang Tian's part. Rather, he possessed an innate yang constitution, which meant his vital energy was significantly more abundant than that of an ordinary person, resulting in a much stronger demand. It was entirely natural for his blood and energy to surge in response to such stimuli. "Very well, let us begin." Li Jiasun did not hesitate, immediately complying with Yang Tian's instructions. Yang Tian cast aside all distractions, concentrating the vital energy within his body into his palms, which he gently placed upon the proud form of Li Jiasun, gradually beginning to knead. The essence of his energy slowly permeated into Li Jiasun's being. At that moment, his expression was utterly serious, and his gaze was clear and unclouded by any thoughts. Yang Tian's hands danced upon Li Jiasun's body, akin to an artist perfecting a masterpiece destined for posterity. At that moment, Li Jiasun resembled a freshly steamed lobster, her entire form awash in crimson hues. Her hands clutched the sheets tightly, and she bit down on her lips, striving to suppress any sound that might escape her. Suddenly, Yang Tian delivered a sharp slap to her body. Ah! Li Jiasun cried out, startled like a frightened bird. In the next instant, she pressed her hands firmly against her lips, her face resembling a ripe peach, flushed to the point of seemingly bleeding. Yang Tiandao, well, it's time to conclude for now. I will prescribe a regimen for you. After a month of continuous medication, you should be nearly cured. You can put on your clothes now. Take a moment to feel how much better you are. Yes, I feel much better. With a decisive snap, she closed the door. Leaning against the wall, her heart raced wildly, and beads of sweat covered her body. "Jiasun, what's wrong?" Hearing the commotion, Shen Yuchu, who had been waiting outside, immediately pushed the door open and entered with a look of concern. Li Jiasun sank into the bathtub, the cold water soothing her, bringing a sense of calm that washed away all her previous fanciful thoughts. It was then that she realized the transformation in her body, exclaiming with delight, "It's nothing. I feel so much better, warm all over, and quite comfortable. I seem to have gained a lot of strength. Brother Tian is truly remarkable. Is it really that magical?" Upon hearing this, Shun Yuchu couldn't help but glance at Yang Tian, overwhelmed by a sense of disbelief. How had such an extraordinary man come into her life, and all for a mere 50,000 a month? Indeed, Brother Tian is incredible. I feel so light when I breathe. The previous sense of effort has vanished entirely. Li Jusin marveled from behind the door. Yang Tian smiled warmly as he looked at Shun Yuchu. Do you still doubt your husband's medical skills? The emphasis on the word husband was unmistakable. Shun Yuchu gazed at Yang Tian, her smile radiant. For the first time, she refrained from reminding him of their pretense as a married couple. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Qinglong Society, the notorious president, Zhang Jixiong, narrowed his eyes at the bald snake before him. At that moment, the four masters of the Qinglong Society, known as the Four Great Kings, wore grim expressions, their anger palpable. Finally, Zhang Jixiong broke the oppressive silence. Has that brat truly become this audacious? Does he dare to insult the king of Jiangnan? The bald snake gritted his teeth. Indeed, my brothers who accompanied me heard it firsthand. That kid is exceedingly arrogant, showing no respect for our Qinglong society whatsoever. If we do not eliminate him, how can we continue to hold our heads high? Yes, if the king of Jiangnan learns of this, he will surely be furious. It appeared that the Qinglong society had maintained a low profile for too long, causing many to lose their respect for them. Brother Xiong, I will personally take care of this brat. The four great kings voiced their agreement. Yang Tian, Zhang Jixiong pondered for a moment and slowly said, this name is quite unfamiliar. He likely does not belong to any prominent family. He then fixed a serious gaze on the bald snake. Are you certain he is a master of transformation? The notion of a transformation master in his 20s was indeed astonishing to him. The bald snake replied, he killed me with a single move. I believe only a master of transformation could achieve such a feat. The proud Eastern king, Lu Kan, scoffed immediately. Ha! You are merely an initial dark energy practitioner. It is one thing to bully lesser opponents, but against a true master, you are easily defeated. The bald snake's face flushed with indignation, his frustration palpable yet unexpressed. The northern king, Yubo, concurred. Indeed, I believe the bald snake is exaggerating. A dark energy warrior at 20 is already a rare genius. A transformation master at that age would be nothing short of a prodigy. Such a character could not possibly linger in a small place like Jiangqing. Zhang Jixiong shared this sentiment and nodded at Yubo. Yu, I entrust this matter to you. Engage with this lad and offer him the best conditions to invite him to join our Qinglong society. The bald snake's eyes widened in disbelief. Boss, he has slapped our Qinglong society in the face. And you wish to invite him to join us? Yes, boss, he has humiliated us. And we are to grovel before him? That is utterly disgraceful. I disagree. When has our Qinglong society ever endured such indignity? The upper echelon of the Qinglong society voiced their opposition collectively. You all fail to understand, Zhang Jixiong said solemnly. The martial world is not merely about fighting. It revolves around relationships and connections. A great man once said that to navigate the martial world, one must gather more friends and fewer enemies. This lad is merely 20 years old and already at least a mid-level dark energy master. Who among you can guarantee to subdue him in one strike? As he spoke, Zhang Jixiong scanned the faces of the four great kings, all of whom frowned, yet none stepped forward to make any guarantees. The bald snake, despite being an initial dark energy master, could not be disregarded, having been defeated in a single move. Yubo suggested we could attack him together. Can you ensure there will be no unexpected outcomes? What if he suddenly unleashes his full power, and it results in mutual destruction? Who can guarantee there will be no casualties? Zhang Jixiong replied nonchalantly. Remember, we are here to seek fortune, not to engage in reckless confrontations. Approach him. If he is wise, he will become our ally, and everything can be discussed amicably. The consequences of Yang Tian's potential foolishness remained unspoken, yet everyone understood the implications clearly. Yubo nodded in agreement. Understood. Time flowed like water, and soon 2 days passed. This day marked the collaboration talks between the Chu family and Shin Pharmaceutical. At the entrance of Shin Pharmaceutical, in a bid to exhibit utmost sincerity, Shun Yuchu personally awaited the arrival of the Chu family representatives alongside the company's senior executives. However, it was the peak of summer, and the heat was stifling. Before long, Everyone was drenched in sweat. After waiting for an extended period, and seeing that the others were on the verge of heatstroke, Shen Yuchu wiped the sweat from her forehead and inquired urgently of Tong Yen, "Where are the Chu family members?" Tong Yen, equally anxious, noted that the agreed-upon time had long passed. She quickly dialed the phone to communicate with the other side. However, her expression soon soured as she reported, "They are not answering." The increasingly impatient Shin Anbong exclaimed, "What does the Chu family mean by this? Do they not wish to collaborate? Indeed, we are all about to suffer from heatstroke. What is this nonsense? The Chu family is being exceedingly unreasonable, showing no regard for Shin Pharmaceutical." The senior executives of Shin Pharmaceutical chimed in, their voices rife with complaints. At that moment, Yang Tian lounged in his office, casually enjoying watermelon while gleefully scrolling through his phone. Although Shin Yuchu had previously asked him to wait at the entrance, he had bluntly refused. "What nonsense! A mere Chu family does not warrant my attention. I can wait." Grinding her teeth, Shin Yuchu recognized that collaborating with the Chu family was Shin Pharmaceutical's only hope for a turnaround, and though frustrated, she could only endure. Just then, an employee stationed at the entrance sprinted over, beaming with excitement. "They've arrived. The Chu family's convoy is here." Instantly, the Shin family members perked up. Sure enough, moments later, a line of sleek black Maybachs rolled into view, culminating in a modified Lexus Alfred. The convoy came to a halt, and 12 bodyguards clad in matching suits stepped out of the Maybachs. Following this, the door of the Alfred swung open, and the bodyguards stepped forward, holding umbrellas. The first to emerge was a stunning woman in a strapless dress and high heels, her figure alluring. Upon exiting the vehicle, she scrutinized her surroundings, particularly casting a disdainful glance at the Shun Pharmaceutical headquarters. Following her was a haughty young man with slicked back hair. The two stood on either side of the car door. Next, a middle-aged man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, appearing to be in his 50s and expressionless, descended from the vehicle. This man was none other than the central figure in the negotiations for the Chu family, Chu Zhinshan. Upon recognizing him, Shun Yuchu felt a surge of joy. Chu Zhinshan was undoubtedly a core member of the Chu family, and his presence indicated their serious regard for the collaboration. "Hello, Mr. Chu." Shin Yuchu greeted warmly, striding forward with enthusiasm. "Let us go inside and discuss," Chu Zhinshan stated, completely ignoring her outstretched hand, walking straight toward the Shin Pharmaceutical headquarters with an air of arrogance. Shin Yuchu's hand hung awkwardly in the air, her smile turning slightly awkward. Yet, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, displaying a professional smile as she hurried to catch up, walking alongside Chu Zhinshan and initiating the introduction of Shin Pharmaceutical. The woman donned a strappy dress that revealed two delicate, pale curves, paired with high heels that caused her to sway enticingly as she walked, capturing the attention of several senior executives from Shin Pharmaceutical. However, her haughty and disparaging remarks instantly ignited fury among the Shin representatives. It was well known that the Chu family held a prestigious position in the provincial city, looking down upon the Shin family, leaving the latter feeling powerless. "Let us proceed to the conference room," Shin Yuchu said, taking a deep breath to maintain her composure as she led the three members of the Chu family into the meeting space. Given the Chu family's disdain, Shin Yuchu wasted no time and addressed Mr. Chu Zhanshan directly. "Mr. Chu, we have discussed the preliminary negotiations extensively. Today, let us be forthright. What price does the Chu family intend to offer for this ancient prescription?" With a slight smile, Chu Zhanshan held up 5 fingers. 50 million? The Shin representatives exchanged glances, Shin Yuchu suppressing her excitement as she inquired. This figure roughly aligned with Shin Pharmaceutical's valuation. Just as the Shin family members reveled in their secret delight, the woman, Chu Yuxian, scoffed disdainfully. 50 million? You must be joking. It's 500 million. Not a penny less. What? 500 million? The Shin representatives were taken aback, astonished by such audacity. Shin Yuchu stared at Chu Zhanshan in disbelief. "Mr. Chu, 500 million? Surely this is not a jest? We've traveled all the way from the provincial city to engage in frivolity?" Chu Zhanshan replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Shen, the price for this ancient prescription is 500 million. A firm bottom line from the Chu family." Shun Yuchu, infuriated yet sarcastically smiling, retorted, "Mr. Chu, this is merely a fragment of a prescription. Demanding 500 million seems rather excessive, does it not? It is precisely because it is a fragment that the price stands at 500 million. If it were the complete ancient prescription, it would be 10 billion. The Shen family should not even contemplate it," Chu Zhanshan coldly asserted. "Do you realize this is a secret formula passed down through my family for over 400 years? It was once exclusive to the imperial court during the Qing dynasty. I must inform you, apart from the Shen family, there are 4 or 5 other families eagerly waiting to purchase this formula." With an air of arrogance, Chu Yuxian added, "If you have the funds, buy it. If not, don't waste our time." This condescending attitude was undeniably humiliating for the Shen family. Their faces turned pale. The staggering 500 million price tag was absurd. Even if they wished to comply, such an amount was unattainable. Shen Yuchu's smile had become strained, yet she persisted. "Mr. Chu, this price is exorbitant. The Shen family simply cannot meet it. We are sincerely interested in this collaboration and hope the Chu family can offer a more reasonable price." Chu Zhanshan rose abruptly, his smile devoid of warmth, stating, 500 million is our bottom line. If the Shen family cannot meet this, then this collaboration must come to an end. We shall take our leave." He turned to exit, with Chu Yuxian and her companion following suit, making no attempt to conceal their disdain. The Shen executives felt humiliated. As esteemed members of society, they would not have tolerated such indignity had they not needed something from the Chu family. Shen Yuchu instinctively stood, attempting to persuade, "Mr. Chu," but she was intentionally bumped by Chu Yuxian, causing her to stumble back into her chair, inadvertently knocking over a folder that her assistant had prepared. As the folder hit the ground, a napkin slipped out, landing at the feet of the young man from the Chu family. He glanced down, his expression shifting as he quickly bent to retrieve it, studying it intently. The more he looked, the more grave his demeanor became. He then hastily handed the napkin to Chu Zhanshan. "Uncle, take a look at this." Initially indifferent, Chu Zhanshan's face paled as he examined the napkin, his breath quickening. Soon, he found himself trembling uncontrollably while holding it. Everyone present was taken aback. Shen Yuchu was equally stunned, quickly realizing that this was the prescription Yang Tian had written for her, claiming to be worth 100 billion and linked to the legendary Sanfeng Daoist's health secrets. Despite Yang Tian's previous demonstrations of extraordinary medical skills, Shen Yuchu had remained skeptical about the authenticity of this prescription. In her mind, such top-tier health formulas were held tightly by traditional Chinese medicine families with centuries of lineage, like the Chu family. However, witnessing Chu Zhanshan's reaction awakened a daring thought within Shen Yuchu. Could it be that Yang Tian had indeed provided a premier health prescription? The implications were staggering. Chu Zhanshan, who had maintained his composure and pride, now displayed uncharacteristic excitement, exclaiming, "This is the legendary Sanfeng ancient prescription, crafted by the Sanfeng Daoist himself. While many prestigious families possess fragments of this ancient formula, none hold a complete version as you present before us." He then turned to Shen Yuchu with a hint of confusion. "Mr. Shen, if your family possesses such a top-tier health formula, why seek cooperation with the Chu family? It seems entirely unnecessary." The young man from the Chu family echoed his bewilderment. "Indeed, this Sanfeng ancient prescription surpasses our royal family's secret formula by several magnitudes." Upon hearing this, the executives from Shun Pharmaceutical looked at Shen Yuchu in utter astonishment. Chu Zhanshan, now displaying a humble demeanor, inquired eagerly, "Mr. Shen, may I request an introduction to this Master Yang who authored the prescription?" His current humility starkly contrasted with his earlier arrogance. "Cough. This prescription was written by Yang Tian," Shen Yuchu declared, facing the burning gazes of the assembly. "Is it really him? By heavens, my Shen family has struck gold. Shen Yuchu, you truly have an eye for talent. You have found us a prodigious son-in-law. It seems my Shen family is set to rise." The Shen family erupted in excitement at this revelation. Meanwhile, Tong Yen was equally astonished, realizing for the first time that Yang Tian was actually Shen Yuchu's husband. Noticing the commotion, Chu Zhanshan reiterated, "Mr. Shen, I wish to meet this Master Yang. If you agree, subsequent negotiations will be far more amicable." "Very well." Shen Yuchu nodded and instructed Tong Yen, please bring Secretary Yang here. No, we should show due respect to such a master. Lead us directly to him, Chu Zhanshan interjected. Realizing the situation, Shen Yuchu stood and guided everyone toward the office of the secretary. Inside, Yang Tian was reclining on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, his legs nonchalantly propped up on the coffee table when suddenly, the office door swung open. A throng of individuals burst in. What on earth is happening? Yang Tian was startled and hurriedly turned off the Douyin video showcasing a beautiful yoga session, standing up with a hint of unease. Mr. Chu, this is Yang Tian. Shen Yuchu introduced him to Chu Zhanshan. Before Yang Tian could respond, Chu Zhanshan swiftly approached him with a warm smile, inquiring, Master Yang, may I ask if the Sanfeng formula in Mr. Shen's possession is your work? Realizing that he was not being reprimanded, Yang Tian quickly regained his composure and replied nonchalantly, Indeed, what can I assist you with? Chu Zhanshan eagerly produced an ancient, yellowed piece of Shen paper and carefully handed it to Yang Tian, explaining, you see, our Chu family possesses an ancient health-preserving formula used exclusively by the Qing dynasty royal family, but it is incomplete. Since you are familiar with the Sanfeng formula, we would like to request your assistance in restoring it. Yang Tian cast a glance and remarked nonchalantly, so this is the true essence nourishing formula. In truth, this prescription was not flawed at all. It was entirely complete. Ever since Chu Zhanshan arrived at the Shen family, he had never once introduced the name of this ancient formula, and now, upon hearing it so effortlessly articulated by Yang Tian, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy, thinking he had encountered a true master. However, when Yang Tian asserted that the formula was complete, Chu Zhanshan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Master Yang, that cannot be true. This formula surely has its issues. Our Chu family has verified it numerous times, and the medicinal concoctions derived from it yield negligible effects on the human body. Upon hearing this, Shun Youchu's heart seethed with indignation. How could the Chu family, knowing full well that the medicines prepared from this formula were virtually ineffective for health enhancement, audaciously demand an exorbitant price of 500 million from the Shen family? Was this not a deliberate attempt to deceive? Chapter 29. A bold demand. The members of the Shen family were incensed. Shen Youchu's chest heaved with emotion, but in the current situation, she managed to restrain herself. Upon witnessing the situation, Yang Tian cast a glance at Chu Zhanshan and nonchalantly remarked, Believe it or not, I couldn't care less. Chu Zhanshan, who had arrived at Shen Pharmaceutical today, had consistently adopted an air of superiority, looking down upon the members of the Shen family. Yang Tian's blatant disregard for decorum left him somewhat unsettled. Despite his age and shrewdness allowing him to maintain composure, Chu Yuxian could not contain herself. Her bosom heaved with indignation as she glared at Yang Tian. You insolent brat, what is your attitude? Are you criticizing mine? Yang Tian displayed a look of disdain. Then you may seek someone with a more amiable disposition. Yuxuan, be silent. Do not speak disrespectfully to the master. Chu Yuxuan was on the verge of erupting in anger but was promptly silenced by Chu Zhanshan. After all, the Chu family was currently in need of assistance. With a genial smile, Chu Zhanshan stepped forward and earnestly said, Master Yang, the child is still naive. Please do not take offense. Our Chu family hopes that you can enhance the Jinyuan nourishing qi formula to unleash the true medicinal potency of the royal health preservation method. May I inquire if this is within your capability? He no longer dwelled on whether this prescription was flawed. It was evident to him that there was indeed an issue with it. Yang Tian not only possesses the ability to compose the secret formula of Sanfeng but can also instantly recognize it as the true essence nourishing formula. Chu Zhanshan believes that Yang Tian should have the capability to enhance the medicinal recipe in the possession of the Chu family. Yang Tian Dao, it's quite simple. Chu Zhanshan exclaimed excitedly. Great! As long as Master Yang can improve this prescription, our Chu family is willing to offer a reward of 100 million. 100 million? Yang Tian let out a derisive laugh and said, Are you sending a beggar? Chu Zhanshan furrowed his brows and replied, How about 500 million? Yang Tian shook his head, expressing dissatisfaction. Chu Zhanshan inquired cautiously, How much do you require? Yang Tian flashed a smile, revealing his teeth. 1 billion. What? Why don't you just go and rob a bank? Both Chu Yuxian and the others were taken aback. Chu Zhanshan, with a stern expression, remarked, "Master Yang, aren't you asking for a bit much?" Hearing this, Shen Yuchu could not help but interject. "Mr. Chu, earlier you sold a fragment of the prescription to the Shen family for 500 million. Now you expect Yang Tian to enhance this ancient formula and demand 1 billion. I find this quite reasonable. Is that so?" Yang Tian narrowed his eyes and scoffed. "I now find that 1 billion seems rather insufficient." Upon hearing this, Chu Jinshan quickly replied, "Master Yang, it's not that we are unwilling to agree. It's simply that for such a significant matter, I must consult with my family." "Then do so without delay." Yang Tian waved his hand in impatience. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinshan hastily took out his phone and stepped into the corridor to contact the head of the Chu family. The employees of Shun Pharmaceutical in the office felt a sense of secret satisfaction, relishing the moment of vindication. The earlier arrogance and haughty demeanor of the Chu family had left them quite repulsed. Shortly after, Chu Jinshan returned with a beaming smile, stating, "Master Yang, our family has agreed to your offer of 10 billion. We have also reached out to 2 of the top traditional Chinese medicine practitioners from Jiang City. Once you have refined the prescription and it has been verified, please provide us with a payment account. The Chu family will transfer the 10 billion at the fastest possible speed." Yang Tian placed the ancient prescription of the Chu family on the tea table, took out a pen and crossed out one of the herbs directly. He then annotated the ratios and quantities of the remaining traditional Chinese medicines on the prescription. In less than 3 minutes, he set down the pen and remarked nonchalantly, "The modifications are complete." In truth, the prescription was not lacking in any herbs. Rather, it was a case of someone adding an unnecessary ingredient, which significantly diminished its efficacy. The revelation that an extra herb had been included left the 3 members of the Chu family in sheer astonishment. No wonder, despite their numerous efforts over the years, they had been unable to restore this incomplete prescription. After all this time, it turned out that it was not a matter of missing ingredients, but rather an excess of one. This situation certainly bore a touch of dark humor. Indeed, when the direction is erroneous, all efforts are rendered futile. Chu Jinshan let out a bitter smile. Now, they merely awaited the arrival of the esteemed physician they had summoned to authenticate the prescription. 15 minutes later, 2 elderly gentlemen with gray hair entered the room. One of them was Hu Qingyou, while the other was Chun Haixing, another renowned physician from Jiangcheng. Elder Hu, Elder Chun. Upon their entrance, Chu Jinshan promptly stepped forward to greet them. Hu Qingyou was fairly acquainted with the members of the Shen family, and Shenanbong and others immediately approached to offer their salutations. Even when surrounded by the Chu and Shen family members, Hu Qingyou's gaze swiftly fell upon Yang Tian, and his eyes lit up. Pushing through the crowd, he enthusiastically exclaimed, "Master, it is a pleasure to see you again." Yang Tian's lips twitched in exasperation. This old fellow truly had an exceptionally thick skin. The moment his words escaped his lips, the crowd was left utterly astounded, particularly the members of the Chu family and Chun Haixing. To refer to Yang Tian as master while holding the esteemed identity of Hu Qingyou was simply astonishing, leaving them agape. "Old Hu, is this the little divine physician you mentioned?" Chun Haixing hurriedly approached. With a proud expression, Hu Qingyou replied, "Indeed, this is my master. I'm not exaggerating. With his medical prowess, old Chun, even if you were to live for another 100 years, you would still fall short." Flattered, Yang Tian quickly interjected, "Old Hu, please, no jesting. Let us focus on the task at hand. Old Hu, old Chun, I kindly request your assistance in verifying the efficacy of this prescription." The 2 had been entrusted by the head of the Chu family and were already aware of the Jin Yuan Yang Qi Feng matter. Upon hearing his words, they composed themselves and spread the prescription across the tea table, diligently studying it together. After some time, they exchanged incredulous glances, their faces awash with astonishment. "Old Hu, old Chen, what are your thoughts?" Chu Jinshan promptly inquired. "Remarkable. This prescription is nothing short of miraculous. I feel profoundly enlightened. I never anticipated such a clever combination of medicinal herbs," Hu Qingyou exclaimed with deep admiration. "Indeed, based on my decades of experience with medicinal materials, I deduce that if the ointment crafted according to this prescription is administered, it will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial to the human body. Long-term consumption could promote longevity, Chen Haixing added, equally astonished. All the health products available in the market pale in comparison to this prescription. Shenlong, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his excitement. This is the transformation of the mundane into the extraordinary. No wonder he is my son-in-law. Truly impressive. The entire Shin pharmaceutical staff was exhilarated. If Yang Tian could enhance the Zhen Yuan Yang Qi Feng in mere minutes, then his version of the Sanfeng secret recipe must indeed be authentic. The Shin family was on the brink of prosperity. Master Yang, we will promptly transfer 1 billion to your account, Chu Jinshan declared decisively. Moreover, the family head expressed a desire for the Chu family to establish a long-term partnership with the Shin family, ensuring mutual support in business endeavors. Chu Jinshan cheerfully conveyed this to Shen Yuchu. Given the formidable pressure from the Pan family, the assistance from the Chu family would provide significant backing. The Chu family operated with remarkable efficiency. After Yang Tian provided his bank card details, the 1 billion was swiftly deposited. Hu Qingyou, accompanied by Chen Haixing, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Master, my little brother has a matter he wishes to discuss with you. Might you have a moment? Upon hearing this, the previously jovial Chen Haixing was suddenly incensed. Hu Qingyou, you shameless rascal. Who is your little brother? I am 3 years your senior. You should address me as Brother Haixing. Hu Qingyou shot him a defiant glare. In the vast sea of medicine, the skilled take precedence. How can you, an old coot, assert your age before my master? Or do you, old man, no longer wish to consult him? Chen Haixing, fuming with indignation, felt his anger dissipate upon the mention of Yang Tian. Though frustrated, he dared not express it, feeling quite aggrieved. Hu Qingyou could not contain his triumph and burst into laughter. He had spent a lifetime competing with Chen Haixing without gaining any advantage. But today, thanks to Yang Tian, he had finally managed to put this old man in his place. Yang Tian found himself at a loss for words. No wonder people referred to them as old children. These two elderly gentlemen truly resembled youngsters. He couldn't help but shake his head and turn to Chen Haixing, inquiring, Old Chen, may I ask what matters you wish to discuss with me? Hu Qingyou, standing nearby, promptly interjected, Master, given your esteemed status, how can you address him as Old Chen? Simply call him Xiao Chen. Yang Tian. The members of the Shin family, who overheard the conversation, exchanged bewildered glances. Thud. Chen Haixing, unable to endure the humiliation, suddenly knelt before Yang Tian in a fit of rage. Old Chen, what on earth are you doing? This startled Yang Tian. Little divine doctor, I too wish to take you as my master. I cannot allow that old scoundrel Hu Qingyou to outshine me. Chen Haixing stated earnestly, and with a sudden movement, he bowed deeply to Yang Tian. Master, please accept your disciple's reverence. This greatly infuriated Hu Qingyou, who, puffing in indignation, exclaimed, Well, you Chen Haixing, I brought you here to meet my master out of goodwill, and yet you dare to usurp my master. Your conscience must be utterly lacking. Yang Tianjin was rendered speechless by these two old men. Was this not an instance of coercion? The crux of the matter was that he truly had no intention of taking on disciples. However, now Chen Haixing had also bowed down, and it was evident that he intended to remain kneeling until he received an answer. With a look of exasperation, he finally said, All right, you may rise. Chen Haixing was overjoyed, quickly standing up and cheerfully exclaiming, Master. Hu Qingyou pursed his lips and added, I shall be the first to pledge my allegiance. You must refer to me as senior brother from now on. Chen Haixing shot Hu Qingyou a glare, then turned to Yang Tian with a smile, saying, Master, I possess an object that has been passed down from my father, said to be a treasure of the world. It has been preserved in my family's apothecary for a century, yet its true nature remains a mystery. Remarkably, it has not decayed over the years. We have consulted numerous esteemed colleagues, yet none have discerned its origins. Therefore, I wish to invite you, venerable master, to examine it. Your vast knowledge may enable you to identify this item. Oh, now you have piqued my interest. Upon hearing Chen Haixing's words, Yang Tian felt a surge of curiosity within him. What kind of medicinal herb could possibly endure for a century without decay? Chen Haixing promptly replied, The item is at my clinic. I kindly invite you, master, to come and take a look. Very well. Yang Tian readily agreed and, after greeting Shin Yuchu, followed Chen Haixing out. Hu Qingyo also closely accompanied them. At this moment, Shen Yuchu was too preoccupied with the urgency of the research and development team to concern herself with Yang Tian. She entrusted the Sanfeng secret formula to them, urging the team to work diligently and expedite the examination of the prescription. Once the evaluation was complete, she would swiftly advance the commercial development of the Sanfeng formula. Meanwhile, Chen Haixing led Yang Tian to his family clinic, Tongrintang. As the three entered, shop assistants and patients immediately approached Chen Haixing and Hu Qingyo to greet them. It was evident that both Chen Haixing and Hu Qingyo held considerable prestige. In contrast, Yang Tian was completely overlooked, as everyone instinctively assumed that this young man was merely Hu Qingyo's subordinate. Yang Tian remained indifferent to these matters. The trio ascended to the second floor of the medical clinic, entering Chen Haixing's office. Once seated, Chen Haixing opened a safe and retrieved a wooden box crafted from ancient red pine. Upon opening the box, a piece of desiccated wood, enveloped in yellow silk, revealed itself, its hue a deep crimson. Chen Haixing presented the object before Yang Tian, saying, "Master, please take a look. This is the wood." Hu Qingyo, evidently familiar with such an artifact, sighed and remarked, "Old Chen, I have long harbored a thought. Could it be that this is merely an ordinary piece of desiccated wood, not a treasure at all, but rather a relic of your father's gullibility?" At that moment, however, Yang Tian fixed his gaze intently upon the red wood, his pupils narrowing suddenly, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He instinctively reached out, lifting the yellow silk to grasp the wood in his hands, scrutinizing it closely, occasionally bringing it to his nose to inhale its scent. The more he examined it, the brighter his eyes shone, and the more exhilarated his demeanor became, murmuring, "The legends are indeed true. Such a spiritual object truly exists in this world." Witnessing this, Chen Haixing and Hu Qingyo exchanged glances, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Particularly, Chen Haixing felt his body tremble with excitement, incredulity spilling forth as he asked, "Master, do you truly recognize this object?" Hu Qingyo could not contain himself either, exclaiming, "Master, what is this wood? It is a priceless treasure." Yang Tian exclaimed with excitement, "The red dragon bone. This is the legendary red dragon bone. An absolute treasure." Red dragon bone? Hu Qingyo and Chen Haixing exchanged bewildered glances. Having dedicated their lives to the study of traditional Chinese medicine, they believed they were well acquainted with all medicinal herbs in existence. Regardless of how rare or revered, even the fabled treasures of nature, they had encountered them through various ancient texts, if not in person. Yet, the red dragon bone was entirely unfamiliar to them. Chapter 31. The Three Lives Cauldron of Hua Tuo. The red dragon bone transcended the realm of mere medicinal herbs. It was a celestial treasure. As Yang Tian spoke, he activated his cultivation technique, gathering vital energy within his palm, and then gently brushed against the crimson dragon bone. In an instant, a dazzling red light erupted from the dragon bone, and its sanguine exterior abruptly crumbled into fine powder. The true form of the crimson dragon bone was unveiled before the eyes of the three onlookers. What had initially appeared as a blood-colored desiccated would now resembled a long, slender piece of jade, radiating a brilliant red glow and approaching translucence. Faintly, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Chen Haixing and Hu Qingyo inhaled deeply, and a wave of clarity washed over them, leaving them with a refreshing sensation. This. Chen Haixing's eyes widened in astonishment, his words faltering as he struggled to articulate his shock. Indeed, this was the true visage of the crimson dragon bone. Yang Tian smiled and remarked, "This item is said to be a genuine treasure of heaven and earth, requiring at least 10,000 years of essence from the natural world to take form. With this treasure, one can concoct the exquisite gathering spirit pill, which aids martial artists in accessing the true path of the universe. Typically, martial artists cultivate true qi within their bodies. However, according to my beautiful master, beyond true qi lies a higher realm known as spiritual energy. Countless gifted martial artists devote their entire lives to attaining even a trace of this spiritual energy. Possessing spiritual energy signifies a genuine entry into the legendary realm of immortality. Should one successfully refine the finest gathering spirit pill, they would be able to absorb the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy contained within stepping into the coveted realm that countless martial artists yearn for. My master stated that this red dragon bone exists solely in legends, never before seen by anyone. I never anticipated encountering it today. My luck is simply extraordinary. At this moment, Chen Haisheng and Hu Qingniu were even more astonished, almost in unison exclaiming, "Master, you can also refine pills?" Having spent their lives practicing medicine, they could only prescribe and brew medicines, never touching the realm of pill concoction. The legendary Tai Chi master Zhang Sanfeng was known as a master alchemist, which contributed to his longevity of over 200 years. Now, witnessing Yang Tian's remarkable youth, not only with unparalleled medical skills but also mastery in alchemy, left the two utterly astounded. "Indeed, I possess a modicum of knowledge." Yang Tian smiled faintly. Suddenly, Chen Haisheng said, "Master, I gift you this red dragon bone as my token of apprenticeship." Yang Tian felt a mix of excitement and hesitation. "Isn't this a bit too precious?" "It is precisely because this red dragon bone is so valuable that I offer it to you. Otherwise, it would merely gather dust in my possession." Chen Haisheng replied with a smile. "I only hope that Master will permit me to observe and learn a thing or two during your alchemical practices in the future." "That is certainly not an issue." Yang Tian nodded. However, alchemy requires a suitable furnace, especially for refining the exquisite gathering spirit pill. It necessitates not only a complete array of rare medicinal herbs but primarily an exceptional alchemical furnace. Otherwise, success becomes exceedingly elusive. Upon hearing this, Hu Qingniu could not help but inquire, "Master, have you ever heard of the legendary Hua Tuo's Tri-Life Cauldron?" Yang Tiandao remarked, "It is well known that this is the supreme alchemical furnace crafted by the esteemed Hua Tuo, who dedicated his entire life to its creation. Alas, after his untimely demise at the hands of Cao Cao, the whereabouts of the Three Lives Cauldron became a mystery." Hu Qingniu stroked his beard, a smug expression gracing his face. "To be frank, Master, I have taken it upon myself to safeguard one of the cauldrons." He cast a sidelong glance at Chen Haisheng and continued, "Since my junior has presented a token of respect for his master, I, as the elder brother, must not be outdone. Please, Master, allow me the honor of presenting the Three Lives Cauldron to you." This indeed came as a delightful surprise. Yang Tian, shedding any pretense, readily acquiesced, thus formally accepting the two as his disciples. He carefully rewrapped the red dragon bone, and the trio promptly made their way to Hu Qingniu's medical hall. Upon reaching the second floor, Hu Qingniu invited the two to take a seat, and with great care, he unveiled a bronze tripod over 2 feet tall, intricately adorned with the depiction of a 3-legged golden crow, placing it before Yang Tian. "Master, this is the Hua Tuo San Shang Ding." Yang Tian's eyes brightened as he observed closely, and the more he looked, the more joy filled his heart. Indeed, it was the San Shang Ding of Hua Tuo. Hu Qingniu sighed deeply, stating, "The San Shang Ding of Hua Tuo is one of the most valuable treasures of traditional Chinese medicine. Originally, there were 3, however, regrettably, during the invasion by the island nation, one was taken. Another was deceitfully acquired by the nation of Styx last century, leaving our great China with this lone remnant. Alas, this is a disgrace to traditional Chinese medicine." Chen Haisheng, upon hearing this, also sighed. "Rest assured, our treasures of China are not easily taken. They will eventually be returned with interest." Yang Tian let out a cold snort. "Difficult." Hu Qingniu chuckled wryly. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yang Tian's eyes, yet he did not dwell on the matter. After contemplating for a moment, he slowly spoke. "As for the art of alchemy, I am unable to impart it to you at this time. However, I do possess considerable insight into the practice of acupuncture. I wonder if you are interested in learning." Hu Qingniu and Chen Haisheng exchanged glances, each discerning the delight in the other's eyes, and almost in unison, they replied, "Please, Master, enlighten us." "Silver needles." Yang Tian extended his hand, and immediately, Hu Qingniu presented the needle box. Yang Tian took the needle box and inquired, "Have you ever heard of the Baguasuyang needle?" "Indeed," Chen Haisheng replied with a hint of regret. "It was created by the esteemed physician Sun Zhongjing. Yet only 6 needles have been passed down through generations. The other 2 have been lost for a century." Yang Tian spoke calmly, "Very well. Today I shall impart to you the complete Bagua locking yang needle technique." "What? Master, you possess the full knowledge of the Bagua locking yang needle? The two were taken aback, their astonishment palpable, almost beyond belief. How could their master be so extraordinary? It seemed that, in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, there was nothing he could not comprehend, no knowledge he lacked. Despite his youth, how had he acquired and mastered such remarkable medical skills? Indeed, Yang Tian nodded with a calm demeanor, signaling the two individuals to remove their shirts. He intended to personally demonstrate the Bagua locking yang needle technique on them, which would grant them a deeper understanding of this method. This technique, designed to awaken the latent potential within the human body, poses no harm. Rather, it can aid in healing some of the hidden injuries they carry. Thank you, Master, the two exclaimed with enthusiasm, swiftly shedding their garments to reveal their somewhat emaciated physiques. Let us begin with Elder Hu. Yang Tian retrieved 8 silver needles. For the purpose of teaching, he refrained from employing the technique of manipulating the needles with qi. Instead, he gently inserted each needle into various acupoints on Hu Qingyo's body, one by one. As he performed the acupuncture, he concurrently provided explanations. After a while, upon completing the procedure, Hu Qingyo's complexion visibly brightened. Master, it's my turn, Chan Haixing exclaimed eagerly, akin to a child awaiting a certificate of achievement from a teacher. Chapter 32. Is the teaching quality so subpar? Yang Tian took out 8 silver needles once more and performed the Bagua locking yang needle technique on Chen Haixing. He then elaborated on the essence of this needlework. Master, I have already grasped 70% of its essence, Hu Qingyo exclaimed joyfully. Chen Haixing promptly added, I too.
Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction,
carefully removing the silver needles one by one. Indeed, with further contemplation and practice, I believe it won't be long before I can master this completely. Grandfather, at that moment, a tense female voice interrupted. A girl, fair of face and clad in a nurse's uniform, rushed in anxiously. Grandfather, there's an urgent matter. Yes, Master, shall we go and take a look together? It would be an opportune moment for you to offer your guidance on site. Hu Qingyo glanced at Yang Tian and Chen Haixing. With nothing else to occupy their time, Yang Tian nodded in agreement. As the 4 of them stepped outside, they encountered a girl with a ponytail, dressed in a snug training outfit, who was visibly distressed. With a delicate oval face, cherry-red lips, and fair skin, she epitomized the beauty of youth. Perhaps due to her martial arts training, her figure was remarkably slender yet curvaceous, with the right places accentuated. The fullness of her bosom nearly strained the fabric of her training attire, making her quite the striking sight. Upon their arrival, she immediately approached them, exclaiming, Dr. Hu, my father has encountered a serious mishap during his training and has sustained a grave internal injury. I implore you to assist him at once. Chen Haixing inquired, Is it a case of deviating from the path? Dr. Chen is here as well. How wonderful! Duan Yedong exclaimed joyfully, then quickly elaborated. It's a backlash resulting from a forced breakthrough. Ah, what shall we do? Duan Yedong nearly burst into tears. My father has coughed up a great deal of blood. I fear he may not have much time left. I will go and take a look. Yang Tian spoke softly. Upon seeing how young he was, Duan Yedong felt a surge of anger. Go away. Find somewhere cooler to stay. My father is on the brink of death. What are you staring at? Hu Qingyo immediately responded with gravity. What? Duan Yedong was taken aback. Even if Hu Qingyo claimed Yang Tian was his grandson, she would not have been as astonished. Even Hu Sisi, standing nearby, was somewhat bewildered. How could her grandfather suddenly have such a youthful master? She couldn't help but steal a few glances at Yang Tian, her cheeks flushing, her heart racing. Goodness, he is quite handsome. Chen Haixing, standing beside her, declared proudly, My master possesses unparalleled medical skills. Encountering him is a stroke of luck for your father. Duan Yedong grew increasingly shocked. The 2 renowned doctors of Jiangxing had simultaneously taken a little-known young man as their master. Had she not heard it with her own ears, she would never have believed it. However, with her father in critical condition, she set aside her astonishment, hastily apologized to Yang Tian, and hurriedly led the 4 of them towards her family's martial arts school. Indeed, Hu Shini and Chun Shini, this time, I entrust everything to you both. Deep down, she still placed her faith in Hu Qingyo and Chen Haixing. Before long, the vehicle came to a stop in front of a spacious estate. At the entrance, a gilded plaque hung prominently, inscribed with the words Jingcheng Martial Arts School in a vigorous calligraphy that captured attention. Upon entering, one could see over 50 young men and women clad in training attire, uniformly practicing their punches, creating a lively scene. Yang Tian cast a glance, somewhat taken aback. Why are there only superficial figures here? There isn't a single external strength martial artist. Is this not supposed to be the largest martial office in Jiangqing? These individuals are merely apprentices who have trained for 2 or 3 years. How could they possibly possess the prowess of an external strength martial artist? Duan Yedong's expression darkened at once, and she retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Which external strength martial artist has not endured a decade or 2 of arduous training to attain their status? Do you consider martial artists to be as common as local turnips, sprouting in just a few months? It takes at least 10 years to cultivate external strength. Yang Tian was taken aback. Isn't it supposed to take just a few days? A few days? Duan Yedong replied with a laugh tinged with exasperation. Are you here to amuse us? Yang Tian couldn't help but touch his nose. In just 3 days of training, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a practitioner of external martial arts. He never anticipated that the teaching standards at the Jingqing Martial Arts School were so lacking. Duan Yedong shot a glare at Yang Tian and led the 3 of them into a room within the martial arts hall. Inside, a number of men and women gathered around the bedside. A middle-aged man with a square face sat on the bed, his complexion pale. Father, I have invited both Dr. Hu and Dr. Chun. You will soon be fine. Dr. Hu, Dr. Chun. The onlookers in the hospital room greeted Hu Qingyou and Chen Haixing. Duan Wujuan managed to force a faint smile, weakly adding, as expected, the meridians and organs within are severely damaged from the backlash of true energy. Furthermore, this type of injury is rather unique, and both Western and traditional medicine do not possess effective remedies. Yang Tian nodded. Let us give it a try. This dialogue left everyone in the room utterly astonished. Duan Wujuan widened his eyes, enduring the searing pain akin to fire, and incredulously inquired, Dr. Hu, Dr. Chan, who is this young man? This is our master Yang Tian. He is a true divine physician. Both replied in unison. Duan Wujuan was left speechless. The onlookers from Jingqing Martial Arts Academy were equally stunned. Chapter 33. A gracious rebirth. Duan Wujuan forced a bitter smile. He would rather believe that the 2 were merely jesting than accept that this youthful man, appearing even younger than his own daughter, could possibly be their master. It was simply outrageous. However, he began to regain a hint of color in his face. The members of Jingqing Martial Arts Academy, including Duan Yedong, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing this. Indeed, the renowned doctor whose medical skills were extraordinary. One could only fathom that even the legendary Hua Tuo could not surpass such prowess. A voluptuous woman with an alluring demeanor praised such exquisite skill. Chen Haixing observed closely and realized that if he were to administer the needles, his technique would likely match this level as well. He nodded in agreement, yet unlike the others, he understood that the final 2 needles of the 8 trigrams locking yang needle were of utmost significance. At that moment, beads of sweat had already gathered on Hu Qingyou's forehead. Clearly, the process of acupuncture was not as effortless as everyone had imagined. Especially as the 7th needle was about to be inserted, Hu Qingyou's hand began to tremble slightly. The hand Yangming channel starts at Shangyang, with Erjian and Sanjian converging at Higu, while Yangshi is slightly off and needs to be warmed. Acupuncture requires decisiveness. One must be both steady and resolute. Yang Tian subtly reminded from the side. Hu Qingyou's heart trembled, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. However, Duan Yedong glared at Yang Tian with a face full of fury, exclaiming, Silence, Emer Yang. I care not whether you are a divine physician or a charlatan, but please exhibit some decorum. Do not disrupt Dr. Hu's treatment. Are you unaware of the principle that one must remain silent while practicing medicine? A hot-tempered disciple from the Martial Arts Academy even threatened, Kid, if you dare to cause any more trouble and jeopardize my master's condition, just wait and see how I deal with you. At that moment, Hu Qingyou, having received the reminder, no longer hesitated and swiftly administered 2 needles. With a sudden release of gas, he appeared to be significantly lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. His complexion visibly brightened, transforming from a pallid weakness to a vibrant vitality. "Dad, you are well," Duan Yedong exclaimed with delight. "Truly, doctor who lives up to his reputation as a divine physician. This is remarkable." The middle-aged woman expressed her gratitude to Hu Qingyo. "Thanks to my master's final guidance." Hu Qingyo then turned to Yang Tian, expressing his appreciation. Could it be that Yang Tian was not merely speaking nonsense earlier, but rather offering guidance to the divine physician? This young man, could he truly be the master of Hu Qingyo and Chen Haixing? Such thoughts flickered through the minds of everyone present. "Thank you, divine physician." Duan Wujuan managed to sit up, his face beaming with gratitude, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed, his complexion turning crimson and his body trembling uncontrollably. His lips quivered as if he wished to say something, yet he could only emit muffled sounds, unable to articulate clearly. The crowd from Jingqing Martial Arts Academy was instantly thrown into disarray. "Divine physician, please save my father," Duan Yedong pleaded in a panic. Hu Qingyo observed the situation, his expression grave. The middle-aged woman urgently urged, "What are we waiting for? Divine physician, please help my husband." At this moment, Duan Wujuan was incapable of uttering a word. Relying on himself was akin to awaiting death. The crowd was filled with shock and fear. Duan Yedong was nearly in tears. "Let me handle it. Fool, what are you doing?" Duan Yedong cried out in alarm. "Stop, you'll endanger the master." The members of Jingqing Martial Arts Academy were equally agitated. "Stop, Yedong. The master can speak?" Everyone present was taken aback. "Do not lose focus. Merge your internal energy with utmost concentration. If you grasp this, your strength may ascend to new heights." With a cold shout from Yang Tian, a gleam of ecstatic joy surfaced on Duan Wujuan's face. He immediately focused his mind and began to wholeheartedly merge the turbulent true energy within him as per Yang Tian's guidance. His entire aura visibly began to ascend. Could it be that Yang Tian was actually aiding his father in elevating his martial arts realm? Duan Yedong was taken aback. The members of the Jingqing Martial Arts Academy were equally incredulous. It was at that moment they realized that Hu Qingyo and Chen Haixing had not been jesting. This young man was indeed the master of both. Those who had previously spoken disparagingly of Yang Tian were now enveloped in profound shame. With a sigh, Duan Wujuan's expression softened. He exhaled a breath of stale air, his face radiant with joy, and promptly leaped off the bed. In the astonished gazes of all present, he knelt before Yang Tian with a resounding thud, his visage filled with gratitude. He had been trapped in the mid-stage of dark energy for a decade, and his recent injury stemmed from an overly hasty attempt to break through during seclusion, leading to a disastrous failure that almost drove him to madness. Originally, he had despaired. Even if he were to survive, he would have ended up a cripple with severed meridians. Who could have anticipated that, with Yang Tian's intervention, he would turn misfortune into fortune and achieve a breakthrough? Such immense kindness was beyond repayment. No wonder he was so overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 34. Steele of Archuan here was the president of the Jiangqing Martial Arts Association. Kneeling before a young man like Yang Tian? Yang Tian said softly, "Rise, for this is your fortune. I merely lent a helping hand." Duan Wujuan then stood up, hastily retrieving a bank card and presenting it to Yang Tian. "Master Yang, this card contains 10 million. Consider it my humble token of appreciation." Yang Tian did not feign indifference. Instead, he offered a subtle smile and accepted it with grace. "Father, have you truly transcended your previous limitations?" The disciples of the Jingqing Martial Arts Academy were equally exhilarated. With Duan Wujuan's advancement to the late stage of the Dark Strength realm, he had genuinely ascended to the pinnacle of the martial arts community in Jiangqing. This was immensely beneficial for the disciples of the academy. Indeed. Just as Duan Wujuan was about to speak further, a sudden, anguished scream echoed from outside. At that moment, a disciple of the academy rushed in, panic-stricken, reporting, "Master, Miss, a group of individuals has arrived outside, claiming they wish to challenge our academy, and they have injured many of our members." "What? The audacity of those ruffians! Let me deal with them!" Duan Yedong exclaimed in fury, immediately dashing out. She had quite the fiery temperament. "Master Yang, esteemed physicians, I apologize for the commotion." Duan Wujuan offered an apologetic smile to Yang Tian and the two doctors. Not at all. Allow me to prescribe another remedy for you. If you adhere to it for a month, it will effectively eliminate all potential ailments. Yang Tian spoke softly. Duan Wujuan hurriedly summoned pen and paper, expressing his gratitude to Yang Tian profusely. At that moment, no one doubted Yang Tian's medical skills any longer. However, as Yang Tian prepared the prescription, the commotion outside not only failed to subside but grew increasingly louder. Duan Wujuan furrowed his brow, hesitating on whether to investigate personally, when the disciple who had delivered the news rushed in again. Flustered. It's terrible, master. The challengers are formidable. The young lady is no match for them and has been defeated. What? Duan Wujuan erupted in fury, apologizing to Yang Tian and the others before storming out with the disciples of the martial arts school, brimming with righteous indignation. Let us go and see for ourselves. Observing the situation, Yang Tian, accompanied by his two senior disciples, proceeded forward. They arrived in the courtyard, the previous training ground of the disciples from the Jingqing martial arts school, where two groups were now facing each other in tense confrontation. One faction appeared to be challengers, led by a man with a short beard, slender and somewhat diminutive in stature, yet possessing a piercing gaze. Behind him trailed over a dozen disciples clad in white training attire. On the side of the Jingqing martial arts school, more than 10 disciples lay injured on the ground, their faces pale and occasionally letting out cries of agony. She covered her face, her expression a mix of humiliation and fury, her fists clenched tightly as she glared fiercely at the bearded man, her eyes blazing with indignation. Duan Wujuan's countenance was so dark it seemed as if it could drip with water, clearly reflecting his profound anger. Remove your hand. Duan Yedong instinctively complied. Subsequently, Yang Tian reached out, gently brushing his hand across her face. You! At first, Duan Yedong presumed Yang Tian was intentionally teasing her, which ignited her rage, but she soon realized something was amiss. As his hand glided over her skin, the fiery pain on her face vanished instantaneously. In a rush, she pulled out her phone, using the screen as a mirror, and to her astonishment, the prominent handprint on her face had mysteriously disappeared. A wave of gratitude surged within her, and her heart raced. This was the first time in her life a man had touched her face. Duan Yedong stammered, "Thank you, divine physician Yang." Chun Haixing expressed his astonishment. Master's massage technique has reached an extraordinary level, instantly promoting blood circulation and alleviating bruising. He has surely surpassed Old Fong. Hu Qingyo nodded in agreement. If Old Fong were to learn of this, he would likely go mad, perhaps even seek to trouble our master. His words, though seemingly grand, were rooted in lingering resentment from his humiliating defeat the previous week. How could this fellow appear so nonchalant now? Rikuchuan took a squinting glance, his small eyes darting with curiosity. Was this person from Fusong? Yang Tian raised an eyebrow, for the people of Fusong were the bane of his existence. Indeed, that scoundrel had come to challenge them last week, only to be soundly defeated by my father. Now, having learned of my father's injury, he sought to exploit this weakness. Duan Yedong gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "What a despicable little man! Nishikawa Steel, how dare you challenge us while our master is incapacitated? Do you possess no shame? Exactly. You coward. If you have any honor, wait until our master has recovered." Injured? You could very well avoid a beating, couldn't you? Duan Yedong seethed with rage. How dare you insult the martial arts of Huaxia? Chapter 35. Setting aside the facts, Duan Wujuan's expression darkened as he stepped forward, gesturing toward Nishikawa Steel. "Come. You scoundrel." Suddenly, Duan Wujuan's face changed dramatically. He swiftly retreated just in time to evade a punch that was aimed at him. Had it not been for his recent breakthrough in cultivation, he would have suffered greatly from such a close-range ambush by Nishikawa Steel. "You shameless rogue." The onlookers from the Jingqing Martial Arts Academy erupted in indignation. Hearing their words, Duan Wujuan could only laugh in anger. "You, Nishikawa Steel, have truly no sense of shame. When did I ever claim to be injured? It is you who harbors ill intentions. Yet you dare to blame me? Outrageous." Duan Yedong could not contain her fury any longer. What a petty trick! Yet Duan Wujuan dismissed it entirely. Nishikawa steel was never his match, and with Yang Tian's assistance, his strength had ascended to new heights. To him, Nishikawa steel was nothing more than a jest. He leaned slightly forward and swiftly seized Nishikawa steel's ankle. Just as he was about to exert force to topple him, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a sudden sound, a noxious black mist erupted from the hem of Nishikawa steel's pants. "Scoundrel! Master! Be careful! You shameless coward! Humph, what treachery! This is merely strategy in warfare." Nishikawa steel thought to himself, envisioning the Fusang Martial Arts Academy gaining renown throughout the Jiangqing martial arts community. In that moment, the people of Jiangqing would only know of the Fusang martial arts. Who would remember Huaxia's? Nishikawa steel reveled in his triumph. But just as the onlookers from Jingcheng Martial Arts Academy were on the brink of despair, a shadowy figure appeared before Nishikawa steel. With a resounding slap, Yang Tian delivered a powerful blow to his face, sending him hurtling backward like a deflated ball. With a thud, he crashed to the ground. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Yang Tian. Just moments ago, his speed had been akin to a teleportation in a video game. "Master, are you truly a martial arts expert?" Hu Qingyo and Chen Haixing were astounded. Yang Tian, at such a young age, possessed unparalleled medical skills and also practiced martial arts? How could one individual be so extraordinarily gifted? Yang Tian chuckled. "I've trained for a few years. To the untrained eye, it may seem like mere spectacle, but to those in the know, it reveals the intricacies of the craft. This is at least the level of transformative energy, perhaps even surpassing that, indicative of a martial arts master." The hapless Sun Quan, battered and disheveled, struggled to rise from the ground, his anger surging to a boiling point. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yang Tian, the architect of his meticulously devised plan's demise. In an instant, he lunged at Yang Tian with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Yang Tian swiftly extended his hand, seizing Ri Chuangang's neck with the ferocity of an eagle grasping its prey. In an instant, Ri Chuangang found himself utterly immobilized. Crack! Yang Tian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. "How dare you brazenly launch a sneak attack? Crack! How dare you come to my Huaxia and act so arrogantly? Crack!" A considerable portion of his teeth was knocked out. The scene was indeed a bit brutal. The members of the Jingqing Martial Arts School watched with a sense of dark delight. Particularly those disciples who had just been injured felt a pent-up rage within them finally released. "No, no, I beg you, spare me. I swear, I will never dare again." Ri Chuangang, dazed and disoriented, struggled as he wept and begged for mercy. Crack! 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 Yang Tian struck Ri Chuangang's face with several resounding slaps, coldly stating, "You offer no sincere apology even while kneeling. You deserve this punishment." At that moment, Ri Chuangang could no longer contain himself, his face filled with grievance. "Let me down, I will kneel." He thought to himself, "You haven't even given me the chance to kneel." Suddenly realizing his blunder, Yang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, with a swift motion, he delivered another sharp slap, admonishing, setting aside the facts, "If I do not release you, must you not kneel?" Ri Chuangang could only respond with silence, before he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening as he fainted. Chapter 36. I will give you. How absurd. What kind of person cannot withstand a few blows yet dares to act so arrogantly? Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Tian spat disdainfully. The members of the Fusang Martial Arts Academy were rendered speechless, their anger stifled as they hastily escorted Ni Chuangang away. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a slipper was hurled through the air, striking his mouth with the precision of a guided missile. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he spat out a bloodied tooth. This spectacle left the members of the Fusang Martial Arts Academy utterly stunned, silencing any pretensions they had. In a frantic rush, they hurriedly shoved Ni Chuangang into a business vehicle and sped away. "Master Yang, your prowess is extraordinary. You must be at least a master of the transformation stage. I am astounded by how you have achieved such skill at your age." Transformation stage? Yang Tian smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. "Father, this Yang Tian is truly extraordinary. At such a tender age, he possesses both medical and martial prowess. I cannot fathom how he has achieved this. He is simply a prodigy. Duan Yedong gazed at Yang Tian's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. In mere moments, she found herself utterly captivated by him. Duan Wujuan, exclaimed her father. What are you saying, Dad? How annoying. The thought of Yang Tian's tall silhouette sent her heart racing. Typically fiery and straightforward, she now felt a wave of nervousness and shyness. Covering her blushing face, she hurriedly fled. Goodness, is the sun rising in the west today? I'm almost at the company. All right, wait for me. Upon entering, Zhang Xuelan awaited at the door, greeting her with exuberant warmth. That fellow was practically escorting Yang Tian, ushering him to the table. And this was just the beginning. As Yang Tian settled into his seat, she immediately poured him a glass of Maotai, smiling brightly. Zhang Xuelan cast a knowing glance at the amusing Shen Long nearby. The latter promptly rose, striving to muster an enthusiastic smile. Little Tian, come, let us share a drink. This display left Shen Yuchu, standing to the side, utterly astonished. She could not fathom why her mother's demeanor had shifted so dramatically today. Cheers. Yang Tian chuckled softly, raising his glass and downing its contents in one go, choosing not to speak as he focused intently on his meal. He had resolutely decided that regardless of any cunning schemes Zhang Xuelan might devise, he would remain steadfast and unyielding. Good son-in-law, upon first meeting you, I sensed you were no ordinary person, she reflected, pondering when to arrange the wedding for you and Yuchu. Indeed, noticing Yang Tian's silence, Zhang Xuelan soon found herself unable to contain her thoughts, cheerfully exclaiming, Ah, mother, I seem to recall you were the first to oppose this matter, weren't you? Yang Tian gazed at her with a smile that seemed to conceal deeper emotions. My mother is just that kind of person. At times, her words do not align with her true feelings, Zhang Xuelan remarked, displaying no signs of embarrassment or agitation. Yang Tian chuckled lightly. Your contrast is rather striking. Shen Yuchu could no longer endure it. Ahem, mother. Could you please speak plainly? Ahem. At this moment, Zhang Xuelan surprisingly appeared somewhat bashful. She cleared her throat twice before fixing her intense gaze upon Yang Tian. Feeling a bit uneasy under her piercing stare, he braced himself as she finally spoke. Good son-in-law, I heard you made 10 billion today. Our household has been rather strained lately. It has been 3 days since I bought a new handbag. Ah, so that was her intention. Without allowing her to finish, Yang Tian decisively placed the 10 billion bank card on the table. Good son-in-law, no, from now on, you shall be my beloved son. Zhang Xuelan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly moved to snatch the bank card. Yang Tian directly placed the card into Shen Yuchu's embrace, saying, Here, my dear wife, take this and strive to expand the company. Suddenly, Zhang Xuelan interjected in alarm, Wait, no, this card should be given to your mother. Silence, mother. Shen Yuchu retorted sharply before turning her gaze toward Yang Tian, her eyes glistening with emotion. This is 1 billion. Are you truly certain you wish to give it to me? Yang Tian chuckled, You are my wife. If I earn money, who else should I spend it on if not you? A wave of emotion surged within Shen Yuchu at that moment. Follow me. Taking a deep breath, she abandoned her meal, grasped Yang Tian's hand, and led him towards the bedroom. Hey, Yuchu. Did you not hear your daughter asking you to be quiet? This is 10 billion. Do you think it's just a mere 100,000? For you? Why does your face seem so inflated now? Zhang Xuelan attempted to interject, but the previously silent Shen Long suddenly erupted, directing a barrage of words at her. How dare you scold me? Zhang Xuelan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into tears. Yang Tian, you first brought 2 billion to the company, alleviating its urgent crisis. Then you provided the secret formula of Sanfeng, giving Shen Pharmaceutical a glimmer of hope for resurgence. And now you present another 10 billion. After much contemplation, I realize that if I do not take some action to repay your kindness at this juncture, it would be utterly ungrateful and shameless of me. At this point, it seemed as though she had made a monumental decision. Taking a deep breath, her voice trembling, she declared, I wish to give you. Yang Tian's heart raced with excitement, trembling with anticipation. Wasn't this the moment he had been waiting for? His original plan had been to win over Shen Yuchu within 6 months, allowing them to cultivate together. He aimed to break through his own realm and then devote himself entirely to investigating the true perpetrators behind the tragic massacre of the Yang family. Unexpectedly, just a few days had passed, and he had completely moved Shin Yuchu, compelling her to willingly offer herself. At this very moment, emotions were perfectly aligned. Without allowing Shin Yuchu to finish her words, Yang Tian immediately embraced her tightly. The two of them rolled over on the bed. Yang Tian pinned Shin Yuchu beneath him, and without hesitation, he descended upon her alluring red lips. Chapter 37, My Husband. A delicate little hand covered Yang Tian's mouth. Shin Yuchu, her face flushed with embarrassment, scolded, "What are you doing?" Yang Tian blinked, gently pushing aside Shin Yuchu's small hand, feigning innocence as he remarked, "Did you not say you would give it to me? How could you retract your words so swiftly?" Shin Yuchu, her forehead creased with frustration, replied, "I had not finished my statement. What I meant was to offer you a 40% stake in Shin Pharmaceutical. The money and prescription you provided shall be regarded as your investment in Shin Pharmaceutical." "You scoundrel, what are you constantly thinking about? Oh dear, what a colossal misunderstanding this has turned out to be." Yang Tian couldn't help but blush, standing up with an awkward smile, muttering, "Isn't the atmosphere just right? Besides, who told you not to clarify?"
Observing Yang Tian es pitiful de menor.
Shin Yuchu found it somewhat amusing and, with a straight face, remarked, "Do you recall who initially proclaimed that they would sell their talents but not their bodies, emphasizing a pure image? Yet, within just a few days, this purity has seemingly devolved into something rather risque?"
Yang Tian,
Seeing that Yang Tian was choked by his own words, Shin Yuchu, fearing he might truly be angry, pondered for a moment, her face flushed with embarrassment, and softly said, "If you genuinely desire it, it would not be impossible." "Really?" Yang Tian, feeling a surge of excitement, was particularly captivated by Shin Yuchu's bashful demeanor at that moment, reminiscent of Shizi holding her heart. Though devoid of any overt seduction, she exuded an undeniable charm. "Our union is legally recognized, rendering us husband and wife in the eyes of the law. I believe that if we were to spend more time together and truly connect, what began as a pretense could blossom into genuine affection, a prospect I would willingly embrace." Shin Yuchu gazed at Yang Tian with utmost sincerity. In recent days, Yang Tian's displayed abilities have truly captivated her heart. However, the brevity of their acquaintance renders her hesitant. Her conservative mindset prevents her from readily surrendering herself to Yang Tian. She fears that such an act might lead him to perceive her as a woman of loose morals. After all, that which is easily obtained is seldom cherished. Yang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, with a year still ahead, he felt no particular urgency. Cultivating a relationship gradually was quite acceptable to him. "I have already informed the legal department to prepare the equity transfer contract. Let us proceed now and finalize the signing of the contract. To avoid any unforeseen complications," Shin Yuchu suggested. Yang Tian inquired, "With such a substantial matter as holding 40% of the shares, can you truly make that decision?" To which Shin Yuchu replied with a smile, "This is, in fact, my grandfather's intention." "Indeed, it appears that experience prevails," he mused. "Old Master Shin seeks to entwine himself and the Shin family through these shares. Very well, then, congratulations. Henceforth, you shall be the largest shareholder of Shin Pharmaceutical." Shin Yuchu extended her hand with a smile. "I also wish for the successful development of the Sanfeng secret formula and the prosperous sales of the new products. Rest assured, even in the event of failure, it is of no consequence. I possess a plethora of ancient wellness formulas. If one does not succeed, we shall simply move on to the next." Yang Tian extended his hand, shaking hers with an air of composure. "Moreover, I believe the health supplement market is still somewhat modest. I possess a multitude of ancient beauty formulas, including the ice skin snow complexion powder used by Yang Guifei for her daily skincare, as well as drunken beauty favored by Zhao Fian. When the time comes, I can unveil these treasures and seamlessly transition into the beauty and cosmetics market. The market value of the Shin Group could very well exceed $1 trillion. Is this truly the case?" Shin Yuchu's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice trembling. Merely hearing about these ancient formulas sent her heart racing. These are undoubtedly divine secrets that could serve as the crowning legacy of any 1,000-year-old medical family. It was astonishing that Yang Tian could mention them so casually. This was utterly remarkable. Furthermore, the beauty and cosmetics market is more than 10 times larger than that of health supplements. The most lucrative money in this world is undoubtedly that of women. The exquisite painting crafted by Yang Tian has undoubtedly captivated Shin Yuchu's heart entirely. Yang Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile. Of course. When have I ever deceived you, my dear husband? It was the first time Yang Tian referred to himself as her husband, and Shin Yuchu found herself at a loss for words. When they first met, she believed there was a chasm between them, a vast divide that seemed insurmountable. Yet now she realized the truth of that chasm. Yang Tian was the cloud, while she was but the mud. With the abilities Yang Tian displayed, Shin Yuchu felt an unsettling sense of inadequacy. The thought struck her. What if one day a more affluent and attractive woman came along to steal Yang Tian away? How could she possibly keep him by her side? Beloved husband, to celebrate your official status as a major shareholder in Shin Pharmaceutical, let us take a half-day off and stroll through the streets, Shin Yuchu said, with a playful blink as she stepped forward to link her arm with Yang Tian's, a radiant smile gracing her lips. She resolved to take the initiative and nurture the bond between them. This was the first occasion Yang Tian had ever held hands with a girl while shopping, and to his surprise it felt delightful. The pair, a striking combination of handsome and beautiful, weaved through the bustling streets, drawing the attention of passers-by. This street resembled a vibrant night market, lined with quaint little shops offering a plethora of clothing, accessories, and footwear. Yang Tian followed closely behind Shin Yuchu, observing her as she meticulously selected her choices, which struck him as quite peculiar. His astonishment peaked when he witnessed Shin Yuchu fixating on a hair accessory, bargaining with the vendor over a mere 5 yuan. He widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Hey, my dear wife, are you serious? You are a high and mighty female CEO. It's one thing to shop at a night market, but to haggle?" Shin Yuchu rolled her eyes playfully and replied, "Do you think someone like me only shops at luxury boutiques?" Yang Tian nodded vigorously. "In truth, I find greater affinity for this place, where the people exude a vibrant zest for life. Here, I am privy to the most genuine expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, in stark contrast to the monotonous and insincere smiles I often encounter in the corporate realm." Shin Yuchu smiled at Yang Tian, saying, "I am the one who wears luxury brands, yet I also relish wandering through night markets. Which version of me do you prefer?" To which I replied, "It matters not to me, as long as it is you that enjoys it." Yang Tian chuckled softly. Ultimately, the shopkeeper could not outsmart Shin Yuchu and sold her a crescent-shaped hairpin at a discount of 5 yuan. It appeared that Shin Yuchu was a regular customer here. The shopkeeper glanced at Yang Tian and, with a smiling demeanor, inquired, "Miss, it's rare to see you out shopping with a young man. Is he your boyfriend?" Shin Yuchu replied with a smile, "He is my husband." The shopkeeper couldn't help but cast a few more curious glances at Yang Tian. As a businessman who interacted with people daily, he had already discerned that Shin Yuchu's background was extraordinary. Several times, he had noticed individuals discreetly guarding her, indicating that she was a wealthy heiress who traveled with bodyguards. He had not anticipated that such a rare beauty would suddenly be claimed. Chapter 38. "I am your father. Third brother is here." "Hello, third brother." Just then, a commotion erupted from the crowd. A young man sporting sunglasses and flip-flops, flanked by several rough-looking followers, swaggered over. Upon seeing him, the shopkeeper hurriedly retrieved a cigarette, his face beaming with a forced smile. "Third brother, what brings you out shopping today?" The young man, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "Old Chow, enough with the pleasantries. It's time to pay this month's stall fee." Old Chow was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "Third brother, you must be mistaken. I paid last week." The young man exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "The economy is tough right now. The association is struggling, so we must tighten our belts. From this month onward, we'll collect fees twice a month." Old Chow's expression changed drastically, and after a prolonged silence, he forced out a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful, pleading, "Third brother, that's not feasible. Business is already difficult. If we have to pay twice a month, we won't make any profit." The young man shot him a sideways glance, snapping, "If it's too difficult, then don't do it." There are plenty of people waiting to take your place. Enough whining. Pay up today or get lost. Old Chow sighed in despair, reluctantly extracting a wad of cash from his wallet, wincing as he said, "Here's 3,000. Count it. 3,000? The young man chuckled. "I forgot to mention the price has gone up. It's now 5,000. 5,000? Old Chow's eyes widened in disbelief. If it's twice a month, that's a total of 10,000. How can we afford that? The young man sneered. If you can't afford it, then get lost. I couldn't care less if you live or die. It's none of my business. Old Chow clenched his fists, torn between desperation and reluctance. Suddenly, a 17 or 18-year-old girl rushed in, grabbing him and glaring at the young man. Dad, let us quit. We'll leave this wretched place. Whoever wants to can take it. With a monthly stall fee of 10,000 plus rent, Old Chow, who sold small accessories, could hardly earn that much. He could only respond helplessly, all right then. Third brother, we're done. The young man smirked. Even if you're done, you still have to pay this month's stall fee. You need to vacate the premises immediately. By tomorrow morning, this shop must be empty. We're done. And today is only the 13th. Why should we pay? The next stallholder should cover it. Old Chow grew frantic. What about all the goods in my shop? I can't move everything today. This is too much. Damn right, I'm bullying you today. What are you going to do about it? The young man sneered, delivering a swift kick to Old Chow's stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. Not moving, huh? Brothers, smash it. Yes, third brother. His entourage surged forward like hungry wolves, wreaking havoc and destruction. Stop, stop. I'll call the police. The girl cried, tears streaming down her face. They were a single-parent family, and their livelihood depended on this small shop. If it were destroyed, their only source of income would vanish. Call the police? Go ahead. Little girl, let us see which officer dares to intervene in the affairs of the Qinglong Society. The young man, emboldened, intended to make an example of Old Chow. This way, no one on the street would dare to resist paying the stall fee again. Alas, poor Old Chow, burdened with a bedridden elderly mother, relied entirely on this small shop for survival. Now, how would they manage? There was no option. He had crossed paths with the Qinglong Society and could only accept his misfortune. Those bastards of the Qinglong Society bully the weak without fear of divine retribution. The crowd murmured in concern. I'll fight you. Old Chow, driven to desperation, saw his belongings being smashed to bits, and his eyes reddened with rage. He pulled out a fruit knife and lunged at the young man. A desperate man can be truly dangerous. Damn, you're looking for death. The young man, seasoned in street fights, would not underestimate Old Chow. With a glint of malice in his eyes, he reached out to seize Old Chow's wrist. Just then, young Tian flicked his finger, sending an invisible force striking the young man's arm. The young man's arm went numb, and he lost his strength. In the next moment, the fruit knife plunged into the young man's abdomen. A hush fell over the scene. Everyone stood in stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief. Even the young man himself stared in shock at Old Chow. As Old Chow felt the warm blood surging from the young man's body onto his hands, clarity dawned upon him, leaving him frozen in place. I've killed someone. Someone shouted in alarm. He has stabbed third brother. Kill him. The young man's followers finally reacted, drawing their knives and lunging at Old Chow with menacing expressions. Dad! The girl could not hold back her scream, throwing herself in front of her father. The pitiful father-daughter duo seemed destined to be slaughtered by the Qinglong Society in broad daylight. Many closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending bloodshed. Stop! Shun Yuchu stepped forward, raising her voice to intervene. But this was not a novel. No one would cease their actions just because someone shouted for them to stop. In that critical moment, a bench flew through the air with a loud crash, knocking several of the Qinglong Society's thugs to the ground. A figure appeared like a wraith before Old Chow and his daughter. Let us get you out of here. Young Tian gently patted the young girl's back and spoke softly. Thank you. Thank you. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her mind clouded. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, she responded almost mechanically, then hurriedly pulled along the equally stunned Old Chow, fleeing in panic. Third brother's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as he was supported by two younger brothers, barely managing to stand. He gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Yang Tian. Who the hell are you, kid? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our Qinglong society? I'm your father. If you wish to live, hurry to the hospital. If you seek death, I shall gladly escort you there today. Yang Tian shot him a glance, unceremoniously rebuking. Who is this? So audacious? Does he not fear the repercussions from the Qinglong society? Impressive. Now this is a true man. The onlookers were utterly astonished by Yang Tian's overwhelming presence. Chapter 39. An invitation from the President. Brother San was seething with rage, yet he felt increasingly feeble, sensing that if he did not seek medical attention, he might truly meet his end. Furthermore, Yang Tian's formidable prowess left him powerless to retaliate. Just as Brother San contemplated retreating, one of his subordinates rushed forward with a look of elation, exclaiming, Brother San, the Hall Master has arrived. The unparalleled expert, one of the 4 guardians of the Qinglong society, the formidable Yubo, had come. Brother San's face lit up with joy as he glanced up to see a man with a fierce gaze, accompanied by several imposing figures who exuded an aura of strength. Upon hearing this, Brother San was elated and, gritting his teeth, directed his ire at Yang Tian, declaring, You're finished, kid. Our Hall Master is here. At that moment, Yubo approached, and Brother San swiftly turned to him, reporting, Hall Master Yu, your arrival is timely. This brat disregards our Qinglong society, and I've been wounded because of him. Please, eliminate him and restore our society's prestige. Yubo had come specifically upon receiving news of Yang Tian's presence at the night market, tasked with a mission from the president. However, upon arrival, he was met with the sight of his subordinate clashing with Yang Tian, which ignited his fury. He swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Brother San's face, scolding, Who the hell gave you the audacity to confront Mr. Yang? Representing the president, it was imperative for Yubo to assert his authority. Already weakened from prior injuries, the slap rendered him unable to maintain his composure, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. Though they did not recognize someone of Yubo's stature, they were well acquainted with Brother San, a minor leader within the Qinglong society. It was evident that Yubo was a figure of high rank within their organization, and now, he had struck one of his own for the sake of Yang Tian. Did this young man possess an extraordinary background? No wonder he was so audacious, utterly dismissing Brother San and his associates. The 2 subordinates supporting Brother San were left speechless, stammering, Hall Master. Get lost. Yubo waved his hand dismissively. The group, as if granted a reprieve, hastily transported Brother San to the hospital. Only then did Yubo turn to Yang Tian, smiling, Mr. Yang, our president wishes to meet you. Please accompany me. Yang Tian said lightly, It is not impossible for your president to meet me, but there is another matter that requires your Qinglong society to provide an explanation. Oh? Yubo furrowed his brow. What matter? This place is filled with ordinary people who are merely trying to earn a modest living. Is it not rather despicable for your Qinglong society to extort exorbitant protection fees from them, leaving them with no means to survive? Yang Tian pointed at the dilapidated shop of the Lao Chao family, his voice cold. Is this truly happening? Yubo feigned innocence and replied, Mr. Yang, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Our Qinglong society is a legitimate commercial association with its own business landscape. We would never engage in such despicable acts as extortion. It seems I have been lax in my oversight, allowing a few audacious individuals to misuse our name for these disreputable activities. The crowd stood in stunned silence. With a single remark, Yang Tian had compelled a high-ranking member of the Qinglong society to relinquish their ill-gotten gains. Truly, Yang Tian's influence was remarkable. Let it be known. He continued, should I encounter any members of the Qinglong society engaging in bullying or oppression of the weak again, they shall not find me merciful. Yang Tian Dao. A surge of anger ignited within Yubo's heart. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner while the Qinglong society dominated Jiangqing? Yet, recalling the instructions from his superior, he maintained a composed demeanor and remarked, Mr. Yang, are you now ready to accompany me? Certainly. Yang Tian nodded, intrigued to see what tricks the president of the Qinglong society had up his sleeve. He was also curious about the society's strength. If it proved satisfactory, he wouldn't mind acquiring a loyal subordinate to cultivate, perhaps even aiding him in investigating the true perpetrators behind the massacre of the Yang family. In these times, one must possess a modicum of influence to navigate the tumultuous world. While solitary endeavors are not entirely unfeasible, one cannot handle every situation personally. He lacked the ability to clone himself, and inevitably, there would be moments of distraction. "Please, my vehicle awaits ahead." Yubo gestured invitingly. "Yang Tian, I shall accompany you." Shen Yuchu could no longer contain herself and hurried forward to declare. What kind of place was the Qinglong Society? It was akin to entering a den of dragons and tigers. Yang Tian first dealt with the bald-headed snake, and today he confronted this so-called Sangu. She certainly did not believe that the president of the Qinglong Society would seek out Yang Tian for anything favorable. Although the Shen family is merely a small clan, they still possess a modicum of standing. After speaking, she turned and departed. Shen Yuchu gazed at Yang Tian's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of anxiety and urgency. After a long moment, she stamped her foot and turned to leave. In the rear seat of the Mercedes S450, Yang Tian reclined comfortably against the backrest, eyes closed in serene repose, seemingly indifferent to the car's destination. The passenger in the front seat, Yubo, cast a discreet glance at him, feeling an undeniable admiration for Yang Tian. Regardless of his prowess, such tranquility of spirit is unparalleled in the entirety of Jiangqing. Half an hour later, the vehicle entered a resort nestled in the suburban hills. Yang Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely followed Yubo into a lavishly adorned private room. Upon the sofa sat a middle-aged man with a large head and a thick neck, his expression as impassive as the tea he brewed, none other than Zhang Jixiong, the president of the Qinglong Society. The other three formidable figures sat quietly beside him, while a dozen or so elite members of the Qinglong Society flanked both sides, their faces expressionless and motionless, resembling sculptures. "Boss, Mr. Yang has arrived," Yubo announced as he entered, before taking a seat beside him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jixiong finally lifted his gaze, appraising Yang Tian from head to toe, and remarked coolly, "So it is you who injured the bald snake?" "Indeed, it was I," Yang Tian replied. Yang Tian pulled out a stool and seated himself confidently opposite Zhang Jixiong, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. Zhang Jixiong narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke coldly. "You dare to injure my elite enforcer of the Qinglong Society and still act with such audacity? Do you truly disregard the Qinglong Society?" As he spoke, a fierce aura of menace emanated from him, firmly locking onto Yang Tian. It seemed that with just a single ill-chosen word from Yang Tian, he would erupt in violence. Yang Tian's demeanor was excessively arrogant, prompting Zhang Jixiong to resolve to teach him a lesson. As the president of the Qinglong Society, he was well versed in the approach of wielding a stick followed by a sweet date. Chapter 40. Expanding and strengthening, creating new glory. If Zhang Jixiong's murderous aura had been directed at an ordinary individual, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear at that moment. For the more timid, losing control of bodily functions would not be out of the question. However, Yang Tian remained entirely unfazed, calmly stating, "Let us speak frankly. What is it that you seek from me?" This young man was no ordinary character. Zhang Jixiong narrowed his eyes, further solidifying his resolve to recruit Yang Tian. The development of the Qinglong Society had reached a bottleneck, and to achieve any breakthrough, new blood was essential. "Excellent, my boy. I greatly admire your audacity." Since the intimidation tactic proved ineffective, Zhang Jixiong decisively shifted his strategy and laid his cards on the table. "Originally, due to your injury of bald snake, our Qinglong Society's rules dictate that you should lose a hand. However, I appreciate your spirit and have decided to offer you an opportunity." "Oh?" Yang Tian's interest was piqued. "What opportunity?" Zhang Jixiong replied with a faint smile, "Join our Qinglong Society, and you will become like a brother to us. As for past matters, they shall be forgotten. Joining is not an issue." Yang Tian smiled lightly and remarked, "It is merely a matter of status. I must clarify this." Upon hearing his words, Yubo and the other three stalwarts displayed expressions of delight. Indeed, no one in Jiangcheng could resist the allure of the Qinglong Society's invitation. Zhang Jixiong, initially believing that this young man was merely brash and would require some admonishment to come around, was pleasantly surprised by Yang Tian's prompt acceptance. His spirits lifted, He declared with grandeur, "Rest assured, I, Zhang Jixiong, am one who appreciates talent and shall not overlook a gifted individual. With your strength and courage, I have resolved to elevate you to the rank of the fifth stalwart of the Qinglong society. What do you say?" Hearing this, Dongfang stalwart Lu Can interjected with a hint of envy. "Young man, I have toiled for a decade, facing life and death, shedding blood and sweat, to earn my title as Dongfang stalwart. Now, the president wishes to bestow upon you the title of the fifth stalwart. You, my friend, have ascended to great heights in an instant. From now on, everyone in Jiangqing will have to show you some respect. Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Yu Bo chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, Mr. Yang, the Qinglong society has traditionally esteemed the 4 major halls and the 4 stalwarts. Now that the president has made an exception for you by establishing an additional hall and appointing a 5th stalwart, it is evident how much he values you. You ought to sincerely thank the president." The other 2 stalwarts also joined in, their words laced with envy. Zhang Jixiong looked at Yang Tian with unwavering confidence, inquiring, "So, what do you think? Not impressive?" Yang Tian shook his head, causing the smiles on Yu Bo and others' faces to instantly freeze. A flicker of annoyance appeared in Zhang Jixiong's eyes as he furrowed his brows and coldly remarked, "Young man, do not be overly arrogant. Do you aspire to be the vice president?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 great kings darkened considerably. They could reluctantly accept Yang Tian as the 5th king, standing on equal footing with them, but the prospect of him becoming the vice president, thus overshadowing them, was utterly unacceptable. Can a young person be deemed youthful if they lack ambition? Yang Tian chuckled lightly and casually remarked, "However, I have no interest in the position of vice president." As he spoke, he gestured towards Zhang Jixiong's posterior and continued with a smile, "In fact, I find your position quite intriguing. Why don't I take on the role of president of the Qinglong society, and you can be the vice president? From then on, everyone in the Qinglong society will heed my command. I assure you, I will lead you to greatness and renewed glory." Lu Can, already feeling disgruntled, was the first to lose his composure. He stood up abruptly, glaring at Yang Tian with fury. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" he exclaimed. "Where did this lunatic come from, thinking he could become the president of our Qinglong society? Brother, stop wasting breath on him. Let's just take him out." The 4 great kings were expressions of indignation, their faces reflecting their anger. Zhang Jixiong's countenance darkened to an extreme degree as he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze icy as it fixed on Yang Tian. "You little brat, do not overestimate yourself. In the entire Jiangqing, no one dares to disrespect the Qinglong society. You had better think carefully before you speak." "Oh, is that so?" Yang Tian, with a face full of curiosity, inquired, "Then shall I not show any humility today? What do you intend to do? Seeking death?" Zhang Jixiong completely lost his patience and shouted fiercely, "Kill him! Damn! I can no longer hold back." "Die Brat!" Lu Can bellowed, leaping into the air, and launched a punch towards Yang Tian. Bang! Yang Tian remained seated, delivering a powerful punch while still in his chair, clashing directly with Lu Can. A muffled thud echoed through the air. In the next moment, Lu Can's complexion turned pale, and he let out a groan as he was sent flying backward, crashing violently onto the coffee table in front of Zhang Jixiong. Scalding tea splashed onto him, and despite enduring excruciating pain, Lu Can, determined to maintain his dignity, could no longer contain himself. He writhed on the ground, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The expressions of Zhang Jixiong and the remaining 3 formidable men shifted dramatically. Lu Can was a master of the mid-stage dark strength, and his iron fists were a family heirloom, honed since the age of 3. Yu Bo and the other 3 dared not engage with him directly. Yet now, this young man, Yang Tian, had effortlessly overwhelmed Lu Can in a face-to-face confrontation with a single punch. This individual was undoubtedly a master of the late-stage dark strength. The 3 formidable men felt a chill run down their spines. A late-stage dark strength master at such a young age was truly astonishing. "Strike together." Zhang Jixiong commanded immediately. Yu Bo and the others exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they launched a coordinated assault on Yang Tian. The dozen or so elite members of the Qinglong society also joined the fray without a second thought. "Kid, don't be so arrogant in your next life," Yu Bo shouted fiercely, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands resembling eagle talons as he lunged towards Yang Tian's head. With that strike, even granite would be shattered. You should worry about yourself. Yang Tian's lips curled into a hint of disdain as he lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick, striking Yu Bo in the abdomen. In an instant, Yu Bo let out a piercing scream, his body soaring through the air like a cannonball, even knocking down the two subordinates rushing in behind him. The sound of bones cracking echoed relentlessly. As Yu Bo lay on the ground, his head still buzzing from the impact, he suddenly heard the sharp sound of two resounding slaps. Two figures appeared beside him, the remaining two formidable men, their faces swollen and marked with bright red handprints, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. The dozen or so elite subordinates had fallen in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Yang Tian had not even shifted from his seat. "Boss, this guy is too powerful." Yu Bo struggled to look at Zhang Zhixiong. Zhang Zhixiong's expression was equally grim. He could single-handedly handle all the subordinates in this private room, but he could never do so with the ease exhibited by Yang Tian. This implied that the young man before him, in his 20s, might even surpass him in strength. At this moment, Zhang Zhixiong remained unaware that Yang Tian had intentionally held back, harboring thoughts of subjugating the Qinglong society for his own use. Otherwise, Yu Bo and his gang would not merely be incapacitated, they would have been eliminated entirely. However, the situation had become precarious, leaving Zhang Zhixiong with no alternatives. "Kid, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It seems you possess some skills. Let the president of this society assess your worth," he bellowed, leaping forward like a great rock spreading its wings, aiming to pounce on Yang Tian. Although their strengths were comparable, he believed that with decades of life-and-death combat experience, he could easily subdue a young man like Yang Tian. Yet, he soon realized how gravely mistaken he was. Bang! Thud! Zhang Zhixiong crashed violently against the wall, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap, staring up at Yang Tian with an expression of disbelief and trembling all over. Not from injury, but from fear. Yang Tian's strength was astonishingly terrifying, revealing him to be a master of transformation. His head throbbed, and he was uncertain whether he should attempt to rise. If he stood up and Yang Tian chose to strike again, would he not be risking his life? However, remaining on the ground meant that the president had been swiftly vanquished by Yang Tian, making it impossible for him to maintain his authority in front of his subordinates. It was indeed a rather awkward predicament. Nevertheless, Zhang Zhixiong, being a clever man and the president of the society, quickly devised a plan. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he flopped onto the ground, feigning severe injury, and trembled as he spoke. "Are you a master of transformation? A master of transformation?" The crowd was immediately struck with a sense of dread, for such extraordinary figures were only found in the provincial capital. The young man before them was, astonishingly, a master of transformation, truly a prodigy. Zhang Zhixiong cast a sly glance at the astonished onlookers, feeling immensely satisfied with his cunning. "See, it's not that your boss lacks strength. It's simply that the opponent is too formidable." Yang Tian exuded no aura of hostility, and his expression remained remarkably serene. However, the onlookers harbored no doubts regarding his words, particularly for Zhang Zhixiong. A tremor coursed through his heart at that moment, as he frantically pondered how to evade the calamity of the day. The hot-tempered Lu Kan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and unleashed a tirade of curses. The tragic demise of the Yang family's 18th member is a taboo that Yang Tian cannot bear to confront in his lifetime. Lu Kan's audacious insult directed at his mother ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Alas, Zhang Zhixiong felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. Is the king of Jiangnan truly formidable? At that moment, Yang Tian gazed at Lu Kan with a smile that concealed a palpable intent to kill. Lu Kan, a mere brute, brawn over brains, mistakenly believed that the name of the king of Jiangnan would instill fear in Yang Tian. This perception was not entirely unfounded. The reputation of the king of Jiangnan was known far and wide throughout the martial arts community of Jiangnan. Who would dare to act recklessly before him? With a disdainful sneer, he regarded Yang Tian and remarked, "The king of Jiangnan reigns over the underworld across the 3 provinces of Jiangnan, commanding 12 formidable warriors, each a master at the pinnacle of their craft. His own prowess is unfathomable. A mere flick of his finger could obliterate someone of your caliber. Young man, by trespassing into my Qinglong society and assaulting our president, you have slapped the face of the king of Jiangnan. He will not let you go. Prepare for your demise. Zhang Jixiong was overwhelmed with the impulse to strike Lu Can down with his shoe, thinking, if you seek death, do not involve me. He quickly interjected, Brother Yang, please do not misunderstand. It is not that I am unwilling to support you. It is simply that the Qinglong society is indeed under the dominion of the king of Jiangnan. I am but a lowly dog in this hierarchy and cannot make decisions. Yang Tian expressed his interest, saying, so, if I can bring down the king of Jiangnan, I will be able to control the underworld of the 3 provinces of Jiangnan. That's more or less accurate, Zhang Jixiong replied with a dry chuckle, feeling a sense of speechlessness within. He thought to himself, this young man truly possesses an audacity beyond compare, directly setting his sights on the king of Jiangnan. Truly a case of the fearless naivete of youth. Young man, do you dare to insult the king of Jiangnan? You are courting death. Lu Can exclaimed with a fierce glare, his voice booming. You are seeking death with such reckless bravado. Zhang Jixiong could not help but close his eyes. After all, they had been friends for decades, and he felt a twinge of reluctance. How noisy! Yang Tian's expression turned frosty as he retaliated with a swift punch, which struck Lu Can's chest with a resounding thud. A sickening crack echoed, and Lu Can's chest caved in, creating a deep indentation. You! Lu Can's eyes widened in shock, his lips bleeding profusely like a burst faucet. With a final thud, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing twice before succumbing to silence. The entire private room fell into an oppressive hush, with every individual rendered mute by fear, each one dreading that they might be the next unfortunate victim. Inform the king of Jiangnan to come to Jiangqing at his earliest convenience. If he is willing to submit to me, I may spare his life. Otherwise, should I be compelled to seek him out, he must not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yang Tian surveyed the surroundings, uttered a terse remark, and turned to leave, leaving the members of the Qinglong society exchanging bewildered glances. It was not until Yang Tian's figure had vanished that Zhang Jixiong managed to rise, his expression dark and brooding. Brother, we must promptly report to the king of Jiangnan. That brat's earlier words were so audacious. If we relay the truth, the king will undoubtedly take action, and that will spell his doom, he asserted. Yu Bo, his face grim, concurred. Indeed, we must inform the king of Jiangnan without delay. Just then, Yang Tian returned, flashing a smile at Yu Bo. Thud. Yu Bo immediately felt his strength drain away, collapsing to the ground. As he watched Yang Tian approach him step by step, he trembled uncontrollably, stammering, "Be brother. It's a misunderstanding. Please don't kill me. Enough with the wailing. I am hardly a maniac." Yang Tian bent down and retrieved the key to a Mercedes S-Class from him, kicking the startled Yu Bo, who was shouting in disarray, before turning to leave. At that moment, the entire private room fell into an absolute silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Chapter 42. So grand, so white in the bedroom of the Shen family villa, Shun Yuchu, who usually exuded an air of aloofness, wore a troubled expression. Tong Yen and Li Jusin stood beside her, equally worried. President Shen, I believe you need not be overly concerned. I think the Qinglong Society merely wishes to have a conversation with Secretary Yang. If they truly intended to target him, they would have acted directly rather than inviting him for a chat. Tong Yen offered, sensing the oppressive atmosphere. Shen Yuchu had naturally contemplated this as well. With a wry smile, she replied, I know, but I fear the Qinglong Society has noticed his considerable abilities and seeks to win him over. My concern lies in his impetuous temperament. Should he say something inappropriate and offend Zhang Jixiong, it could lead to a disastrous fallout. Li Jusin, hearing this, felt a surge of panic. That shouldn't happen, right? I believe Yang Tian is quite intelligent and would not act foolishly. Shen Yuchu sighed. Indeed, he is clever. However, his pride runs deep, a kind of arrogance that is intrinsic to him. While he may appear carefree and jovial, I know in his heart, he holds no one in high regard. Oh, my dear wife, you understand me so well. At that moment, the door swung open, and a voice laced with teasing emerged. The 3 women brightened at the sound. Shen Yuchu, unable to contain her joy, asked, The people from the Qinglong Society did not trouble you, did they? Yang Tian chuckled softly. They may wish to trouble me, but alas, their capabilities do not permit it. Tong Yen swiftly inquired, Are you all right? Li Jusin asked anxiously, Brother-in-law, how did the matter ultimately resolve? Shen Yuchu wore a look of concern. Did the Qinglong Society impose any excessive demands? Yang Tianchong and the two others exchanged glances and chuckled. Are you so concerned about me? Have you perhaps fallen hopelessly in love with me? As Yang Tian uttered these words, his gaze fell upon the three women, causing them to instinctively believe he was addressing each of them. The three ladies' cheeks flushed a deep crimson, their youthful hearts racing wildly as they bit their lips in silence, glancing nervously at Shen Yuchu, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Li Jusin's face turned scarlet, her heart skipping a beat as she lightly stamped her foot, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Yuchu shot Yang Tian a sidelong glance and confidently stated, Indeed, I have fallen for you. Therefore, for my sake, you must refrain from acting impulsively in the future. Do you understand? All right. Yang Tian scratched his head, and faced with Shen Yuchu's penetrating gaze, a warm sensation enveloped his heart, softening his voice slightly. He pulled up a stool and sat opposite the three women, recounting the matter of the Qinglong Society's intention to recruit him as the fifth Vajra. The three women were taken aback. The Vajra of the Qinglong Society was undoubtedly a figure of great significance in Jiangqing. As long as Yang Tian agrees, he will soar to great heights. Did you agree? Shen Yuchu hastily inquired, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. If Yang Tian were to consent, he would thereafter be supported by the Qinglong Society and the Jiangnan King, thus acquiring a formidable backing. Yet, deep down, she was reluctant to see Yang Tian entangled with such dubious forces. Nonsense, how could I possibly agree? Yang Tian rolled his eyes with palpable disdain, proclaiming, however, I did offer them a chance to be my subordinates, allowing me to assume the role of the leader of the Qinglong Society. Just then, Li Jusin was about to take a sip from her cup when she overheard his words, causing her to spew the liquid forth uncontrollably. In a moment of instinctive reaction, she turned to avoid splattering Yang Tian, resulting in the entire spray landing on Tong Yen. Notably, Tong Yen was renowned for her youthful appearance and ample bosom. Now, her garment drenched, the contours of her fair skin became tantalizingly visible. Yang Tian gazed down from his lofty vantage point, his vision unclouded, nearly overwhelmed by the sight before him. So grand, so pure, so perfectly round. Yang instinctively swallowed, reflecting inwardly. Even Li Jusin, as a woman, was captivated by the astonishing scenery, unable to resist glancing for an extra moment before she quickly regained her composure and apologized. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Tong Yen remarked, so didn't that lead to immediate chaos? Shen Yuchu felt a pang of anxiety, setting aside her concerns as she hurriedly inquired, How did you manage to extricate yourself? Oh, that's quite simple, came the reply. I subdued all those who dared to oppose me. Yang Tian wore an expression of calmness as he remarked, When I departed, I instructed them to have that so-called Zhang and Wang hasten to Jiangcheng to seek me out. Otherwise, I shall pay him a visit myself. Shen Yuchu's mouth fell agape, rendering her speechless for a moment. Li Jusin and Tong Yen were equally bewildered. The trio had considered every conceivable scenario, yet none had anticipated Yang Tian's audacity. Shen Yuchu found it hard to believe, pondering whether Yang Tian was merely boasting. After a moment's reflection, she retrieved her phone. Shortly thereafter, she set it down, her gaze toward Yang Tian now imbued with complexity. Mr. Shen, what did you find out? Tong Yen inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. The Qinglong Society is taking action. They are contacting various business associations in Jiangcheng under the banner of Jiangnan Wang, intending to form an alliance against Yang Tian. It is likely that Shin Pharmaceutical is also among their targets. Shen Yuchu replied, her brow furrowed with concern. The Qinglong Society's ability to wield influence in Jiangcheng cannot solely derive from brute force. Extorting protection fees through violence merely bullies the lower echelons of society, ultimately lacking sophistication. In truth, the Qinglong Society possesses significant power in the business realm, fundamentally functioning as a trade association. This maneuver by the Qinglong Society evidently corroborates Yang Tian's assertions. At the very least, It suggests that the Qinglong society suffered losses today. Otherwise, they would not be so frantically rallying support against Yang Tian. Upon hearing this, Tong Yan's expression shifted. We have already offended the Pan Group. If the Qinglong society deliberately targets us, it could significantly impact the launch of our new product. Yang Tian calmly remarked, "Do not panic. When soldiers come, we shall defend, and when water arrives, we will bury it with earth. We can only do our part." Sighing, Shen Yuchu nodded in resignation. The four of them sat in silence for a while longer, and as it grew late, Tong Yan stood up to bid farewell. Li Jusin smiled cheerfully. Yang Tian rolled his eyes. "So where am I supposed to sleep?" This time, it was Li Jusin's turn to roll her eyes. "Why don't you just continue sleeping on the floor? As for my relationship with Yuchu, it's so close that we could even swap our underwear. I know everything about her affairs." Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, he swiftly removed his clothing, startling the two women. Shen Yuchu stammered, "Yang Tian, what are you doing?" "Brother-in-law, you mustn't," Li Jusin exclaimed, covering her eyes in a feigned modesty. However, despite her attempt to shield her gaze, the gap between her fingers was wider than her eyes, rendering her gesture somewhat futile. Yang Tian, clad only in his underpants, dove onto the bed, playfully protesting, "I've been sleeping on the floor for days. My back aches. Today, I must sleep in a bed." As he spoke, he inhaled deeply, unable to suppress his delight at the delightful fragrance wafting around him. Shen Yuchu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she tugged and pulled at him, urging Yang Tian to rise. Yet he feigned sleep, remaining silent and unyielding. "You may sleep in the bed, but at least take a shower first." Shen Yuchu finally conceded, exclaiming, "All right." With a swift leap, Yang Tianso dashed into the bathroom, and soon the sound of a cascading shower echoed through the air. Li Jusin blinked in surprise, reflecting, "I've never slept on the floor in my entire life." Shen Yuchu remained silent. Chapter 43. The Dilemma of the Ordinary Woman. "Oh, brother-in-law, how could you behave this way?" The following morning, with Li Jusin's startled exclamation, the three occupants of the bedroom stirred awake. Yang Tian stared in bewilderment at Li Jusin, who was tugging at the blanket, revealing her fair and smooth collarbone, her charming face flushed with crimson. He was utterly perplexed by this woman's antics. "Woo-woo, I have never shared a bed with a man in my life. I am no longer pure. Brother-in-law, you must take responsibility for me," Li Jusin lamented, her expression one of grievance. "Jusin, are you all right?" Shen Yuchu, still dazed from sleep, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She hurriedly scrambled to her feet and rushed to embrace Li Jusin, offering her a few words of comfort. In the next moment, however, her beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Yang Tian, scolding him, "Yang Tian, you scoundrel! How could you do such a thing?" Yang Tian, utterly confounded, was even more perplexed. He scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. "Are you two engaging in some sort of comedic routine this early in the morning? One playing the straight man, the other the comic, and the interplay is quite seamless. If I recall correctly, we agreed last night that I would sleep in the bed while you two would take the floor, did we not?" "Oh!" Shen Yuchu suddenly came to her senses, realizing that indeed that had been the arrangement. But how had Jusin ended up in the bed? At that moment, Li Jusin also recalled that after using the restroom last night, in her foggy state, she had instinctively climbed into bed and had mistakenly embraced Yang Tian, thinking he was Shen Yuchu. Instantly, her face turned a deep shade of red, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, she weakly admitted, This seems to be a misunderstanding. I must have gotten into the wrong bed last night. Jusin, you." Shen Yuchu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Tian imitated her previous demeanor, lamenting, "Woe is me. I have never been embraced by a woman in my life. I am no longer pure. Jusin, you must take responsibility for me." Shen Yuchu responded with a perplexed expression. Li Jusin blinked, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Responsibility? I have no objections, but I fear Yuchu might disagree." Her delicate demeanor resembled that of a beauty holding her heart, devoid of any overt seduction yet brimming with charm. In a mere glance, they seemed to forfeit any seasonal connection or romantic entanglement. "You little minx, it appears you did not mistakenly end up in the wrong bed at midnight. Rather, your heart has been stirred, hasn't it?" Shun Yu-chu, amused and exasperated, reached out to tickle her waist. Get up at once. Amidst their laughter, the cherished bond of sisterhood blossomed, for there were delightful secrets to share. Li Jiasun giggled uncontrollably, struggling as the blanket slipped away, revealing her delicate camisole. The temptation of her ample bosom danced playfully, while her long, fair legs flailed about chaotically. Shun Yu-chu, clad in equally light sleepwear, joined in the playful scuffle, exposing all manner of concealed areas. Yang Tian watched, his heart racing, nearly succumbing to a nosebleed had he not swiftly employed his internal techniques. Observing the unfolding scene, Shun Yu-chu promptly ceased her antics, hurriedly pulling the blanket to cover Li Jiasun's figure. Enough, Jiasun. Stop this nonsense and tidy yourself up. You're about to be fully exposed to some lecherous rogue. She shot a fierce glare at Yang Tian, warning Yang Tian, do not entertain any thoughts about Jiasun. Do you hear me? Yang Tian felt utterly wronged. Anyone with eyes could see that it was now Li Jiasun who was scheming against him. Such a typical common-sense woman, truly disappointing. After the three of them tidied up, Yang Tian and Shun Yu-chu set off for the company together. Upon arriving at the parking garage, they noticed an unfamiliar Mercedes S-Class. Shun Yu-chu questioned, whose car is this? Yang Tian replied with a cough. I acquired it from the Qinglong Society last night.
Yang Tian Dao.
Goodness, the Qinglong Society, with the backing of the Jiangnan king, has been wreaking havoc throughout the city of Jiang, engaging in numerous acts of intimidation and domination. This is the first time I've heard of someone stealing from the Qinglong Society. It seems to be a reversal of fortune. Let us go. Today, I will ride in your car to the company. Shun Yu-chu opened the backseat door and took a seat. I don't have a driver's license. Are you sure you want to ride with me? Yang Tian blinked and said. Shun Yu-chu exclaimed in surprise. It's just a matter of learning on the spot. Feels rather simple. Yang Tian chuckled, suggesting that she should take the time to get a driver's license. Shun Yu-chu, somewhat speechless, ultimately descended from the luxurious Mercedes and settled into her own Rolls-Royce. She dared not accompany Yang Tian in honing his skills. Meanwhile, within the esteemed VIP ward of the finest private hospital in Jiangqing, Pan Chong lay on the bed, his legs heavily bandaged and his complexion pale. His gaze was tense as he fixated on his father, tremblingly asking, Dad, what is the prognosis? Will my legs ever recover? Pan Shanghai's expression was dark, nearly dripping with gloom. He replied solemnly, the chances of recovery are slim. The surgery was successful, yet it cannot restore your ability to stand. Your kneecaps are completely shattered, and it seems you may be confined to a wheelchair. The only option for standing again would be through prosthetics. Pan Chong suddenly erupted in agitation, his face contorting as he shouted, I will kill him. I will take vengeance on that beast, Yang Tian.
Pan Shanghai, incensed, retorted, silence.
Did I not warn you against provoking him further? The Qinglong Society will deal with him. You disregarded my counsel, and now you find yourself in this predicament. Yet you have the audacity to rage? Tears brimmed in Pan Chang's eyes as he implored his father. Dad, I cannot accept this. I refuse to accept it. Sighing deeply, Pan Shanghai felt his heart wrench at the sight of his beloved son in such a state. Focus on your recovery, he said gravely. I have placed a bounty of 100 million on the dark web. Soon, professional assassins will take care of him, and no one will suspect the Pan family's involvement. He is but a filthy stone in a cesspool, while we are porcelain. There is no need for a direct confrontation. Learn from your mistakes, do you understand? Pan Chong clenched his fists, declaring, Dad, and what about Shun Yu-chu? I must have her. A frenzied, vengeful glimmer sparked in his eyes. Pan Shanghai recognized the madness consuming his son and, seeing that words would be futile, simply nodded. Rest assured, that wretched Shun Yu-chu will soon be begging to crawl into your bed. Pan Chang's eyes brightened. Dad, do you already have a plan for her? Pan Shanghai sneered. Not just her, but the entire Shin family. I intend to utterly dismantle Shin Pharmaceutical, to obliterate it, until there is no place for the Shin family in Jiangqing. When can we expect results? Pan Chong asked impatiently. Patience is a virtue. Focus on your recovery. Leave the rest to me, Pan Shanghai instructed, turning to leave. Shun Yu-chu, you shall forever remain a mere plaything of mine. Lying in the hospital bed, Pan Chang's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, resembling a sinister serpent poised to strike. Chapter 44. Suppression in Shun Youchu's office at Shun Pharmaceutical. As she began her day, Tong Yen rushed in with a stack of documents, her expression fraught with worry. President Shen, we have a grave situation. Shun Youchu furrowed her brow. What is it? This morning, our agents have been calling in droves, all demanding to terminate their contracts and cease representing our products. Our self-operated stores have also received numerous complaints and negative reviews, with rumors circulating that we sell counterfeit goods and exaggerate product efficacy. Major online platforms have removed our products. Citing risk, Tong Yen lamented. It is evident that someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. If we do not resolve this swiftly, our company may suffer irreparable damage. Shun Youchu's expression shifted dramatically as she fought to maintain her composure. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number, forcing a smile as she greeted, Mr. Li, our two companies have enjoyed over a decade of collaboration. It has always been pleasant. Could you enlighten me as to why we are suddenly halting our partnership? Apologies, President Shen, but the Pan Group has presented us with terms we cannot refuse, came a deep voice from the other end, before abruptly disconnecting. So it is indeed the Pan family. Shun Youchu's countenance grew grave. I suspect this is merely the beginning. Since the Pan family has taken action, they surely aim to obliterate us. President Shen. Tong Yen hesitated. Shun Youchu glanced at her, stating coolly, speak your mind. At this point, what is there to hold back? Has the Qinglong Society also intervened? I do not know. Tong Yen shook her head, speaking in hushed tones. However, various banks have already notified us that, given our company's poor operating status, they will no longer approve loans. Yet, with the 10 billion provided by Yang Tian, Shun Youchu found herself in a relatively secure financial position, unperturbed by this maneuver. Set this matter aside for now. Contact all major distributors and exert every effort to stabilize our relationships. I will convene an executive meeting to discuss strategies. Nearby, Yang Tian let out a cold chuckle. Tong Yen couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's not as simple as you think. Shun Youchu, though slightly exasperated, patiently explained, in today's society, distribution channels reign supreme. A product may be exceptional, but without robust sales channels, it remains unknown to consumers. If customers are unaware of a product's existence, even the finest production cannot prevent the company from facing bankruptcy. Understood. Yang Tian calmly remarked, product quality, sales channels, and advertising marketing are the three most crucial aspects. However, ultimately, it is the efficacy of the product that speaks volumes. I firmly believe that the formula I have provided is an unparalleled ancient remedy for wellness. Both men and women will find it irresistible. When the time comes, we will directly conduct live sales across various streaming platforms. I am confident that, with the strength of our product, it will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. Yang Tian was brimming with confidence, yet Shun Youchu couldn't help but smile wryly. What you speak of resembles a fairy tale. It can only be deemed a possibility. I cannot entrust the future of the entire company to such a gamble of a business philosophy. Just as Shun Youchu was consumed by her concerns, Zhang Xuelan hurriedly entered, clutching an LV handbag, and exclaimed to Yang Tian, your medical skills are quite commendable, are they not? Yang Tian felt somewhat bewildered and instinctively glanced at Shun Youchu. This mother-in-law was not someone to be trifled with, and dealing with her made Yang Tian believe that caution was advisable. Shun Youchu was taken aback and hastily inquired, Mom, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need Yang Tian to take a look at you? Zhang Xuelan replied, your aunt is experiencing a recurrence of her old ailment and is currently resting at home. I thought since Yang Tian possesses considerable medical expertise, it would be prudent for you to accompany him to see your aunt. Indeed, it was appropriate for Yang Tian to attend to her aunt's persistent issue, as I had been rather preoccupied these past few days and had completely forgotten about it. Shun Youchu suddenly realized and then frowned. Mom, why don't you take Yang Tian to see aunt? I'm caught up with some matters at the company and can't leave. I'm also in a rush to play mahjong, we're one player short. This is settled then. I've already called your aunt and informed her. You both should hurry over. Zhang Xuelan waved her hand dismissively and hurried off. It was evident that she truly was one player short, to the extent of neglecting her own sister. Today's mahjong game was indeed non-negotiable. Shen Yuchu felt somewhat speechless, pressing her forehead as a mild headache arose. She turned to Yang Tian and said, Yang Tian, I truly cannot leave the company. How about I send you the address and phone number of my aunt's house? I'll give her a call to inform her, and you can go alone to have a look. Is that all right? That sounds fine. Yang Tian could only nod. Once Shen Yuchu sent the address and phone number, he turned to leave. Tong Yen, gather the management for a meeting. Shen Yuchu commanded immediately, her gaze resolute as she clenched her delicate fists, silently vowing. Pan family, even if you have forged an alliance with the Kyoto Medicine King's Pavilion, Shen Pharmaceutical will not falter. At this moment, in the office of the chairman of Shenzhou Tong Pharmaceutical, Su Hozhao was smoking one cigarette after another. His beautiful secretary, visibly anxious, inquired, Mr. Su, the Pan Group has called, stating that if we continue to represent Shen Pharmaceutical's products, they will cease all cooperation with us, which would mean we cannot sell Pan Group's products anymore. The sales and marketing departments are advising to shelve all of Shen Pharmaceutical's products, claiming they are difficult to sell, while currently the best sellers are from the Pan Group. If we sever ties with the Pan Group, it will incur significant losses. Damn the Pan Group, I have been in the pharmaceutical industry for decades, and this is the first time I've encountered such tyranny. Are they forcing us to choose one over the other? This is monopolistic behavior and it's outright illegal. Do they not understand that? Su Hozhao erupted in anger, causing his secretary to lower her head, too afraid to speak. Fine, so they want to pressure me, do they? Su Hozhao inhaled deeply, abruptly standing up and extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, gritting his teeth as he declared, send the word down. Remove all products related to the Pan Group from our shelves. From now on, we will primarily promote Shen Pharmaceuticals products in the health supplement sector. What? The secretary's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her boss. But this might severely impact the company's profits for the next quarter, and the marketing and sales departments will likely have objections. She urged. Objections? Su Hozhao shot back. Who is the boss here, them or me? All right, I will notify them. The secretary conceded, though still apprehensive. Su Hozhao pulled out a cigarette, sighed, and muttered to himself, alas, what choice do I have? Master Yang saved my entire family's lives. At such a critical time, to betray him would make me less than human. Meanwhile, following the address provided by Shen Yuchu, Yang Tian arrived at the entrance of a luxurious apartment in a high-end residential area. He rang the doorbell. Shortly after, a woman dressed in a flowing purple gown, her long waves cascading elegantly, with exquisite features and fair skin, appearing to be in her late 20s, opened the door. It was Zhang Xie, Shen Yuchu's aunt. Although she was a generation older than Shen Yuchu, their ages were not far apart, making them contemporaries. Moreover, they shared a striking resemblance, both being extraordinary beauties. Hello, Auntie. I am Yang Tian, Yuchu's husband. I heard you were unwell, so I came to check on you. Yang Tian took the initiative to speak. Please come in. Both Yuchu and my sister have told me that your medical skills are remarkable. However, you are quite young, which piques my curiosity. Did you come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners? After leading Yang Tian to the sofa and pouring him a cup of tea, Zhang Xie scrutinized him with a hint of curiosity. Yang Tiandao remarked, a family steeped in traditional Chinese medicine could not possibly cultivate a physician as formidable as myself. It is no wonder you effortlessly subdued the proud Shen Yuchu, and even garnered praise from my sister, who believes everyone owes her a considerable debt. Your confidence alone sets you apart from the ordinary. Zhang Xie let out a soft laugh, tilting her head slightly as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. This seemingly simple gesture revealed a myriad of charms, and her flawless profile left Yang Tian momentarily entranced. However, he soon realized that his prolonged gaze upon Shen Yuchu's aunt was rather inappropriate, and quickly feigned nonchalance, saying, Aunt, do share your condition with us. Since we are of similar age, please do not call me Aunt. Just refer to me as Xie, Zhang Xie replied, extending her delicate hand before Yang Tian, her expressive eyes blinking playfully. I have heard that traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. This is a true test of one's medical skills. Yang Tian smiled gently and reached out to take Zhang Xie's pulse. However, concerning neurological issues of the brain, both traditional and Western medicine have yet to offer effective solutions. Thus, for many years, she has had to endure, unable to find a cure. Both her sister and Yuchu were aware of this situation. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Zhang Xie was not surprised. She smiled and replied, "Can you treat it? It's not a significant problem."
Yang Tian smiled gently.
Indeed, it is quite normal. Zhang Xie, however, held no expectations for Yang Tian. She presumed he was akin to the experts and professors she had encountered before, utterly powerless. Thus, she instinctively sought to offer a few words of comfort. Yet, as she spoke, she was taken aback, abruptly lifting her gaze in disbelief at Yang Tian. With a quivering voice, she exclaimed, You can heal?" Yang Tian revealed a broad smile, showcasing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Of course, if I possess such limited abilities, how could I possibly call myself a divine physician?" Zhang Xie's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After taking several deep breaths, she finally regained her composure, though her voice still trembled slightly. "So, is there anything that needs to be prepared? When can the treatment commence?" Yang Tian took out the silver needles he had purchased along the way and calmly said, "I can begin at any moment. It depends on whether you, Auntie, feel prepared." Zhang Xie gazed deeply at Yang Tian and slowly replied, "I am ready. You may commence." "Excellent." Yang Tian rose and approached Zhang Xie from behind, gently placing his hands on the back of her head. His voice was soft as he said, "Xie, relax your body and refrain from moving." Zhang Xie responded slowly, and then, to his surprise, she leaned back, resting directly against Yang Tian. "Xie, you seem to be a bit too relaxed, don't you think?" Yang Tian forced a smile and said, "Ah?" Zhang Xie appeared somewhat bewildered. "What? Ahem, it's nothing. I shall begin now." Yang Tian believed it prudent to remain silent about the matter. Not speaking would allow him to feign ignorance, while revealing the truth could lead to an unavoidable awkwardness given their respective positions. He focused his energy, retrieved a set of silver needles, and declared in a steady voice, "Xie, remain still. I shall commence the acupuncture." With that, he deftly maneuvered his fingers, inserting 12 silver needles into 12 critical acupoints on Zhang Xie's head. His fingers danced rapidly, manipulating the needles with precision. One by one, the needles began to tremble, even resonating with a low hum. Zhang Xie felt warm currents flowing through the needles into her mind. Before long, a miraculous transformation occurred. The persistent ache that had plagued her head suddenly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort and lightness. The chronic affliction vanished without a trace. Zhang Xie experienced an unprecedented sense of ease, her mind becoming ethereal. This sensation compelled her to gently move her head, eager to savor this extraordinary feeling of liberation. However, this slight motion brought unintended consequences for Yang Tian. Yang Tian felt a sudden tingling sensation on his scalp, and his mind was racing with a flurry of thoughts. Even with his cleverness, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Zhang Xie was equally stunned, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson, her body frozen in place, unable to move. She stammered, Yang Tian, what do you intend to do?" Yang Tian was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "I am wronged. This is not my fault. I told you to remain still, and while leaning against me was one thing, your fidgeting has led to this predicament, hasn't it?" Zhang Xie's mind was a blank slate. "What shall we do now?" Yang Tian comforted, "We have reached a crucial moment in the treatment. I must remain still, and you should too. It will be over shortly." Zhang Xie responded with silence. Chapter 46. Do not disturb. I am a person of pure innocence, all right. The treatment has concluded. Xie, how are you feeling? Is there any lingering discomfort? If you are truly apprehensive, we could seek a hospital for a thorough examination. Yang Tian added. Zhang Xie instinctively echoed him. Her delicate face flushed, leaving her uncertain whether it was embarrassment or excitement. Her mind was in a haze, as she had scarcely grasped what Yang Tian was saying. The earlier scene had impacted her profoundly. It was no wonder that Yuchu had taken an instant liking to her, hastily obtaining the marriage certificate in silence. It seemed she had tasted the sweetness of it all. Suddenly, a peculiar thought surged in Zhang Xie's mind, and she felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling within her heart. Xie, are you all right? Why do I sense such turbulence in your breath? Yang Tian sensed that something was amiss and looked on with concern. No, it's nothing, Yang Tian. Just wait for me a moment. Typically attentive to her health and never bathing in cold water, she surprisingly decided to wash herself with cold water today. The oppressive heat that had enveloped her began to gradually dissipate as the cool water cascaded over her. After half an hour, having completely regained her composure, Zhang Xie reappeared before Yang Tian, adorned in an ethereal, flowing gown. Yang Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. If the previous Zhang Xie could be deemed a quintessential beauty scoring 9 out of 10, then her transformed self radiated an exquisite allure, elevating her to a stunning 9.5. She utterly eclipsed the artificially enhanced starlets gracing our screens. Yang Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "Xie, you are truly beautiful." Zhang Xie blinked her eyes and playfully replied, "Oh really? How do I compare to you Chu? Who is more beautiful, the two of us?" Yang Tiandao remarked, "Ahem, all are beautiful. You each possess a distinct style, akin to peonies and tulips, each flower appealing to its own admirer." "Oh, so which do you prefer, peonies or tulips?" queried Zhang Xie. "This seems rather peculiar." Yang Tian blinked his eyes and remarked, "I adore beautiful flowers." Zhang Xie rolled her eyes in response. "I never imagined you to be such a fickle-hearted fellow." Yang Tian wore an innocent expression. "Xie, weren't we discussing flowers? Why resort to personal attacks?" Playful, this remark, imbued with a hint of encouragement, carried a touch of seduction, particularly when coupled with her current demeanor. Her graceful and gentle appearance, alluring words, enchanting smile, and fair collarbone combined to elevate her charm to its zenith. It was challenging for any man to resist such allure. Yang Tian suddenly felt a parched sensation in his mouth, unable to resist the urge to discreetly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Yet, he remained steadfast in upholding his own principles. Yang Tian revealed a smile, saying, "Shiyu, do not tease. I pride myself on my pure nature." Zhang Shiyu, with a hint of mischief in her smile, replied, "Oh, little brother, you do not appear to be as innocent as you claim. Did I just see you swallow?" Yang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, as though he were a thief caught in the act. How vexing it was that his enchanting master sought him for training on the mountain every single day, 3 times a day, as if it were a sumptuous feast. Now that he had descended from the heights, he found himself bereft of even the faintest scent of meat. It seemed he was indeed quite famished. His self-discipline was sorely lacking. The mere presence of a beautiful woman could lead him astray, exposing his vulnerabilities. "Come," he said, "you have healed me, and I must repay your kindness. Previously, I was invited to a prestigious auction at Yunding, which happens to be today. Why don't you accompany me? If I happen upon something that piques my interest, I shall bid on it and present it to you as a token of gratitude." Zhang Xie rose gracefully, her steps delicate, revealing her alluring waist. Yang Tian hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for that. Given our relationship, discussing money would be rather vulgar. Is this affection of yours genuine?"
Yang Tian wishes to inquire.
The intensity of this woman's gaze is utterly formidable. It seems as though there lies something concealed within her eyes. The longer one gazes, the more one feels as if their very soul might be lured away. Yang Tian felt a bit hesitant to meet her gaze and quickly stood up, timidly suggesting, "Let us discuss the financial aspect." The two then set off together, with Yang Tian seated in the passenger seat while Zhang Xie drove with one hand, handing over a tablet. "Here is the information on the items to be auctioned today. You may peruse it first to see if anything piques your interest. All right?" Yang Tian nodded slightly and casually picked up the item to glance through it. When an image of a dark yellow plant appeared before his eyes, his gaze brightened. Such a remarkable find. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xie turned her head with curiosity and, somewhat astonished, remarked, "This appears to be a 3-leaf stone crop, though the color seems somewhat off." Yang Tian was somewhat taken aback. "You are familiar with traditional Chinese medicinal herbs?" Zhang Xie replied nonchalantly, "Illness breeds knowledge." It was a somber topic, and Yang Tian chose not to pursue it further. He scrutinized the images displayed on the tablet, growing increasingly exhilarated. Wild 3-leaf stonecrop had become a rarity, and a specimen capable of thriving for over a century was unheard of. Judging by the image, This particular three-leaf stone crop appeared to be at least 2 centuries old, possessing remarkable medicinal properties. This plant was more than qualified to serve as one of the auxiliary materials for the spirit-gathering pill. Acquiring it would bring him a step closer to concocting the coveted elixir. All right, let us secure this specimen. You can continue to browse. I shall capture every piece that catches your eye. Zhang Xie smiled. Wow, you truly are quite affluent. Yang Tian jested. Shiyu, I no longer wish to strive. Are you seeking a benefactor? Zhang Shiyu smiled playfully. If you Chu agrees, I have no objections. Chapter 47. Such an unrefined name, this woman is quite adept. Yang Tian conceded, acknowledging that he was no match in the realm of flirtation, and thus he chose to retreat. I am genuinely curious. How did you come to know Yu Chu, to the extent that she would directly marry you? I have heard that several elite scions from prestigious families pursued her, only to be met with merciless rejection. Upon arriving at the exhibition parking lot, Zhang Shiyu voiced her lingering questions. How should I put this? Yang Tian tossed his hair and remarked, it's just my insufferable charm that has nowhere to be placed. You rascal. Zhang Xie shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to dwell on the topic. At that moment, she spotted a parking space, maneuvered her vehicle, and was about to reverse into it. Suddenly, Porsche 911 surged in, seizing the spot. What a rude person. Zhang Xie's fair face darkened, and she had no choice but to drive a little further ahead, parking in an adjacent space. As they exited the car, the door of the Porsche swung open, revealing a young man and woman. Indifferent to the interloper who had usurped her parking spot, Zhang Xie prepared to enter the venue. However, the young man briskly disengaged from his female companion, striding toward Zhang Xie and blocking her path. He struck a pose he deemed charming, grinning widely as he said, Beautiful lady, you are truly stunning. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Xie replied coolly, casting him a brief glance. You must also be here for today's auction, correct? May I know your name? Let us be friends. The young man was quite forward. Zhang Xie, accustomed to various advances due to her appearance and demeanor, offered a polite yet distant smile. I'm Zhang Xie, but as for friendship, I'd rather not. I fear my boyfriend might get jealous. With that, she turned and gave Yang Tian a gentle smile, linking her arm with his and resting her head on his shoulder. They appeared quite intimate, resembling a couple deeply in love. Goodness, she's using him as a shield. Yang Tian smirked slightly, drawing upon his extensive experience as a shield, and offered a calm smile to the young man. Brother, could you please step aside? We are in a hurry. The young man paid no heed to Yang Tian, confidently stating, Dear lady, he's merely your boyfriend, not your husband. I believe he has no right to interfere in your friendships. With that, he produced a business card from his pocket, wearing a proud expression. I am Du Zitong. My father is Du Haitao, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Our family operates a martial arts school, and in Jiangqing, all manner of influential figures grant my father a modicum of respect. I believe that having me as a friend will greatly ease your journey ahead. This young man, despite his youth, spoke with an overly slick demeanor. Zhang Xie furrowed her brow, suppressing her annoyance, and replied politely, Very well, we are now friends. May I ask you to move aside? Upon hearing this, Du Zitong smiled, pushing further. Xie, to be honest, I wish to pursue a deeper relationship with you. I am not content to remain merely ordinary friends. You are too captivating, and I have fallen for you at first sight. Zhang Xie nearly felt nauseated by his words, coldly retorting, I have already told you, I have a boyfriend. I saw him get out from the passenger seat just now. This car must be yours, right? If you can't even afford a decent vehicle, frankly, he is unworthy of you. Du Zitong glanced at Yang Tian, a smirk on his face, and remarked, Brother, don't take offense at my bluntness. Truth be told, I am acquainted with nearly all the scions of affluent families in Jiangqing, yet you seem somewhat unfamiliar. May I inquire as to which esteemed family you hail from? Zhang Xie looked at Yang Tian, curious to see how he would handle the situation. What's the matter? Is it forbidden for someone who is not a scion to venture out? Yang Tian scoffed. For those of you who incessantly flaunt your lineage, I propose a rather straightforward solution. Why not craft a nameplate bearing your father's name to wear around your neck? This way, You needn't repeatedly introduce yourself to anyone you encounter. In my past experience with dogs, to prevent my foolish husky from straying, I employed a similar tactic, affixing a tag with my phone number to its collar. This method proved remarkably effective. Perhaps you should consider it. This was a thinly veiled insult, likening him to a dog. Du Zitong, however, remained unperturbed. He regarded the outburst of this insignificant character with disdain and replied with a smirk, "It appears you are feeling quite insecure. I suggest you take the hint and depart. A beauty like Xie deserves a man of my caliber. After all, one must embody virtue to deserve their station. It would be wise for you to tread carefully. Otherwise, in our competition, I fear the outcome may be rather unfavorable for you." Yang Tianyi extended his hand and affectionately embraced Zhang Xie's slender waist, laughing heartily. "I believe your discomfort is not in your stomach but rather in your mind. It is quite rare to encounter someone as foolish as you in this day and age. Those who lack virtue and merit are bound to face calamity. What's the matter? Do you still wish to strike me?" Yang Tian regarded Du Zitong with a hint of provocation, having discerned that this individual was a martial artist adept in external strength. Among the youth of Jiangcheng, he could be considered quite formidable. However, should this man dare to challenge him, Yang Tian would not hesitate to strike him down with a single blow, rendering him utterly powerless. Beside him, Zhang Xie leaned delicately against Yang Tian, her large eyes gazing at him with a tender expression. This sight infuriated Du Zitong, who was on the verge of erupting, when the girl accompanying him spoke first. "Young man, do not underestimate my brother Zitong. He is a paragon of the martial arts community in Jiangcheng. With his skills, defeating 10 or 8 of your kind would be mere child's play. He is graciously conversing with you, a testament to his character, so you ought to cherish this opportunity. Should you provoke my brother Zitong, I assure you, you will not last 3 seconds before you are begging for mercy." Her demeanor was one of haughty arrogance, as if Du Zitong were her father. "What an audacious claim! Who are you to make such grandiose boasts?" Yang Tian scoffed. "Please return the prowess to the cattle. They too desire to engage in the pleasures of life, do they not? Wang Guifang, my father is none other than Wang Chongqing, one of the 2 vice presidents of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association," she proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "Wang Guifang." Yang Tian mercilessly mocked. "This name is utterly ridiculous." At that moment, Wang Guifang's face flushed crimson. Lies may not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. Nothing irked her more than the notion that her name was unrefined, especially since it indeed bore an air of crudeness. Chapter 48. Humiliated beyond repair, the auction was attended by a multitude of guests, and the spirited debate among the 4 in the parking lot captured the attention of many onlookers. Their expressions were filled with amusement as they pointed and whispered, reminiscent of a circus performance featuring clowns. Zhang Xie, unwilling to be the subject of their amusement, grew impatient as the 2 continued to bicker. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all individuals of notable standing. If you relish being the center of such ridicule, by all means, indulge yourselves. We, however, have no such inclination and shall take our leave." With that, she grasped Yang Tian's hand and led him away. Du Zitong glanced around and noted the many curious eyes upon them, including a few acquaintances. Realizing that Zhang Xie appeared genuinely upset, he decided to refrain from further engagement. Wang Guifang, watching Yang Tian's retreating figure, seethed, "Zitong, that fellow is insufferable. He must be taught a lesson." "Rest assured," Du Zitong replied with a cold smirk. "I possess 100 methods to deal with such an ungrateful wretch. But the auction is about to commence. Let us enter first."
Du Zitong,
Relying on his prowess as a martial artist, often acted with an air of arrogance. That newcomer appeared unfamiliar and seemingly lacked connections. Competing with Du Zitong for a woman would likely spell disaster for him. The woman, identified as Zhang Xie of the Zhang family, was renowned for her stunning beauty, though her health was delicate, leading her to live a reclusive life. It was said she was low-key, yet it seemed she had a penchant for charming rogues. As the 4 departed, a group of elegantly dressed men and women began to discuss the unfolding drama with amused expressions. Upon entering the auction hall, Zhang Xie turned to Yang Tian with a playful smile and inquired, "Is my waist not rather supple?" Yang Tian then realized that he seemed to still have his arm wrapped around Zhang Xie's waist. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly released his grip, chuckling. Xie's waist is a deadly temptation. Look at that Du Ziding, who hasn't even embraced her yet, and he's already lost in a daze. Zhang Xie shot him a glance filled with disdain, retorting, You may have embraced her, but I see no signs of you being lost in a daze. The beauty's fair complexion and myriad charms were captivating. Yang Tian feigned ignorance, saying, Isn't my identity a constraint? I can temporarily play the role of a boyfriend, but if I delve deeper, I'm afraid Yu Chu might take my life. Zhang Xie brushed her hair back, settled into her seat, and chuckled softly. In our childhood, Yu Chu and I attended the same elementary school. We often shared a bed, and back then, she promised that when we grew up, she would share the finest things with me. Yang Tian pointed at himself with a peculiar expression, asking, You can't possibly mean that the finest thing is me, right? Zhang Xie retorted, Do you not consider yourself a good person? Yang Tian, I must certainly be a fine individual. Zhang Xie, well, that settles it. Yang Tian suddenly realized, No, I am not an object. I am a human being. Zhang Xie stifled a laugh and nodded. Indeed, you are a human. You are not an object. Yang Tian, good grief. I've fallen into a pit. The people in the city are truly wicked. Yang Tian found himself somewhat speechless, sensing that Zhang Xie was intentionally setting a trap for him, eager to provoke a reaction. At that moment, a host clad in an elegant OL professional suit, boasting an alluring S-shaped figure, gracefully ascended the auction stage with a microphone in hand, announcing the official commencement of the auction. The first item up for bid was the Ocean Heart ruby necklace from England, with a starting price of 500,000, and each subsequent bid required a minimum increment of 50,000. As the host's voice resonated like the clear chime of precious jewels, a tall beauty donned in a cheongsam approached, delicately carrying a tray covered by a transparent glass dome. Simultaneously, a large screen behind the host displayed videos and images of the Ocean Heart necklace. It became vividly apparent that a ruby, roughly the size of a thumb, was set amidst a halo of diamonds, gleaming radiantly. What a stunning necklace! Zhang Xie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. 600,000. Yang Tian raised the placard without hesitation and then winked at Zhang Xie, remarking, Indeed beautiful. It suits you perfectly. Allow me to capture this moment. Zhang Xie couldn't help but laugh. What a splendid way to offer a flower through another. 1 million. 2 million. Amid their jovial banter, bids were rapidly being placed, swiftly elevating the price to 3 million. At this juncture, the bidding voices gradually faded away. Clearly, 3 million was nearing the pinnacle of the necklace's worth. 3,500,000. Yang Tian raised his paddle once more. At the announcement of this price, a hush fell over the crowd. The host, brimming with excitement, began the bidding. 3,500,000 for the first call. Is there any higher offer? 5 million. A voice abruptly interjected, raising the bid by a staggering 150,000, demonstrating immense financial audacity. Immediately, Du Ziding stood up, his face adorned with a broad smile as he turned to Zhang Xie, saying, Xie, I believe that the heart of the ocean will only truly reflect its worth when it rests around your neck. You and it are a perfect match. I must acquire it for you. With that declaration, he provocatively raised an eyebrow at Yang Tian. Initially, he held no interest in the necklace, but upon witnessing Yang Tian's bid, he unhesitatingly followed suit. He felt compelled to showcase the vast disparity between himself and Yang Tian. Furthermore, he sought to display his financial prowess in front of Zhang Xie. Based on his previous experiences, he knew that few women could withstand such an overwhelming display of monetary power. 10 million. Yang Tian indulged him, unhesitatingly doubling the bid. The audience erupted in astonishment. This price was utterly outrageous. Spending 10 million on a ruby necklace was akin to sheer folly. Du Zitong had assumed that, with his opening bid, he could intimidate the seemingly insignificant Yang Tian. He had even planned to seize the necklace and mock Yang with scornful taunts. However, to his surprise, Yang Tian responded with a direct double of the bid, an unexpected slap to his face. His expression darkened immediately. You little brat, Do you truly possess the means to call such a price? Yang Tian scoffed disdainfully. My goodness, Du Xiao, you are quite impressive, yet a mere 10 million has left you trembling? With such limited prowess, do you dare to put on airs? Du Zidong was livid, his rage boiling at being mocked by a mere nobody. 1 million, 1.5 million. He seethed, nearly choking on his indignation. 2 million, he exclaimed, casting a defiant glare at Yang Tian. Boy, if you have the guts, keep bidding. He felt like a triumphant general, finally releasing the pent-up frustration that had been gnawing at him. It was a relief, indeed. However, the next moment, his expression soured to one of utter despair. Fine. You win. The crowd of elite onlookers erupted in laughter. Ha! This Du Zidong is truly amusing. Being played like a fool. Spending 2 million on a necklace? What a fool's errand. With 2 million, one could procure an entire trainload of jade ruffs. Imagine the wealth they could yield. Youthful folly, indeed. A mere provocation sends him leaping into the pit. So impulsive. He may struggle to achieve greatness in the future. Du Zidong's countenance darkened, a look of distaste akin to having ingested something vile. His eyes nearly ablaze with fury directed at Yang Tian. The thought of spending 2 million without achieving the desired show of bravado, only to be ridiculed, was unbearable. Is there an amount greater than 2 million? Meanwhile, the host continued to call out for higher bids. What kind of fool would keep raising the stakes? Someone in the corner shouted, eliciting another wave of laughter from the crowd. The host nearly succumbed to laughter himself but managed to stifle it and continued with the proceedings, finally placing the item before Du Zidong. Gritting his teeth, Du Zidong reluctantly swiped his card. Du Xiao, didn't you say you were buying this necklace for your girlfriend? Is that still valid? Yang Tian stood once more, shouting at him. The host was introducing the next item, but all eyes turned to Du Zidong, each person wearing an expression of pity mixed with disbelief. What kind of unparalleled fool spends 2 million on a necklace to gift to someone else's girlfriend? With 2 million, one could easily open several clubs and hire hundreds of 18-year-old attendants, enjoying a different experience each day for 2 years. And who knows, the business might even turn a profit. Du Zidong's face flushed with rage. You insolent brat, you have gone too far. What do you mean? So you're not planning to gift it after all? Yang Tian turned to Zhang Xie, his face radiating innocence. Xie, that guy has changed his heart and no longer presents you with the necklace. You should relinquish your hopes and let us live well together from now on. Zhang Xie remained silent, stifling a laugh as he plopped down onto a chair, his expression darkening. He realized that no matter how he attempted to spar with Yang Tian verbally, today he was outmatched. Continuing this exchange would only lead to further humiliation, which he had already endured far too much of. Forget it, Yang Tian, don't overdo it or you might genuinely make someone angry. Zhang Xie couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Du Zidong. This was indeed too pitiful, prompting him to offer some words of caution. Brother Zidong, sometimes one must endure minor grievances for the sake of greater plans. Don't stoop to the level of that obnoxious loser. He merely seeks to provoke you. Don't fall for his tricks again. Wang Guifang noticed Du Zidong's face turning purple with rage and hurried to console him. It's merely 20 million. It's not worth your ire. That obnoxious loser simply lacks insight. Du Zidong was putting on a brave front. The latest auction item was the martial arts notes of the legendary swordsman Li Qingshan, chronicling his insights during the breakthrough of the transformation phase of martial arts. This was a unique manuscript, with a starting bid of 10 million, and each increment no less than 500,000. Just then, the host announced the next item to be presented. Du Zidong's eyes brightened. This was the goal of his visit today. Li Qingshan, a master-level superpower, had insights that, if studied by his father, Du Haitao, could potentially assist in his breakthrough. It would be worth depleting all his resources. Despite Li Qingshan's illustrious reputation, most in attendance were wealthy merchants who had no genuine interest in such artifacts, leading to an awkward silence. Seeing this, Du Zidong was filled with joy. If he could acquire Li Qingshan's notes at a low price, the 2 million he had previously spent would be insignificant. As the host awkwardly began to think that this impressive item might go unsold, Du Zidong raised his paddle confidently. 11 million. The host was overjoyed, immediately asking, 11 million. Is there a higher bid? After a long pause, silence reigned. It seemed this would be the final price. Even for a mere notebook, 11 million was a staggering sum. The host comforted himself with this thought and proceeded with the process of asking for higher bids. Wang Guifeng beamed, exclaiming, "Haha!" Du Zitong, having shaken off the gloom, laughed triumphantly. 20 million. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly rang out, raising the bid by 9 million in one go. The host was momentarily taken aback. Du Zitong's smile immediately froze, instinctively turning to the source of the voice, only to find Yang Tian watching him with a mocking expression. Fury engulfed Du Zitong. "You little brat, are you deliberately raising the price?" Yang Tian gazed at the host with a look of confusion and inquired, "Is there a stipulation that this particular lot can only be bid on by Mr. Du Zitong?" "Certainly not," the host replied with a smile. "All lots are open for bidding to everyone." Turning her attention back to Du Zitong, she politely cautioned, "Mr. Du, please refrain from interfering with others' bids. If your actions disrupt the normal proceedings of the auction, we may have no choice but to ask you to leave." Du Zitong's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he declared, 21 million, 50 million. Yang Tian, with unwavering resolve, provocatively cast his gaze towards Du Zitong after calling out a price. The crowd erupted with excitement, each person eager to witness whether this unsuspecting fool would continue to play the part of the great dupe. Du Zitong gripped his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with determination. He was intent on acquiring the martial arts manuscript. However, faced with Yang Tian's relentless banter, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to raise the bid further, especially as his funds dwindled. It was a moment of great discomfort, caught in a dilemma of whether to bid or remain silent. "Brother Zitong, perhaps it's best to let it go. That rascal is clearly counting on your determination to win. Continuing to raise the bid may lead to significant losses, and even if you do win, it would come at an exorbitant price, rendering it entirely unworthy," Wang Guifeng advised, shooting a resentful glare at Yang Tian. She held back another admonition, knowing that the entire assembly awaited Du Zitong's foolishness, and if he persisted in raising the stakes, he would become a laughingstock within the circles of Jiangqing. "Damn it!" Du Zitong muttered angrily, deciding to concede, yet he would not make it easy for Yang Tian. This scoundrel thrived on his misfortune, so Du Zitong devised a cunning plan. 60 million. He shouted, standing defiantly as if he were ready to go head-to-head with Yang Tian. After declaring the price, he glared at Yang Tian, seemingly threatening him not to bid again. However, this was merely a performance, a deliberate provocation. Should Yang Tian dare to raise the bid, he would immediately withdraw, ensuring that Yang Tian would assume the role of the great fool. Ideally, Zhang Xie would be unwilling to part with such a sum, and in her frustration would send Yang Tian away. Du Zitong reveled in his scheming thoughts. Meanwhile, Yang Tian plopped down in his chair, casually setting down his paddle and grinning. "Impressive. Young Master Du truly possesses wealth. 60 million for a mere notebook? One can't help but admire you. The quintessential great dupe," he declared. "I shall not contest the title of the ultimate fool with you. It is yours to keep." How infuriating. Once again, I've fallen for it and become the great fool. Du Zitong felt his blood boil, nearly losing his balance in a fit of rage. The crowd at the auction buzzed with mockery, openly ridiculing Du Zitong's predicament. His complexion fluctuated between green and white as he ground his teeth in frustration, never anticipating that merely attending an auction would ruin his reputation. Regret washed over him for provoking Yang Tian earlier, realizing the magnitude of his misstep. Fortunately, as the next item was introduced, the crowd's attention shifted, leaving Du Zitong momentarily forgotten. However, the absence of his foolish antics rendered the subsequent auction rather mundane, lacking in excitement. As the event neared its conclusion, the final item was presented. The host, with a serious demeanor, announced, "The climax of this auction features a rare specimen from the human forbidden zone, a wild three-leaf sedum, harvested from the depths of Ileo Mountain, boasting an impressive age of 280 years. The collection of such an extraordinary herb led to the permanent loss of 3 seasoned herbalists in the heart of Ileo Mountain. This three-leaf sedum, when combined with other ingredients, possesses remarkable longevity-enhancing properties. The starting bid is 10 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. Upon the host's declaration, a hush fell over the crowd. The lack of knowledge regarding medicinal herbs was evident, compounded by the fact that sedum was not as widely recognized as ginseng or other precious herbs. Although the host claimed it offered miraculous benefits for longevity, its efficacy remained uncertain for those not versed in traditional Chinese medicine. No one wished to risk their fortune on what might merely be an overpriced supplement, only to become the subject of ridicule like Du Zitong. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Tian felt a surge of delight. He had come specifically for the Sempervivum Tectorum, and upon discovering that this precious item was being reserved as the finale of the auction, he initially anticipated a frenzied bidding war. To his astonishment, however, no one seemed interested at all. It appeared that discerning individuals were indeed a rarity. 11 million. A voice broke the silence as someone began to bid for the invaluable herb that had claimed 3 lives. 12 million. An elderly gentleman, his hair a cascade of silver, raised his paddle. He seemed to be the eldest participant at the auction, and his frail appearance suggested the twilight of his years. It was no wonder he chose to bid. Perhaps he sought a glimmer of hope to prolong his existence. For the wealthy, the most tragic fate is to depart this world with unspent riches. After the old man placed his bid, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Clearly, no one else was inclined to continue raising the stakes for the Sempervivum Tectorum. The host on stage wore an awkward expression, realizing that the grand finale item had garnered a mere 12 million. This was indeed a considerable disappointment. 15 million. Just then, as Yang Tian prepared to raise his bid, Zhang Xie unexpectedly lifted her paddle ahead of him. I promised, if you desired it, I would secure it for you. Zhang Xie smiled at Yang Tian. Thank you. Yang Tian felt a surge of emotion, realizing that Zhang Xie was likely not a billionaire, and that over 10 million might be a significant amount for her. 16 million. 18 million. Without hesitation, Zhang Xie pressed on, exuding an air of determination. The elder, observing the situation, sighed and chose to withdraw. 18 million once. Is there a higher bid? 18 million twice. Is there a higher offer? The host began the final call, scanning the audience. Yet, it was clear that no one was willing to contest further. 18 million for a single herb was indeed an exorbitant price in the global auction arena. 20 million. Just as Yang Tian thought he had secured the 3-leaf sedum, Du Zitong, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly raised his voice. After placing his bid, he cast a mocking glance at Yang Tian and boasted, "Kid, the one who truly desires this herb is you, isn't it?" He had been discreetly observing Yang Tian, and when the 3-leafed sedum appeared, he noticed Yang Tian's eyes sparkle with interest, realizing that Yang Tian had likely come to this auction specifically for this herb. Do you wish to raise the bid? Yang Tian squinted as he gazed at Du Zitong. Haha, this is a treasure that can prolong life. I believe spending 20 million to acquire it is well worth it. After enduring considerable frustration, Du Zitong finally found a chance to retaliate, relishing the opportunity. With a mocking expression, he turned to Yang Tian and said, "What's the matter? Kid, are you so devoid of funds that you're hesitant to place a bid?" 21 million. Zhang Xie immediately raised her paddle, coldly remarking, "I intend to acquire this herb as a gift for him, so there is no need for Yang Tian to bid. Damn it, what does this pretty boy possess, aside from his good looks, that warrants such admiration from the stunning Zhang Xie?" Du Zitong felt a mix of jealousy and anger. However, he could not unleash his ire towards Zhang Xie and instead directed it at Yang Tian, sneering, "Kid, do you only hide behind women, spending their money and living off their generosity? Haha, do you think I am as useless as you? Spending a few million makes you wince in pain, and with such meager financial means, you still have the audacity to masquerade as a wealthy heir to pursue women?"
Yang Tian scoffed.
Du Zitong sneered, "Kid, boasting is a skill everyone possesses. If you have the ability, why not set a price for yourself and let me see? Pay close attention and learn well." Yang Tian smiled faintly, then stood up and raised his placard, proclaiming loudly, 2 billion. As this bid resonated throughout the auction hall, an almost palpable silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned in astonishment towards Yang Tian, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration. This bid was nearly 100-fold increase from the original price. "Sir, are you certain about the 2 billion?
This yes no yes, yes it.
Even the seasoned auctioneer, accustomed to the most extravagant offers, stumbled over his words in surprise. Of course, it's merely 2 billion. Just a drop in the ocean. Yang Tian maintained an air of calmness as he cast a sidelong glance at the astonished Du Ziding, tauntingly inquiring, Du Xiao, will you raise your bid? At that moment, Du Ziding's face flushed crimson. A stark representation of humiliation, unabashed and raw. 20 billion. Even if he were to exhume and sell the ancestral remains of the Du family, he could not possibly muster such a sum. Chapter 51. A display of extravagance. His mind was in a whirl, utterly unprepared for the shock of Yang Tian's audacious offer, which had surged 100-fold from his previous bid. Such ostentation was beyond comprehension. The critical question lingered: what kind of familial wealth could allow one to nonchalantly produce 20 billion? Surely their family assets must amount to trillions. Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable man was, in fact, a scion of a prestigious family from the capital? Du Ziding's complexion oscillated between shades of green and white, an avalanche of thoughts cascading through his mind, while beads of cold sweat betrayed his mounting anxiety. The realization that he had offended such a formidable figure sent him reeling, a disorienting urge to faint overtaking him. The mere prospect of Yang Tian's retribution filled him with dread, conjuring images of a truly disastrous fate. Beside him, Wang Guifang was evidently sharing in his turmoil, her legs trembling and her eyes wide with terror. Not just the two of them, but everyone else in the auction house was furtively speculating about Yang Tian's identity. A young master who could treat 20 billion as mere trifles was not just a figure of Jiang City. Likely, he hailed from one of the supreme families in the capital, a veritable titan in the realm of wealth. The arrival of such a formidable force in Jiang City was nothing short of astonishing. In that instant, countless attendees began to contemplate how they might seize the opportunity to befriend Yang Tian. To forge a connection with a super-wealthy family from the capital could propel them into heights of fortune. Even Zhang Xie, who was most familiar with Yang Tian, stood frozen in disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity as she gazed at him. Thoughts raced through her mind, particularly regarding her proud niece, Shen Yuchu, who had so decisively chosen to marry Yang Tian. Initially, it seemed that Yang Tian's extraordinary medical skills had captivated Shen Yuchu. Now it appeared evident that it was perhaps his lineage as a member of a top-tier family that had truly drawn her in. This scoundrel had been pretending to be impoverished. A pang of jealousy stirred within her. After a moment of silence, the auctioneer, visibly trembling, asked, 20 billion, is there a higher bid? From a corner, an irritable voice retorted, isn't that obvious? Who in this room could possibly come up with 20 billion? Jiang City was merely a small locale. Even the Pan family could not produce such a sum in cash. This price was undoubtedly a decisive blow. The auctioneer recognized the gravity of the situation, awkwardly smiling as she bypassed the usual protocol to declare that the San Yijing Tian had been acquired by Yang Tian for 20 billion. As an auctioneer, to secure such an astronomical price for an item would catapult her name into global renown. From this day forth, she would ascend to the ranks of the world's elite auctioneers, a thought that filled her with exhilaration. Soon, a staff member approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, Sir, how do you wish to proceed with the payment? Yang Tian looked at her in astonishment. Payment? What payment? The staff member was taken aback and quickly responded. Sir, you truly have a sense of humor. It is, of course, the payment for the 3-leaf stone crop you bid on. Oh, I have no money. I was just joking. Yang Tian smiled mischievously. What? Just kidding? The staff members stood frozen, their minds momentarily incapacitated as they stared blankly at Yang Tian, unable to articulate a single word. What on earth? The entire venue erupted in astonishment. Those present were all prominent figures. Such an incident was truly unprecedented, especially for those who had just imagined Yang Tian's impressive background and were strategizing on how to ingratiate themselves with him, seeking to attach themselves to his success. At that moment, their expressions were as grim as if they had just tasted something repugnant. It was akin to waking up on the morning after a drunken wedding night, only to realize one had behaved disgracefully. How dare you toy with us? Du Zitong was the first to regain his composure. He had been on edge for quite some time, only to be met with this unexpected twist. He admonished sharply, Young man, Do you realize the consequences of your actions? Of course I do. Yang Tian smiled and said, according to the rules of the auction house, if the highest bidder is unable to pay, the item will be awarded to the second highest bidder. Therefore, this exquisite sedum will be acquired by Xie for 21 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. My goodness, how remarkable! Can it truly be done this way? I can't believe Du Ziding has been outsmarted once again. He would never have anticipated such a move from Yang Tian. He has been cleverly deceived again. Damn. I was merely asking whether you ever considered the consequences of your actions. He exclaimed furiously. Do you truly believe you can toy with the auction house without facing repercussions? Yang Tian chuckled. Indeed, one must pay a price. I have meticulously studied the auction rules, and my situation falls under malicious bidding. The auction house will expel me and subsequently blacklist me, forbidding my participation in any of their future auctions. However, he quickly added, rest assured, as a person of modest means, even without a blacklist, I could never afford to participate. In other words, this so-called punishment amounts to no punishment at all. Du Zidong was driven to madness, glaring fiercely at the auction staff, gritting his teeth. This brat is engaging in malicious bidding. Shouldn't your boss at least break a leg for him? The staff member smiled wryly. Sir, we are a legitimate company, not a gang. Fine. I won't wait for others to expel me. I shall take my leave voluntarily. At this moment, Yang Tian stood up, told Zhang Xie to wait for him at the entrance, and swaggered out. Du Zidong was infuriated yet powerless. The organizers were also frustrated but could only adhere to the rules. Ultimately, Zhang Xie swiped her card and secured the tri-leaf celosia. Soon, the auction was declared concluded, with Du Zidong emerging as the biggest fool of the event. At the entrance of the auction house, Zhang Xie handed the packaged tri-leaf celosia to Yang Tian, smiling, here you go as promised. Thank you. This is truly a treasure. Acquiring it for 21 million was pure luck. If one had encountered a discerning buyer, it might not have been secured for even 200 million. Yang Tian smiled as he received it, his spirits exceptionally high. It had only been a few days since descending the mountain, and he was nearly able to gather all the materials needed for the spirit-gathering pill. You possess quite the audacity. Today you turned Du Ziding into a fool. Zhang Xie recalled Du Ziding's flustered expression and couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. He was, after all, quite the simpleton. Yang Tian shrugged his shoulders. Let us hurry. I suspect he won't let this go easily and might cause you trouble. Zhang Xie urged Yang Tian to leave quickly, believing that avoiding unnecessary conflict was wise. It's all right. I've been feeling a bit restless. A sparring partner would suffice to alleviate my itch for action. Yang Tian chuckled lightly. You, my friend, are from a martial arts family. Zhang Xie shot him a glance, pulling him along hastily towards the parking lot. Chapter 52. Thinking you can run after showing off? Boy, do you think you can just run away after putting on a show? Is there such a good deal in this world? A chilling voice echoed ominously. Just as Zhang Xie had exhaled a sigh of relief, she looked up to see Du Zitong and Wang Guifang approaching, flanked by a group of burly young men, their presence intimidating. A wave of dread washed over her, and she quickly shielded Yang Tian behind her, her voice trembling with feigned bravado. Du Zitong, what are you planning? This is a society governed by law. You wouldn't want to end up in prison, would you? Xie, step aside. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Du Zitong smirked at Zhang Xie before fixing an intense glare on Yang Tian. Boy, do you dare to step forward? Hiding behind a woman hardly qualifies as being a man. Yang Tian smiled and said, what was that saying? Behind every successful woman stands a man who silently supports her. I am that man standing behind Xie. How dare you engage in banter with me at this moment? Du Ziding replied with a mix of anger and irony. Today, for Xie's sake, I will give you a chance. If you willingly step forward, kneel and apologize, promising to stay far away from her for the rest of your life, I may let you off the hook. Du Ziding, do not go too far. Zhang Xie exclaimed in fury. Indeed, this proposal is quite reasonable. But to everyone's surprise, Yang Tian nodded in agreement. Ha! Xie, do you see? This is a cowardly weakling. I am merely helping you see his true colors. Du Ziding, upon hearing this, burst into triumphant laughter. Zhang Xie was also taken aback, unable to believe that Yang Tian could be such a person. At that moment, Yang Tian coolly stated, Hurry up and kneel to apologize. Why waste so much breath? How dare you mock me? Du Zidong seethed, no longer willing to engage in idle chatter. He suddenly waved his hand. Brothers, take him down. You have crossed paths with our young master, and today is your misfortune. His group of elite martial arts apprentices immediately surrounded Yang Tian. Yang Tian, run. I will block them. They won't dare to touch me. Zhang Xia quickly spread her arms to shield Yang Tian, resembling a mother hen protecting her chick. Run? That word does not exist in my dictionary. Xia, step back. Make sure you don't get stained by their blood. Yang Tian chuckled softly and stepped forward. With 2 swift punches, he sent the man who had just spoken crashing to the ground. Then, like a cat playing with a mouse, he deftly maneuvered through the crowd, delivering a punch with each stride. In no time, a multitude lay sprawled on the ground. Zhang Xia, astonished, could hardly believe that Yang Tian was indeed a martial arts master. At the same moment, Du Zidong's expression darkened. It became clear why Yang Tian was so audacious. He possessed a modicum of skill. He turned to Wang Guifang beside him and urged, Afang, step in and teach this brat a lesson. Let him understand what a true martial arts expert is like. Although Wang Guifang was somewhat naive, she was physically formidable, a genuine external strength practitioner, a standout among the younger generation of the martial arts community in Jiangqing. You little pretty boy, after repeatedly humiliating my brother Zidong, I shall make it my mission to break your legs today, she exclaimed with a fierce shout. With that, she launched herself forward, her fist aimed squarely at Yang Tian's chest. Despite being a woman, her strike was both swift and fierce, rivaling the self-proclaimed invincible Lin Wudi, who boasted of his prowess for 2 decades. Du Zidong, brimming with confidence in Wang Guifang, crossed his arms and sneered at Yang Tian. Kid, you've been given a chance, yet you squander it. However, as his words lingered in the air, Yang Tian merely took a casual step back, narrowly evading Wang Guifang's determined punch. Impressed, Wang Guifang noted, to dodge my punch, he does possess some skill. Yet, she quickly intensified her assault, her punches crashing down like relentless waves, each strike more potent than the last. This was the signature technique of the Tianhong martial arts school, the overlapping wave fist. Wang Guifang, surprisingly adept at the essence of this technique at such a young age, truly was a martial arts prodigy. If this young man were to fall to her fists today, he would be met with a glorious demise. Du Zidong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he laughed heartily. However, disappointment loomed on the horizon. Yang Tian, seemingly unperturbed, merely swayed left and right, evading Wang Guifang's punches with the grace of a slippery eel. Each of her strikes passed tantalizingly close, as if they were just a hair's breadth away from hitting their mark, yet always just out of reach. Frustrated, Wang Guifang shouted, You worthless coward! Are you too afraid to face me head-on? You can only dodge? What kind of man are you? Yang Tian looked at Wang Guifang with a smile that was not quite a smile. Wang Guifang replied fiercely, If you do not dodge, I shall surely break your legs today. Very well. It would be impolite not to reciprocate, so prepare to receive a punch from me. Yang Tian let out a cold chuckle and unleashed a powerful punch. Ha! You overestimate yourself. Wang Guifang, witnessing Yang Tian's audacity to confront her rather than evade, was seized with ecstatic delight. Without hesitation, she retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Yang Tian. Bang! In the next instant, their fists collided with a dull thud. Wang Guifang's smile abruptly froze as she felt an overwhelming force surging from the tip of Yang Tian's fist, an intensity she could not withstand. Crack! Moments later, her arm bent unnaturally, and the sound of a bone fracturing echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Ah! Wang Guifang fell to the ground, clutching her arm and screaming in agony, trembling as she exclaimed, It's broken. My arm is broken. This left Du Zidong in a state of shock. He had never anticipated that Yang Tian could shatter Wang Guifang's arm with a single blow. This individual was evidently a martial artist. Brother Zidong, kill him. You must kill him for me. Wang Guifang, on the ground, shouted with a face full of hatred. Du Zidong's expression shifted dramatically. The realization that Yang Tian could incapacitate Wang Guifang's arm with one punch made him question his own ability to confront Yang Tian. Come on, you wanted to strike me. Did you not? Now I stand before you. Surely you do not dare to hesitate? Yang Tian gazed at Du Zitong with a smile that bordered on mockery, provoking him further. This was an unrestrained display of aggression, which instantly ignited a fiery spark within Du Zitong's mind, causing him to disregard everything else. Damn it, are you truly seeking your demise? He bellowed, his voice filled with rage as he leapt into the air, executing a whip kick aimed directly at Yang Tian's head. Chapter 53. The logic of a tortoise. Du Zitong possessed a modicum of strength, which served as the foundation for his arrogant demeanor. However, in the throes of combat, lacking a decisive advantage, the most perilous mistake one could make was to engage with one's feet. Especially when airborne, it rendered one vulnerable to exploitation of flaws, inviting lethal counterattacks while leaving no room for evasion or defense, relegating the assailant to a position of passive suffering. This fool, blinded by rage, actually resorted to a whip kick. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tian stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick directly to Du Zitong's thigh. Crack! My leg, my leg! He lamented, clutching his limb in agony as he writhed on the ground. What the devil, isn't that Du Zitong from the Gathering Martial Arts School? They say he is the foremost figure among the younger generation in the martial arts realm of Jiangqing. How could he be so thoroughly beaten? Indeed, having been toyed with in the auction house, he now emerged only to be treated like a dog once more. A truly extraordinary victim of fate. But who was this young man? He seemed unfamiliar yet formidable enough to best Du Zitong. Onlookers in the parking lot, preparing to retrieve their vehicles, were drawn to the commotion, unable to resist the urge to gather around. Upon realizing that Du Zitong was the one being assaulted, whispers of astonishment filled the air. Hearing the taunts from the crowd, Du Zitong felt a surge of blood rise to his head, and he tasted iron in his throat as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Everything went dark, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. Young master! The disciples from the martial arts school were struck with panic. Wang Guofeng was equally alarmed, rushing forward to support Du Zitong, shaking him vigorously as she cried, "Brother Zitong, are you all right? Please don't frighten me." Her formidable strength nearly caused Du Zitong to retch, especially as his freshly injured leg scraped against the ground. The pain jolted him awake. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts," Du Zitong shouted as he opened his eyes. "Brother Zitong, hold on. I have already messaged my father. He will be here soon, and we will exact our revenge." Wang Guifeng glared at Yang Tian with a face full of rage, her teeth clenched. "This is bad. This has escalated." Zhang Xie's expression darkened as she quickly pulled out a bank card from her pocket and thrust it into Yang Tian's hands. "This card contains 5 million. Take it and leave at once. Soon, the leaders of Tianhong Martial Arts School and Gathering Martial Arts School will arrive, and you may find it impossible to escape then." "That won't do." Yang Tian remained entirely unperturbed, chuckling as he remarked, "My wife is still in Jiangcheng. How could I possibly abandon her?" Zhang Xie initially presumed that Yang Tian was apprehensive about the potential wrath of the two martial arts school leaders directed at Shen Yuchu, thus opting to shoulder the burden alone. An old adage states that spouses are akin to birds of a feather, fleeing separately in times of great peril. However, she was taken aback to discover that this young man was, in fact, a person of profound loyalty and sentiment. Her emotions became a tangled web. On one hand, she rejoiced for Shen Yuchu, fortunate enough to have found such an exceptional husband. On the other hand, a twinge of envy arose, for such a remarkable man was not hers. "You cannot escape." At that moment, Du Zitong bellowed with a menacing countenance, "I vow that you shall pay the price." Beep! In that very second, the blaring of automobile horns echoed, and the crowd turned in unison to behold two luxurious Mercedes Maybachs approaching. "Brother Zitong, it's my father, and yours too. They have arrived," Wang Guifeng exclaimed in ecstatic delight. The leaders of the Tianhong Martial Arts School and the Du Martial Arts School, both masters of the hidden strength level, were now present. This young man was surely doomed. The audacity he displayed was staggering. How dare he injure the offspring of two vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association? Was he not aware that he was dragging the name of the association through the mud? Spectators eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, each one itching to settle in with snacks and benches to relish the spectacle. Meanwhile, the elites of the martial arts schools, previously downed, saw their support had arrived and hastily scrambled to their feet, abandoning any pretense. Excellent. The master is here. We shall have our vengeance. Zhang Xia's complexion paled, yet she endeavored to maintain an air of calm, turning to reassure Yang Tian. Do not fret, Yang Tian. I have discreetly alerted the authorities, and the police will arrive shortly. This is a society governed by law. They will not dare to harm you. Yet, even as she spoke, uncertainty gnawed at her heart. In confrontations among martial artists, the authorities typically remain aloof. After all, the police are ordinary individuals. Expecting them to apprehend masters of hidden strength, or even higher, would be laughable. Rest assured, my dear aunt. Should assistance from the police be required, I believe it may be the opposition that seeks it. Yang Tian discerned her anxiety and gently grasped her hand, offering solace. At that moment, a Maybach came to a halt beside them. Its door swung open, and two middle-aged men, exuding an air of composure and possessing prominent temples, alighted from the vehicle. Father, you must avenge me. That vile creature has shattered my leg. Upon seeing his father, Du Zidong immediately hobbled forward, lamenting his plight. Father, my hand is also broken, woe is me. Wang Guifang rushed forward, embracing her father while weeping profusely. How dare such a scoundrel lay a hand on my son? Du Haitao, this is an act of sheer recklessness. Du Haitao erupted in fury. After assessing his daughter's injuries, Wang Chongqing's countenance darkened, filled with a murderous intent as he glared at Yang Tian. You seek your own demise. Young man, the wrath of these two formidable masters of the dark arts unleashed a terrifying aura that rendered the onlookers around them nearly unable to lift their heads. Many found their legs trembling, overwhelmed by shock, as they pondered. Is this the might of martial arts experts? Yang Tian gazed at the two with an air of indifference, stating, I merely acted in self-defense. They attacked me, so am I not entitled to retaliate? Wang Chongqing, with an angry tone, retorted, why did they not strike others but chose to target you? Surely, you must have committed some heinous act that provoked their ire, compelling them to intervene. Du Haitao, equally stern, chastised, they sought merely to administer a minor reprimand. Yet you responded with such brutality. One severed a hand, another a leg. At such a tender age, how could one be so malicious? Today, I shall ensure that justice is served. What an absurdity, invoking the notion of delivering justice. This is nothing short of ludicrous reasoning. Yang Tian smiled, realizing that behind every mischievous child lies a mischievous parent. No wonder their actions were so audacious and overbearing. It turns out they had this unreasonable old couple backing them. Even in the face of imminent danger, they dared to boast? How dare they insult me? The two were furious. As tensions escalated and the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Zhang Xia quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, Masters, please do not be enraged. The matter truly arose from your esteemed daughter and son taking the initiative. Yang Tian was merely responding in self-defense. In martial arts sparring, injuries are inevitable. Thus, I implore you to show leniency towards the Zhang family. We are willing to cover the medical expenses, 10 million each. What do you say? The Zhang family? A small clan I have never even heard of dares to seek favor from me. Du Haitao? Du Haitao retorted coldly. This brat dared to break my son's leg. Even if the King of Heaven himself were here, I would not yield. If you know what is good for you, leave quickly to avoid calamity. Wang Chongqing, with a grim expression, added, breaking my daughter's arm, and you think 10 million will settle it? Do you take me for a beggar? But Zhang Xia, her face pale, wished to plead further, but Yang Tian stepped forward, interrupting her. He coldly laughed at Du Haitao and the others, saying, some people are simply incorrigible. Only after being taught a lesson will they behave. The young are like this and so are the old. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd. How audacious! Was this youth not out of his mind? To speak so boldly in front of the two vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association, prominent figures within the Jiangqing martial arts community, was sheer madness. If Du Haitao and Wang Chongqing did not teach him a lesson right then and there, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of Jiangqing's martial arts realm. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Du Haitao's expression darkened completely. His anger turned to a mocking smile. Very well. Young man, Let us see if your strength matches your bravado. With that, he raised his fist and hurled it towards Yang Tian's face with all his might, showing no mercy despite Yang Tian's youth. A skilled apprentice from the martial arts hall, witnessing this, remarked, "The master is furious. If that brat lacks hidden strength, a single punch could very well be his last. How old could he be? Even if he had trained since birth, he could not possibly be a master of hidden strength. At best, he might reach the peak of external strength, which would be remarkable. Alas, he had chosen the wrong adversary. Today it seemed he would pay with his life. Such was the price of arrogance. One could only hope he would not be so reckless in his next life." Several disciples from the martial arts hall crossed their arms and sneered, their gazes toward Yang Tian filled with pity. Zhang Xie, upon hearing their remarks, wept in despair, regretting bringing Yang Tian to the auction that had led to this life-threatening predicament. She felt she had brought ruin upon him. Suddenly, Yang Tian raised his hand and seized Du Haitao's fist. In an instant, Du Haitao's punch halted midair. No matter how hard he struggled, Yang Tian's palm enveloped his fist completely, rendering it immovable. Stunned, Du Haitao looked at Yang Tian in disbelief. How is this possible? He could hardly fathom that Yang Tian possessed the strength to overpower him. Is this all you've got? Yang Tian cast a scornful glance at Du Haitao. You insolent wretch, cease your arrogance. Du Haitao's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Yang Tian's words struck him like two resounding slaps across the face. Utterly humiliating. Just moments ago, the onlookers, who had been skeptical of Yang Tian's martial prowess, now stood dumbfounded at the unfolding scene. Old Wang, this lad possesses some uncanny skills. We must join forces, Du Haitao declared to Wang Chongqing beside him. At that moment, he no longer cared about the ethics of overwhelming an opponent or the potential damage to his reputation. His sole desire was to swiftly subdue Yang Tian, lest word of this incident tarnish his standing in the martial arts community of Jiangqing. Prepare to face my claw. Wang Chongqing, upon hearing this, lunged toward Yang Tian without hesitation, his large hands resembling eagle talons as they aimed for Yang Tian's chest. You two dare to gang up on a youth younger than your own children? You lack martial ethics and are utterly shameless. Zhang Xie cried out in alarm, her voice laced with anger. The disciples of the martial arts school felt a wave of shame wash over them. Is he truly a master of the hidden strength? Wang Guifang gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Du Ziding clenched his fists tightly. My father and Uncle Wang are both mid-stage masters of hidden strength. If they have joined forces, then he must be a mid-stage warrior as well. How could such a prodigy remain hidden among the younger generation of Jiangqing? As he spoke, a sinister smile crept across his face. It seems today's encounter is a fortunate accident. Once my father and Uncle Wang eliminate him, we will remain the paragons of the younger generation in Jiangqing's martial arts community. Otherwise, if he were to grow stronger, he might dominate the scene, leaving us no chance to rise. In the same moment, Yang Tian let out a cold laugh. Does having more people truly matter? Taking 2 steps back, he exerted a slight force, causing Du Haitao to lurch uncontrollably forward, unwittingly occupying the space Yang Tian had just vacated. What a cunning little brat. Wang Chongqing realized the trap and hastily altered his course, clawing at thin air. Old Wang, this fellow is indeed formidable. Give it your all and do not underestimate him. Du Haitao's face darkened, his eyes brimming with intent to kill. Very well. The two men, having known each other for over 2 decades, shared a tacit understanding, and Wang Chongqing nodded in agreement. In the next instant, both men launched their full assault on Yang Tian. Yang Tian, be careful, Zhang Xie exclaimed in alarm. One must reciprocate. Old geezers, prepare to receive my strike. Yang Tian let out a cold sneer and suddenly struck forward with both palms, surprisingly arriving before his opponents could react. The sound of impact echoed as his hands struck simultaneously against the chests of Du Haitao and Wang Chongqing. His speed was akin to lightning, leaving them no time to evade the onslaught. With 2 resounding thuds, both men were sent flying. In midair, they lost control of the surging blood and energy within, tasting iron as they coughed up mouthfuls of blood. They crashed heavily to the ground, the sound of bones breaking resonating ominously. Master, father, what the hell? The disciples from the two martial arts schools, Wang Guifeng and Du Ziding, along with the onlookers, gasped in shock. The vice president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, Tian, had gathered the heads of the two top martial arts schools, yet a mere young man had managed to inflict such grievous injuries with a single strike. Everyone stood in stunned silence. "Father, are you all right?" Wang Guifeng rushed forward, cradling her father in her arms, her face pale with concern. "This boy is a monster. We must eliminate him now, or we will face endless repercussions in the future. Everyone, charge together and overwhelm him." Wang Chongqing gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as he spoke with a trembling voice. "Indeed, he must be killed," Du Haitao echoed with clenched jaws. The disciples exchanged glances, uncertain. The two esteemed masters had been defeated so easily. What chance did they have to engage Yang Tian, risking their lives for merely practicing martial arts? Was it truly worth it? The atmosphere grew tense and awkward as no one dared to speak up or take the initiative. Just then, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look, the president has arrived." "The president is here?" Everyone turned in astonishment to see a robust, middle-aged man accompanied by a group of disciples clad in training uniforms, hastily approaching. He was virtually the leading figure in Jiangcheng's martial arts community, held in high esteem. The onlookers murmured in amazement. "Quick, help me up!" Du Haitao and Wang Chongqing rejoiced, urging their disciples to assist them. It was a timely intervention, like finding a pillow when one is drowsy. "President, your arrival is most fortuitous. If you hadn't come, the Jiangcheng martial arts community would have been trampled underfoot." "Humph, you dare speak? Had I not arrived, you two would have completely tarnished the reputation of Jiangcheng's martial arts." Du Haitao and Wang Chongqing were momentarily taken aback, quickly retorting, "Silence, you two useless fools." Duan Wujuan scolded them without mercy, then turned to Yang Tian, a smile gracing his face. "Master Yang, I sincerely apologize for the disgraceful conduct of some within our association. Please allow me to make amends." Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Duan Wujuan, upon arrival, was apologizing to Yang Tian? Did they know each other? This was the foremost figure in Jiangcheng's martial arts community, extending such profound respect to a mere youth. Du Haitao was left speechless. Wang Chongqing stood in shock. Wang Guifeng and Du Ziding were equally dumbfounded. The disciples of the martial arts schools gaped in disbelief, and even Zhang Xia's mouth fell agape, her expression one of utter incredulity. What astonishing background does Yang Tian possess? At this moment, a conjecture emerged in everyone's mind. Yang Tiandian smiled faintly and remarked, "You indeed possess remarkable skill. If you do not intervene, I might be compelled to take action to restore order myself." Duan Wujuan immediately thumped his chest and assured, "Rest assured, on behalf of the Martial Arts Association, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory response." He then angrily reprimanded, "Du Haitao, Wang Chongqing, I have thoroughly understood the entire situation on my way here. You have failed as guardians, allowing your children to exploit the backing of the Martial Arts Association, behaving arrogantly and oppressing the innocent. As elders, not only have you neglected to discipline and guide them, but you have also dared to aid their wrongdoing. As for your positions as vice presidents, it seems you no longer wish to retain them. However, having recently broken through in strength, and with both men severely injured by Yang Tian, he now held the upper hand over them." Du Haitao and Wang Chongqing clasped their faces in utter shock. Du Haitao trembled and extended his hand, stammering, You scoundrel, hurry up. Immediately, have your son and her kneel before Master Yang to apologize." Duan Wujuan interrupted him sharply, pointing at Wang Guifeng, declaring with overwhelming authority, "That brat broke my leg, and now you expect me to kneel and apologize to him? How outrageous." Duan Wujuan continued coldly, "You incited your martial hall disciples to attempt to harm Master Yang. Such conduct warrants severe consequences. Should I choose to end your life, none would dare to utter a word against it. Yet now I merely demand you kneel and apologize to Master Yang. Do you dare defy this?" Many spectators, having witnessed the conflict unravel, nodded in agreement. Du Zidong's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions, rendered speechless, as it was indeed he who instigated the attack, with numerous witnesses present. Chairman Du, Chairman Wang, If you cannot provide Master Yang with a satisfactory answer today, then the Martial Arts Association shall not tolerate the existence of individuals like you who indulge their children's reckless behavior and tarnish our reputation. Duan Wujuan, disinterested in further dialogue with a junior, addressed Du Haitao and Wang Chongqing directly. The prosperity of their martial halls and their current fortunes were all due to the protective mantle of the Martial Arts Association, which granted them access to official resources. Should they be expelled from the association, it would not only devastate their reputations but also spell disaster for their halls. Accepting this humiliation and resolving the matter quietly would indeed be a prudent choice. What are you two still dawdling for? Kneel and apologize to this young
Master Yang.
They commanded Du Haitao and Wang Guifeng. Father. Wang Guifeng attempted to sulk, but Wang Chongqing immediately barked, "Kneel." A shiver ran through Wang Guifeng as she realized her father was genuinely angry. With a thud, she knelt before Yang Tian, tears brimming in her eyes.
Du Ziton.
Witnessing this, though begrudging, dared not oppose his father's wishes and followed suit, kneeling before Yang Tian. Chapter 55, Medical Emergency Notice. Mr. Yang, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I implore you to show mercy and not hold my transgressions against me. I am truly sorry, Yang Tian. I was mistaken. Both of them, their faces flushed, buried their heads into the ground, trembling as they spoke. Onlookers might have mistaken their actions for a bow of reverence to Yang Tian.
Master Yang.
What do you think? Duan Wujuan immediately turned to Yang Tian, respectfully stating, "If you are unsatisfied, I shall personally take their lives. No need for such extremes. I am not a bloodthirsty fiend. Let this suffice. Restrain your martial arts association members, maintain a lower profile when in public, and refrain from arrogance. There are always greater forces beyond your own. Do not presume that merely practicing martial arts for a short time elevates you above others." Yang Tian said indifferently, "So be it." Yang Tian pulled Zhang Xie into the car and departed. Du Haitao let out a sigh of relief and could not help but approach to inquire, "President, what background does Master Yang possess that warrants such trepidation from you?" Clearly, everyone was deeply concerned about this matter. You are all quite foolish. Still under the delusion that Master Yang relies on some form of backing, Duan Wujuan gazed at the two with a mix of disappointment and urgency. Let me be candid. Master Yang is my savior. He not only spared my life but also facilitated my breakthrough to the pinnacle of the dark energy realm. What? He is so young, yet possesses such extraordinary abilities? Du Haitao and his companion were taken aback. Humph, I will tell you the truth. I rushed here in haste to save you. Duan Wujuan pointed at Du Haitao and the others, his expression grave. Master Yang's strength is unfathomable. If you had truly provoked him today, your lives would have been at risk. Is he, at such a young age, truly a master of the transformation realm? The mere thought sent shivers down Du Haitao and the other spines, causing them to tremble. We have actually offended a master of the transformation realm? Wang Guifeng felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the ground as she murmured, "A transformation master at such a young age. He is simply a prodigy." Du Ziding's expression was equally grim, though a trace of concealed resentment flickered in his eyes. Humph. Now you understand fear, don't you? Take heed in the future. Should there be a next time, do not expect me to clean up your mess. Having achieved his purpose of instilling fear, Duan Wujuan scoffed and turned to leave. In the car, Zhang Xie could not help but ask, "Had he treated you before?"
Yang Tian Dao.
Zhang Xie gazed at Yang Tian, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. My intuition tells me that you are no ordinary person. Indeed, you are quite extraordinary."
Yang Tian,
with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, remarked, "When a woman begins to harbor curiosity towards a man, it often marks the onset of her entanglement. I advise you not to be too inquisitive about me. After all, our identities present a significant disparity. Should you find yourself enamored with me, I fear it may lead to your suffering." "How self-absorbed you are," Zhang Xie retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson as she instinctively turned her gaze away. Despite her outward bravado, her heart raced uncontrollably, revealing her true sentiments. At that moment, Zhang Xie's phone chimed. Upon seeing that it was a call from Shin Yuchu, she quickly pulled the car over to the side. A fleeting glance at Yang Tian ignited a sense of inexplicable guilt within her as she answered the call. After exchanging a few words, she hung up and turned to Yang Tian, saying, "Yu Chu called to inquire about my condition and has requested that I take you to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce." Yang was puzzled and inquired, "The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? What is its purpose?" The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is regarded as one of the larger commercial alliance organizations in Jiangqing, comprising members of considerable standing. The Shin Pharmaceutical Company is a member of this chamber, and it is likely that Yu Chu is negotiating some collaborative projects there. Zhang Xie casually elucidated this before escorting Yang to the office center of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. "I am here to see Miss Shin Yu Chu, the president of Shin Pharmaceutical. I am her husband," Yang announced at the reception desk. Following his introduction, a charming young lady guided him to the meeting room. There, he beheld a striking figure standing by the window, lost in thought as she gazed at the bustling traffic below. Her beauty was exquisite, yet a lingering sorrow in her features marred this perfection. "President Shin, someone is here to see you," the receptionist announced. "Thank you," Shin Yu Chu replied with a smile. "Yang Tian, I am grateful to you for healing my aunt. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. You are indeed a master physician. Thank you for the compliment, my dear,"
Yang responded.
Yang Tian smiled, gazing at the empty coffee table. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "What kind of business association is this that they can't even pour you a cup of tea? Have they fallen into such poverty? Perhaps they are simply too busy." However, Shin Yu Chu seemed indifferent to such matters. Yang Tian inquired, "Are you here to discuss a potential collaboration? Most of the distributors that previously terminated their partnerships with our company were from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. I intend to speak with the president. If I can gain his support, there may yet be a glimmer of hope." Shin Yu Chu replied, "Did I not express that it is unnecessary? Once our new product is developed, we shall let our achievements speak for themselves, compelling those former partners to regret their decisions." Yang Tian frowned and remarked, "The business world is not child's play. There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. There is no need for us to act out of spite. In this era, even fine wine fears being hidden away in a deep alley." Shin Yu Chu responded with a wry smile. Upon witnessing this, Yang Tian fell silent. The two exchanged intense glances for half an hour, yet no one approached. Yang Tian glanced at the time and could not help but inquire, "When is your appointment with that president?" 12 o'clock, Shin Yu Chu replied with a bitter smile. "What?" Yang Tian's expression darkened slightly. "It's already 2:30. What does that fellow mean? Is he deliberately leaving us in the lurch?" The secretary replied, "He is in a meeting." Shin Yu Chu remarked, "What nonsense! Who holds a meeting at this hour?" Yang Tian chuckled coldly. Shin Yu Chu offered a wry smile, acknowledging her dependence on others. All she could do was wait. After another half hour, just as Yang Tian was on the brink of losing his temper, the door to the reception room swung open once more. A middle-aged man, impeccably groomed, entered with an expressionless demeanor, accompanied by two secretaries holding folders. President Mei. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shin Yu Chu's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly greeted him with a beaming smile. "Please have a seat." President Mei's expression remained notably frosty. He glanced at Shin Yu Chu, offering a slight nod as a form of acknowledgement. As Shin Yu Chu prepared her words, ready to speak with a smile, Mei Hao checked his watch and coldly interjected, "General Manager Shin, my time is quite limited. Let us skip the pleasantries. I will grant you 3 minutes. Please get to the point." Shin Yu Chu's expression shifted dramatically. 3 minutes was hardly enough time to visit the restroom. The crux of the matter lay in Mei Hao's demeanor. Even if she expressed her plea for support, it would only serve to humiliate herself further. Yet, with no alternative left, Shin Yu Chu gritted her teeth and forced a smile. "President Mei, our Shin Pharmaceutical is currently facing numerous challenges and desperately requires the support of the chamber. I came today to seek your assistance in advocating for us within the association." "Stop," Mei Hao interrupted. "The troubles faced by Shin Pharmaceutical are of no concern to me, nor to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. If this is the nature of your visit, then I believe our conversation is unnecessary. My time is exceedingly valuable." Shin Yu Chu's expression darkened to an extreme. So it was President Mei. Yang Tian could no longer contain his frustration. How utterly infuriating it is to deal with pretentious individuals. He cast a cold glare at Mei Hao and mockingly remarked, "You incessantly proclaim the value of time, yet you scheduled our meeting for noon and arrived at 3 o'clock, making us wait for a full 3 hours. Is your time precious while that of others holds no worth? Furthermore, our Shin Pharmaceutical is also a member of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. By joining this association, we surely expect mutual assistance. Otherwise, what is the purpose of your organization? You dismiss the difficulties faced by Shin Pharmaceutical as irrelevant to you and the chamber. I must inquire, what exactly is your role as president if nothing pertains to you?" Mei Hao furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "President Shin? Who is he?" "Chairman Mei, I apologize. This is my secretary," Shin Yuchu quickly interjected. "A mere secretary dares to speak so boldly here. What audacity do you possess?"
Mei Hao reprimanded.
"What of being a secretary? Does it imply inferiority?" Yang Tian sneered. "Did you become the president the moment you entered the workforce? Or were you born with a silver spoon in your mouth? Such sharp-tongued arrogance." Mei Hao chuckled quietly. Given his position, it was beneath him to engage in a verbal altercation with a mere secretary, as it would be tantamount to diminishing his own stature. If you relish discussing principles so much, then by all means, remain here and elaborate at your leisure. As Mei Hao turned to leave, Shin Yuchu grew anxious and hastily apologized. "President Mei, I sincerely beg your forgiveness. Yang Tian is new to society and lacks understanding. Please do not take offense." As she spoke, she shot Yang Tian a glare, signaling him to remain silent. "Humph!" Yang Tian let out a cold snort, plopped down, and turned to gaze out the window. "Mr. Shen, let me speak candidly. Even if you hadn't come today, I would have sought you out." Mei Hao's mood brightened somewhat as he said this. "Is the Chamber of Commerce here to assist Shin Pharmaceutical?" Shin Yuchu's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Mei Hao curled his lips, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes, and replied, "It's actually to have you sign a document." As soon as he finished speaking, a secretary behind him promptly laid a document before Shin Yuchu. Upon glancing at it, her expression changed dramatically. The document was, in fact, an agreement for Shin Pharmaceutical's voluntary withdrawal from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. "President Mei, what do you mean by this?" Shin Yuchu stared at Mei Hao in disbelief, realizing that not only would the chamber not extend a helping hand, but it would also take the opportunity to strike her down. "Mr. Shun, please do not misunderstand. This is not my intention. I bear you no ill will, and there is no need for such actions," Mei Hao stated coolly. This decision was made during a meeting of the chamber. He spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. "There is nothing we can do. Shun Pharmaceutical has simultaneously offended both the Pan family and the Qinglong Society. The members of the chamber convened to band together for warmth. Now that you've attracted two fierce predators, we must naturally distance ourselves from you. Everyone is facing difficulties. We all have families to support. I hope you can understand, Mr. Shin, and voluntarily sign this agreement to preserve some dignity. Of course, if you choose not to, the chamber will ensure you retain a semblance of respect." Mei Hao cast a deep glance at Shin Yuchu. "Think it over carefully." With that, he disdainfully swept his gaze over Yang Tian and turned to leave, followed by two secretaries. Shin Yuchu clutched the withdrawal agreement tightly, her eyes filled with bloodshot rage, a veil of mist clouding her vision. What a worthless chamber of commerce, only capable of adding insult to injury. Yang Tian swiftly seized the pen from the table, signing Shin Yuchu's name on the agreement in her stead.
"Yang Tian, you."
Shin Yuchu exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Yang Tian wore a cold smile as he strode forward, firmly holding Shin Yuchu's hand. His overwhelming confidence was infectious, gradually instilling a sense of determination in her. With gritted teeth, she declared, "Indeed, once our new product is developed and launched, the name Shun Pharmaceutical will astound everyone." Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the secretary presented a signed agreement by Yang Tian to Mei Hao. "Shun Pharmaceutical, what a pity! They overestimated their capabilities and antagonized both the Pan family and the Qinglong Society. Aren't they simply courting disaster?"
Mei Hao lamented.
At that moment his phone rang. After a brief conversation, His expression shifted dramatically. He hung up and rushed towards the parking lot. In his haste at the elevator, he stumbled and fell clumsily inside. The employees of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Mei Hao, disregarding his dignity, quickly reached the basement parking lot, where he sped to the first hospital of Jiangqing. Outside the emergency room, a mature woman, covered in blood, knelt at the entrance, sobbing as nurses urged her to undergo an examination. "I refuse to leave. I must see my daughter come out. If anything happens to her, I don't want to live," cried Lu Rushi, breaking down in anguish. The nurses could only stand by helplessly. Just then, Mei Hao rushed in, his heart racing. Lu Rushi was his wife. How could this happen? Lu Rushi wept. "Where is the driver?"
Mei Hao demanded angrily.
"He fled. He was speeding and ran a red light. I couldn't see the car before he disappeared. My Ying is only 8 years old. Beast! Scoundrel!" Mei Hao seethed with fury. At that moment, the emergency room door swung open, and a masked doctor emerged, calling for the family to sign the critical condition notice. Mei Hao dashed forward, panic etched on his face. "Doctor, how is my daughter? She is still undergoing emergency treatment. Please sign this critical condition notice," the doctor replied somberly. Hearing this, Lu Rushi's world faded to black, and she collapsed. "Dear wife," Mei Hao gasped in shock, rushing to support her, his heart torn. "Doctor, someone, please." The nearby nurses hurried to provide urgent care. Given Mei Hao's esteemed position, even the hospital's director, Lin Xinzhou, arrived promptly. Soon, Lu Rushi regained consciousness and, upon seeing the director, grasped his hand, pleading, "Director Lin, please save my daughter. She is only 8. Mei Hao, regaining some composure, added, "Director Lin, I will pay any amount if my daughter can be saved." Lin Xinzhou sighed. "Mr. Mei, this is not merely a matter of money. Your daughter is gravely injured, with multiple fractures and severe internal bleeding. To be frank, the chance of a successful surgery is less than 10%. You must prepare yourself for the worst." With a pallid face, Mei Hao trembled. "Director Lin, I implore you to think of a solution." Seeing Lu Rushi's distraught state, Lin Xinzhou hesitated, then spoke. "I attended a traditional and Western medicine exchange yesterday and met Dr. Chen Haixing. He has an extraordinary mentor whose skills are unparalleled. If anyone can save your daughter, it would be him." Chen Haixing was already a renowned physician in the province, and the person he trained under must be exceptional. Mei Hao and Lu Rushi were filled with elation. Lu Rushi quickly asked, "How can we contact this physician?" "Wait a moment. I will call Elder Chen," Lin Xinzhou said, pulling out his phone. After a brief conversation, he turned to them. "Dr. Chen cannot give you his number without his mentor's consent, but his mentor is Yang Tian, who works at Shin Pharmaceutical. If you are truly desperate, you may seek him out." Shin Pharmaceutical? Mei Hao paused, but before he could ponder further, his wife quickly expressed her gratitude and rushed out. He had no choice but to follow her. At that moment, in the president's office of Shun Pharmaceutical, Yang Tian, observing Shun Youchu's troubled expression, gently reassured her, "My dear, there is no need for such concern. With the vastness of our country, can the Pan family and the Qinglong society truly wield absolute power? We possess over 1 billion in funds and an excellent product. Any company that refuses to collaborate with us will only suffer losses." Shin Youchu forced a smile. "The business world is not as simplistic as you believe. 12 billion sounds substantial, but for major projects it is hardly sufficient. Companies like Meituan and Didi invested hundreds of billions in their early stages." Yang Tian curled his lips in disdain, pondering the complexity of the situation. If provoked, he would unleash a reign of terror, obliterating the Pan family's Qinglong society without a second thought. Creak. The office door swung open, revealing Tong Yen, her face etched with anxiety. "President Shin, Mr. Mei from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and his wife are here to see you. They appear quite urgent. What does Mei Hao want?" Shin Youchu's expression morphed into one of confusion. Just moments ago, she had endured humiliation and expelled Shin Pharmaceutical from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Why would they come seeking her now? Was it merely to witness her disgrace? Contemplating this, Shun Youchu's countenance darkened. Without any prior grievances, was this Mei fellow truly overstepping? Did he think her devoid of temper? "Bring them in." Shin Youchu inhaled deeply, her face cold as ice. She had resolved that if Mei Hao dared to utter any insolence, she would promptly have security eject them. However, scarcely had she finished speaking when a disheveled woman burst in, seizing Shun Youchu's hand with tear-filled eyes. "President Shin, please, I beg you, save my daughter. She is only 8 years old." Had it not been for their prior encounters at the Sihai Chamber of Commerce annual meeting, Shin Youchu might not have recognized the woman before her as Lu Rushi. Bewildered, she stared at Lu Rushi, her mind struggling to comprehend. "Sister Lu, I'm afraid I don't quite understand. What has happened to your daughter? How can I possibly save her? My daughter has been in a car accident," Lu Rushi explained, anguish etched across her face. "She has multiple fractures and internal bleeding. The hospital has issued a critical condition notice. I heard from Elder Chen Haixing that your Shin Pharmaceutical has a miraculous doctor named Yang Tian. I implore you, for the sake of our past friendship, to allow this Yang to intervene and save my daughter." The mention of their past friendship visibly unsettled Mei Hao, his expression faltering as he averted his gaze, unable to meet Shin Youchu's eyes. Yet, with his daughter in dire straits, he set aside his discomfort and earnestly declared, "President Shin, if you are willing to assist, Mei Hao will forever be grateful." Although Shin Youchu harbored resentment towards Mei Hao, she recognized the innocence of the little girl. Casting a glance at Yang Tian, she replied coolly, "You should speak directly to Yang Tian. I will not interfere in his decision. Whether to save her is entirely his prerogative." "Is this the esteemed Yang Tian?" Lu Rushi exclaimed, taken aback by Yang Tian's youth. "President Shin, this must be a mistake. Is he truly a doctor?" Mei Hao echoed her surprise. "President Shin, isn't he this your secretary?" Shin Youchu patiently clarified. "He is the only Yang Tian at Shun Pharmaceutical, and his medical skills are indeed exceptional. He saved my grandfather when he was critically ill." Yang Tian spoke with a calm demeanor. "If the Yang Tian referred to by Chen Haixing is indeed me, then I am indeed his master." Lu Rushi was utterly astonished, but soon her shock transformed into elation. Regardless of Yang Tian's age, the fact that he could be Chen Haixing's mentor indicated his remarkable medical skills, and perhaps there was hope for her daughter's recovery. She hurriedly approached and implored, "Divine Dr. Yang, I beseech you to lend your hand and save my daughter. Without her, my husband and I cannot endure." Yang Tian cast a glance at Mei Hao and scoffed. "I recall you, President Mei, stating just an hour ago that the troubles of Shin Pharmaceutical have no bearing on you. Now, allow me to extend that sentiment to you both. Your lives hold no significance to me either. Therefore, regarding your daughter's illness, I suggest you seek more capable hands, for I shall not provide treatment." Chapter 57. 30 minutes west of the river, 30 minutes east of the river. "What? Dr. Yang, how can you be so heartless? You cannot turn a blind eye to death," Lu Rushi exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, lamenting her despair. Yang Tian glanced at the visibly troubled Mei Hao and said nonchalantly, "I apologize, but I learned all of this from your husband. When Shin Pharmaceutical teetered on the brink of collapse, your husband not only refrained from offering assistance but also exacerbated our plight by expelling Shin Pharmaceutical from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. In comparison, I believe I am rather decent. At least I did not add insult to injury. Indeed, the tides of fortune can shift swiftly, and one must never underestimate the young and impoverished." At that moment, Lu Rushi began to grasp that her husband had recently offended someone. She immediately turned, her eyes brimming with tears, and glared at her husband, exclaiming, "Mei Hao, why are you still standing there? Apologize to Dr. Yang at once. Do you truly wish to witness our daughter perish?" Shin Youchu felt somewhat conflicted. She had seen Mei Hao's daughter, a delightful little girl, and her heart ached at the thought of her suffering. However, before she could voice her concerns, Yang Tian coldly interjected, "President Mei, your words imply that this matter is somehow my responsibility. It appears as if you are suggesting I am the cause of your daughter's predicament. I am not a licensed physician. I am merely Secretary Shin's assistant. I have neither the responsibility nor the obligation to treat anyone. I advise you not to waste your time here, but rather seek assistance elsewhere." Seeing Yang Tian's steadfast demeanor, Lu Rushi was overwhelmed with desperation, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Dr. Yang, I implore you." Just then, Mei Hao's phone rang. Upon answering, A flicker of joy crossed his face, and he firmly grasped his wife's arm, stating, "Darling, do not beg him. He is so young. Even if he began studying medicine in the womb, how much skill could he possibly possess? A friend of mine has managed to contact the renowned Dr. Hu Qingyou. Let us hurry to meet him. If there is indeed a savior for our daughter in Jiangxing, it can only be the esteemed Dr. Hu." Though both Chen Haisheng and Hu Qingyou were considered top-tier physicians in Jiangxing, in the eyes of many, Hu Qingyou was regarded as the more formidable of the two. Lu Rushi, upon hearing her husband's words, felt he had a point. With their daughter's life hanging in the balance and time of the essence, she dared not waste another moment and promptly followed her husband out. After they departed, Shen Yuchu hesitated for a moment before urging Yang Tian, "I believe if you possess the ability you should lend a hand. Our grievances with Mei Hao need not implicate an innocent 8-year-old child." She could not bear the thought of such a charming little girl meeting an untimely end. Yang Tianping calmly stated, "How many hospitals are there in Jiangxing? In the entire province and across the nation? How many patients are there each day, waiting for salvation? Who truly deserves to perish? Even if I possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, I could not save them all." Sighing deeply, Shun Yuchu ultimately said nothing, lowering her head to resume her busy tasks. Shun Pharmaceutical was currently in a precarious state, and she indeed had little time to pity or empathize with another's child. As Yang Tian remarked, "One must respect the destinies of others." At that very moment, having left Shun Pharmaceutical, the couple Mei Hao and his wife hurried to Hu Qingyou's residence. After recounting their daughter's dire circumstances, they gazed imploringly at Hu Shini. "Master Hu, we beseech you to act swiftly and save our daughter." Hu Qingyou shook his head gravely, expressing his helplessness. "Her injuries are far too severe. To be frank, the chances of saving her through traditional Chinese medicine are virtually non-existent. It all hinges on the success of the surgery at the first hospital." Thud. Lu Rushi collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Mei Hao's expression mirrored despair. Observing their distress, Hu Qingyou suddenly had a revelation. "While I might not be able to assist, my master should be capable." "Master Hu, you have a master?" The couple's spirits lifted instantly. "My master's medical skills are akin to the rebirth of Hua Tuo and the reincarnation of Bian Ke. I dare say he is the true foremost physician of our time. If he cannot save her, there will be no one left who can," Hu Qingyou declared with pride. Upon hearing this, Mei Hao and his wife were overwhelmed with joy. They quickly implored, "Please, Master Hu, facilitate an introduction. We are willing to pay any fee, should your master be willing to help." "My master is not one to concern himself with such trivialities," Hu Qingyou replied. "Indeed, we have been rather presumptuous." Mei Hao nodded fervently, like a dutiful grandchild. Hu Qingyou continued, "He works at Shun Pharmaceutical and goes by the name Yang Tian. You may seek him out. Whether he chooses to help will depend on his disposition."
Shen Pharmaceutical, Yang Tian?
The couple's eyes widened in disbelief as they stammered. "Master Hu, are you and Elder Chen Haisheng from the same school?" "Indeed. That old fellow insisted on becoming my disciple, and in the end, my master reluctantly accepted him for my sake," Hu Qingyou said, stroking his beard with a hint of pride. Mei Hao felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, a chill running through him. Lu Rushi seized Mei Hao's collar, her eyes bloodshot as she screamed and rushed outside. Thud, thud. Before Yang Tian and Shen Yuchu could react, Mei Hao and his wife had already knelt before them. Bang! Bang! Mei Hao abruptly bowed his head to Yang Tian, weeping in repentance. "General Manager Shen, Master Yang, I was wrong. I am lower than a pig or dog. I should not have been blinded by profit. I bow before you, pleading, if only Master Yang can save my daughter, I would gladly die in atonement." Lu Rushi also cried out in desperation, "Master Yang, I implore you, Mei Hao deserves punishment. Do with me as you will, but please save my daughter. She is so young, innocent." This. As Mei Hao's forehead began to bleed from the repeated blows, Shen Yuchu found herself at a loss. Chapter 58. I would willingly remarry. So, regarding Shun Pharmaceuticals' voluntary withdrawal from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce?
Yang Tian lay surely gazette at Mei Hao.
It is futile. Thus it shall be rendered null. The Shun Group will forever remain an integral part of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. I shall promptly rally all members of the chamber to unite and assist Shin Pharmaceuticals in overcoming its challenges. Mutual support and collaboration have always been the foundation upon which the 4Cs chamber was established. Mei Hao immediately expressed his stance. To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Let us proceed. Take me to see your daughter. Yang Tian rose and spoke calmly. Please this way.
Dr. Yang.
The couple, Mei Hao and his wife, were overjoyed and hurriedly led the way with utmost respect. As the president of the 4Cs Chamber of Commerce, many at Shin Pharmaceutical recognized Mei Hao. Witnessing his deference towards this young secretary named Yang, several employees were left utterly astonished. What sort of background does this Secretary Yang possess to command such respect from President Mei? It was truly unprecedented. President Mei was actually currying favor with a newly appointed secretary in our company. In an instant, Shin Pharmaceutical was abuzz with excitement. Yang Tian's name swiftly became a legend within the company. Even Shin Yuchu herself felt an inexplicable sense of wonder, as if Yang Tian had once again resolved her urgent predicament. When she first met Yang Tian, she had intended to support him financially, shielding herself from potential harm. Though reluctant to admit it, the feeling of having someone to rely on, a protector against life storms, was truly exhilarating. Shin Yuchu's cheeks flushed slightly. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing, 3 individuals hurried to the entrance of the emergency room. Director Lin, this is Yang Tian, the miraculous doctor, the master of both Elder Chun and Dr. Hu Qingyou. Please, let the staff inside open the door and allow Yang to save my daughter. Mei Hao implored urgently to Lin Xinju, who awaited at the emergency room door. Just then, the door to the rescue room swung open, and the attending physician emerged. Weariness etched across his face. I am deeply sorry. The patient's injuries were too severe. After 4 hours of emergency surgery, we were unable to save her. She has ceased to breathe. Family members may enter to say their final goodbyes. What? Mei Hao's complexion drained of color, as if struck by lightning. You! It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Lu Rushi completely broke down, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Mei Hao's collar, desperately clawing at his face. If it weren't for your enmity with Dr. Yang, how could there have been a delay in saving our daughter? You wretch! Ever since you became the president of this ridiculous business association, you've become increasingly inhumane. All you see are profits, only money. Now that our daughter is gone, what good is that wealth? Can money bring her back to life? Lu Rushi screamed in agony. Mei Hao could no longer contain himself, covering his face as he sank to the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. His heart was filled with regret, lamenting his past decisions. Enough! Please stop crying. Yang Tian spoke in a low voice. Prepare disinfection and dust-proof clothing for me. I will go in and take a look. It's merely a cessation of breath. Cannot be deemed death. There may still be a chance for revival. It is not merely a cessation of breath. The patient has already suffered brain death, the attending physician emphasized, furrowing his brow. I am fully aware, Yang Tian retorted. I intend to snatch a life from the clutches of the King of Hell. Yang Tian spoke in a deep voice. Are you out of your mind? Why have you come to the hospital in such a frenzy? The attending physician, somewhat irritated, retorted, Do not speak. Let Master Yang, the divine physician, give it a try. He is the master of the renowned 9-fingered divine physician, Hu Qingyou, and you have no right to question him. Lin Xinzhou immediately responded in a somber tone. Ah, he is the master of divine physician who... The attending physician scrutinized Yang Tian, his face etched with skepticism, and his eyes filled with doubt. Master Yang, if you can save my daughter, I am willing to do anything you ask, even if it means marrying you. I would consent. Lu Ru stood up, her face aflame with excitement, akin to a drowning person grasping at the last straw of hope. Goodness, you ungrateful old woman. If you are willing, I certainly am not. Yang Tian cast a glance at her, hastily sanitized his hands, and then strode directly into the rescue room. There, he beheld a group of healthcare professionals. Their heads bowed in dejection, gathered around the operating table, their faces etched with sorrow as they gazed at the pallid visage of a young girl lying in the hospital bed. The stark reality of witnessing a vibrant life, a charming little girl, Slipping away was a profound anguish that resonated with them all. Yang Tian strode forward, casting a glance at the young girl. Without hesitation, he drew forth a set of silver needles. In a swift motion, 9 gleaming needles shot forth, piercing the girl's body with unerring precision. This sudden act startled the medical personnel present. One individual, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Who are you? What are you doing?" To which he retorted, "Silence. I am saving a life." Yang Tian had no time to explain and spoke coldly. "Save her?" An irate doctor retorted, "Are you out of your mind? The patient is already dead. It was you Western doctors who declared her dead. Now, as a representative of traditional Chinese medicine, I intend to revive her." Yang Tian calmly remarked, "Are you out of your mind?" A nurse could no longer contain herself and was about to summon security to escort Yang Tian away. "Silence. Do not disturb him." At that moment, the director, having changed into his attire, entered alongside the attending physician and spoke in a grave tone. The entire assembly was taken aback, yet, intimidated by the director's authority, no one dared to utter a word. All eyes were filled with a blend of curiosity and confusion, pondering what kind of individual could prompt the director to personally advocate for him. As Yang Tian continued his actions, time passed. Tick, tick. After an indeterminate duration, the once dormant instruments began to exhibit subtle fluctuations. How could this be possible? The medical staff present were utterly astonished. Some, fearing to disrupt Yang Tian, even muffled their mouths in silence. Yang Tian gently pressed his finger against the little girl's temple, channeling his internal energy through his fingertip into her body. Gradually, it nourished her injured organs and fractured bones. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Yang Tian's forehead. The price he paid to snatch a life from the clutches of death was considerable, yet he ultimately succeeded. The patient's complexion turned rosy. She was breathing. No, this was a miracle, a true divine physician. The doctors present could no longer contain themselves and began to tremble as they voiced their astonishment. Lin Xinzhou's eyes widened, fixated on Yang Tian, as if fearing the loss of any fleeting moment. A beautiful nurse stepped forward, blushing, and took out a cloth to wipe the perspiration from Yang Tian's brow. It hurts so much." Meanwhile, the little girl on the hospital bed trembled her lips, emitting a faint voice. She had awakened. She was alive. Chapter 59. Honorary Director, little sister, your injuries are gradually healing. Bear with it, soon the pain will subside. Yang Tian smiled gently at the little girl. His voice, as warm and soothing as the sun's rays, quickly calmed the previously frightened child, who obediently nodded in response. Though she had never encountered Yang Tian before, she felt an undeniable sense of safety and reassurance emanating from this older brother before her. "Well then, the next matters shall be entrusted to you." Yang Tianchong briefly instructed the dazed medical staff beside him before turning to leave. Truly a miraculous doctor. It was my first encounter with such an extraordinary practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, capable of facilitating the reparation of fractured bones. Remarkable. I had always believed that Western medicine represented the future of healthcare, but it seems I was mistaken. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed a treasure passed down from our ancestors, capable of saving lives in critical moments. The group of doctors and nurses finally erupted in admiration, their gazes toward Yang Tian filled with reverence and fervor, as if they were beholding a deity. The commotion reached the ears of Mei Hao and his wife, who were anxiously waiting at the door of the emergency room. Their previously anxious demeanor transformed into overwhelming joy upon seeing Yang Tian emerge. Mei Hao immediately knelt before him, trembling as he spoke. "Dr. Yang, thank you for saving my daughter and my family. I sincerely apologize for my earlier arrogance towards Shin Pharmaceutical and hope you can forgive me. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to help Shin Pharmaceutical through this crisis, and all companies under the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce will actively seek collaboration with them." Lu Rushi also wished to kneel, but Yang Tian gently stopped her, saying, "Recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is of great significance. Go in and see your child, her condition has stabilized."
Understood, Dr. Yang.
"I shall refrain from saying more. You shall gauge my actions henceforth," Mei Hao declared, slapping his chest before hastily rushing into the emergency room. "Daddy, Mommy, The little girl on the operating table smiled weakly upon seeing her parents. "Oh, Enin, you scared your mother to death," Lu Rushi exclaimed, bursting into tears as she rushed forward to embrace her daughter tightly. Mei Hao's eyes also glistened with tears.
Dr. Yang.
"Please hold on." As Yang Tian prepared to leave the emergency room, he was approached by Lin Xinzhou, who smiled and intercepted him. "Dr. Yang, I am Lin Xinzhou, the director of the first hospital. Is there something you need from me?" Yang Tian raised an eyebrow. "It is true that the medical skills you displayed today have genuinely astonished me." Lin Xinzhou carefully chose his words and said with utmost sincerity, "I would like to invite you to become the vice president of our hospital. With your presence, I firmly believe that countless patients will be able to escape the clutches of death in the future. Healing and saving lives is a profound virtue. I hope that Dr. Yang will not decline." Yang Tian repeatedly waved his hand, exclaiming, No, I simply do not have the time to come to your hospital every day. I have my own matters to attend to." Lin Xinzhou quickly responded, "Then how about this? You need not hold regular office hours. Instead, you could serve as our hospital's honorary director. The benefits would be identical to mine. You would only need to spare 1 day each month to attend to patients and provide guidance on our work. Would that be acceptable? What a remarkable proposition, working just 1 day a month and receiving a director's salary. Is there truly such a fortunate opportunity in this world?" Yang Tiandu was astonished by the generous offer presented by Lin Xinzhou. It was indeed exceedingly favorable.
Noticing Yang Tian's hesitation,
Lin Xinzhou looked at him with pleading eyes and implored, "Master Yang, you must agree. You are offering countless terminally ill patients a glimmer of hope. With such earnest words, it would seem ungrateful to decline further." Yang Tian nodded, "Then I shall accept. From now on, I will be the honorary director of your hospital." Lin Xinzhou was overjoyed. "That's wonderful, Master Yang. Please allow me a moment. I will immediately have the HR department prepare the contract." "There's no rush," Yang Tian replied. "You may prepare it, but let us sign it during my next visit for consultation." Yang Tian waved his hand in farewell, saying, "Goodbye." Suddenly, Lin Xinzhou hurriedly stepped forward and exclaimed, "Wait, Master Yang. Let us exchange contact information." After the two exchanged their details, Lin Xinzhou felt a sense of satisfaction as he allowed Yang Tian to depart. However, midway through his journey, 3 BMW 530s abruptly emerged from the side, blocking the taxi's path in both directions. This startled the taxi driver, whose face turned pale with fear. Trembling, he fumbled for his phone, preparing to call the police. Has the security in Jiangcheng deteriorated to such an extent? Are they robbing people in broad daylight? Yang Tian curled his lips and remarked, "Brother, does it make sense for a few BMWs to target a mere BYD? Surely it cannot be." The driver, upon hearing this, felt the weight of the logic in those words, momentarily at a loss with his phone in hand, uncertain if he should still report the incident. Just then, the door of the BMW swung open. A dozen tall and alluring women clad in tight-fitting pants emerged from the vehicle. Goodness, which establishment has introduced such exquisite new talent? Their quality is simply outstanding. The driver's eyes sparkled with excitement, overwhelmed by an impulse to step out and inquire about their prices. Do not entertain such thoughts. These are not the kind of women you can afford. The depths of this situation are far too profound for you to navigate. Allow me to engage with them instead. Yang Tian transferred 100 yuan to the driver via WeChat, opened the car door, and stepped out. Subsequently, under the astonished and envious gaze of the driver, Yang Tian opened the door of a BMW and took a seat inside. A dozen voluptuous women with curvaceous figures followed suit, entering the vehicle. The driver, feeling a pang of bitterness, mused to himself, how much must he have spent at the club to deserve such treatment? That young man summoned so many attendants. He must surely be overindulging. Then, in a moment of realization, he thought, damn it, the attendants are driving BMWs while I'm stuck with this BYD taxi. Resolutely, he vowed to limit his future expenditures to the 398 yuan package and to abstain from the 698 yuan option. Inside the BMW, Yang Tian closed his eyes, appearing as if he were truly on his way to indulge at a club. His composed demeanor astonished the women in the car. The voluptuous woman in the passenger seat, seemingly a leader among them, could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to him, asking, Yang Tian, aren't you curious about who we are? Yang Tian Dao. I refuse. The well-endowed girl, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her chest, replied with a frosty demeanor, Yang Tian, we are members of the Shanghai Society. By the order of our president, Rose, we request your presence. Oh,
Yang Tian nodded indifferently.
he had indeed heard of the Mountain Sea Society, which was renowned alongside the Azure Dragon Society as one of the two most elite underground factions in Jiang City. However, he did not anticipate that this organization appeared to consist entirely of women. The few young women in the car looked at Yang Tian with a measure of admiration, whether genuine or feigned. The mere fact that he had boarded the Mountain Sea Society's vehicle with such calm composure was a testament to his extraordinary nature. Chapter 60. Untitled. Soon, 3 BMWs arrived at a luxurious villa estate and came to a halt. Upon entering this opulent abode, Yang Tian felt as though he had stepped into a realm inhabited solely by women. Before him stood an assembly of well-trained women, clad in form-fitting attire, patrolling with unwavering focus. Due to their years of martial training, these women boasted impressive physiques, with slender waists and long legs, presenting a most captivating sight. As Yang Tian strolled along, he indulged his gaze, taking in the sights around him. He was soon escorted to a temperature-controlled swimming pool situated in front of the villa. Beside the pool stood 8 enchanting women clad in high-slit kipeos, showcasing their fair, elegant, and elongated legs, each holding platters of fruits, beverages, and an array of fine wines, awaiting with utmost respect. My goodness, what an extravagant display! Yang Tian curled his lips in disappointment, feeling an immense sense of regret. With so many beautiful women around, what was the purpose of attending to just one? It was a sheer waste, an utter squandering of resources. One must understand that beauty is indeed a rare commodity. Yang Tian could not help but feel a deep sense of sorrow for the 30 million single men. Sister Rose, Yang Tian has arrived. The long-legged beauty, Ding Xiang, approached the edge of the pool with deference. With a splash, a stunning woman emerged from the depths of the pool, leaping out from over a meter deep and landing gracefully beside a lounge chair. Immediately, a woman in a cheongsam approached, offering a towel to dry the droplets of water from her skin. Rose appraised Yang Tian from head to toe, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She casually settled onto the lounge chair, took a sip of chilled fruit juice, and regarded Yang Tian with keen interest, remarking, "Not bad. Indeed a rare handsome man, and remarkably, at such a young age you have managed to leave Zhang Jixiong at a loss. You are truly a remarkable talent." Yang Tian approached with an air of familiarity, taking a seat on the lounge chair beside her, and savoring a sip of the chilled beer. At that moment, Ding Xiang's expression shifted, and she seemed poised to admonish him, yet was halted by Mei Gui's outstretched hand. "This beer is delightful, truly enjoyable. I shall have another." Yang Tianxiao chuckled as he placed the empty cup onto the tray held by the qipao-clad young woman, then turned to Rose and said, "Thank you for the flattering words, beautiful sister. To be honest, there are times when I am also quite taken aback by my own charm." Rose responded with a charming smile. Yang Tian's gaze swept over her fair, towering bosom and the unfathomable chasm beneath, and he chuckled with a hint of intrigue. "Sister, you have gone to great lengths to summon me. Surely it is not merely for idle chatter? Or do you wish to assist the Qinglong Society in gaining prominence? Who would have thought you, my little brother, to be so impatient?" Rose replied with a smile. "I have already investigated your situation. The Pan family has rallied many to oppose you, while the Qinglong Society has also gathered a faction against you. In this small Jiang city, you could say you are trapped with no way forward. If you wish to break this deadlock, I believe your only opportunity lies in joining our Shanghai Society. We have resources and manpower. Should you choose to ally with us, it would be a formidable partnership, ensuring that no one in Jiang City can lay a finger on you." As she spoke, she delicately licked her alluring crimson lips and continued in an enticing tone. "Moreover, should you excel in your endeavors, I would not be averse to bestowing a couple of the many beautiful women in our society upon you." This woman, in her attempt to recruit him, offered nothing of substance, merely weaving dreams. The unfortunate truth was that this whimsical vision bore no allure. It was a mere illusion, as she underestimated his maturity, treating him as a naive fool to be easily deceived. Yang Tian felt a stirring in his heart and immediately adopted a lecherous gaze, surveying the figure of the rose before him. His eyes first lingered on her fair and rounded bosom, then traveled down to her long and slender legs, particularly captivated by the way her bikini clung tightly, accentuating her alluring curves. However, despite the beauty before him, his affections lay elsewhere. He found himself more enamored with the allure of an older sister figure. I have joined the Mountain and Sea Society. Would it be permissible for me to share a bed with her? Yang Tianxiao smiled as he gazed at the rose. Do not be deceived by my younger brother's youth. He possesses a wealth of knowledge. Dismissively, he added, How dare you speak disrespectfully to Sister Rose? You are courting disaster. Instantaneously, Ding Xiang was filled with anger. Yang Tian turned his head, regarding her with a look of astonishment. What's the matter? Is it because I didn't choose you, leading to your unfulfilled desires and subsequent resentment? Fear not, if you wish, I have no objections to a trio. I am quite the vigorous young man, full of energy. You! Ding Xiang seethed with anger, but at that moment, Rose stood up, prompting her to immediately fall silent. However, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yang Tian, almost ablaze with fury. The smile that had adorned Rose's face vanished, replaced by a cold, indifferent gaze directed at Yang Tian, radiating an unspoken authority. It seems you lack the sincerity to join our Shanghai society. Yang Tian, with a smile that was both enigmatic and mirthful, remarked, From the cake my sister has painted, it seems she lacks genuine intent to entice me. Ah, that indeed is a fault of hers. Suddenly, Rose broke into a radiant smile, clapped her hands, and forthwith, four enchanting ladies appeared, bearing two large chests that they placed before Yang Tian. They opened the chests to reveal a dazzling array of freshly minted, crimson banknotes, meticulously arranged. Here lies 100 million. Simply agree, and it shall be yours to take, Rose declared, her gaze fixed upon Yang Tian. Surely, my brother can see the sincerity in my sister's offer? Yang Tian diverted his gaze from her enticing bosom, nodding earnestly. I noticed it the moment I stepped in. Your sincerity was evident, dear sister. As he took another sip of beer, he languidly rose to his feet. Unfortunately, I am a man who prefers to be on top, not beneath someone else's weight. Therefore, I can only appreciate your good intentions from afar. If you are willing to relinquish the position of president, I might consider it. With that, he set down his glass and, with a beaming smile, remarked, The wine is delightful, and so are you. Farewell. Rose's expression turned icy. Do you think the Mountain and Sea Society is a place where you can come and go as you please? As her words echoed, a flurry of rapid footsteps approached. From within the villa emerged a dozen women clad in tight black leather, brandishing firearms. The moment they appeared, they swiftly surrounded Yang Tian. My dear, I truly cannot bear the thought of your demise, so I suggest you reconsider my proposal. Rose flashed a captivating smile, her demeanor shifting with the fluidity of turning pages, oscillating between alluring charm and ruthless indifference.
Yang Tian remained utterly unperturbed.
His expression still one of lascivious delight as he gazed at her. Well, you little rascal, daring to tease Sister Rose even when death is imminent. You must possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Ding's voice erupted in anger. Yang Tian gazed at her in astonishment. How do you know that I have consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, my dear lady? Chapter 61. My word, this move is utterly ruthless. You still have the audacity to be sharp-tongued even when death is imminent? The expression on Ding Xiang's face was so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. So, you ultimately choose to stand against me in this battle? Rose then reigned in her smile, her countenance devoid of emotion as she spoke. Yang Tian smiled and said, Sister, you are mistaken once more. It is clearly the Shanghai society that seeks to oppose me. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. With a swift motion, Rose pressed down her hand and coldly commanded, Eliminate him. In the next moment, a dozen gunmen unleashed a torrent of firepower towards Yang Tian. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to a mere hive of bullets. How ungrateful! Ding Xiang scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. Yet her expression soon froze in shock. At the instant the gunfire erupted, Yang Tian propelled himself upward with a force akin to that of a rocket. In an instant, all the bullets were exhausted. What astonishing speed! Ding Xiang was taken aback. She had never witnessed anyone move faster than a bullet. The trained gunmen, having missed their initial shot, swiftly prepared to fire again. But it was already too late. With a resounding thud, Yang Tianpeng fell rapidly behind one of the individuals. Before the female gunman could react, a swift strike to the back of her head rendered her unconscious, leaving no time for a scream to escape her lips. With a swift movement, Yang Tian dashed forward, weaving through the remaining 11 gunmen like a tempest. These merciless assassins were thrown into utter disarray. Yang Tian's speed was so extraordinary that they could not even lock onto his position, let alone pull the trigger. His velocity did not need to surpass that of a bullet, but merely had to exceed the speed at which these gunmen could fire, ensuring his lethal advantage. Accompanied by the chilling cries of despair, within mere moments, all 11 gunmen lay sprawled on the ground. Ding Shan and Rose stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Yang Tian's prowess has truly surpassed the imagination of the two. In a nation like Huaxia, where gun control is so stringent, it is quite astonishing that your Shanghai society has managed to cultivate such a formidable cadre of elite marksmen. I must admit, my sister's capabilities have earned my profound respect. Yang Tian smiled gently at Rose, saying, "It is a pity that with such limited prowess, dear sister, you shall suffer greatly today. I rarely show mercy to those who wish to kill me. I must admit, I underestimated you. At such a tender age, you have already attained the strength of transformation. No wonder Zhang Jixiong was subdued by you." Rose's expression turned grave, a glint of cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. "It is unfortunate that if you believe this will allow you to act recklessly within my Shanghai society, you are gravely mistaken." With that, she lunged at Yang Tian like a leopard, her hand revealing a blade as delicate as a cicada's wing. In an instant, she was upon him, her swift movement rendering the distance between them negligible. With a swift motion, she aimed the chilling edge of the blade towards Yang Tian's throat. The icy blade gleamed with a serpent-like sheen in the fading light of the setting sun. Yang Tianmeng tilted his head back, the blade barely grazing his neck as it narrowly missed its target. The strike failed. The Rose, with an impassive expression, moved with the grace of a mesmerizing serpent, swirling around Yang Tian with astonishing speed. The glint of her blade flickered incessantly in her hand. "Your prowess surpasses that of Zhang Jixiong. I must admit, you have earned my respect." Yang Tian was somewhat taken aback. This Rose was indeed the most formidable martial arts expert he had encountered in Jiangcheng. It appeared that this woman had reached the pinnacle of her hidden strength, merely a step away from achieving the transformative stage. Should she find the right opportunity, a breakthrough could occur at any moment. "You truly have captured my admiration. It is astonishing that such a martial arts prodigy has emerged from this small Jiangcheng. I dare say, even the king of Jiangnan would be intrigued to meet you." Rose replied coldly, her forehead veins bulging as the muscles in her arms expanded instantaneously. Her aura surged dramatically, almost reaching the transformative level. With a snap, the straps of her cloak broke, falling to the ground, revealing the hidden spectacle before Yang Tian. "Goodness, what kind of technique is this?" Yang Tian widened his eyes, a faint scent of milk wafting through the air. "Humph, young one. This is the ultimate technique of our president. All who have witnessed her prowess have perished. To die at her hands would indeed be your honor," declared Ding Xiang with an air of arrogance. "Oh, is that so? Then how is it that you still draw breath?" Yang Tian wore a curious expression. Ding Xiang exclaimed, "I traversed from Penglai East Road to South Heaven Gate, hacking for 3 days and nights. Do you dare to ask if my eyes are dry? It's over." With a fierce roar, Rose lunged at Yang Tian, exuding an aura of lethal intent. In an instant, her swimming trunks were torn apart, leaving her utterly exposed. Good heavens, such a move is exceedingly ruthless. Yang Tian's nosebleed gushed forth unexpectedly, leaving him utterly astonished. The city's cunning was profoundly intricate. At such a critical moment, it disrupted his mental focus. He was on the mountain, and his master had never spoken of such treacherous tactics. Yang Tian subconsciously glanced towards the secret realm of the Rose, Seizing the opportunity, the rose delivered a powerful strike to Yang Tian's chest. Haha, little brother, it's not so easy to take advantage of your sister. This was her full-force attack. And even a master in the late stage of transformation would not survive this blow unscathed. The rose could not help but burst into boisterous laughter. Yang Tian staggered backward several steps, a surge of blood and energy coursing through him, causing a metallic taste to rise in his throat as a trickle of crimson escaped. Something was amiss. Yang Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sensing a turbulent surge of spiritual energy within him, accompanied by a troubling lack of focus. His body felt unusually heated, and thoughts flitted through his mind like wild grass, uncontrollably surging forth. An impulsive urge arose within him, a desire to recklessly cast the rose to the ground. This was clearly abnormal. Yang Tian is acutely aware that he is not Lu Xiaohui. However, he is certainly not the kind of person who, while opposing others, is preoccupied with trivial romantic matters. Have you poisoned me? Yang Tian squinted, fixating on the rose, and spoke in a deep voice. The rose, witnessing that despite her full-powered strike, Yang Tian had merely sustained a minor injury, felt a surge of astonishment within. Simultaneously, she was relieved, grateful for her thorough preparations. Otherwise, today could have ended in disaster. Indeed, this was not poison. It was medicine, a potent restorative. Chapter 62. Setting fire to oneself. Indeed, this was not poison. It was medicine, a potent restorative. The rose, with fingers as delicate as jade, traced gentle circles on her chest, her fragrant tongue flicking across her lips, speaking in an alluring and seductive tone. I have investigated. You are an unparalleled divine physician. To poison you would be akin to flaunting a sword before Guangong. It was evident that she had fallen victim at that moment. As a divine physician, he now comprehended precisely what affliction he had encountered. The aphrodisiac. How astonishing that this woman carried such a primal stimulant with her. Truly, she was a remarkable individual. Yang Tian gritted his teeth, his complexion flushed as if he had indulged in excessive libations. Ha ha! The effects of the enchanting potion pose no peril to the human body. It merely incites a sense of restlessness and awakens one's primal desires. If one can remain as tranquil as still water, harboring no illicit thoughts, it shall serve only to nourish the kidneys. Rose, filled with self-satisfaction, retorted, thus, your predicament arises solely from the stirrings of your lustful thoughts. A mere 20-year-old, brimming with youthful vigor, faced with a voluptuous, alluring woman in the nude, to remain unperturbed? Is that even a reasonable expectation? Even a eunuch would feel a stir of emotions in such a scenario. Are you not afraid of getting burned by playing with fire? Yang Tian gritted his teeth and declared, the bewitching elixir is not a poison. Thus there exists no antidote. How could I be so foolish as to play with fire and burn myself? Rose let out a cold laugh. You are currently engulfed in a surge of energy, your mind clouded with desire, and I fear you can only unleash a fraction of your true strength. Therefore, prepare to meet your demise. Take advantage of his weakness to claim his life. With that, Rose summoned her inner energy, launching a full-force assault towards Yang Tian. The blade sliced through the air with the swiftness of the wind, aiming for his throat. The plan was both exquisite and malevolent. Indeed, I could barely muster even half of my potential. Yet, even if I could harness merely a tenth of my power, it would still be beyond your capacity to withstand. Yang Tian let out a light chuckle, remaining motionless in his place. When the slender blade held by Rose was merely an inch away from his throat, he could even discern the uncontainable triumph gleaming in her eyes. Yang Tian finally sprang into action. He swiftly extended his hand, seizing Rose's wrist with lightning speed. In an instant, the blade was rendered motionless, and despite Rose exerting every ounce of strength, she found herself utterly immobilized. Bang! Following that, Yang Tian retaliated with a powerful strike to her dantian, the energy center of her being. With a gasp, Rose's face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could react, Yang Tian gripped her neck from behind and forcefully pressed her against the nearby coffee table. No matter how fiercely Rose struggled, Yang Tian's hand clamped down on her like a vice, holding her firmly in place. How is this even possible? Rose was astonished. Could it be that you were not affected? Yang Tian chuckled lightly. You have fallen into my trap. However, your strength is simply too feeble. Even if I cannot unleash my full potential, I can still effortlessly manipulate you. I warned you that you would be playing with fire and ultimately burn yourself. So, are you now prepared to assist me in extinguishing the flames? Yang Tian's face revealed a wicked glint as he unfastened his belt with a single hand. At that moment, Rose panicked, recalling her precarious situation. What do you intend to do? She threatened, her bravado faltering. I warn you not to act recklessly. I am affiliated with the king of Jiangnan. If you harm me, he will not let you go. Ha! What nonsense about the king of Jiangnan. I hardly regard him. It's merely that he is absent at the moment. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him right in front of you, demonstrating who the true king is. His innate disposition of extreme yang made him irritable if not provoked daily. Yet Rose foolishly decided to use an aphrodisiac on herself. Was she not throwing a cigarette into a powder keg? It would be a miracle if it did not explode. The crucial factor was that if this essence accumulated and remained unvented, it would inflict considerable harm on Yang Tian's body. This was precisely why Shangguan Yunlei insisted that Yang Tian must find a woman with an innate body of extreme yin within a year, to engage in mutual cultivation and completely eradicate the peril posed by his constitution. Ah! Yang Tian was taken aback. But there was no time to dwell on it. Since descending the mountain, he had not tasted meat and had accumulated a considerable amount of pent-up energy. Finally seizing the opportunity, he was caught off guard by the rapid turn of events. Beside him, Ding Xiang was momentarily stunned, but her expression quickly morphed into one of fury. You beast! Let go of our leader. I will kill you, she screamed, rushing towards Yang Tian like a whirlwind. With a swift motion, she unleashed a technique known as the flower-picking palm, aiming directly at his face. Rose, alarmed, understood that Ding Xiang's arrival was tantamount to delivering herself as a sacrifice. Instinctively, she attempted to intervene. However, in the next moment, Yang Tian unleashed a devastating blow, and she felt darkness envelop her as she fainted instantly. Yang Tian never anticipated that this young woman would exhibit such bold behavior. Her physique and demeanor undeniably exude the essence of a mature woman. Yet she is surprisingly fragile and vulnerable. Chapter 63. Alchemy. Yang Tian let out a chilling laugh, effortlessly capturing Ding Xiang with a single-hand maneuver. Outside the villa, the members of the Shanghai Association listened intently to the commotion within, exchanging glances, their faces turning crimson. Ding Xiang had sacrificed so much for the Shanghai Association. A group of elegantly dressed women in tight-fitting pants gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Perhaps they had been holding back for too long. Today's exhilarating battle left Yang Tian feeling utterly refreshed, invigorated. He glanced at the still feigning unconscious Rose, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To be honest, he had not anticipated that this alluring woman, exuding a mature charm and acting so boldly without restraint, would still be untouched. With a swift motion, he vaulted over the villa's wall and departed. Originally, Yang Tian had intended to eliminate both women, but having already crossed that line, he chose to spare them. Scoundrel! Rose collapsed on the ground, opened her eyes and could not help but curse. She then leaped into the pool to cleanse herself, and after wrapping herself in a towel from a nearby lounge chair, she pointed a finger at Ding Xiang's forehead. Ah, oh! Ding Xiang awoke, her eyes still closed, instinctively shouting. Rose's cheeks flushed, but anger quickly replaced her embarrassment as she slapped Ding Xiang, scolding, "Be quiet, he has gone. Stop shouting." As Ding Xiang opened her eyes, she found no trace of Yang Tian, and an overwhelming sense of emptiness washed over her. However, Rose's reprimand felt like a cold splash of water, bringing her back to reality. Ah, Rose, are you all right? She hurriedly asked, scrambling to her feet. "Yemme fine. But you should wash up and remember to take your medicine, lest you bear that vile creature's offspring," Rose replied, her demeanor returning to its usual icy detachment. Yes. Ding Xiang lowered her head, her emotions in turmoil. Today had truly resulted in a double loss. After a moment of silence, she regained her composure and inquired, "Rose, Yang Tian is too powerful. He may not be someone we can handle. Should we report this to King Jiangnan?" Rose's gaze turned distant, her expression inscrutable as she coldly replied, "First, contact the Qinglong Association and join forces with them. Today's events must be kept strictly confidential. Anyone who dares to leak a word shall face dire consequences." With that, she turned and entered the villa. However, Ding Xiang could clearly see that the president was walking with a slight limp. It seemed that Rose was severely injured, affecting her mobility. Ding Xiang stood up with a heavy heart, just as she took a step. Hiss! She inhaled sharply, forcing herself to leave with a slight limp. At the same moment, Yang Tian received a call from Shen Yuchu in a taxi. "Yang Tian, have you cured President Mei's daughter? With me taking action, it's bound to be foolproof." Moreover, Mei Hao and his wife were so overwhelmed with emotion that they knelt before me. "Yang Tian, you're truly a marvel. Your medical skills are extraordinary. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what it is about me that attracts such a remarkable person like you, who dedicates so much to me from the shadows.
Yang Tian,
Could you share with me your genuine thoughts?" Shen Yuchu felt that both she and the company were becoming increasingly reliant on Yang Tian. She even harbored a sense of anxiety, pondering what would happen if Yang Tian were to depart unexpectedly. Would she be able to withstand the fierce onslaughts from all sides? Yang Tian flashed a grin, revealing his teeth. "Have you forgotten? We share a room and are legally married." Shen Yuchu replied with a wry smile. "But we both know this is a fade. However, I wish to turn this pretense into reality."
Yang Tian,
With a playful grin, remarked, "I wonder if my esteemed wife would be willing." In her heart, Shen Yuchu felt as though a flurry of butterflies had taken flight. If only Yang Tian were present, he would surely notice that the usually formidable and aloof Shen Yuchu now bore a face awash with a crimson hue, utterly flustered. Despite already possessing an answer deep within, the accustomed assertiveness within her compelled her to respond with a hint of pride. "Humph. If you wish to win the heart of this CEO, it will depend on your forthcoming actions and whether they can truly satisfy me." Yang Tian grinned mischievously and said, "My dear, if you grant me the opportunity, I assure you I will leave you utterly satisfied, spellbound, and so enchanted that you will forget all else, forsaking the duties of the morning court." Such bravado! No one had ever dared to speak so openly in her presence. Shen Yuchu felt a flush creeping over her body. With a scoff, she hastily ended the call. "Ha ha! The little white rabbit is pure as snow, with 2 ears standing tall, fond of carrots and greens, hopping about in delightful charm." Through the phone, Yang Tian could distinctly sense Shen Yuchu's fervent heartbeat. Unable to suppress a triumphant laugh, he began to sing. It was evident that he had thoroughly breached Shen Yuchu's psychological defenses. In his mind's eye, he envisioned himself as the great wolf, poised to devour the innocent little rabbit that Shen Yuchu represented. The taxi halted before a traditional Chinese medicine shop, where Yang Tian disembarked to procure the ordinary ingredients required for the spirit-gathering pill. Having acquired the legendary Huadua's San Shengding, red dragon bones, and 3-leaf jade, he commenced the process of concocting the spirit-gathering pill. Should he succeed, his strength would surge tremendously. This would undoubtedly tilt the odds in his favor when he confronted the enigmatic king of Jiangnan. Although he outwardly dismissed the king's prowess, he inwardly recognized the significance of such a legendary figure capable of ruling multiple provinces. None of them were to be underestimated, particularly since Yang Tian remained oblivious to her true capabilities. He knew he must remain vigilant and prepared. After all, even when hunting a mere rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. Upon returning to the villa and exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Xuelan and his spouse, as well as Shen Yuchu and Li Jiehui, he shouldered his backpack, carrying the San Shengding and medicinal materials. He ventured deep into a forest park, settling beside a tranquil lake to meditate and adjust his state of being. The atmosphere here was rich in spiritual energy, and the nighttime solitude ensured that no one would disturb his alchemical pursuits. Once his breath reached its zenith, Yang Tian retrieved the Huadua's San Shengding. Placing it before him, he channeled his vital energy, and with a flick of his finger, a golden flame surged within the San Shengding. "Ah, dear treasure, you have lain dormant for over 1,000 years. Today marks your moment to shine once more." Yang Tian felt a surge of excitement. It was his inaugural attempt at concocting such an advanced elixir, utilizing an exceptionally remarkable cauldron. It was likely that his enchanting master had encountered but a handful of such opportunities in her lifetime. As the flames danced with fervor, the previously dull and lifeless sand Shangding transformed into a resplendent golden hue, resembling a diminutive sun illuminating a considerable portion of the lake's surface. With the moment ripe, Yang Tian steadied his mind and heart, adhering to the teachings of his captivating mentor. He began by adding water, followed by the meticulous incorporation of the red dragon bone, the three-leaf sedum, and an array of other herbs, each placed with deliberate precision into the cauldron. His gaze remained fixated upon the flames within, ready to adjust the temperature in response to the changing nature of the ingredients. Soon, delicate wisps of smoke began to rise from the cauldron. An enchanting fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the air. Chapter 64. No reason to speak of Yang Tian's eyes remained fixed, unwavering, as he concentrated intently on the medicinal cauldron, silently praying for success. As time passed, the spiritual energy within him rapidly diminished. Within the cauldron, all the herbs, enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy, were gradually refined into liquid medicine by the golden flames. The next step was the most critical moment, forming the elixir. It was also the most perilous phase, allowing no room for error. Any failure in forming the elixir would render all efforts futile. As time inexorably slipped away, beads of sweat began to emerge on Yang Tian's forehead. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from within the Hua Tuo's 3 lives cauldron. A burst of golden light exploded forth, reminiscent of fireworks, only to extinguish in an instant. Had it not been for Yang Tian's quick reflexes in gathering his energy to shield himself, he might have singed his hair. Following that, a series of crackling noises erupted, akin to frying beans. May all deities manifest their presence. Success must be achieved. Yang Tian felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety, reminiscent of the moment he had been stripped bare by his enchanting master under the pretext of dual cultivation and pressed onto the bed for the first time. With utmost caution, he approached and peered into the medicinal cauldron. Inside lay 6 pills, each the size of a longan, radiantly crimson and translucent like amber, scattered within the cauldron. A captivating fragrance of medicine wafted from the cauldron, enveloping him. It was a success. Yang Tian was immediately filled with joy. Ignoring the intense heat emanating from the cauldron, he reached in and grasped the 6 spirit-gathering pills, examining them closely. With each passing moment, his delight grew. The quality of these 6 pills was exceptional, at least of superior grade. Ah! How wonderful! To succeed on the first attempt and produce 6 pills of such high quality all at once. What remarkable fortune indeed. Yang Tian laughed heartily. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he took out a spirit-gathering pill and placed it into his mouth. As the pill dissolved upon contact, a powerful and pure surge of spiritual energy flowed down his throat, permeating his internal organs and subsequently radiating throughout his limbs and bones. Yang Tian promptly stored away the remaining 5 elixirs, settling into a cross-legged position to commence his cultivation. Time slipped away unnoticed. When the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, illuminating the horizon with a gentle glow, Yang Tian finally opened his eyes. Within those inky orbs, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered. With a sudden exhalation, he released a breath that transformed into a white ribbon in midair, akin to a long arrow. With a resounding thud, it struck a sturdy tree by the lake, creating a hole the size of a thumb in its trunk, which was thick enough for a person to embrace. Exhaling like a sword, he wielded the essence of lethality in silence. Yang Tian was filled with joy, for the efficacy of the gathering spirit pill was indeed extraordinary. With just 1 pill ingested, he experienced significant progress in his cultivation. He felt that at this moment, his level should be on par with that of his beautiful master. However, he remained uncertain about the specific realm he had attained. Thus far, the only martial artist he had encountered who could truly engage with him was his enchanting master. He only knew that above the transformation stage was the realm of the martial arts grandmaster. As for the specific strength of this so-called grandmaster, it seemed that only upon encountering the legendary king of Jiangnan would he find the answer. Given that the king of Jiangnan commanded 12 divine generals at the transformation stage, it was highly probable that he himself was a master-level powerhouse. Nevertheless, Yang Tian had a vague sense that his master's cultivation was likely beyond that level. Upon entering the villa, he fortuitously ran into Shin Yuchu, who was hurriedly preparing to leave. "My dear, I see it's still early for you to be heading to work?" Yang Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. "There is an urgent matter that I must attend to," Shin Yuchu remarked. "I shall accompany you." Yang Tian immediately approached, opened the door to the front passenger seat, and inquired, "What is the urgency?" "The largest supplier of our company, Jolin Herbal Medicine Company, intends to terminate our contract and cease supplying us with medicinal materials." Shin Yuchu's expression turned grave as she drove, explaining, "Jolin Herbal Medicine Company was originally a small enterprise. It was only through our collaboration with Shin Pharmaceutical that they slowly began to flourish. One could say that without the support of the Shin Group, there would be no Jolin Herbal Medicine today. I never anticipated they would suddenly emerge to demand a contract termination." As she spoke, Shin Yuchu's eyes were filled with indignation, and she felt a profound sense of betrayal. In this world, all are driven by profit. It is no surprise that merchants often forsake righteousness for gain. It is likely that at this juncture, they have received incentives from the Pan family or the Qinglong Society. Yang Tian thoughtfully suggested, "Did not Mei Hao proclaim yesterday his unwavering support for us? Let us seek his assistance. After all, he is the president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and holds a certain degree of influence." Yang Tiandao remarked, "If it comes to that, we might as well consider changing our supplier. Since Shin Pharmaceutical can support a family-run medicinal herb business, they can certainly extend their assistance to another one." Shin Yuchu replied, "It is not as simple as that. In our pharmaceutical industry, we have exceptionally high standards for raw materials. The selection of a new supplier requires extensive evaluation. Otherwise, even the slightest error in raw materials can have a catastrophic impact on our product's reputation. However, we are currently at a crucial juncture in the development of our new product, and what we lack most is time." "Very well."
Yang Tian felt somewhat helpless.
Realizing that this issue was indeed rather intricate. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Jolin Herbal Medicine Company. Upon identifying herself, Shin Yuchu was promptly escorted by the receptionist towards the chairman's office. "Dr. Yang, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" A voice of surprise echoed as they passed a lounge area. "Yang Tian, you must have a connection here. Wait for me while I attend to some matters." Upon witnessing this, Shin Yuchu left a remark and strode into the chairman's office. "I accompanied my wife on some errands. Is Dean Lin also here to conduct business?" Yang Tian inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, Jolin Herbal Medicine is the supplier for the traditional Chinese medicine department of our first hospital. I have come today for a routine inspection of the quality of the raw materials." Lin Xinjiao, exuding warmth, seized Yang Tian's hands enthusiastically. "What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. It seems this visit has not been in vain. You left in such a hurry yesterday. I have numerous medical inquiries I wish to discuss with you." The two exchanged pleasantries outside the door. Meanwhile, within the office, a middle-aged man, balding and sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses, appeared somewhat greasy. Upon seeing Shin Yuchu enter, he stood up with a feigned sincerity. "President Shin, what brings you here today?" Shin Yuchu smiled and replied, "I couldn't possibly stay away, Lin. Our two companies have collaborated for over 20 years. If memory serves me well, when Jolin Herbal Medicine was on the brink of collapse, you waited 3 days outside my grandfather's office. Your determination moved him, and despite the risks, he chose you as the supplier for Shin Pharmaceuticals. Today, I was taken aback to receive news that Jolin Herbal Medicine wishes to terminate our contract. I cannot help but wonder if there has been some misunderstanding." Lin Jiaming discerned the underlying meaning in Shin Yuchu's words. However, after years of navigating the tumultuous waters of business, he had long since prioritized profit over sentiment. With a nonchalant smile, he replied, "President Shin, given our long-standing relationship, I will not beat around the bush. This decision was indeed difficult, but we find ourselves with no alternatives. The development of Shin Pharmaceuticals has stagnated, and the demand for herbal medicine is dwindling. For our company to thrive, choices must be made. I hope you can understand that, after all, your sudden termination of the contract has completely disrupted our product planning." Lin Jiaming took a seat, maintaining a fa of cordiality, yet his smile was devoid of warmth. I apologize, President Shin, but we have already signed a supply agreement with another company. Regrettably, we cannot continue to serve Shin Pharmaceuticals. However, out of respect for our past relationship, I can expedite the process for our finance department to transfer the penalty for breach of contract to your company's account. I hope this sum can aid in your company's development. Shin Yuchu was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated that her overture would merit some consideration. To her dismay, Lin Jiaming seemed utterly unconcerned about their former camaraderie. Angrily, Shin Yuchu retorted, Lin, do you truly have no regard for past favors? Favors? Lin Jiaming scoffed impatiently. President Shin, you are in a position of leadership. How can you utter such laughable words? The business world is akin to a battlefield. It's a matter of survival. Sentiment and emotion? Do you think this is a young love affair? If there is nothing else, I must ask you to leave. Jolin Herbal Medicine is currently experiencing a surge in business. And I am quite busy. I cannot entertain you further. With a stony expression, he issued an unequivocal dismissal. Shun Yuchu, infuriated, gritted her teeth and declared, Lin, when our new products launch and become a sensation, a new herbal medicine company will rise in Jiangqing. I hope you won't regret it then. Lin Jiaming erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Oh dear, President Shen, your words frighten me. What if Shin Pharmaceuticals skyrockets to become the largest pharmaceutical company globally? Wouldn't I be missing out on an opportunity to enter the Forbes billionaires list? Shin Pharmaceuticals was already under siege by multiple financial predators, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Jiaming found it hard to believe Shin Yuchu's claims of a potential blockbuster product. President Shin, perhaps it would be wise for your grandfather to return to the forefront. Otherwise, Shin Pharmaceuticals seems destined for failure. Lin Jiaming adopted a condescending tone, asserting, when women take charge, everything crumbles. You should focus on domestic affairs while men handle business. Shin Yuchu's expression darkened. Her gaze fixed on him as she replied coldly, Very well, Lin. We shall meet again in the future. With that, she turned to leave. President Shin, allow me to see you out. Lin Jiaming called after her with a laugh. Yang Tian, who had been observing the exchange, noticed Shin Yuchu's distressed demeanor as she exited and immediately abandoned his conversation with Lin Xinjiao to approach her. With a gaze as cold as ice, he directed his attention towards Lin Jiaming. The palpable tension startled Lin Jiaming, causing him to take 2 cautious steps back. Warning, what do you intend to do? I advise you to tread carefully, or you may find yourself in deep trouble. Shin Yuchu quickly interjected, It's nothing. We simply could not reach an agreement. Yang Tian finally relaxed. Dr. Yang, is this your wife? At that moment, Lin Xinjiao hurriedly approached to inquire. Yes, this is my wife, Shin Yuchu. Yuchu. This is Lin Xinjiao, the director of the first hospital. Yang Tian introduced the 2 individuals. Hello, Dean Lin. Shin Yuchu managed to force a smile. Dad, do you know him? At that very moment, Lin Jiaxing, standing nearby, spoke with a look of astonishment. Is this fellow the son of Lin Xinjiao? Upon hearing this, Yang Tian was taken aback, and even Shun Yuchu instinctively regarded the 2 with renewed curiosity. This is the miraculous doctor I mentioned to you, our hospital's honorary dean. Dad, I haven't done anything. It's purely a business matter. Lin Jiaxing quickly interjected. What business matter? Lin Xinjiao pressed for details. With no choice but to provide a brief explanation, Lin Jiaxing, noticing his father's sour expression, hastily defended himself. Dad, the price offered by the Pan family is several times that of Shun Pharmaceutical. I had no reason not to collaborate with them. No reason, you say? Lin Xinjiao erupted in fury, striking his son on the back of the head, scolding, How can your vision be so narrow? Do you know who Dr. Yang is? Does the Pan family think they can create waves by partnering with the Kyoto Medicine King Pavilion? Let me tell you, the Medicine King Pavilion is nothing compared to Dr. Yang. Despite his age, Lin Jiaxing felt humiliated by his father's reprimand and clenched his teeth. Dad, is this guy really as remarkable as you claim? You aren't being deceived, are you? Chapter 65. Persuasion. Lin Xinjiao lamented. Do you not realize that even the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine masters Chen Haixing and Hu Qingyou have taken Dr. Yang as their mentor? Is he really that impressive? Lin Jiaxing's eyes widened in disbelief, Chen Haisheng and Hu Qingyo were indeed the foremost traditional Chinese medicine experts in Jiangcheng and the entire province. Had it not been for the fact that the speaker was his own father, he would have considered calling security to escort him out, for such boasting seemed utterly absurd. Enough of this nonsense. Apologize to Dr. Yang and Mrs. Yang immediately. It is a privilege for you to have the opportunity to collaborate with them. Do you understand? Lin Xinzhou glared sternly. This. Lin Jiaxing hesitated, pondering that even if his father's words were true and Yang Tian was indeed a divine physician, akin to Hua Tuo or Bian Ke, what relevance did that have to their family's medicinal materials? One could not simply forsake substantial profits merely because Yang Tian was a miraculous healer. What? Is it now beyond my control? Lin Xinzhou, seeing his son hesitate, was incensed and raised his hand as if to strike. All right, Dad. I promise to collaborate with Shin Pharmaceutical. Is that sufficient? Lin Jiaxing relented under pressure.
Dr. Yang.
I am not well versed in matters of collaboration. You may discuss it directly with my son. The contract from the first hospital is already prepared. You can come sign it at your convenience. I shall not intrude upon your important discussions. Lin Xinzhou promptly turned and cheerfully addressed Yang Tian. Thank you, Dean Lin.
Yang Tian Dao.
Haha. It would be my greatest gratitude if Dr. Yang could come to our hospital more often to guide our work. After Lin Xinzhou finished speaking, he prepared to leave. When the matter is resolved, I shall depart with my garments unruffled, concealing both my achievements and my name. Mr. Shin, let us consider the earlier misunderstanding as just that, and I hope our two families can continue our collaboration. Lin Jiaming managed a smile as he spoke to Shin Yuchu. Naturally, Shun Yuchu felt elated at the prospect of continued cooperation, yet she could distinctly sense the insincerity behind Lin Jiaming's smile. This posed a significant dilemma. If Lin Jiaming was reluctantly compelled by his father's influence to persist in collaboration with Shun Pharmaceutical, any subsequent issues with the supply of medicinal raw materials could have dire consequences for Shin Pharmaceutical. Mr. Lin, I kindly ask for a month's time. Once our new product is launched, I firmly believe you will be grateful for today's decision. Shin Yuchu earnestly implored, her gaze fixed on Lin Jiaming. Please trust that our forthcoming product will be truly groundbreaking. Groundbreaking? Lin Jiaming nearly burst into laughter, barely stifling a chuckle as he shook his head, his smile devoid of genuine warmth. Ms. Shin, let us allow the product to speak for itself. I am not a consumer of your offerings, so there is no need for you to market to me. My belief holds little value. Ultimately, success hinges on market recognition. A bittersweet sensation washed over Shin Yuchu, coupled with a sense of helplessness. Indeed, the product had yet to be unveiled, and without it, proving its worth was an insurmountable challenge. Just as she felt cornered, Yang Tian smiled and interjected, Mr. Lin, while you may have to wait until next month to witness the effects of our new product, I possess a remedy that can promptly address your current concerns. What concerns do I have? Lin Jiaming queried, bewildered. Yang Tian smiled enigmatically and remarked, the issue with President Lin lies in his inability to stand firm during critical moments. But what if I could transform him into a truly formidable man? Lin Jiasong's expression shifted dramatically. This was his most intimate concern, one that remained undisclosed and unknown to anyone. In fact, he had gone to great lengths to conceal this issue, enduring public scorn while proclaiming his commitment to a life devoid of marriage, remaining single even at the age of 40. On several occasions, he nearly drove his father to the brink of apoplexy. Yet now, Yang Tian had audaciously broached the subject, leaving Lin Jiasong astounded, particularly when considering his father's words that suggested this young man might indeed possess the skills of a divine healer. Lin Jiasong's heart raced, though he harbored a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might be overthinking the situation. Such a grave secret was not something he would readily reveal. Dr. Yang, some matters may be inherently insurmountable. Do you believe you can offer a solution? Lin Jiasong's gaze remained fixed on Yang Tian, his fists clenched in tension, as he spoke slowly. Yet, the tremor in his voice betrayed a tumultuous inner world, starkly contrasting with his outward composure. Haha, President Lin, you need not worry. While the King of Hell may claim souls at midnight, I can ensure their survival until dawn. This is merely a trivial matter, easily resolved with a single prescription. Yang Tian, brimming with unwavering confidence, proclaimed, "You may certainly give it a try. The effects will reveal themselves with but a single attempt. Then I humbly request your esteemed assistance in prescribing a remedy." Lin Jiashang replied, his voice quivering with excitement. "I have taken to heart every word spoken by my father. I hold absolute faith in your medical expertise." The ailment that had plagued him for the first half of his life, a condition that had driven him to despair, now glimmered with the hope of potential healing. An overwhelming urge to weep with joy surged within him. "Excellent." Yang Tian swiftly picked up a pen and paper from the adjacent table and scribbled a prescription for Lin Jiasong. With a smile, he reassured, "Follow this prescription, and I guarantee you shall be cured. Take 1 bowl daily for a month, and not only will you recover, but you will also feel invigorated and invincible." Lin Jiasong clutched the prescription tightly, his excitement rendering him speechless. "Divine Dr. Yang, can this prescription truly restore my health?" Yang Tian calmly announced the name of a divine artifact. "Thank you. I am immensely grateful. If this truly comes to pass, from this day forward, you shall be akin to my own father." Lin Jiashang nearly fell to his knees before Yang Tian. But fortunately, Yang Tian was quick to intervene, preventing him from doing so. "No, there's no need for that. As long as you commit wholeheartedly to collaborating with Shin Pharmaceutical in the future and ensure the quality of the raw materials, that will suffice." Yang Tian waved his hand, expressing his reluctance to have such an elderly son. "Rest assured, from this moment forth, I shall personally oversee everything. I guarantee the finest medicinal materials for Shin Pharmaceuticals at the lowest possible price. My company can forego profit." Lin Jiaxing pledged with fervor. Shen Yuchu was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the vague conversation between the two. However, upon hearing Lin Jiaxing's assurance, she was instantly elated and quickly replied, "Mr. Lin, there is no need to forego profit. A win-win situation is what sustains longevity. Just ensure the quality, for I have confidence in our new product." Lin Jiaxing promptly responded, "With Dr. Yang present, I too am confident." Chapter 66. Inquire less about the affairs of the Jianghu Shen Youchu's emotions were a whirlwind. She had exhausted herself with various assurances, nearly running out of words. Yet Lin Jiaxing remained skeptical of Shen Pharmaceutical's new product. Now, without Yang Tian even needing to speak, Lin Jiaxing was already expressing his trust. As a president, how was it that her words seemed less persuasive than those of a mere secretary? Lin Jiaxing felt a restless itch in his heart, as if countless ants were crawling within him, eager to procure the medicine and test its efficacy. He had little desire for further conversation. As a man, Yang Tian naturally understood his sentiments. After exchanging a few more words, he took the initiative to leave with Shen Yuchu. "Yang Tian, what exactly were you discussing? It sounded rather peculiar," Shen Yuchu inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity as she drove. Yang Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's best you refrain from inquiring about matters of the martial world. It won't serve you well. Stop pretending and speak up." Shen Yuchu shot Yang Tian a glare and threatened, "If you remain silent, you'll find yourself sleeping in the restroom tonight." Yang Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, if what you've said is true, does that mean I can sleep in the bed?" "Humph. That will depend on whether your words can truly satisfy me." Shen Youchu's cheeks flushed, and she retorted with an air of pride. Yang Tian smirked and said, It's nothing much, really. It's just that President Lin is naturally impotent and unable to conceive. I prescribed him a remedy." "What?" Shen Yuchu was taken aback, her face flushed with embarrassment. "You scoundrel! How could you speak of such things to a girl like me?" Yang Tian wore an expression of innocence, exclaiming, "I am wronged. Was it not you who urged me to speak?" "Humph." Shen Yuchu let out a delicate snort, and after a moment of silence, she sighed softly. "I never anticipated that Mr. Lin, who appears so robust and burly, would harbor such unspoken troubles. No wonder he has remained unmarried all these years." Yang Tian chuckled. "Isn't this quite normal? The infertility department at the hospital is always overcrowded. Are you not aware of that?" "Really?" Shen Yuchu cast a meaningful glance at Yang Tian. "Hey, what do you mean by that look? Are you questioning me?" Yang Tian was instantly filled with irritation. "I never said that. It is your own insecurities that betray you," Shen Yuchu retorted, suppressing a smile. "How dare you? A gentleman may be slain but cannot be humiliated. If you continue to speak in such a manner, do you believe that tonight I shall enact justice upon you right here, ensuring that you will be unable to move by dawn? Yang Tian was filled with rage. Bah! Scoundrel! A flush of crimson rose on the fair, oval face of Shen Yuchu. Tong Yen, who had been waiting for quite some time, felt a wave of relief upon seeing the relaxed expressions of the two. Curiously, she inquired, General Manager Shen, has it been resolved? Yang Tian raised his head proudly and answered confidently, of course, it can be resolved. I am personally involved. Is there anything in this world that cannot be managed? At that moment, Tong Yen hesitantly called out to him, Secretary Yang, could you do me a favor? Curious, Yang Tian gazed at her. What is it? I am more than willing to help if I can. He held a favorable impression of this woman, whose appearance and name were perfectly aligned. It was inevitable. With Tong Yan's ample figure, any man would find her appealing. I would like to borrow a substantial amount of money from you, if it's not too much trouble. Tong Yen said bashfully, biting her lip. It's quite a significant sum, so please do not feel obliged. If you cannot lend it, I will completely understand. No worries. How much do you need? Yang Tian inquired. Yang Tian Dao. 20,000. Tong Yen whispered. Rest assured, as soon as I accumulate enough, I will return it to you at the earliest opportunity. Yang Tian rolled his eyes, exasperated. After all that effort, it amounted to merely 20,000. Given Tong Yan's demeanor and tone, he had half expected her to request 2 million. Without further ado, he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and promptly transferred the money to Tong Yen, declaring, I've sent you the funds via WeChat. Let me know if it's insufficient. Enough, more than enough. Thank you so much. When I have the means, I shall treat you to a meal. Tong Yen expressed her gratitude upon receiving the transfer. Great. Yang Tian nodded, a mix of amusement and exasperation playing on his face. Tong Yen, as Shin Yochu's assistant, should ostensibly enjoy a lucrative salary. She was, if not a golden collar, certainly a high-ranking white-collar worker. It was surprising to discover that she was so short on funds. Could it be that something had transpired at home? With this thought in mind, he hastily advised her, if you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to inform me. Should any issues arise requiring assistance, please feel free to voice them without any reservation. Tong Yen felt a warmth in her heart as she nodded vigorously, her ample bosom quivering gently with the motion, which caused Yang Tian to steal an extra glance. The two stood face to face, and Yang Tian's gaze did not escape Tong Yan's notice. Her cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to swiftly turn and retreat into her office. TSK. Within the company, speculation ran rampant regarding the nature of Yang Tian's relationship with the president, particularly given their daily comings and goings together. Naturally, no one dared to comment on his napping during work hours. Good day, President. The other secretaries in the office promptly rose to greet him. Yang Tian was abruptly awakened and hastily rose to his feet. Secretary Yang, step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Shen Yuchu smiled and nodded at the crowd before leading Yang Tian out privately. A university classmate of mine has come to visit and invited me to dinner. Would you accompany me? Oh, Yang Tian's tranquil dreams were disturbed, yet he found himself powerless to resist. Thus he acquiesced. Shen Yuchu drove the car to the entrance of a stylishly decorated hotel known as Yushi Courtyard. As soon as they alighted, a man who appeared to be the general manager approached with a broad smile, addressing them with utmost respect. President Shen, welcome. Is there any arrangement you require? Should I reserve a private room for you? No need. Shen Yuchu replied in a commanding tone. My classmate has invited me for dinner, and a table has already been booked. After we finish, simply waive the bill. Understood. The lobby manager nodded, respectfully ushering the two into the hotel. Was this establishment part of the Shin family's enterprise? Yang Tian observed the conversation between the two and could not help but interject. Indeed, Shin Yochu nodded in agreement. Yang Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes. You truly are a remarkable classmate, dining at the Shin family's hotel? Little did she know that during my school years, I preferred to keep a low profile and seldom discussed matters related to my family. Today must merely be a coincidence, Shin Yuchu explained. Oh,
Yang Tian nodded.
And as they spoke, the two entered the reserved private room. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Upon entering, a figure immediately rushed forward, enthusiastically embracing Shin Yuchu. Chapter 67. Do you know the owner of Yushi Courtyard? It was a young woman with cascading wavy hair, elegantly attired, and possessing a hint of allure. Behind her stood a young man sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a slicked-back hairstyle, his hair obviously styled with wax, shining brightly. He bore a gentle smile, exuding an air of refinement, yet his choice of a suit in the sweltering summer struck young Tian as somewhat peculiar. Lina, you look even more beautiful than before. It seems you've been thriving these past years. After the two women separated, Shin Yuchu assessed her classmate with a beaming smile, genuinely pleased to see that after years apart, her old friend and roommate still appeared vibrant and stylish. Lina tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and smiled modestly. Who is this? Shin Yuchu chuckled, glancing at the young man behind her. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Chang Sikong, a medical doctor returned from studying in the United States. Sikong, this is my university classmate and dear friend, Shin Yuchu. Back in our school days, she captivated all the boys. Lina proudly linked her arm with Chang Sikong, introducing them with a sense of accomplishment. Hello, Miss Shin. I often hear about you from Shao Na. Chang Sikong extended his hand to Shin Yuchu with a smile, although he endeavored to appear chivalrous. His gaze frequently lingered inappropriately on the neckline of Shin Yuchu's attire, a fleeting glimmer of lewdness flickering in his eyes. Hello, Shin Yuchu, well acquainted with men who harbored ulterior motives, keenly sensed the inappropriate glimmer in Chang Sitsong's gaze. She offered a light handshake before promptly withdrawing her hand and naturally stepping back a couple of paces while pulling out her chair, denying him further opportunity to gawk. Ah, Miss Shun, is that a Vacheron Constantine watch on your wrist? If I'm not mistaken. Chang Sikong suddenly focused on Shin Yuchu's wrist, astonished. This watch was a birthday gift from my mother. It is indeed a Vacheron Constantine, but it only cost several tens of thousands. Nothing extravagant, Shin Yuchu replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. So, Mr. Chang, do you have an interest in watches? This piece should be the special edition Vacheron Constantine released 5 years ago, aimed specifically at the Chinese white-collar market. It seems quite valuable, fetching several tens of thousands. Chang Sikong remarked, cheerfully rolling up his sleeve to reveal a finely crafted watch, a look of undisguised pride on his face. To be candid, I am an avid fan of Vacheron Constantine. This year's newly released Legendary Series retails for over 300,000. I had to leverage connections to acquire it. Oh, Shun Yuchu nodded, her expression remaining unchanged. Chang Sikong's elaborate setup was merely an attempt to showcase his prized possession. He had anticipated that its price tag would astonish Shin Yuchu, but her indifferent reaction left him feeling rather deflated. Lina chimed in, Yuchu, if you're interested in watches, you could engage more with Sikong. He often attends high-profile events in the States and has considerable knowledge in this area. Not really. I'm not particularly interested in watches. This was a gift from my mother. Shin Yuchu smiled politely. Miss Shin, you might consider familiarizing yourself with these luxury brands. After spending so many years in the States, I've noticed that Society South elite place significant importance on watches. I believe it's similar here. Understanding a bit more could help you integrate into high society in the future, Chang Sikong advised, adopting a tone of someone offering sage wisdom from experience, as if he were somehow superior. However, his pretentiousness felt somewhat clumsy. Yang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, while Shun Yuchu found herself at a loss for words, recognizing that during the business summits she attended, she had never witnessed any company executives discussing watches. Lacking interest in the topic, she smiled and suggested, why don't we start serving the dishes? We can chat while we eat. Seeing his efforts to impress fall flat, Chang Sikong grew somewhat disheartened and turned to Yang Tian, who was standing nearby. Hey, could you please inform the kitchen that we're ready to serve the dishes? Yang Tian cast a glance at him, choosing to ignore his presence. Mr. Chun, you are mistaken. He is not a waiter, Shin Yuchu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before quickly grasping Yang Tian's arm and introducing him. This is my husband, Yang Tian. Chun Sitsong's eyes widened in disbelief, while Lina looked equally astonished. Yucho, you're married? I had no idea. Ah, we had a whirlwind romance. Shin Yuchu explained with a smile. Chun Sikong opened his mouth to speak but produced no sound, unable to contain his scrutiny of Yang Tian once more. He realized that apart from his somewhat handsome appearance, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. His attire was nothing more than ordinary work clothes. This was precisely why Chun had mistaken him for a waiter. Yet, this man, whom he had barely acknowledged, had quietly won the affections of the stunning beauty, Shun Yuchu, whose allure had left him envious. Was this not akin to a flower blooming in a pile of dung? Chun Sitsong's heart brimmed with jealousy. Wow, back in school, hundreds of boys penned love letters to you, yet you turned them all down, and now you're embracing a whirlwind marriage? Li Na observed with curiosity, turning her gaze toward Yang Tian. It seems your husband must have an extraordinary background, perhaps a wealthy heir. No, he hails from the mountains, Shin Yuchu replied. Ah? Li Na was utterly taken aback. Chun Sikong immediately inquired, even from humble beginnings, there can emerge golden phoenixes. Brother Yang must surely be a graduate of a prestigious university and currently holding an executive position at a major company? A prestigious university, if one could call it that. I graduated from the best middle school in our locality, Shin Yuchu clarified. Yang Tian smiled and said, as for now, I mainly assist Yuchu with her work and, during my spare time, I take on a part-time role in providing medical consultations to earn a bit of pocket money to help with household expenses. Help with household expenses? Shin Yuchu could not help but roll her eyes at Yang Tian. You've already made 12 billion, for goodness sake. However, she was somewhat pleased with Yang Tian's modest demeanor, as she herself also preferred to maintain a low profile. Yet, upon hearing this, Chun Sikong and Li Na exchanged glances, both recognizing the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. A middle school graduate, you say? This implied that the fellow was merely a secondary school graduate. The crux of the matter was that, although his work involved assisting Shin Yuchu, it essentially amounted to being a kept man. Li Na rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sikong, please don't put him in a difficult position. He is a middle school graduate while you're a PhD returnee. How on earth can you communicate? It's like a chicken trying to converse with a duck. I suspect he is merely a barefoot doctor, tending to minor ailments like headaches, colds, and fevers. This woman exhibited a quintessentially snobbish attitude. Upon learning of Yang Tian's background, she did not hesitate to flaunt her sense of superiority. Her words dripped with condescension, subtly laced with mockery. Yang Tian smiled and remarked, it appears that you are indeed a barefoot doctor. However, I practice traditional Chinese medicine while you specialize in Western medicine, particularly surgery. It seems we are speaking different languages, making communication quite challenging. But fret not, my brother. Do not be disheartened. I have heard that the first hospital also has a department for traditional Chinese medicine. If you truly possess the ambition, once I commence my position, I can speak to the director and perhaps facilitate your entry into the traditional Chinese medicine department as an apprentice. Chun Sikong, brimming with pride, declared, I am confident that the director will grant me this favor. When the time comes, seize the opportunity to learn as much as you can. Afterward, you could establish your own traditional Chinese medicine clinic, which would indeed be a viable path forward. Yang Tian stifled a laugh and said, well, I think I'll pass on that. I am quite content with my current life. He was on the verge of bursting into laughter. After all, he had little desire to even assume the role of honorary president at the first hospital. Yet Chun Sikong had the audacity to suggest he take up an apprenticeship. It was utterly absurd. He could only cry in disbelief. Today, Shin Yuchu encountered Lin Xinzhou and learned of the first hospital's invitation to Yang Tian to assume the honorary presidency. Upon hearing her best friend's remark, she wore a peculiar expression. Nonetheless, recognizing the good intentions behind it, she smiled and politely declined, saying, no, I believe he is doing just fine as he is. Li Na immediately adopted a heartbroken demeanor, exclaiming, Yuchu, what on earth have you been through? How could life have worn you down to this extent? Wherever has the proud princess you once were gone? Huh? Shun Yuchu was taken aback, staring blankly at Li Na, unsure of how to respond. Yang Tian, she continued, as Yochu's closest friend and confidant, I must address you. How can a man be so lacking in ambition? Do you truly believe you are worthy of Yuchu? Li Na turned her gaze upon Yang Tian and admonished, given Yochu's qualities, She ought to be marrying into a wealthy family, or at the very least, finding a young talent akin to my family's Sikong, a distinguished returnee. Yet, she has foolishly chosen you. Shouldn't you strive to improve yourself and provide her with a beautiful life? What is this situation you find yourself in? Yang Tian wore a puzzled expression. Did I really do that? Shen Yuchu hurriedly replied. Xiao Na, in truth, Yang Tian is quite well now, and I am quite satisfied. Li Na's expression darkened as she sighed. Yuchu, I can see that you are truly starving. I believe it is essential for me to introduce you to some remarkable gentlemen in the future. You are still young and possess the power of choice. At this moment, are you really considering donning the green hat for yourself? Yang Tian's expression immediately turned cold. What do you mean? Shen Yuchu became somewhat irate. Xiao Na, how can you speak so recklessly? What do you take me for? Li Na defiantly responded. Yuchu, I am only looking out for your best interests. Observing his girlfriend's folly, Chan Sikong quickly stood up to mediate. Bro, Miss Shun, please do not be upset. Xiao Na can sometimes be overly enthusiastic and speaks without thinking. Just then, the waiter began to serve the dishes one by one, prompting him to suggest, let us dine first and converse while we eat. Noticing the displeasure on Shen Yuchu and Yang Tian's faces, Li Na realized her misstep and hastily apologized. Yuchu, I care for you too much. I cannot bear to see you spiral down like this. Please do not be angry. I shall refrain from speaking further, all right? Shen Yuchu, understanding her friend's occasional lack of discernment, sighed and cast an apologetic glance at Yang Tian. At that moment, the hotel lobby manager entered, holding 2 bottles of red wine. He first flashed a smile at Shen Yuchu, then addressed the group. Esteemed guests, in order to express our warm welcome, this bottle of Roman Icanti 1974 is presented to you. We hope you enjoy your meal. As the host treated them, the hotel manager seized the opportunity to make a good impression. After bowing, he turned and exited gracefully. Yang Tian and Shen Yuchu were relatively unfazed. Yet Chun Siqing and Li Na were utterly astonished, particularly Li Na, who hastily seized the bottle of red wine, examining it closely before exclaiming, My goodness, this is indeed a Roman Icanti from 1974. This bottle must be worth at least 240,000 yuan. The owner of this hotel is incredibly extravagant, gifting us such an expensive wine without a second thought. This is simply unbelievable. I must take a photograph and share it on my social media platforms, WeChat Moments, Douyin, Xiaohongshu, and Weibo. Her excitement surged as she whipped out her phone, capturing a flurry of images, leaving Yang Tian speechless. After all, it was merely a bottle of wine. Here, let me pour some for you. Once she finished taking pictures, Chan Siqing promptly rose, uncorked the bottle and first poured himself a glass, then served each of the 3 others before he grinned mysteriously. Xiao Na, Miss Shen, this is actually a surprise I had prepared for you. I hope you enjoy it. Siqing, did you have the owner of Yushi Courtyard send this wine? Li Na inquired, her eyes wide with delight. You know the owner of Yushi Courtyard? Shen Yuchu looked at Chun Siqing in astonishment. Well, he was just so enthusiastic that I had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Chun Siqing thought to himself that since no one in the room likely knew who the owner was, he might as well boast freely, as it was all unverifiable. Wow, Siqing, you are incredible. I never anticipated that you would have such connections not only abroad but also here at home. Li Na exclaimed, her face filled with admiration. Yang Tian could no longer contain himself and, having just indulged in a bottle of Roman Icanti, he inadvertently sprayed it forth. Coincidentally, the spray landed directly on Li Na's face. Chapter 68. Do you know this old man? Li Na, with her mouth agape, was gazing at her boyfriend with admiration when Yang Tian's exuberance resulted in a considerable amount entering her mouth. She felt utterly revolted, crouching down to retch violently, nearly on the verge of vomiting. I apologize, I truly did not mean to. I became overly excited and lost my composure. Yang Tian hastily offered an apology, acknowledging that the situation escalated primarily due to Chun Siqing's awkward demeanor, which left Yang Tian utterly astonished and unable to maintain his composure. Nana, are you all right? Shen Yuchu cast a reproachful glance at Yang Tian before swiftly rising to retrieve a dedicated towel from the table, intending to assist Li Na. You scoundrel, you wretched lowlife. It is evident that your actions were deliberate. You envy my family's accomplished sicking. Your heart is twisted, and your behavior is perverse. You are seeking revenge against me, aren't you? Yang Tian was taken aback, never expecting that this woman harbored such intricate thoughts. Shaking his head in disbelief, he remarked, I think you're overthinking this. At that moment, Shun Youchu's expression darkened. Yang Tian was her husband, and Li Na's derogatory remarks about him were essentially an affront to her as well. Sensing the tension, Chun Sikong quickly rose to diffuse the situation, saying, Come on, Na, we're all young people here. With such a vast disparity in our social standings, it's understandable that his mindset might be a bit unbalanced. Let us not take it to heart. Let us keep the comments to a minimum. Suddenly, Li Na stepped forward and snatched the exquisite bottle of Romani Conti from in front of Yang Tian. Her tone sharp as she declared, You shouldn't drink this. It's a fine wine worth 200,000. Someone like you is utterly unworthy of it. Waiter, bring him 2 bottles of snow beer. Miss Shin, you know how Na can be. She just has a quick temper and means no harm. She's simply feeling out of sorts right now, so please understand, Chun Sikong added, attempting to lighten the mood. Here, let us raise a toast. He poured another glass of wine for Yang Tian and, while lifting his glass towards Shin Yuchu, nudged Li Na to do the same. Reluctantly, Li Na lifted her glass, as it was Yang Tian who had first sprayed wine on her face. Although Shin Yuchu felt displeased, she refrained from saying much and followed suit, raising her glass as well. Ha ha, it's all in the wine now. Let us enjoy the food before it gets cold. Chun Sikong, mindful of Shin Yuchu's feelings, hurried to enliven the atmosphere. It was indeed his fault to begin with, and Yang Tian, disinterested in dwelling on the matter, buried himself in the feast, feeling quite hungry. Slow down. You might choke, but it's true if it weren't for Sikong treating us with your status. You'd probably never be able to afford such lavish dishes in your lifetime. Li Na remarked disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Yang Tian. At that moment, Yang Tian's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Lin Xinzu, so he answered it. Dr. Yang, do you have a moment? I'm bringing over the contract for you to sign. Until you sign it, I can't rest easy. Lin Xinzu's voice came through the line. Yang Tian instinctively glanced at Chun Siqing and then said, I am dining at the Yushi courtyard. If you are in a hurry, feel free to join me. The private room is XX. Lin Xinzhou promptly replied, What a coincidence. I am just nearby. Please hold on for 2 minutes. I will be right there. Once the call ended, Shin Yuchu, filled with curiosity, inquired, who was coming over. This was indeed her first time witnessing Yang Tian arrange a meeting, and she was genuinely intrigued about the identity of the visitor. Yang Tian elucidated that Lin Xinzhou, the esteemed director of the first hospital, whom you encountered today, brought the contract for the honorary directorship to me. He expressed that he would feel unsettled if I did not sign it, hence I summoned him. Shin Yuchu is also aware of this matter, and upon hearing it, she responded with a simple acknowledgement. What did you say? However, Chun Siqing, standing nearby, could not suppress a derisive laugh, exclaiming, The first hospital has extended an invitation for you to assume the role of honorary director? Indeed.
Yang Tian nodded.
Ha ha ha. In the next moment, Chun Sikong and Li Na could not contain their laughter, their bellies aching from amusement. Oh my, I can't take it anymore, brother. Your boasting is rather outrageous. Isn't it? Chun Sikong exclaimed, clutching his stomach while pointing at Yang Tian in mockery. Do you even comprehend the status of the director of the first hospital? Even the mayor of Jiangsheng would greet him warmly. You, a mere barefoot doctor with only a middle school education, would likely be dismissed from cleaning toilets at the first hospital due to insufficient qualifications. And yet you claim to be an honorary director? How much have you had to drink to become this delusional? Li Na, chiming in with sarcasm, added, Yang Tian, there's truly no need for this. Regardless of how you embellish your tales or put on airs, neither Sitsong nor I will spare you a second glance. You're merely casting flirtations at fools. It's a futile endeavor. Turning to Shin Yuchu, she continued, you must be discerning when searching for a partner. With someone so impoverished and pretentious, I suggest you reconsider. He is utterly unworthy of you. While her words ostensibly aimed to advise Shin Yuchu, Her condescending demeanor clearly reflected her disdain for her. She believed that having allied herself with the elite Chan Sikong, after a brief sojourn abroad, she had acquired a veneer of superiority, as if gilded in gold. Chan Sikong, feigning sincerity, remarked, "Brother, let me impart a heartfelt truth. If we lack ability, it is wiser to remain humble and low-key. There is no need to compete with me. When I express a desire to become an attending physician at the first hospital, you counter by claiming to be a director. What purpose does that serve? Truth cannot be disguised, nor can falsehood be validated. Why burden yourself with such pretense, only to become the subject of ridicule?" Yang Tian remained utterly engrossed in his meal, showing no interest in engaging with the surrounding characters. At that moment, a waiter respectfully entered, announcing, "Esteemed guests, there is an individual outside who claims to be seeking Mr. Yang. Let him in." Yang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Hey, are you still pretending to be addicted?" Li Na scoffed derisively, tauntingly saying, "You can't possibly have recruited an actor to put on a show and deceive us, can you? If so, you've miscalculated. Our Si-Chang is acquainted with Director Lin." In that very moment, Lin Xinzhou cheerfully entered the room, and upon crossing the threshold, he overheard someone seemingly speaking about him. Instinctively, he inquired, "Who knows me?" Yang Tian chuckled softly, remarking, "So this is Director Lin from the First People's Hospital. Humph."
Li Na was utterly unconvinced.
She turned to Chen Xiqing, playfully inquiring, "Xiqing, do you know this old man?" Chapter 69. Not from the same world. Chen Xiqing ignored Li Na. At that moment, his expression was slightly troubled. Ever since Lin Xinzhu entered the room, he felt a strange familiarity with the elderly man. Although he had never met Director Lin in person, he had seen his photograph online. Yet a photograph is merely a static image, often outdated. Even if the man stood before him, he would hesitate to acknowledge him. In a flurry, he opened his phone and accessed the employment materials he had recently received from the First People's Hospital. The documents contained detailed information about the hospital, including the latest photograph of Director Lin. Li Na paid no heed to Chen Xiqing's disregard. With a sneer directed at Yang Tian, she continued her mockery. "Humph, this old man must be a temporary actor you hired, right? He is certainly playing his part well, props and all. Let me see that." With that, she snatched the contract from Lin Xinzhu's hands, leaving him momentarily stunned and utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. "Oh, it's truly an employment contract. Old man, at your age, why would you still want to end up in prison? That could be construed as fraudulent behavior." Li Na waved the contract in her hand, oblivious to Chen Xiqing, who was now drenched in sweat beside her. Li Na was eager to continue her ridicule of Yang Tian when, abruptly, Chen Xiqing slammed his palm on the dining table and shouted, "Li Na, be quiet." Startled, Li Na exclaimed, "Xiqing, why are you yelling at me?" Without acknowledging her, Chen Xiqing hurriedly approached Lin Xinzhu, saying, "Director Lin, hello. I am Chen Xiqing." Upon hearing this, Li Na was taken aback. She never expected that the elderly man before her was indeed the director of the first hospital. "Chen Xiqing?" Lin Xinzhu regarded him with confusion, shaking his head. "I do not know you." Embarrassed, Chen Xiqing bowed slightly and began to explain, Yes, Director Lin, I haven't officially started yet, so you wouldn't recognize me. I graduated from..." Stop. Lin Xinzhu interrupted, showing no interest in Chen Xiqing's self-introduction. Many in their hospital hailed from prestigious medical universities. "Are you friends with the renowned Yang Shini?" Just as Chen Xiqing was feeling awkward, Lin Xinzhu unexpectedly posed this question. That. It was evident that Lin Xinzhu was referring to Yang Tian. Yang Tian must possess an extraordinary status to command such profound respect from Dean Lin. At this moment, Chen Xiqing's mind is in disarray. If you are indeed an acquaintance of Dr. Yang, then I am here to formally inform you that you may commence your duties at our hospital tomorrow. Lin Xinzhu, having recently arrived, finds himself inexplicably reprimanded, leaving him quite displeased. However, if these two are indeed friends of Yang Tian, the situation would be entirely different. He is certainly not my friend. Yang Tian looked at Chen Xiqing with a smile that was more enigmatic than jovial. Chen Xiqing stood there, stiff and somewhat at a loss. That girl. This contract is worth a fortune. Are you certain you won't give it to me? Immediately, Lin Xinzhou turned his gaze toward Li Na, who was utterly petrified, for she had clearly seen the figure of 10 million inscribed on the contract. This contract was indeed invaluable. Hurriedly, she returned the document to Lin Xinzhou with both hands. Lin Xinzhou's demeanor instantly transformed. He beamed at Yang Tian. Dr. Yang, you see, if there are no issues, just affix your signature. From now on, you shall be the honorary director of our hospital. Yang Tian took the contract, glanced at it briefly, and then inscribed his name with a flourish. Upon witnessing Yang Tian's signature, Lin Xinzhou immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. Dr. Yang, I shall not intrude upon you any longer, he declared, clutching the contract as if it were a treasured prize before departing the private room. In an instant, the atmosphere within the room turned as silent as the grave. Chen Xikong and Li Na found themselves in an awkward predicament. They had both mocked Yang Tian earlier, yet they had not anticipated such a swift reversal of fortune. Chen Xikong managed to maintain his composure. Although he was uncertain about whether he would secure the position, he was acutely aware that he could no longer underestimate Yang Tian. In contrast, Li Na's demeanor was markedly different. Believing that Chen Xizong's prospects were now dashed, she lashed out angrily at Shen Yuchu. Shen Yuchu, you truly are something else. I have seen through you. I regarded you as my closest friend, only to discover that you are this kind of person. Shen Yuchu felt a pang of sadness upon witnessing Li Na's spiteful expression. They had once been the best of friends, yet she had never imagined that Li Na would become so pragmatic. What kind of person am I? Shen Yuchu gazed at Li Na, somewhat speechless. Li Na slammed her hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, You must have known about Director Lin all along, yet you chose to keep it from us. Just now, Chen Xikong mentioned his intention to join the People's Hospital, with Director Lin involved. Why didn't you even mention it? Upon hearing Li Na's accusation, the last remnants of Shen Yuchu's feelings dissipated entirely. Your boyfriend is so remarkable. Does he truly require our assistance? Shen Yuchu retorted.
Li Na was momentarily rendered speechless.
For she had indeed uttered some of those very words earlier. Setting aside the facts, do you not feel the slightest twinge of guilt? I see you for what you are, a heartless and ungrateful woman. After all those years of camaraderie and affection, today marks the end. Very well, Shen Yuchu replied, nodding. If it is over, then it is over, Li Na. Let us consider that I have never known you. As she spoke, Shen Yuchu felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Society is indeed a grand melting pot, capable of altering each individual's original essence. They had once been such close friends. Perhaps she should never have concealed her identity from Li Na. In a certain sense, they had never belonged to the same world. Li Na trembled with rage. Xikong, let us leave. What is so remarkable about being an honorary director? I believe in your potential. One day you will soar and surpass this individual. We must make it clear that we do not belong to the same world as them. Chen Xikong, already feeling quite awkward, felt a weight lift off his shoulders at Li Na's words. Why remain here to be ridiculed? Let us depart, he said, pulling Li Na along as they made their way towards the exit. As they pushed open the door, Chen Xikong was met with the sight of a familiar figure approaching. His face brightened instantly. Cousin, what brings you here? Xikong? I came for a meal, the cousin inquired. I accompanied some leaders. How is your job search progressing? When do you start working? Chen Xizong's cousin appeared relaxed, engaging him in conversation. However, the mention of work soured Chen Xizong's expression, making it resemble that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful. Before he could respond, Li Na interjected, Cousin Sun Hai, please do not mention work. It is rather frustrating. Originally, Xikong was on the verge of securing a position at the People's Hospital through your introduction. But who knew it would be disrupted by some fellow? Moreover, that individual seems to possess considerable influence, with even Director Lin showing him respect. Upon hearing this, Sun Hai's brow furrowed. Disrupted? By whom? Li Na eagerly pointed towards Yang Tian inside the room, declaring triumphantly, it was this man who ruined Xizong's chances. Cousin, you must advocate for Xikong. Knowing that Sun Hai worked as a driver for a prominent figure in Jiangqing, Li Na believed he could be of assistance. Since the People's Hospital was part of the system, with Sun Hai's help, Chen Xikong might still secure employment there, and perhaps even quell Yang Tian's arrogance. Chapter 70. What is happening? As Sun Hai entered the private room, he naturally laid eyes upon Yang Tian and Shen Yuchu. However, he did not recognize Shen Yuchu, as the Shen group had become rather inconspicuous in recent years. You are the one who has jeopardized my cousin's job? Sun Hai questioned aggressively, his tone brimming with arrogance. Yang Tian remained engrossed in his meal, indifferent to the arrival of yet another inconspicuous character, who failed to pique his interest.
Frustrated by Yang Tian's disregard,
Sun Hai erupted in anger. With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm against the table, glaring at Yang Tian as he shouted, "Listen here, I am Sun Hai, the driver of Mei Hao, the president of the Jiangqing Sihai Chamber of Commerce." Shen Yuchu was taken aback by the revelation. However, Yang Tian swiftly tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to fall silent. "Oh, is there something you need?" Yang Tian glanced at Sun Hai and inquired. Sun Hai sneered, "You've ruined my cousin's job, which is akin to slapping my face and that of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. There will be consequences." Shen Yuchu's expression darkened. Mei Hao had recently promised to assist the Shen group, and causing a scene with his driver now seemed rather ill-advised. Yang Tian, perhaps, she suggested, hoping to downplay the situation. At worst, she thought, Yang Tian could simply speak a few kind words on Chen Xiqing's behalf in front of Lin Xinzhao. Li Na and Chen Xiqing exchanged triumphant glances. Yet Yang Tian, with a cold smile, retorted, "How amusing your words are. Perhaps you should ask your cousin how I have disrupted his work?" Sun Hai's face hardened, his fury escalating. He exploded at Yang Tian, his voice sharp as he declared, "You insolent brat! Who do you think you are? What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Yang Tian cast a glance at him and remarked, "Oh, I forgot. Beasts cannot comprehend human language. Damn." Sun Hai was taken aback by Yang Tian's blatant disrespect, his face turning a shade of green with fury. Li Na immediately shouted, "You insolent brat! Sun Hai's cousin is the president of the Four Seas Society in Jiangqing. Have you ever considered the consequences of speaking to him in such a manner?" He had not. Yang Tian shook his head and remarked, "However, I am quite curious to witness the consequences." "You!" Li Na was infuriated to the point of losing her composure. "You little brat! Seems you are tired of living." Sun Hai's expression darkened completely. He took out his phone and immediately made a call. Before long, 6 burly men hurriedly rushed in from outside the private room. These men were robustly built, exuding an aura that set them apart from the ordinary populace, clearly indicating they were practitioners at the initial stage of martial arts. A group of mediocre Mingjin warriors. Yang Tian could not even be bothered to glance. "Sun Hai, what are you attempting to do?" The appearance of these suited gentlemen incited a flush of anger on Shen Yuchu's delicate face. Yet, she felt no fear, for Yang Tian stood beside her. The members of the Qinglong Society posed no threat to him. In her eyes, these individuals were no match for Yang Tian. However, the occurrence of such events within her own territory was truly infuriating. "What do you intend to do?" Sun Hai sneered coldly. "Is it not already evident what I wish to achieve? Let us speak plainly. Kneel and apologize to us, or break this young man's leg." "What?" Upon hearing Sun Hai's words, Shen Yuchu was incensed.
"Ah!" Yang Tian smiled faintly.
"Allow me to present you with a choice. Summon Mei Hao to provide me with an explanation, or I shall break the legs of each of you."
"Kau ni ma."
Sun Hai was instantly consumed by rage, his fury reaching a boiling point. "Damn it, you insolent brat, you are quite bold. I will show you my strength." "Seize him." Without hesitation, several bodyguards rushed towards Yang Tian. "You little punk, I'll finish you off." The first bodyguard swung a fist towards Yang Tian's forehead.
Bang!
In the next moment, a dull thud echoed as an unseen force struck the suited bodyguard, sending him hurtling out of the room, the door collapsing upon impact. Witnessing this, the remaining 5 bodyguards shouted and charged recklessly at Yang Tian. Boom! In an instant, a formidable pressure sent them all flying several meters away, leaving them sprawled on the ground, clutching their chests, unable to rise. Throughout this ordeal, Yang Tian had not even lifted a finger. Clap!
Sun Hai, Lina,
and Chen Xiqing could not withstand Yang Tian's overwhelming presence. Merely meeting his gaze caused their legs to weaken, and they collapsed onto the ground. You, do not be so arrogant. I still have ways to deal with you. Kneel and apologize or I will kill you, Sun Hai threatened, his bravado failing him as he sat on the ground. This time, Yang Tian was truly enraged. You old fool, you refuse to give up despite the circumstances. You dare to threaten me now? It seems I must teach you a lesson. Yang Tian initially regarded Sun Hai with disdain, considering him beneath his notice. However, under the current circumstances, failing to impart a lesson would be inexcusable. He advanced towards Sun Hai. What do you intend to do? Sun Hai stammered, trembling as Yang Tian drew closer. His body felt utterly weak, leaving only his mouth to speak defiantly. You little brat, I am a person of President Mei. You are doomed. Curse you. Yang Tian forcefully stomped down on Sun Hai's right knee, resulting in a cacophonous crack. In an instant, Sun Hai's knee was shattered beyond repair. A piercing scream echoed throughout the private room. My leg, help me, please. The wail was reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. What? Oh my God, he has killed him. Chan Sikong and Li Na were paralyzed with fear, their hearts racing in terror. Let us go. Let us leave, Chan Sikong urged, pulling Li Na toward the exit. Stop right there. With a thunderous roar, Yang Tian's voice reverberated like a clap of thunder in the minds of the two individuals. In that fleeting moment, they appeared as if they had been ensnared by a spell, their feet firmly rooted to the ground. Brother Yang, please spare us. We were wrong. We truly erred. Yang Tian's viciousness was evident when he shattered Sun Hai's thigh with a single kick, showcasing his ruthlessness. At that moment, both Chan Sikong and Li Na were gripped by fear. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and a figure appeared at the entrance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Sun Hai burst into tears, exclaiming, President, you've come to save me. His reaction was akin to that of a lost child reuniting with a parent, wailing in despair. Standing at the door was Mei Hao. Sun Hai, lying at the entrance, instinctively clung to Mei Hao's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. President, look, my right leg is broken, all because of that scoundrel. You must stand up for me. Mei Hao's expression darkened as he spoke in a grave tone. Sun Hai, do you have any idea who I am hosting today? Why did you summon my bodyguard? It was him. Sun Hai quickly pointed at Yang Tian, crying, President, this brat started it. As Mei Hao turned to look at Yang Tian, his countenance changed dramatically. I can't believe this. No one anticipated that Mei Hao would roar in fury and deliver a crushing blow directly to Sun Hai's head. Sun Hai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, collapsing to the ground. Li Na and Chan Sikong stood there, utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Chapter 71. A sudden death. Mei Hao's punch caused blood to gush from Sun Hai's head. He felt as though the world was spinning, astonished by the president's brutal response. Hadn't he been one of Mei Hao's own? President, what have I done wrong? Sun Hai clutched his head, feeling dazed as he gazed up at Mei Hao, his expression a mix of humiliation and frustration, wishing he could eliminate this fool. Mei Hao bellowed at Sun Hai, followed by two forceful kicks before he approached Yang Tian. Without any warning or consideration for the others, Mei Hao bowed deeply, saying, Mr. Shin, Dr. Yang, I apologize for my subordinate's disturbance. I hope for your understanding.
Mei Hao's demeanor was notably respectful.
In an instant, Sun Hai realized he had encountered a formidable obstacle. Meanwhile, the manager who had previously delivered their drinks rushed over, concerned. Mr. Shin, are you all right? Shun Yuchu waved his hand dismissively, his expression cold.
Me fine.
I apologize for the disturbance. The fault lies with me, and I accept any consequences. The lobby manager, looking terrified, quickly added, It has nothing to do with you. Please don't take it to heart. Shin Yuchu gestured again. At that moment, Li Na stood in stunned silence. Manager, Shin Yuchu, who is she to be a CEO? She thought. Isn't she just an ordinary person? The reason Li Na had been close friends with Shin Yuchu was precisely because, despite her beauty, Shin Yuchu seemed to come from a humble background, allowing the two to support each other. Fool, the lobby manager exclaimed angrily. Are your eyes blind? This is the daughter of the Shin family, the current president of the Shin Group, Even the Yushi courtyard is owned by Mr. Shin. Did you not know this? If it weren't for Mr. Shin's presence, you wouldn't be enjoying such fine wine. Upon hearing this, Chun Sikong and Li Na were instantly astounded, their minds buzzing. Li Na looked around in confusion, taking in the exquisite drinks and cigars on the table. The next moment, she turned to Chun Sikong. Chun Sikong felt an overwhelming embarrassment, realizing the truth had been exposed, his face turning crimson as he wished to vanish into the ground. Chun Sikong, I misjudged you. I thought you actually knew someone important. Turns out I was the one making a fool of myself. Tears welled in Li Na's eyes as she glanced at Shen Yuchu, a deep sense of shame flooding over her. She finally understood that today's events were not a surprise orchestrated by Chun Sikong. The entire Yushi courtyard revolved around Shen Yuchu. What stung even more was the realization that she had believed she and Shen Yuchu belonged to the same social sphere, only to discover that they were worlds apart. Without uttering another word, Li Na fled in disgrace, her departure akin to a panicked escape. Chun Sikong hurried after her. Yang Tian did not intervene, for he held Chun Sikong in disdain. At this moment, Mei Hao had also largely grasped the situation. Infuriated, he bellowed at Sun Hai, "Old son, considering the years you have followed me, I beseech you to apologize to Dr. Yang immediately." Yes. Sun Hai dared not show the slightest hesitation. She implored Yang Tian for mercy without reservation. At this juncture, Mei Hao addressed Yang Tian, saying, "Dr. Yang, might you spare this Sun Hai for my sake?" Yang Tian smiled and said, "Since you are President Mei's associate, let him go." "Thank you, Master Yang." Mei Hao expressed his gratitude, then impatiently waved his hand. "Take him away. I do not wish to see him again." After the crowd departed, Yang Tian inquired, "President Mei, how is your daughter faring?"
Mei Hao promptly replied,
"Thanks to Master Yang, my daughter's health has improved significantly. She is now able to get out of bed and walk. That is wonderful to hear."
Yang Tian nodded.
"Well, Dr. Yang, I am currently hosting a banquet for Governor Han in the adjacent VIP room. I wonder if you have the time. I would like to introduce you to him." Upon hearing the name of Governor Han, Shen Yuchu suddenly displayed an expression of immense excitement, indicating her eagerness.
Han Li-sheng,
A prominent figure in the political realm, is someone whom a businessman like Shen Yuchu must engage with. This Han Lixing was recently appointed as the governor of Jiangnan province just 6 months ago. The Shen family has been facing challenging circumstances, which has hindered their opportunity to connect with this newly appointed governor. Yang Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. "Please." Mei Hao promptly gestured for him to enter. Consequently, Yang Tian and Shen Yuchu stepped into the adjacent private room. Inside, they found a man in his 50s, donned in a black shirt, with neatly trimmed short hair flecked with gray at the temples, his face bearing the marks of time. Yet, he emanated a commanding and formidable aura that was undeniably imposing. "Dr. Yang, this is the provincial governor Han from Jiangnan," Mei Hao quickly introduced as they entered the room. Yang Tian gazed at Han Lixing, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. "Hello, Governor Han." Han Lixing offered a symbolic nod to Yang Tian, then turned his attention to Mei Hao. Mei Hao smiled and introduced, "Brother Han, this is the miraculous physician I mentioned to you, the master of our esteemed Dr. Hu and Dr. Chun from Jiangqing." Upon hearing this, Han Lixing expressed his surprise. "Oh, I did not expect this young man to possess such extraordinary medical skills at such a tender age."
Han Li-sheng lavished praise upon Yang Tian.
However, to his astonishment, Yang Tian fixed his gaze on Han Lixing and declared, "No, Governor Han, there is an issue with your health." The revelation was startling, echoing through the air like thunder. Han Lixing stood frozen, his smile gradually fading into a stiff expression as he solemnly inquired, "Young man, you certainly possess keen insight. My health has indeed encountered some troubles, but can you discern what the issue is?"
Yang Tian nodded slightly.
"Han Xingshou, I observe a dark aura upon your brow, and your spirit appears disoriented. You are either suffering from an ailment or are beset by malevolent forces. I fear your time may be limited."
Dr. Yang. Mei Hao gazed at Yang Tian in disbelief.
He had audaciously delivered a death sentence to Han Xingshou. Although Shen Yuchu was unaware of the reasons behind Yang Tian's proclamation, her unwavering trust in him was absolute. However, at that moment, Han Lixing's face was radiant, brimming with vitality. He certainly did not resemble one whose days were numbered. Han Lixing, somewhat indignantly, shook his head and replied, "Young man, I am merely experiencing some fatigue due to recent work pressures. It is hardly a matter of life and death. After all, regardless of the individual, there is a certain comfort found in cursing another's demise. I speak only the truth." Yang Tian paid no heed to whether Han Li believed him or not. He continued to speak eloquently. "If there are no issues with your body, then it must be the evil spirit. If the Governor Han does not promptly expel the malevolent force lurking within you, within 3 days, you shall meet an untimely demise." Chapter 72. Struck nonsense.
Anlis kuntanan sa darkanat considerably.
Earlier, he had heard Mei Laudi speak of you in such exalted terms. "In my opinion, you are merely a charlatan, not a divine healer at all." Yang Tian shrugged, expressing a desire to remind you. "If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do." What a farce. Han Li, feeling quite irate, stood up abruptly and said to Mei Hao, "Mei, my friend, I have lost my appetite for this meal. I shall take my leave." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. Yang Tian pondered for a moment before addressing Han Lixing's background, saying, "Mr. Han, should you require assistance, do reach out to President Mei. Remember my words, aside from myself, there is scarcely anyone who can come to your aid." He scoffed, having just been promoted to the position of Grand Commander of the 3 provinces of Jiangnan. Who does not treat him with utmost courtesy and seek to curry favor? Yang Tian is quite the character, starting off by cursing him to not survive beyond 3 days. Anyone who hears such words would undoubtedly feel quite displeased. Observing the situation, Mei Hao helplessly dashed out in pursuit. "Brother Han." The private room fell into a hushed silence. "Yang Tian, were your words just now genuine?" Shen Yuchu inquired with curiosity. "Director Han, is his condition truly grave?" Having gone through this several times, Shen Yuchu naturally placed her trust in Yang Tian's words. Indeed, Yang Tian furrowed his brows and remarked, "If I refrain from intervening, his ailment will merely manifest for 3 days, yet he shall not survive beyond a week. I can only hope that he seeks me out in due time." Yang Tian's words elicited nothing more than a nod from Shen Yuchu. "I hope he can find you," she sighed, adding, "Let us be on our way." Indeed, with that, the two departed together. Outside the Yushi courtyard, Han Lixing entered the vehicle, his countenance clouded with gloom. "Brother Han, please do not be upset," Mei Hao quickly interjected as he joined him in the car. "I have witnessed Dr. Yang's prowess firsthand, and both Dr. Hu and Dr. Chun claim to be his disciples. This man undoubtedly possesses genuine skill. I believe we should adopt a mindset of cautious optimism regarding Dr. Yang's assertions, which are not without foundation. Correct?"
Suddenly, Han Lixing chuckled.
"Haha, Mei, do you truly think I am a man on the brink of death?" Mei Hao sighed, replying, "Certainly not, dear brother. However, I sincerely hope you will trust me this time. I will send you Dr. Yang's contact information. Should any situation arise, you must not hesitate to reach out to him." "Enough, enough. I am curious to see just how capable that lad truly is," Han Lixing replied dismissively. With that, he instructed the driver to depart. Yang Tian and Shen Yuchu also drove away. Shen Yuchu was behind the wheel, her mood slightly melancholic. "Are you still thinking about that classmate of yours?" Yang Tian could not help but inquire. "Indeed." Shen Yuchu paused for a moment, nodding her head. "It has only been a few years since we last met. Yet she has transformed completely from the person she was in university. Back then, she was not at all like this." She hesitated, reluctant to utter anything impolite. "Let it go. Society is merely a vast melting pot." Yang Tian Yu remarked, "I simply feel it is a pity." Shen Yuchu replied, "There is nothing to lament. You are simply not of the same world." As soon as Yang Tian finished speaking, the car creaked to a halt. At that moment, before them stood an elderly man squatting beside a stationary tricycle in the middle of the narrow one-way street, rendering it impossible for their vehicle to pass. The old man, upon noticing Yang Tian and the others, promptly rose to his feet and waved enthusiastically at them. "I shall go down and take a look." Upon finishing his words, Yang Tian alighted from the vehicle. "Good sir, what seems to be the matter?" The young man inquired. "My tricycle has broken down, and I lack the skills to repair it. Could you lend me a hand? As he spoke, the elderly gentleman reached into his pocket, preparing to offer Yang Tian a cigarette. Your vehicle is in disrepair? Yang Tian gazed at the elderly man approaching him, a faint smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Not an ordinary individual. This old man is quite remarkable. He chuckled softly. I too am not adept at repairing vehicles. Yang Tian addressed the other party. The elderly man, with a cheerful smile, said, Could you do this old fellow a favor and move the car to the side? I wouldn't want to obstruct your path. At my advanced age, my body is not what it used to be, and I dare not exert myself too much. Just as he spoke, the old man had already approached Yang Tian, extending a hand that held a cigarette. In the next moment, a swift motion occurred. A glimmer of cold light suddenly emerged from the old man's sleeve, as a razor-sharp combat knife lunged towards Yang Tian's chest. Humph! Yang Tian had long sensed it. Crack! Ah! Yang Tian exerted merely a slight force, and the old man's wrist fractured with a snap, causing the military dagger to fall into his grasp. This is not good. The elder silently lamented, attempting to roll away in haste. However, in the next instant, the sharp blade had already plunged into his neck. SSHHH. This type of dagger had been specially crafted, featuring a blood channel. Once embedded, it would swiftly drain the victim's life essence. A copious amount of blood gushed forth, and the elder's eyes widened in shock as he succumbed to death. In that very moment, clang, accompanied by a faint sound, a bullet was fired towards the tricycle beside Yang Tian, sending sparks flying. Simultaneously, Yang Tian's figure had vanished from where he had just stood. Inside the vehicle, Shin Yuchu finally regained her composure and urgently inquired. Hurry! Yang Tian casually lifted his hand, effortlessly tossing the tricycle to the side of the road. Following this, his figure swiftly darted into the concealed shadows. On a nearby building, a woman with golden short hair, initially convinced that Yang Tian was doomed, was taken aback to discover that her companion was the one who had perished. Astonishingly, the bullet she had just fired had been evaded in a most peculiar manner. Where was he? The golden-haired woman frantically scanned for Yang Tian's presence through the scope, yet she was unable to capture his figure. At that moment, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, clearly indicating that she was facing a formidable opponent. It seems you are not mere assassins, she mused. Just then, a chilling voice emanated from behind her. The golden-haired woman swiftly turned, firing without taking aim. Bang! In an instant, a bullet hurtled towards Yang Tian. In the next moment, Yang Tian's figure lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 73, Unmatched in One Strike. The blonde woman heaved a sigh of relief. Carefully, she approached the fallen Yang Tian with her sniper rifle in hand. 50 million in my pocket. With the old ghost dead, I have to share it with him. You've done me a favor, she spoke with a delightful accent from the beautiful nation. Suddenly, a large hand grasped her foot firmly, and the seemingly lifeless Yang Tian opened his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gazed up at the blonde woman. Hello. Oh. Fake. The blonde woman screamed in panic, attempting to flee, but Yang Tian had already seized her ankle. As she turned, she stumbled heavily to the ground. You little brat, are you pretending to be dead? You clearly took a bullet. How can this be? The blonde woman looked at Yang Tian in horror, finally comprehending that he had feigned death to deceive her. Shot? Do you really think something like that could harm me? Yang Tian opened his tightly clenched right hand, revealing a bullet that lay silently in his palm. What? Catching a bullet with bare hands? While the blonde woman was still in shock, Yang Tian had already risen, gripping her neck with one hand and lifting her effortlessly as if she were a mere chick. With his other hand, he forcefully twisted the barrel of the sniper rifle. No, please don't kill me. The blonde woman's eyes were filled with terror, her voice trembling as she pleaded for mercy. After executing so many missions, this one instilled in her the greatest fear, an experience she would find hard to forget. Perhaps this was also her final assignment. Pleading for her life was her only escape. Who sent you? Yang Tian fixed his gaze upon the blonde woman, who was ensnared by his formidable presence. She gritted her teeth and shook her head repeatedly. I don't know. I merely came across your bounty on the dark web and decided to take it. Bounties on the dark web are published anonymously. No one knows the identity behind them. Upon hearing her words, Yang Tian discerned that she was not lying. However, the term dark web was still foreign to him. What exactly is the dark web? The blonde woman, unable to withhold the truth, explained. The dark web is a platform constructed by the underground world globally, a realm where all unspeakable activities reside. So, you mean to say I am being hunted?
Yang Tian replied, somewhat incredulous.
Indeed, the blonde woman nodded. At this revelation, Yang Tian pondered deeply. He was, in fact, a target for a bounty. How intriguing! Which family in Jiang City could be behind this? Meanwhile, the blonde woman was consumed by regret, wishing she had never accepted this task. The terror associated with this man was certainly worth far more than a mere 50 million. 500 million would barely suffice. Please spare my life. I am willing to offer all my wealth. Yet Yang Tian's expression remained chillingly indifferent. Those who covet my life must pay the price. With a resounding bang, the situation escalated. Yang Tian decisively pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle. A thunderous roar echoed, as the woman's head was shattered, creating a gaping wound. Her hands fell limply to her sides, a clear indication of her demise. Yang Tian showed no mercy towards the one who sought to take his life. It is needless to say how many lives stained the hands of this female assassin. Yang Tian killed her without a trace of psychological burden. Upon seeing Yang Tian safe and sound, her inner turmoil finally subsided. Yang Tian, are you all right? Shen Yuchu hurriedly approached him with concern. I am fine, Yang Tian replied with a smile. It was truly terrifying. How could a gunman appear? Shen Yuchu swallowed hard, her expression filled with anxiety. Yang Tian had no intention of revealing the truth to Shen Yuchu, so he sighed and said, It is a pity that one has died and another has fled. Otherwise, I would have been able to uncover who orchestrated the attack against me. Shen Yuchu's face was etched with concern. What should we do? Will he come looking for you again? Noticing the woman's palpable anxiety, Yang Tian offered a reassuring smile. Do not be alarmed. Such assassins thrive in the shadows, and especially here in Huaxia, having failed once, he is unlikely to make a second attempt. But why would anyone want to assassinate you? Shen Yuchu inquired, her mind grappling with the gravity of a situation she had only encountered in films, a reality too daunting to fathom. Yang Tian shook his head. The situation was somewhat intricate. I have a few enemies, but that was many years ago. However, anyone who seeks to harm me shall undoubtedly face consequences. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Qinglong Society, the 4 major business associations of Jiangqing gathered together. Boss John, why did you summon us this late? Inquired the Iron Fist, Xiangdong, from the Jiangbei Chamber of Commerce. The other 2 association heads also turned their gazes towards Zhang Jixiong. Zhang Jixiong smiled and said, I have invited you all here today to introduce someone who may help us deal with that brat, Yang Tian. The attendees exchanged curious glances upon hearing Zhang Jixiong's words. Rose, a member of the Shanghai Society, donned a black leather outfit that accentuated her long legs, playfully twirling a ring in her hand. Boss John, are you looking down on us? She challenged. Xiangdong seized the opportunity, cracking his knuckles and asserting, a mere young lad who you cannot handle does not imply that we cannot deal with him. In fact, if we eliminate that brat for you, perhaps the Qinglong Society should consider sharing the spoils with us. Zhang Jixiong remained unfazed, ignoring Xiangdong and directing his attention to Rose. Rose, you should be well aware of whether I look down upon you. Boss John, what do you mean by that? Rose replied calmly, everyone knows you are the true authority in Jiangqing. Whatever you decide, I shall comply. Zhang Jixiong nodded subtly. It appears that Brat has managed to impress you. His words prompted Xiangdong and Fenglong, the head of the Tianzi Chamber of Commerce, to glance at Rose with intrigue. Boss Zhang, you seem to imply something. Fenglong raised an eyebrow. Zhang Jixiong chuckled. I have heard that you sought out Yang Tian, intending to recruit him into your society, correct? What? Xiangdong exclaimed, taken aback. Did we not agree to confront that brat together? Rose, are you not risking our plans? Indeed, that lad may have already become wary of us. If he goes into hiding, our plans will be thwarted. Fenglong chimed in. Faced with their questioning gazes, Rose did not conceal the truth. Boss Zhang is right. I intended to recruit Yang Tian. However, he does not regard the Shanghai Society highly, and given my capabilities, I am no match for him. Chapter 74. One is enough. As Rose finished speaking, Xiang Dong and Feng Long exchanged solemn glances. Not a match? Are you jesting, Rose? Feng Long queried. Is that brat truly that formidable? Previously, when Zhang Jixiong had mentioned Yang Tian's prowess, they had been skeptical. However, with Rose affirming it now, they felt a twinge of concern. Could that lad truly be a master of transformation? Rose shook her head. Whether he is a master, I cannot confirm. But I can assure you that combined, we are no match for him. Boss Zhan, what is your plan? Rose inquired calmly, looking at Zhang Jixiong. Having experienced Yang Tian's might, Zhang Jixiong replied, that lad possesses strength. If we could harness it, it would be most advantageous. Unfortunately, his arrogance prevents him from submitting, and thus he must perish. Otherwise, our status will be threatened. While we have many warriors under us, the disparity in strength compared to him is still too great. Fortunately, a master has recently arrived in Jiangqing, and I have already invited him. Zhang Jixiong appeared resolute. If that lad was indeed as formidable as rumored, defeating him would require someone from the Dragon Roar ranking. Feng Long interjected, indeed, this master must be a formidable presence on the Dragon Roar ranking. At those words, astonishment filled the room. Really? Rose suddenly seemed more animated. Who is this master? The 18th on the Dragon Roar ranking, Qianfeng Taoist. Qianfeng Taoist? Xiang Dong exclaimed first. Boss Zhan, how did you manage to enlist his assistance? Zhang Jixiong merely smiled in response. Go fetch Qianfeng Taoist.
Moments later.
An elderly man clad in simple clothing entered the hall, moving at a leisurely pace. He appeared unremarkable, his attire clean but somewhat worn, lacking any striking aura, resembling an ordinary elder. This is Qianfeng Taoist? Boss Zhan, could it be that you have summoned the wrong person? Feng Long could not contain his skepticism. Feng Long. Zhang Jixiong replied coldly. Qianfeng Taoist agreed to assist us out of respect for the king of Jiangnan. Do not speak foolishly. Though Feng Long remained silent, doubt lingered in his eyes. Old Xiang, what do you think? He quietly asked Xiang Dong beside him. Suddenly, Rose interjected. How strong he is, we shall find out. Without warning, she launched an attack at Qianfeng Taoist. Stop! Zhang Jixiong attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Moreover, Rose was not one of his subordinates. She would not heed his command. From several paces away, Qianfeng Taoist countered with a palm strike, effortlessly meeting Rose's punch. There was no contest. The outcome was a crushing defeat. Ah! Rose cried out, sent flying backward, while Qianfeng Taoist remained motionless. Is this the power of transformation? The onlookers were left astonished. Mouths agape. Such strength would easily overpower them as well. In the next moment, Qianfeng Taoist let out a cold snort, and his robes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, causing him to swell in stature. Bang! 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 The teapots and cups shattered simultaneously within the hall. Everyone retreated several steps in unison. Qi emission. The four of them held their breath, their eyes fixed on Qianfeng Taoist. They understood well what it meant to emit true qi. The transformation realm, surpassing dark energy, allows the expulsion of true qi from the body. Depending on one's strength, it could kill from a distance, whereas the more scattered the qi, the lesser its potency. This transformation realm not only allows one to kill from afar, but also enables the true qi to take form, morphing into various creatures or weapons, thus amplifying its power. The fact that Qianfeng Taoist could shatter porcelain from afar and injure Rose was a testament to his prowess, indicating that he was at least in the transformation realm. At that moment, Qianfeng Taoist struck again, a cold smile gracing his lips as his formidable aura erupted once more. A whirlwind arose, and several jets of water from the teacups shot out in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. Whether intentional or not, several droplets of water fortuitously flew past the faces of Zhang Jixiong and his companions. Had there been even the slightest deviation, the force would have been sufficient to pierce through their skulls. Startled, they inhaled sharply. President Zhan, I am here to assist you out of respect for the king of Jiangnan. Otherwise, do you truly believe a mere 50 million could entice me to intervene? My strength is beyond your imagination, as you have all undoubtedly experienced, spoke the cold voice of Taoist Qianfeng. Enough, enough. Though Feng Long and Xiang Dong refrained from taking action, they no longer dared to underestimate the elder before them. Meanwhile, Mei Gui gazed at Taoist Chen Feng, lost in her thoughts. President Zhan, where is that Yang Tian at this moment? Taoist Chen Feng inquired. Taoist Chen Feng, that lad is currently in Jiangcheng, Zhan Zhixiong replied. Good. Bring him here, whether alive or dead. Just give the word, Taoist Chen Feng said with an air of arrogance. However, Zhan Zhixiong suddenly interjected. Taoist. That young man is quite formidable. His skills are extraordinarily powerful, and none of us stand a chance against him. We must not underestimate him. The 4 of us will gather elite warriors in 3 days to eliminate him. Humph. I alone am sufficient, Taoist Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhan Zhixiong hastily responded. Taoist. Your status is unparalleled. Should we fail, it would not be too late for you to intervene. Upon hearing this, Taoist Chen Feng calmly stated, if that is the case, then let us proceed as you suggest. Excellent. Zhan Zhixiong exclaimed, his spirits lifted. With your assurance, I feel greatly reassured. Yang Tian has now become a formidable threat to them, and he must be eradicated completely before he has the chance to grow stronger. That scoundrel Yang Tian, when initially invited to join the Qinglong Society, refused, willingly surrendering his own path to survival. This time, with Chen Feng Taoist taking action, will he not meet his demise? 3 days later, Li Jiasen arrived at Shen Youchu's residence early in the morning. It was the weekend, a rare occasion for Shen Youchu to indulge in a day of rest, and the 2 women had planned to go shopping, insisting on bringing Yang Tian along. Yang Tian was reluctant to go, yet he had no choice. Shen Youchu euphemistically referred to it as his professional duty. In the most vibrant area of Jiangcheng, the crowd surged with a multitude of handsome men and beautiful women, creating an atmosphere of bustling activity. Beside Yang Tian stood 2 stunningly beautiful women, making a striking scene wherever they went. However, this delightful state was short-lived, as Shen Youchu was called away by a phone call from the company. Yang Tian intended to follow, but unexpectedly, he was forcibly detained by Li Jiasen. Li Jiasen dragged him into a men's clothing store in the mall, where she enthusiastically selected a suit for him and encouraged him to try it on.
Li Jiaxin.
Is that you? Suddenly, a voice of astonishment echoed from the entrance. A tall woman with cascading waves and revealing attire hurried in, her face reflecting surprise as she gazed at Li Jiasen. It truly is you. I heard you were ill. How is it that you are well now? Li Jiasen's brow furrowed at the sight of the woman before her. Are you unwell? It was evident that Li Jiasen held a strong aversion to this individual, for she was none other than Jiang Yingying, the heiress of the esteemed Jiang family in Jiangcheng. Previously, Jiang Yingying had harbored feelings for the affluent Bai Xiaohui, who, however, favored Li Jiasen and had even sought her hand in marriage. This had led to Jiang Yingying's enduring resentment toward Li Jiasen. Ha! Li Jiasen, do not overestimate yourself, Jiang Yingying retorted, glaring at her without reservation. Unfazed, Li Jiasen merely scoffed, Are you Jiang Yingying? I recall you had a round face. How is it that you now possess an oval visage? Seemingly struck by Li Jiasen's words, Jiang Yingying immediately protested, I am naturally beautiful. When have I ever undergone plastic surgery? What nonsense are you spouting?
No.
I merely inquired if you had undergone any procedures. Li Jiasen replied with a cold smile. Jiang Yingying was incensed. While she may be the daughter of the Jiang family, her looks were indeed lacking. Otherwise, Bai Xiaohui would not have ignored her. Though she appeared somewhat more three-dimensional after her cosmetic enhancements, the results remained somewhat artificial. Humph, Li Jiasen, I hear you have little time left to live. What use is your exquisite appearance and esteemed lineage if you are destined for an early grave? How unfortunate! Jiang Yingying's words dripped with schadenfreude as she repeatedly expressed her pity. Li Jiasen was genuinely at a loss for words, finding this woman utterly deranged. She had not instigated any conflict. Jiang Yingying had approached her with hostility. Yingying, what a coincidence to run into you. At that moment, a handsome young man in his 20s approached from the nearby restroom, wrapping his arm around Jiang Yingying's waist. With a triumphant smile, Jiang Yingying introduced, Allow me to introduce you. This is Li Jiasen, the daughter of the Li family in Jiangcheng. She once vied for my boyfriend, yet she never succeeded. Oh, she's a daughter of a prominent family? The young man's gaze toward Li Jusin shifted to one filled with intrigue. How unfortunate for her. She's ailing and will soon perish, Jiang Yingying added, her tone dripping with malice. Are you out of your mind, Jiang Yingying? When did I ever compete with you for a man? It is clear that you are unattractive, and Bai Xiaohui has no interest in you. I truly do not understand the fabrications you weave, Li Jusin asserted, her temper flaring as she found herself unjustly berated. The commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers. Jiang Yingying's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she refused to relent, insisting, do not deny it. Bai Xiaohui prefers me. It is you who clung to him and disrupted our relationship. What do you possess that is so appealing? You are on the brink of death. Why would Bai Xiaohui pursue you? Perhaps you should ask Bai Xiaohui that question, Li Jusin replied dismissively. Yet Jiang Yingying pressed on. Do not deny it. With your current state, which man could possibly be interested in you? Once, Li Jusin had radiated brilliance, leaving Jiang Yingying feeling overshadowed by her presence. As suitors from prominent families flocked around Li Jusin, igniting Jiang Yingying's envy and resentment. Now, finally presented with an opportunity for revenge, she was determined not to let it slip away. Just then, Yang Tian emerged from the fitting room, having changed into the suit. Jusin, how do I look? A gasp of admiration filled the air as the crowd erupted in astonished whispers. Yang Tian's features were already strikingly handsome, but now, adorned in a meticulously tailored suit, he radiated an irresistible charm. Coupled with his formidable prowess, he elevated his entire presence to an extraordinary level. At this moment, he shone with an almost celestial brilliance. Was he not remarkably dashing? In an instant, the saleswomen in the store were left speechless, gazing at Yang Tian with starry-eyed admiration. What a handsome man! Jiang Yingying herself was taken aback, overwhelmed by the stark contrast. In comparison to Yang Tian, the man beside her seemed utterly insignificant. What had transpired? Yang Tian surveyed the throng surrounding him, his curiosity piqued as he inquired aloud. In the next moment, Li Jusin suddenly clasped his arm, her gaze provocatively directed at Jiang Yingying. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Yang Tian. Boyfriend? The esteemed daughter of the Li family has a suitor? Murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. When did this happen? I heard that the young lady of the Li family was unwell, even issuing a proclamation in Jiangqing, stating that whoever could cure her would be granted entry into the Li family as a favored son-in-law. The onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves. Gossip is a fundamental aspect of human nature. Even those of humble origins felt compelled to speculate, despite not being on the same social tier as the Li family. The young lady of the Li family? Jusin, what on earth are you doing? When did I become your boyfriend? Yang Tian whispered, his voice low.
Li Jiaxin's chaks flusha crimson.
Did you not hear what they said? You healed me, which means you are now part of the Li family. Yang Tian was rendered speechless, feeling utterly bewildered. How could I be unaware of such a matter? Upon hearing these words, Yang Tian chose to remain silent. At that moment, Jiang Yingying gazed at Yang Tian and suddenly burst into laughter. Handsome young man, are you her boyfriend? What does it have to do with you?
Yang Tian,
Without any reservations, retorted sharply at Jiang Yingying, for he had already overheard the entire incident while changing his clothes. In Chapter 75, titled The Little Duck, Jiang Yingying was immediately consumed by fury at Yang Tian's blatant lack of awareness. Moreover, the crowd around them continued to swell. What was happening? Did this young man dare to challenge the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? Indeed, even if he was merely a kept man of the Li family, he had no standing to confront the Jiang family, notorious in Jiangqing for their ruthless business practices. Opposing them could only lead to dire consequences. However, could this young man possibly be a scion of some prominent family from afar? The onlookers were filled with curiosity. Nearly all eyes were now fixed upon them, leaving Jiang Yingying feeling somewhat embarrassed. In front of so many residents of Jiangqing, should she lose her composure, she would be subjected to ridicule beyond measure. You insolent brat! Jiang Yingying seethed, gritting her teeth as she rolled up her sleeves and menacingly threatened Yang Tian. If you do not apologize today, I shall make you pay dearly. Very well, come at me, Yang Tian retorted. If you lack the courage to strike, then you are nothing but my dear grandson. Yang Tian, undeterred and advancing, wore a disdainful expression. Jiang Yingying, feeling genuinely distressed, raised her hand as if to strike him. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. She had left her bodyguards behind today. If she were to be countered, it would indeed be a monumental embarrassment. Thus, Jiang Yingying hesitated. You insolent brat, your status is not worthy of my retaliation. Consider yourself fortunate today. I shall spare you. Yang Tian cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yingying, dismissing her entirely. Yingying, we need not concern ourselves with such trivial characters. It is not worth our ire. At that moment, the man beside Jiang Yingying scoffed at Yang Tian. I am not angry. To me, they are merely two wild boars. Jiang Yingying, watch your tongue, Li Jusin interjected, a lady of high society who would not coddle Jiang Yingying. Jiang Yingying fixed her gaze on Li Jusin, venom dripping from her words. What? Do you wish to strike me? But scarcely had her words left her lips when a figure suddenly hurtled towards them from a distance. The next instant, a sharp pain seared through Jiang Yingying's left cheek as she was propelled away by an overwhelming force. Yingying, the man beside Jiang Yingying, rushed to her aid. Meanwhile, Yang Tian remained rooted in place, his icy gaze fixed upon Jiang Yingying, a murderous intent simmering in his eyes. You wretched fool, you dare to strike me? I shall see you dead. Yang Tian coldly remarked, if you believe you possess the ability, then by all means, give it a try. Oh, and by the way, you incessantly claim that our Jusin is ill. Do you not realize that you too have succumbed to the same affliction? What illness could I possibly have? What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Yingying shouted in fury. Yang Tian continued to taunt, you spend all your time with that duck. Isn't it only a matter of time before you get in trouble? Ask the man beside you what his true intentions are. The young man's expression changed abruptly, and he shouted excitedly at Yang Tian. Sumi? Yang Tian scoffed with disdain. Am I speaking nonsense? Do you not understand in your heart? He continued, are you ill? That I need to point it out? Wang Jin, perplexed by Yang Tian's words, felt a surge of anxiety. Yingying, I assure you, I am innocent. My devotion to you is unwavering. Do not be swayed by this scoundrel's deceitful words. His jealousy drives him to belittle me in an attempt to tarnish your perception of me. At that moment, Jiang Yingying's demeanor shifted as she perked up, her pride evident. You little rascal, you dare to play such tricks on me? Fortunately, I am astute enough to see through your schemes. Otherwise, I would have fallen for your ruse. Wang Jin, a young master from the Wang family of Jiangnan province, came from a background of immense wealth, rendering Yang Tian's status utterly insignificant in comparison. I see you are merely a small fry from that establishment. Refusing to relent, Yang Tian suddenly seized the small bag that Wang Jin had been holding, swiftly unzipping it. With a clatter, an object tumbled out. The assembly of adults, seasoned in worldly affairs, immediately recognized its purpose. Jiang Yingying stood frozen in shock. Fully aware of the implications, yet she pondered how they had never engaged in such extravagant antics during their time together. Yang Tian picked up a folded piece of paper and read aloud in a loud voice. It was a medical diagnosis. The patient was in the early stages of syphilis, exhibiting multiple enlarged lymph nodes in the groin region. The swollen lymph nodes measured 1 centimeter in size, were firm in texture, non-adherent, non-ulcerated, and painless. This was indeed a freshly issued diagnosis. To be afflicted with such a condition at a young age was truly a misfortune. Yang Tian's words instantly left Jiang Yingying in a state of astonishment. Oh right, what is this? Yang Tian uncovered a small card. Return it to me, he said. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Jin, pale with fear, reached out to snatch it away. However, Yang Tian swiftly delivered a kick, incapacitating him. 1,000 per session, lasting 20 minutes. For 2 hours, unlimited sessions at 8,000. A full night package at 20,000. Such prices are quite steep, he remarked. Oh, and there's a QR code below. Ladies present, if anyone has an interest, feel free to scan it. At that moment, even the most oblivious could discern the man's true intentions. Wasn't this simply a brothel? How could the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family be seen associating with such a character, especially one so unwell? What a disgrace! Laughter erupted among the crowd. Jiang Yingying was utterly humiliated and on the verge of collapse. You. Her face flushed crimson. Eyes widened in disbelief. She glared at Wang Jin. Wang Jin, equally bewildered, realized he had been exposed. No, Ying, I am innocent. Slap. Without hesitation, Jiang Ying delivered a resounding slap to Wang Jin's face, causing blood to pour from his nose. She then lunged forward, delivering several kicks in fury. Anguish, shame, and utter humiliation engulfed her. The daughter of a prominent family in Jiang City had the audacity to appear in public with a sickly companion. Was this not a farce? Her reputation was utterly tarnished. Moreover, she had to undergo a health check to ascertain whether she had contracted any diseases. With a fierce glare directed at young Tian, she seethed, "You bastard. If you wish to escalate this matter, then so be it. Just wait, I will have someone deal with you." Chapter 76. Do not overstep your bounds. I will accommodate you. Yang Tian remained utterly unconcerned, pulling Li Jusin to sit beside him. At that moment, Jiang Ying's face was swollen and red, her anger directed at Yang Tian, her teeth gritted in frustration. It was not long before a voice resonated from a distance. A group approached with purposeful strides. Leading the way was a tall and slender young man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, Jiang Mingyu, the heir of the Jiang family. Accompanying him were an elderly man and a young boy. "Brother." Jiang Ying rushed forward, her voice laced with distress. "Brother, that scoundrel hit me. You must deal with him." Jiang Mingyu glanced at his sister's bruised face, his expression darkening instantly. He turned his cold gaze towards Yang Tian. "You dare to touch my sister? You seek your own demise. What if I have already taken action?" Yang Tian met Jiang Mingyu's gaze and smiled faintly. "You wretched fool." The young man standing beside Jiang Mingyu immediately bristled. He retorted, "Miss Jiang holds an esteemed position. What audacity do you possess, you insignificant wretch? Watch as I render you powerless. Today you shall learn the consequences of your own folly." In an instant, the young man radiated an overwhelming aura.
Charging fierce towards Yang Tian.
The elder beside him did not intervene. "Wu Kuei, break his limbs." Jiang Ying commanded fiercely. "Rest assured, miss, I shall see it done," Wu Kuei declared with unwavering conviction. In the next moment, Wu Kuei's foot suddenly exerted tremendous force. Crack! The floor beneath him shattered like a spider's web, leaving 2 deep impressions where his feet had landed. Utilizing this momentum, he lunged towards Yang Tian, delivering a punch that unleashed a formidable gust of wind, even producing a faint whistle. This was merely the might of a peak external force practitioner. Witnessing this, Li Jusin's expression turned ashen. Yet, in the next instant, she muttered, "Fool." Yang Tian let out a light snort, and a formidable aura erupted from his body. This powerful energy forcefully repelled the onlookers nearby. However, the elder beside Jiang Mingyu suddenly changed his expression. "Not good, he is releasing true energy."
Vukui retreat.
The elder was acutely aware of the implications, urgently calling out. Yet it was already too late. From several paces away, Wu Kuei launched a punch at Yang Tian. In response, Yang Tian merely raised his hand slightly, and their fists collided. In the next instant, Wu Kuei's entire arm exploded, his bones reduced to powder, muscles and blood mingling together and scattering like mist. His right arm was utterly obliterated from the shoulder, reduced to a gruesome pulp. A scream escaped Taishan as he was sent flying. "Oh my!" The onlookers, witnessing this horrifying scene, were instantly struck with fear, frantically fleeing in all directions. Jiang Ying, who had previously worn a proud and expectant expression, now resembled a wilted flower, utterly despondent. The elder beside Jiang Mingyu abruptly slammed the table and exclaimed, You possess the cultivation of half-step transformation. You have concealed your strength well." A look of grave concern washed over his face. Yang Tian completely disregarded the old man. He turned to Jiang Mingyu and scoffed. "Is this the best you can muster to deal with me? Surely this is not meant to be a jest?" Jiang Mingyu was equally alarmed. He glanced at the elder beside him and urged, "Lu Lao, eliminate this insolent brat." Lu Feng let out a cold snort and stepped forward without hesitation. "You dare to harm my cherished disciple in my presence? Do not presume that only you possess the prowess of half-step transformation. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of authentic martial arts." Lu Feng leapt into action. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance of over 10 meters, moving with the speed of lightning towards Yang Tian. Prepare to meet your demise. Lu Feng was no fool. He recognized that Yang Tian's cultivation was on par with his own. Thus, he approached with utmost caution, channeling all his energy into his right hand and delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at Yang Tian. This blow carried a force of at least 7,000 or 8,000 pounds, comparable to the impact of a vehicle racing at over 100 miles per hour. Realizing that Yang Tian was no ordinary opponent, Lu Feng unleashed his full strength from the outset. As in the realm of true masters, the outcome often hinges on a single move. Humph! Such arrogance. Yang Tian scoffed dismissively, gathering his strength to strike. With a fierce punch, he aimed directly at Lu Feng. Lu Feng bellowed. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided with tremendous force, akin to two massive freight trucks crashing into one another. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. With just one move, the outcome became starkly apparent. Lu Feng was sent flying, landing on the ground floor of the mall from the open area. Lu! Zhang Mingyu exclaimed in shock. Lu Feng was a revered offering supported by his Zhang family at great expense, and yet he had been vanquished in a single blow by this young man? Kill him! Zhang Mingyu shouted in furious desperation. The bodyguards who followed him immediately rushed towards Yang Tian. These men were merely a band of ordinary thugs. Utterly useless, begone. Yang Tian scoffed disdainfully, stepping forward as a terrifying wave of energy erupted from his being. Boom, boom, boom. The bodyguards, unable to approach, were sent flying by the force of the blast. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Goodness, is this man a master? Remarkable, akin to a martial arts prodigy. Gasps of disbelief filled the air, their eyes wide with shock. Zhang Mingyu found himself utterly at a loss. He grasped Zhang Yingying, intent on fleeing. Although Zhang Yingying was unwilling and harbored a strong desire to eliminate Yang Tian, what could she do against an opponent that her family had supported with 100 million a year? She was all too aware of old Lu's prowess. Generally, a martial artist could easily fend off 100 foes. Yet this individual had dispatched him with a single strike, illustrating the formidable strength of this young man. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, Yang Tian's voice cut through the air, cold as ice. What do you want?
Jiang Mingyu glared at Yang Tian.
Teeth clenched. After causing such a commotion, you ought to provide an explanation. An explanation? Zhang Mingyu's face darkened to an extreme. The Zhang family had suffered significant losses today. His own men had been beaten to such a state. Was that not sufficient? Kid, don't push your luck. Zhang Mingyu hissed through gritted teeth. I merely asked your sister to apologize to Miss Li. There's no need to be so tense. Yang Tian smiled and said, if you are unwilling, then I shall be compelled to take action. As Yang Tian approached Zhang Yingying, she cried out in desperation, Brother, save me. Terrified by Yang Tian's formidable presence, Yingying exclaimed, what are you waiting for? Hurry and apologize. An apology won't cost you anything, she retorted. After losing face today, does it really matter? With a sob, Zhang Yingying, clearly shaken, swallowed hard and turned to Li Jusin, saying, Miss Li, I am truly sorry. Yang Tian, please let it go, Li Jusin whispered softly.
Yang Tian nodded slickly,
then cast a look of utter disdain towards Zhang Yingying. You all leave. Chapter 77. Helpless at the same moment in the Mingyuan Villa district within a standalone villa, Han Lixing, wearing glasses, sat at his desk, scrutinizing the diagnosis report in his hands, his brow furrowing ever deeper. Oh dear old Han, do not overthink it. Did not the doctor say you have no major issues? You were merely frightened by that quack from the streets. Here, have some fruit first. Do not overexert yourself. Rest a bit, and you will be fine. A graceful and alluring woman gently knocked on the study door before entering, carrying a platter of fresh fruit, which she delicately placed on the desk. Though you say so, I can't shake this uneasy feeling within me. Perhaps I am simply overthinking it. Han Lixing lamented, shaking his head in distress. After all, Mei Hao could not possibly deceive him, and he had inquired about his daughter's predicament. It was indeed true that on that fateful day, his daughter was hanging by a thread, saved only by that lad named Yang Tian, and furthermore, the two renowned healers of Jiangqing had taken Yang Tian as their mentor. Yang Tian is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. His words are compelling enough to inspire belief. Today marks the third day since Yang Tian's proclamation, and although Han Lixing remains vigorous, a sense of trepidation lingers within him. Perhaps once tonight passes, all will be well, he muses. With that thought, he sets aside the diagnosis report and rises to stretch his limbs. Suddenly, a piercing pain seizes his head, akin to a knife carving into his skull. This distressing display frightens his wife, Lu Yulan, immensely. "Old Han, what is wrong with you?" she exclaims, her voice trembling with panic. "It hurts terribly. So painful." Han Lixing's complexion pales, beads of sweat cascading down his face. In a flurry, Lu Yulan grabs the phone and dials the provincial hotline. "Xiao Wang, quickly. Old Han is in trouble. His condition is dire. Please come immediately." Lu Yulan supports Han Lixing, her voice quavering with fear. The sight of him in such agony terrifies her. After approximately 3 minutes, a van halts at the villa's entrance, and a group of doctors in white coats rushes out. They are Han Lixing's private medical team, perpetually on standby nearby. Typically, they accompany him whenever he ventures out, residing in proximity to his home. "Madam, leave this to us," the lead physician, Dr. Feng Zhongyuan, assures Lu Yulan promptly. Meanwhile, other doctors lift Han Lixing onto the bed and begin a series of examinations, unfastening his shirt to access his chest. Tears streaming down her face, Lu Yulan is at a loss for what to do. Following a thorough assessment, Dr. Feng's expression grows increasingly grave, and the other physicians furrow their brows in concern. Director Feng, Mr. Han's vital signs are largely normal. His blood pressure and heart rate may be elevated due to the headache, but otherwise, everything seems fine. What should we do? This revelation leaves Dr. Feng momentarily bewildered. "Administer a sedative," Dr. Feng commands decisively. "Director, sedative administered," a team member confirms. Yet, Han Lixing's condition does not improve. "Oh, the pain is unbearable. My head feels like it's about to explode." His state deteriorates further. Were it not for the visible severity of his condition, the doctors might suspect he was feigning his distress, as they cannot pinpoint the source of his affliction. Their team, equipped with cutting-edge medical technology, finds itself at an impasse. Even a hospital visit would yield no better results. Strange, the sedative is ineffective? Dr. Feng's brow knots with concern. They repeatedly monitor Han Lixing, yet the results remain unchanged, no apparent issues. However, Han Lixing's situation worsens, and the attending doctors struggle to maintain their composure. This scenario is unprecedented. It is exasperating. When even scientific instruments fail to provide clarity, what can be done? "Administer another dose," Dr. Feng orders, fearing for Han Lixing's life. Soon, another sedative is given, but the situation remains unchanged. "Director, Mr. Han's body appears to be resistant to the medication. Could there be an issue with the equipment?" The doctors express their doubts. "Perhaps we must consider that possibility, as this is exceedingly peculiar," one suggests. However, Dr. Feng shakes his head. "That is highly improbable." At that moment, Han Lixing, lying on the bed, can no longer endure the torment. The words Yang Tian spoke to him echo in his mind, and indeed, they have come to fruition. "Yulan," he calls out urgently. "I'm here, old Han," she responds. "Quickly, their SA phone number in my text messages. Call it and ask him to come treat me." "Understood." Lu Yulan hastens to the study to retrieve Han Lixing's phone. After locating the number, she dials without hesitation. Yang Tian and Li Jusin were dining at a Chinese restaurant when suddenly, the mobile phone resting on the table rang. Yang Tian glanced at the screen and promptly ended the call without hesitation. "Who was it?"
Lijiaksin inkirat.
"A nuisance call," he replied. "Oh,"
Lijiaksin nudda.
then raised her glass and said, "Thank you, Yang Tian. Today has been incredibly satisfying. Otherwise, I would have been utterly exasperated by Jiang Yingying." However, just as Li Jusin finished speaking, the same number swiftly called again. Yang Tian shrugged helplessly before answering the call. "Hello?" To his surprise, an irate voice erupted from the other end. "Why did you hang up on me?" Yang Tian was momentarily taken aback, and his temper flared. "Do I even know who you are? Is there an issue with hanging up the phone?" He retorted, "I am Lu Yulan, the wife of Provincial Governor Han Lixing. I am calling you now to urge you to come and treat Governor Han with utmost urgency. Lu Yulan commanded imperiously. Upon hearing her words, Yang Tian recalled his encounter with Han Lixing 3 days prior. He had sensed a sinister aura surrounding the governor, clearly a sign that he had been afflicted by malevolent energy for quite some time. So he believes my words? How unfortunate! For I am otherwise occupied today and cannot concern myself with him. Tell him not to worry. I estimate he has a few days left. He won't perish just yet. With that, Yang Tian hung up the phone without hesitation. What a jest! Given Lu Yulan's condescending attitude when requesting his assistance, why should he concern himself with Han Lixing's fate? Lu Yulan could hardly fathom that someone would dare to terminate the call with her. In an instant, her anger surged. From being the county's first lady to the city's, and now the provincial governor's wife, everyone she encountered had treated her with the utmost respect. No one had ever dared to show her disdain. Yet, now that it pertained to old Han's life, she could not afford to be careless. Suppressing her fury, she dialed the number again, only to be met with a message indicating the line was busy. Clearly, she had been blocked. Lu Yulan's expression soured as if she had consumed something vile, her body trembling in rage. In the Chinese restaurant, Li Jiasun inquired curiously, "Whose call was that?" "What do you mean he won't die?" Yang Tiandan calmly remarked. "A woman who wishes to solicit my healing services treats me as if I were her servant, summoning me at her whim. I find it tiresome to engage with her. Let us continue our drinking." Yang Tian and Li Jiasun savored spicy crayfish while sipping beer. This society is indeed diverse, filled with individuals who often perceive themselves as superior. However, we choose to disregard them. Li Jiasun had already consumed 2 bottles of beer, her complexion now flushed. After finishing their meal, twilight had descended. A warm breeze wafted through the dimly lit streets as the two walked side by side, resembling a pair of lovers. "Where shall we wander next?" Yang Tian casually inquired. "Shall we not stroll any longer? I am quite exhausted after wandering all day. Would you care to sit by the riverside?" Li Jiasun, slightly tipsy, delicately pressed her luscious red lips together and replied softly, "Certainly." Yang Tian hesitated for a moment before nodding. The tranquil and enchanting river under the night sky flowed through the entire city, rushing towards the sea. The two sat on the riverside platform, feeling the river breeze and recovering from their inebriation. Meanwhile, Lu Yulan was in a state of frantic agitation. Opposite her stood Xiao Wang, secretary to Han Lixing. Adjusting his glasses, Xiao Wang reassured her, "Madam, please remain calm. We must prioritize the bigger picture. If that individual truly possesses the ability to heal Governor Han, we must spare no effort to bring him here." Lu Yulan, incensed, exclaimed, "Xiao Wang, no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a tone, and to hang up on me. How outrageous! I cannot tolerate this any longer. Who else in Jiangqing can treat old Han?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wang replied, "Currently, the renowned physician Hu Qingniu and the esteemed Chen Haixing are both exceptional practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine and should be capable. Contact them immediately," Lu Yulan commanded without hesitation. Xiao Wang wasted no time and began making calls. After several attempts, he returned with a grim expression, "Madam, I have reached both Hu Qingniu and Chen Haixing, but they are currently in seclusion and cannot be contacted." "What?" Lu Yulan's face darkened. "What an unfortunate coincidence. Just as my old Han encounters trouble, they both choose to seclude themselves. In this vast Jiangqing, is there truly no capable healer? If this were the capital, my old Han would have been treated by now." Noting Lu Yulan's rising frustration, Xiao Wang quickly added, "There is, however, another renowned physician, though his temperament is peculiar, and I cannot guarantee his willingness to assist." Upon hearing this, Lu Yulan decisively instructed, "Bring him here, regardless of his demands. I refuse to believe that without this individual, no one can heal old Han." Secretary Wang promptly made another call. Finally, after 20 minutes, an elderly man arrived. Long Xuefei, a skilled physician known as a mystic doctor. His primary vocation was exorcising evil spirits, and his mastery of Taoist arts was unparalleled. Under Secretary Wang's guidance, Long Xuefei entered the room. Upon seeing Han Lixing lying on the bed, his brow furrowed. Such a formidable situation. How has it persisted for so long? Did Governor Han not seek help sooner? Hearing this, Han Lixing, still somewhat conscious, regretted his earlier doubts regarding Yang Tian. If only he had trusted him 3 days ago. This was truly his own folly. At that moment, Lu Yulan interjected, 3 days ago. Old Han encountered someone who predicted he would fall ill today, but Old Han dismissed it. Indeed, Long Shuefei's eyes brightened. It seems this individual possesses considerable insight, able to discern the problem and predict the onset of illness. Such a person is remarkable. Humph! Regardless of their abilities, a person lacking virtue is of no use, Lu Yulan retorted coldly. Long Shuefei, slightly baffled but undeterred, began his examination of Han Lixing. Meanwhile, Han Lixing's private medical team retreated, relieved to have someone capable to take over. Is this old man competent? One doctor murmured skeptically. If the finest instruments cannot identify the issue, how can he possibly diagnose through pulse reading? Unbeknownst to them, Long Shuefei had exceptional hearing. You there, do you look down upon our traditional Chinese medicine? Today, I shall demonstrate its merits. He scoffed, unwilling to engage in debate with the Western medicine practitioners. The current world had indeed overshadowed traditional medicine, and the Taoist arts had also fallen into obscurity. Long Shuefei retrieved a talisman from his bag and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, the room felt several degrees colder. With a resounding pop, the talisman ignited, crackling with sparks. Without hesitation, he pressed the still-burning talisman against Han Lixing's chest. The rapidity of events left everyone astonished. But this was only the beginning. Long Shuefei produced silver needles and swiftly inserted them into Han Lixing's body. As he placed several needles, a bizarre scene unfolded. Dark clouds of mist began to emanate from Han Lixing, causing the room's temperature to plummet further, instilling a chilling dread among the onlookers. Is that malevolent energy? Gasped the head physician, his disbelief morphing into shock. He had initially dismissed traditional medicine, but witnessing Long Shuefei's technique revealed him to be a true master. Without pausing, Long Shuefei continued to adjust the acupuncture points, the dark mist flowing out of Han Lixing in waves.
Gradually, Han Lixing's emotions stabiliza.
And the pallor of his face began to regain color. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Han Lixing released a loud, resounding flatulence. What a relief! He exclaimed from the bed. Old Han, are you all right? Lu Yulan inquired with palpable excitement. Yes, I feel immensely better.
Han Lixing replied enthusiastically.
Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall forever be grateful for your life-saving intervention. Yulan, prepare a token of gratitude for the elder. Lu Yulan understood Han Lixing's intent and turned to fetch money. However, just then, Han Lixing's expression shifted abruptly, and he felt a sudden pressure in his throat, followed by an unexpected eruption of blood. The room fell into stunned silence. Old Han, Lu Yulan cried out in alarm, as everyone present was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Governor Han, Secretary Wang rushed forward. Foolish child, are you still resisting? Long Shuefei exclaimed, drawing a short peach-wood sword from his sleeve and beginning to wave it around the room. Yet, his actions seemed ineffective, as Han Lixing's vital signs continued to deteriorate. Long Shuefei's brow furrowed in concern as he searched the room anxiously. Master Long, what are you doing? Secretary Wang asked nervously. Mr. Han's malevolent energy has reconsolidated, indicating a significant problem. I fear I am now at a loss, Long Shuefei admitted, his frustration evident. Is it possible to expel the malevolent energy again? Lu Yulan inquired anxiously. The source? Secretary Wang pressed. Madam, do you know the source of the malevolent energy? How could I possibly know? Lu Yulan exclaimed in desperation. At this moment, Lu Yulan was genuinely on the verge of tears as she implored Long Shuefei. Master Long, I beg you, it must be Lao Han. Her words had reached a point of finality, as if she had already pronounced the death sentence for Han Lixing. No. Lu Yulan immediately burst into loud sobs. Is there truly no way, Master Long? Secretary Wang inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Long Shuefei replied, You should seek out the individual who discerned Mr. Han's malevolent aura 3 days prior. Perhaps he possesses the means to remedy this situation. Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang paused momentarily. Master Long, in fact, Governor Han had mentioned this matter to me. Subsequently, I conducted an investigation into that individual who is merely in his 20s, with an unclear background, and lacking even a medical license. He only managed to save President May's daughter from a car accident, and I cannot ascertain whether he truly possesses any real skills. The governor had been troubled by this issue for the past few days. Unexpectedly, as Secretary Wang concluded his remarks, Long Shuifei let out a disdainful snort. Ignorance. The malevolent energy within Mr. Han is imperceptible and unpredictable. Even to me, when it lies dormant. The fact that this individual could accurately predict the onset of the affliction speaks volumes about his capabilities. Had Governor Han trusted him earlier, we would not be facing such dire circumstances today. Long Shuifei's words left Lu Yulan and Secretary Wang momentarily speechless. Do not dawdle. Quickly find that young man. Whether Mr. Han can survive this ordeal hinges upon him. Long Shuifei's tone was resolute. At that moment, Lu Yulan's expression darkened considerably. Meanwhile, Han Lixing, lying on the bed, had come to fully believe in Yang Tian's genuine abilities. Yulan, hurry and locate him for me. Understood. Lu Yulan responded promptly before swiftly exiting the room. Meanwhile, by the riverside, Li Jiasin had nearly sobered up and turned to Yang Tian, asking, Mr. Yang, the situation with Youchu's family has not been optimistic lately. I've heard she mentioned that you have been of tremendous help to her. She is truly fortunate to have encountered you.
Yang Tian smiled faintly,
assuring her that it was of no concern. With his presence, he would accompany her through all adversities. Li Jiasin gazed at him with a mixture of helplessness and complexity, remarking, if only you could become a son-in-law of the Li family. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian perceived her words as mere jest and replied, Jiasin, you need not envy her. You shall soon discover your own soulmate. Indeed, I believe so as well, Li Jiasin responded, turning her gaze towards the lake, her eyes reflecting a sense of resignation and complexity. Before long, a luxury vehicle came to a stop by the riverside. 5 figures emerged from the car in haste, with Lu Yulan leading the charge, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Simultaneously, Yang Tian sensed something amiss and turned to witness the approaching figures. Despite Lu Yulan's advancing age, her stature and demeanor exuded elegance, unmistakably marking her as a woman of high society. As they reached Yang Tian, Lu Yulan scrutinized him with keen interest and inquired, Are you Yang Tian? Little did she expect, upon closer inspection, to be startled by his youthfulness. Such a young man left her questioning his capabilities. Yet, what irked Lu Yulan was Yang Tian's assertion that he was too busy today, seemingly preoccupied with a date, disregarding even the command of the provincial governor. Who are you? Yang Tian inquired, although he was already aware of the other party's background. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yulan, realizing the urgency of the situation, boldly declared, I am the first lady of the province. You must accompany me at once. The situation concerning the Governor Han is exceedingly critical. Upon hearing Lu Yulan's assertion, Yang Tian furrowed his brow. It seemed that this woman, whether over the phone or in person, lacked any semblance of politeness. You, Lu Yulan retorted angrily, we're dealing with the governor. Can you bear the consequences if something goes awry? Why should I bear the burden? Do I appear foolish to you? I regret to inform you, but I am unable to assist. Upon finishing his words, Yang Tian intended to take Li Jiasin away. Unexpectedly, Lu Yulan immediately instructed her bodyguard to block Yang Tian's path. Young man, if you refuse to accompany me, I shall resort to force. Lu Yulan clearly remained oblivious to the underlying issues at hand. If you wish to impose your will upon me, feel free to let this incompetent bunch attempt it. Yang Tian coldly remarked, Madam Han, with such an attitude, even if you were to kneel and implore me, I would never consider rescuing Governor Han. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yulan was infuriated. Who do you think you are to demand that I kneel? Your demeanor raises serious doubts about your medical expertise. Yang Tian narrowed his eyes. Very well, then instruct your people to leave. Lu Yulan took a deep breath, yet still insisted, Today you must accompany me, no matter what.
Madame Han.
My patience is finite, do not force my hand. Yang Tian was already growing impatient. I shall indeed force you. Lu Yulan shouted angrily to the bodyguards behind her. Take him away. Chapter 80. Is it shameful? Young man, Do not resist, come with us willingly. 4 bodyguards surrounded Yang Tian. Yang Tian wore an expression of indifference, seemingly unperturbed. In the next instant, 2 bodyguards swiftly encircled him. One of them reached out towards Yang Tian, while the other aimed a kick at his lower back. Their movements were precise, indicating they had undergone specialized training. In response, Yang Tian refrained from employing his own strength. Instead, he slightly shifted his body, narrowly evading the kick from the bodyguard behind him. The man kicked into empty air, inadvertently striking the bodyguard directly opposite him. With a yelp, the bodyguard in front was sent tumbling to the ground. At that moment, Yang Tian took a step back, his left foot positioned sideways, inadvertently causing the bodyguard behind him, who was about to retract his foot, to trip. The bodyguard lost his balance and fell to the ground, landing on all fours. Onlookers, bewildered by the unfolding scene, stood in stunned silence, while a trace of concern crept across Li Jiasen's face. She had just realized that the woman before her was none other than the wife of the provincial governor. What a disgraceful situation!
Yang Tian scoffed coldly.
Meanwhile, the bodyguards on either side quickly regained their composure and lunged towards Yang Tian. Both were retired Special Forces soldiers, exceptionally skilled and not easily thwarted. They swung massive fists towards Yang Tian's head with formidable force. Yang Tian remained composed, deftly evading the attack, causing the bodyguard on his left to miss with a powerful punch. Yang Tian swiftly pivoted and positioned himself behind the bodyguard, delivering a decisive kick to the back of his knee, striking precisely at the hamstring. A pained cry escaped the bodyguard's lips as one of his legs succumbed to a combination of agony and numbness, nearly bringing him to his knees. "You scoundrel!" He gritted his teeth, staggering as he turned to retaliate with a punch aimed at Yang Tian. Yet Yang Tian had already anticipated this move. His foot elegantly poised before him, swiftly connecting with the bodyguard's face, resulting in a spray of blood from his nose and a distinct shoe print marring his visage, leading him to collapse. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yulan was instantly alarmed. The bodyguards she had summoned were formidable fighters, yet they appeared woefully inadequate against this individual. Out of the 4 bodyguards, 3 were injured, and the remaining 1 hesitated to engage. At that moment, Lu Yulan could no longer underestimate Yang Tian. Taking a deep breath, she addressed him, "Young man, you possess some skill. Hear us the deal. If you can save old Han, we will fulfill any request you have." However, Yang Tian responded with cool indifference, "Madam Han, I offer you a chance to leave with dignity. Do not compel me to escort you out." "You!" Lu Yulan was taken aback by Yang Tian's blatant disregard for her proposition, her frustration mounting. "You are utterly ungrateful. Depart."
Yang Tian exclaimed coldly.
Lu Yulan felt an immense sense of humiliation at being scolded by him. "You brat, 1 million. Lu Yulan furrowed her brow and declared, "If you can cure old Han, the sum of 1 million will be yours. I will count to 3. If you do not leave by then, do not blame me for being impolite." Yang Tian waited for Lu Yulan, showing her no mercy. 3, 2. Lu Yulan's expression instantly soured. "All right, fine, you little brat. Very well. Let us depart." Fearing a confrontation with Yang Tian, Lu Yulan hastily gestured for her companions to leave. Once they had departed, Li Jiasen anxiously inquired, "Brother Yang, are you truly not planning to rescue Governor Han?" "Not a chance."
Yang Tian spoke directly.
"Ah," Li Jiasen quickly replied. "But if you save him, with the connection to Governor Han, it is quite possible that you could ascend to great heights from that moment on." Yang Tian smiled faintly and remarked, "There is nothing wrong with healing the sick and saving lives. However, if Han Lixing is asking me to treat him in this manner, it is entirely unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Li Jiasen immediately grasped his meaning. If the situation were reversed, Lu Yulan's attitude would surely irk her as well. Before long, everyone anxiously awaited her news. "Madam, where is she?" Lu Yulan's expression darkened, and she remained silent. "Yulan, where is the divine physician?" Han Lixing, witnessing Lu Yulan enter the room, asked in a state of despair. "Old Han, what kind of quack is that so-called divine physician? He is utterly ungrateful. I summoned him to treat a patient, and he had the audacity to attack me, injuring my people." Upon hearing this, Han Lixing closed his eyes in utter despair. At that moment, He could hardly focus on anything else. He merely wished for Yang Tian to arrive swiftly and rescue him from his torment. Yet, he never anticipated that the young man would harbor such a grudge, becoming so difficult to summon merely because he had not believed him 3 days prior. Coincidentally, this exchange was overheard by Mei Hao, who had just arrived. He rushed into the room and exclaimed, "This is impossible. Although Yang, the divine physician, may have a fiery temperament, he is a person of integrity and kindness, embodying the true spirit of a healer. When my daughter faced a crisis, despite a minor conflict between us, Yang was only slightly hesitant before he saved her. Sister-in-law, did you offend the divine physician?"
Mei Hao promptly inquired.
"No, not at all." Lu Yulan's eyes instantly reflected a hint of evasion. "Regardless, I have invited him. He simply refuses to come. But his arrogance is immense. I am at my wit's end. Let those capable summon him." Hearing Mei Hao's voice, Han Lixing quickly opened his weary eyes and pleaded, Mei, please help me find the divine physician. I cannot endure this any longer."
Observing an Lixing's dire condition, Mei Hao nodded resolutely.
"All right, brother, I will go seek him immediately." With that, he hastily exited the room. Half an hour later, Mei Hao arrived at the villa of Shen Yuchu. Having previously contacted him, he was aware that Mei Hao had come regarding Han Lixing's predicament. Mei Hao hurriedly made his way, and upon seeing Yang Tian, his demeanor transformed into one of utmost reverence, akin to a devoted follower. "Yang, divine physician," he addressed him, his tone exceedingly respectful. Taken aback, Mei Hao quickly clarified, No, divine physician, Han Lixing is truly on the brink of collapse. Please forgive any shortcomings in his conduct. If you are still irate over his distrust 3 days ago, know that he has recognized his error and understands your esteemed nature. Do I appear to be such a petty individual? Yang Tian's gaze was piercing, instantly fixating on Mei Hao. Chapter 81, The Soul-Piercing Needle. Under Yang Tian's intense scrutiny,
Mei Hao involuntarily shuddered.
"Master Yang, what is the reason for this?" he inquired. "You may ask his wife," Yang Tian replied.
Mei Hao cautiously continued. "Master Yang,
"Has Madame Han offended you?" "I have already stated you should inquire for yourself," Yang Tian responded. Yang Tian's countenance was exceedingly grim. As soon as Mei Hao stepped through the door, he hastily sought out Lu Yulan, inquiring, "Sister-in-law, what transpired when you went to summon Dr. Yang?" "Nothing happened at all." Lu Yulan, seated by the bedside, insisted defensively, her heart heavy with guilt. "Mei, is Dr. Yang coming or not?" "I am in excruciating pain," Han Lixing lamented, his condition deteriorating by the moment. Lu Yulan was taken aback, yet she maintained her stance. "Nothing occurred. I personally went to invite him, and if he refuses to come, it is quite evidently a matter of pride." At this juncture, Han Lixing found it difficult to take his wife's word at face value. "Summon the guards. Who accompanied you to fetch Dr. Yang?" Reporting in, "It was I, the sole bodyguard who had not been struck by Yang Tian," spoke up, standing to the side. Han Lixing, his superior, was not one to hesitate. "Speak, divulge everything you know." The bodyguard, fearing repercussions, recounted the events in meticulous detail. Upon concluding his account, a heavy silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned toward Lu Yulan. Han Lixing was nearly overcome with fury. "Yulan, I asked you to summon someone to save me. Such a simple task, and you managed to botch it? After all this time with me, can you not even manage such a request? It seems you are eager for my demise." Lu Yulan, chastised, wished for nothing more than to vanish into the earth. Enraged, Han Lixing, realizing the urgency of the situation, pivoted back to Mei Hao, imploring, "Lao Mei, you must urgently beseech Dr. Yang. Tell him that once I recover, I shall personally apologize. No need, I have arrived." At that moment, a voice interjected. Yang Tian's figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the villa. In truth, he had followed closely after Mei Hao departed. Han Lixing was an exceptional official, greatly benefiting the local populace, and his charitable endeavors were commendable. Li Jiasun urged Yang Tian to assist him, emphasizing that it was unnecessary for Han Lixing to endure such hardship for the sake of a woman. Consequently, Yang Tian chose to follow. Upon his unexpected arrival, Han Lixing's face radiated joy. "Dr. Yang, I have come to understand the situation. It is my wife who has acted thoughtlessly, and I sincerely apologize to you.
Han Lisheng stated veakly.
Mei Hao hastily added, Dr. Yang, my sister-in-law and brother Han share a deep bond. Earlier, perhaps due to the dire circumstances surrounding Mr. Han, she lost her composure. I hope you can forgive her. At that moment, Yang Tian remained silent. However, the gazes of those present were filled with astonishment. The reason for their surprise was his remarkable youth. Long Shuifei, observing Yang Tian's youthful appearance, furrowed his brow. Traditional Chinese medicine is an art that necessitates profound experience. Without decades of practice, how could one be deemed a master? Thus, he harbored doubts about whether this young man was indeed a true expert, capable of healing. Had you sent a more courteous individual to seek my assistance, I would have arrived much sooner, sparing you from such tribulations, Yang Tian remarked.
Glancing at Lu Yulan beside Han Lisheng.
Han Lisheng quickly responded, Dr. Yang, please forgive me. My wife has grown accustomed to a life of privilege over the years, and I shall ensure she corrects her ill temperament moving forward. Yang Tian shook his head and remarked, this is not merely a matter of temperament. It is an issue of attitude. Madame Han evidently prefers to wield her power to intimidate others. Dr. Yang, please, I acknowledge my mistakes, Lu Yulan wept. How dare you still cry? Shouldn't you promptly apologize to Dr. Yang?
Han Lisheng bellowed.
Today, Lu Yulan felt utterly humiliated. Scolded by Han Lisheng, she was filled with both regret and grievance. Yet, she dared not defy him and could only plead with Yang Tian. I am sincerely sorry, Dr. Yang. I failed to recognize your worth before. I implore you, please save my husband. Beside them, Mei Hao quickly interjected. Dr. Yang, I beseech you to assist Brother Han. Yang Tian remained silent as he approached Han Lisheng's bedside. Observing the remnants of ash and the needles piercing his body, he turned to the crowd and inquired, who among you has wielded the soul-piercing needle of the Taoist sect? Upon hearing this, Long Shuifei in the crowd was momentarily taken aback. You, young man, can actually recognize the soul-piercing needle of my sect? Yang Tian smiled and said to Long Shuifei, the soul-slaying needle is indeed utilized quite well. However, it is a pity that the malevolent energy within him does not originate from our homeland. Thus the effectiveness of your needle in dispelling it is diminished by half. Oh? Long Shuifei immediately became intrigued. You actually possess knowledge regarding the origin of malevolent energy? Of course. Yang Tian nodded slightly and remarked with a hint of detachment. The sinister energy within Han Shengshou carries a profound scent of incense, clearly indicative of a nurtured malevolence. If I am not mistaken, Han Shengshou must have some connections to the land of Xianghua. Upon hearing this, Han Lisheng, who was grappling with excruciating pain, suddenly interjected, Dr. Yang, your words evoke memories. 20 years ago, I was a police officer confronting a group of fugitives from Xianghua along the border. I eliminated 3 of them. However, at this juncture, Han Lisheng faltered, as the agony overwhelmed him, rendering him increasingly unsteady. Ah! He clasped his head, curling up in agony. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense, with all present on high alert. Yang Tian, without a moment's hesitation, promptly produced 9 golden needles. Upon seeing these needles, Long Shuifei was momentarily taken aback. He felt an uncanny familiarity with them. The peculiar shapes and high resolution of these 9 golden needles stirred a sense of déjà vu within him, yet he could not quite place where he had encountered them before. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The 9 Yang Divine Needles. Chapter 82. Just 10 minutes the crowd wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend what Long Shuifei was articulating. Master Long, what are you talking about? Inquired Secretary Wang, bewildered. These are the accompanying golden needles for the 9 Yang Absolute Needle Technique. I have encountered them in ancient texts, Long Shuifei murmured. Quite knowledgeable, he thought to himself, disregarding the spectators as he grasped the golden needles, preparing to perform the needle technique under their watchful gaze. As Yang Tian's needles darted like flying arrows, in the blink of an eye, 9 peculiar golden needles had encircled Han Lisheng's heart. Subsequently, a golden aura, imperceptible to the average eye, flowed from Yang Tian's palm through the needles and into Han Lisheng's body. In the next moment, the 9 golden needles began to hum, producing a resonant sound akin to the roar of dragons and tigers. Long Shuifei was once again taken aback. This was indeed the legendary Nine-Yang absolute needle technique. He had encountered scattered references to it in ancient texts. When the Nine-Yang absolute needle technique was unleashed, it was accompanied by the roar of dragons and tigers. Before their eyes, Han Lixing's pale and rigid body regained its elasticity, restoring its rosy hue. The heart, which had long ceased to beat, now thudded with a resounding rhythm, as if thunder were echoing in the air. With all 9 needles in place, the King of Hell had returned him to life. At this moment, not only had Han Lixing's physical form been revived, but the inexplicable malevolent energy within him was also eradicated by Yang Tian. Following this, Yang Tian retrieved a talisman inscribed on the mountainside from his bag. He began to murmur incantations, his voice barely above a whisper. The crowd sensed a chilling wind returning, an eerie sensation creeping down their spines, the source of which they could not discern. They instinctively huddled closer together. In a moment of dazed terror, he felt as if 10 minutes had passed in an instant. Yang Tian remained composed as he stepped aside, while Long Shuifei could no longer contain his excitement. He eagerly rushed before Yang Tian, respectfully exclaiming, "Senior, Senior, you are indeed a master." Without hesitation, he knelt down heavily and bowed his head. "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Long Shuifei was a genuine physician and understood that anyone skilled in the Nine-Yang divine needle must possess extraordinary medical prowess. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. "Why do you, old man, feel the need to kneel and seek a master like Hu Qingyo?"
Yang Tian swiftly sidestepped.
Long Shuifei, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "Senior, has Hu Qingyo also become your disciple?" "Yes, I have accepted him," came the reply.
Yang Tian nodded.
Long Shuifei remarked, "To have Hu Qingyo willingly become your disciple, you truly live up to your reputation. Your medical skills have reached an unparalleled pinnacle." "It's acceptable," came the reply.
Yang Tian merely nodded lightly.
"You may rise and speak. Whether or not I accept you as a disciple depends on our fate. It is not a matter of you kneeling before me." Upon hearing this, Long Shuifei eagerly rose to his feet. At this moment, Han Lixing's complexion had indeed returned to normal. Suddenly, Han Lixing sat up straight. "Old Han!" Lu Yulan exclaimed in astonishment. "Governor Han!" The expressions of those present drastically changed. Their gazes toward Han Lixing filled with shock, while their eyes regarded Yang Tian as if he were a celestial being. "This young man truly possesses remarkable abilities." Lu Yulan hurried over to support Han Lixing. In the next moment, Han Lixing violently spat out 3 mouthfuls of black blood. He took a deep breath, trembling as he descended from the bed.
Struggling, Han Lixing approached Yang Tian.
"Divine Physician Yang, thank you, thank you. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." Yang Tian merely nodded calmly, gazing at Han Lixing and said, "Governor Han, this matter is not entirely resolved. The source of the malevolent energy stems from an object in your possession." Upon hearing these words, Han Lixing was greatly alarmed. "Dr. Yang, I implore you to discern wisely." Yang Tian, without uttering a word, suddenly acted, seizing Han Lixing's wrist with a swift motion. He then removed the watch from Han's grasp and, with a sudden surge of strength, crushed it in his hand. The sound of shattering echoed as the watch disintegrated before their very eyes. In that instant, as the steel watch face fractured, a shadow swiftly emerged from within, causing the temperature in the room to plummet several degrees. Everyone present shuddered, their hearts gripped by terror as they beheld this scene. "Dr. Yang, what is this thing?" Yang Tian controlled the shadow with one hand, then tossed a watch component to Han Lixing. "Take a look at this," he said. Prompted by Yang Tian's words, Han Lixing noticed that the metallic disc on the back of the watch was inscribed with numerous characters he could not comprehend. "Dr. Yang, what is this?" he inquired. "It's a domino," came the reply. Yang Tian gazed at the shadow he grasped in midair and spoke softly. "This is a unique necromantic art of the Elephant Kingdom. This specter feeds upon your vital energy, remaining ever present by your side, reliant on the bone token in your hand. You ought to investigate the origins of this watch." As Yang Tian's words fell, a sinister chuckle echoed. The shadow he clutched in his hand began to twist unexpectedly, swiftly expanding its reach as it lunged menacingly toward Yang Tian. Yang Tian narrowed his eyes, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his hand. In the next moment, a hissing sound pierced the air, followed by a chilling cry that echoed throughout the room as the shadowy figure appeared to be engulfed in flames, emitting billows of black smoke. After a brief moment, tranquility returned. Everyone stared in astonishment at Yang Tian, their eyes filled with shock. Long Shuefei was so taken aback that he could hardly speak. You are a master of the healing arts. I never expected you to be a master of the Tao as well. Senior, please allow me to pay my respects. An excited Long Shuefei attempted to kneel. However, Yang Tian lightly waved his hand, and an unseen force gently lifted Long Shuefei back to his feet. Brother Han, how are you faring? Mei Hao inquired at that moment. I feel remarkably well this time, Han replied. Governor Han, you have completely recovered.
Yang Tian spoke softly.
Upon hearing this, Han Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sat up and moved around, showing no signs of any lingering effects. It was truly astonishing. He had indeed recovered. Dr. Yang, your abilities are simply extraordinary. In that moment, everyone present expressed their admiration. Mei Hao then turned to Yang Tian and inquired, Mr. Yang, is the reason for Brother Han's affliction due to that watch on his wrist? This cannot be possible. I personally gifted it to him. You gifted it?
Yang Tian inquired.
From where did you acquire that watch? In Xiangua,
Mei Hao replied.
As he spoke, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to address Han Lixing with urgency. Brother Han, earlier this year during my business trip to Xiangua, wasn't your birthday approaching? I was contemplating what to gift you when the local host suggested I purchase a watch. Subsequently, he escorted me to a watch shop, where I became enamored with this particular timepiece. Upon hearing this, Han Lixing's brow furrowed in concern.
Yang Tian inquired.
After purchasing the watch, has it remained in your possession all this time? Has it been touched by anyone else? Upon hearing this, Mei Hao pondered for a moment before suddenly shaking his head and responding, I just recalled that I bought the watch that morning, but in the afternoon, I attended a conference. During that time, the watch was left in the hotel, and the local host was also present at the hotel. Could it be? Chapter 83, Dog Food. Indeed, Yang Tian suddenly remarked, it was at that moment that this watch was tampered with, harboring a spirit within. It appears that individuals from the Elephant Nation intend to harm you. Minister Han. Minister Han, you should complete what you left unsaid earlier.
Han Lixing nodded.
His expression tinged with concern as he pondered for a while before speaking. The criminals I shot at the border had their bodies mysteriously vanish during transportation. We conducted investigations, yet we could not uncover the reason. This enigma has perplexed me for over a decade, as it seems impossible for bodies to simply disappear in that region. It appears to be a retaliation from those individuals. At that moment, Han Lixing's countenance grew exceedingly grim. Mr. Yang, you possess remarkable capabilities. I humbly request your assistance in resolving this predicament. In Jiangqing, you shall be my benefactor, and I will do my utmost to aid you in return. Having said this, Han Lixing did not receive a refusal from Yang Tian, for he sensed the complexity of the matter, perhaps involving certain organizations from the Elephant Nation. Such issues are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Very well, Mr. Han. Since you are a hero of Huaxia, you earn my utmost respect. Therefore, if indeed a sorcerer is meddling, I shall ensure they are brought to light. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Han Lixing responded with profound joy. At that moment, Lu Yulan stepped forward, respectfully presenting a check to Yang Tian, and said, Mr. Yang, I previously acted discourteously towards you, and I hope you can forgive my transgressions. Yang Tian accepted the check without a moment's hesitation. Madam Han, what is past is past. I, Yang Tian, am not the type to hold grudges. Let it be as it is. Meanwhile, in the depths of the remote mountains to the southeast, beneath a chaotic burial ground, the surroundings were adorned with flickering green candle flames and countless skulls. A wall was lined with numerous wooden plaques, while ghostly figures flitted about intermittently. Suddenly, a wooden plaque inscribed with blood symbols shattered, releasing a flash of crimson light that illuminated a visage, an expressionless Yang Tian. At that moment, an elder seated on the ground sprang to his feet, radiating an astonishing aura. Just then, he received a call from Xin Yuchu. Startled by the news, Yang Tian paused and inquired, What troubling matter persists at this late hour? Shun Yuchu did not conceal the truth. Officials from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau have arrived. They wish to investigate issues concerning our company. They want tea leave, and consequently, I cannot depart. Who cares about their business? Coming to investigate at such an hour, are they out of their minds? Yang Tian, feeling somewhat irate, exclaimed, I shall go and fetch you right now. I am quite curious to ascertain what scheme they are concocting. After hanging up the phone, Han Li sensed that something was amiss with Yang Tian and hurriedly inquired, My dear brother Yang, what has transpired? Why are you so agitated?
Yang Tian spoke.
Upon hearing his words, Han Lixing immediately furrowed his brows. Xiao Wang, contact the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau at once. Inquire about the situation. Yes. Secretary Wang promptly set about making the call. Shortly thereafter, he approached Han Lixing and whispered, Governor, Director Cui is on leave today and mentioned that there is no such task assigned to their bureau. Is that so? Han Lixing turned to Yang Tian and remarked, If you intend to visit the Xin Group, I shall accompany you. It would be opportune to ascertain their intentions. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian did not decline. Soon, everyone dispersed, while Yang Tian followed Han Lixing, and Secretary Wang drove them towards the Xin Group. Meanwhile, within the Xin Group, in Xin Youchu's office, a plump, middle-aged man with thinning hair sat leisurely on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. This individual was none other than Cui Xinjian, the head of the Industrial Inspection Team. Xin Youchu remained in the office with him. Director Cui, we have been compliant and lawful all day. There is nothing amiss with our company. We are about to launch a new product, and since you have been inspecting for a whole day, you must be weary. Please accept this. Saying this, she placed a thick envelope in front of Cui Xinjian. Cui Xinjian raised an eyebrow, weighed the envelope in his hands, and then pocketed it. Well, I shall accept this. However, inspections must continue. We will conduct our examination for 1 hour. If no issues arise, I will promptly withdraw my team. Hearing this, Shun Youchu's brow furrowed in concern. It was evident that Cui Xinjian was attempting to take advantage of her. She found it perplexing. Their company had always maintained a good rapport with the Bureau, and she had never offended Cui Xinjian. His behavior led her to suspect that someone was manipulating events from the shadows. Could it be the Pan family? At this thought, Shun Youchu's expression turned icy. The Shin family and the Pan family were now openly at odds, and the possibility of them trying to undermine the Shin group was not out of the question. At that moment, Cui Xinjian rubbed his belly and suddenly smiled. By the way, Miss Shin, do you serve late-night snacks here? Not at this hour, Shin Youchu replied, shaking her head. Understanding his implication, she sighed, Director Cui, please wait a moment. I will prepare some late-night snacks for you. With that, she stood and exited the office. Tong Yen, who was also in the company, was incensed upon hearing Shin Youchu relay Cui Xinjian's demands. Ms. Shun, does he truly think this is his home? These individuals are utterly unreasonable, nitpicking our operations excessively. Is dog food acceptable? Tong Yen suddenly inquired. Chapter 84. The first and last one. When Yang Tian and Han Lixing arrived at the Shin Group, they coincidentally encountered Tong Yen exiting the elevator. Assistant Tong, where are you headed? Yang Tian inquired. Oh, is that you, Secretary Yang? I am going to purchase some dog food. Dog food? Yang Tian was taken aback. Tong Yen realized her mistake and promptly corrected herself, saying, Buy some late-night snacks for those fellows in the business sector. What nonsense, late-night snacks. Han Lixing immediately became furious. Little girl, there's no need to buy anything. Take me up to meet those fellows in the business sector. Sir, who are you? Tong Yen looked at Han Lixing in confusion. This gentleman is our provincial governor, Mr. Han. Yang Tian reminded from the side, Governor. Tong Yen swallowed hard, startled by the suddenness of the situation, and immediately became tongue-tied. At that moment, an official vehicle sped towards them, halting at the entrance of the Shin Group. In no time, a portly figure hurriedly approached. It was Cui Zhong, the director of the Jiangxing Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and also the uncle of Cui Xinjian. Governor Han. Cui Zhong exclaimed with a broad smile, hastily offering a cigarette. Han Lixing merely cast a fleeting glance at Cui Zhong, refraining from accepting the cigarette. Cui Zhong, how do you discipline your subordinates? How did you end up at someone else's company? Are you not aware of this matter? Cui Zhong, an elder, was now blushing deeply from Han Lixing's reprimand. Meanwhile, Tong Yen genuinely believed that the person before her was indeed Governor Han, as she was acquainted with Cui Zhong. Yang Tian claimed to be the provincial chief, and while she could choose to doubt him, when Cui Zhong affirmed it, it became an undeniable truth. In that instant, Tong Yan's heart raced with excitement. Cui Zhong's expression was as unpleasant as if he had just consumed something foul. The title of provincial chief was an oversight on my part. Such a trivial matter should not necessitate your personal visit. The commercial sector is, to some extent, intertwined with corporate groups. With Han Lixing present, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Humph. Han Lixing, with a stern demeanor, declared, Dr. Yang is a benefactor of mine. If your people are causing trouble at his wife's company, I must personally intervene. Upon hearing this, Cui Zhong hurriedly turned to Yang Tian and said, Dr. Yang, I sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused you. Enough of the pleasantries. Han Lixing, a man of martial lineage with a fiery temper, stated directly, Let us see the mischief you have wrought.
Cui Zhong nodded vigorously in agreement.
Following this, their group ascended the company building. Outside the company, the business personnel encountered Cui Zhong and, filled with curiosity, offered him respectful greetings. However, they did not recognize Han Lixing, as his status rendered him beyond their reach. Under Tong Yan's guidance, they proceeded. Yang Tian and his companions arrived at the door of Shen Youchu's office. At that moment, Cui Zhong's expression had turned exceedingly grim. Please come in, Shen Youchu's voice echoed. Tong Yan pushed the door open, and Yang Tian stepped inside. Meanwhile, Han Lixing remained outside with Cui Zhong, as he was curious to witness just how formidable the business professionals truly were. Yang Tian and Tong Yan entered the office. Upon seeing the two, Shen Youchu furrowed her brows. Yang Tian, what brings you here? And Tong Yan, weren't you supposed to be out purchasing supper? Shen Youchu appeared utterly perplexed. But I haven't finished my work yet. What are you busy with? We are here to inform the company's employees that it's time to clock out, Yang Tian replied. Hearing this, Cui Xinjian's brow furrowed in disdain as he retorted, Kid, can't you see that we are in the midst of a routine inspection? Yang Tian turned to Cui Xinjian, curiosity evident in his tone as he asked, You check yours, and we'll handle our shift. Is there a problem? Initially, there was none. However, Cui Xinjian, with a darkened expression and a chilling tone, replied, But now there is a problem. From this moment forth, your company is to cease all operations. Every task is to be halted until we have thoroughly investigated all issues. After speaking, Cui Xinjian's face remained somber as he fixed a disdainful gaze upon Yang Tian. Yang Tian furrowed his brow and turned his head, coldly asking, Are you certain you wish to proceed this way? Upon hearing this, Cui Xinjian responded with a chilling smile, Is there any doubt? Do you think I jest? Suddenly, with a swift motion, Yang Tian approached and delivered a resounding slap to Cui Xinjian's face, causing him to spin on the spot. A profound silence enveloped the room. All members of the Commerce Hall, including Shen Youchu and Tong Yan, were left in stunned disbelief. Good heavens! He actually dared to strike team leader Cui? Cui Xinjian was momentarily taken aback, but as the searing pain radiated from his cheek, he finally regained his senses and leaped up, shrieking hysterically, You dare to hit me? Do you even know who I am? I care not who you are. Yang Tian coldly remarked with a piercing gaze, Remember, I am also a shareholder here. If you hinder my ability to make money, I shall strike you. Shareholder? Cui Xinjian was momentarily taken aback. Very well. Young man, regardless of who you are, do you not fear for your life after offending me? In response, Yang Tian let out a soft chuckle, saying, Fear for my life? Who do you think you are? Whether I live or die is yet to be determined. Rather, it is you, team leader Cui, whose fate will likely be quite grim shortly. Upon hearing this, Cui Xinjian sneered twice, stating, Young man, what qualifications do you have to threaten me? Threatening is not my intent. However, I fear your days at the business administration may be numbered. Yang Tian replied nonchalantly. Cui Xinjian scoffed. What a joke! How dare you speak such words? I am the leader of the inspection team, and who other than my uncle, Director Cui, has the authority to make such declarations? Oh, Director Chui is your uncle? Yang Tian shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, then I shall summon Director Chui to handle this matter. Upon hearing that Yang Tian intended to call Director Chui, the members of the Commerce Department were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Am I hearing this correctly? He wants Director Chui to come and deal with it? What audacity! Director Chui is our superior. Who does he think he is to summon him? Ha! If this kid truly knows Director Chui, I would kneel and call him father. Even if he manages to get Director Chui here, can Director Chui really act against his own people? Chui Xinjian furrowed his brows slightly, scrutinizing Yang Tian for a moment before responding with a mocking smile. All right then, I shall await your summons. I am curious to see if you can truly bring Director Chui here. He is just outside. Are you certain you wish to have him enter? Yang Tian spoke softly, and upon hearing his words, the entire office fell into a profound silence.
Moments late, lauktararupta.
Rife with derision. The pretense was palpable, leaving one to wonder about its authenticity. It was utterly amusing. Director Chui must surely be in the embrace of his wife by now. This lad truly knows how to put on a show. The office staff, engaged in commerce, sneered mockingly. Chui Xinjian let out a couple of cold chuckles, then took a seat directly opposite the sofa, crossing his legs as he glanced at his reflection in the mirror, noting the swelling on his cheek. Boy, do not say I have not given you a chance. It is in your best interest to summon Director Chui today. Otherwise, it will not only be your downfall. The Shin family will face total annihilation starting tonight. At that point, even if the entire Shin family kneels before me, I shall not bat an eyelash. Chui Xinjian spoke with fury etched across his face, his gaze sharp enough to tear Yang Tian apart. No one had dared to slap him in the face for such a long time. Yang Tian is the first, and he shall be the last. Chapter 85, The Useless One. At this moment, Yang Tian wore a faint smile, utterly unperturbed, arms crossed over his chest as he remarked, I extend the same words to you, Director Chui. You would do well to contemplate how you intend to apologize to me, or rather, how you shall express your contrition to my wife. Should she be dissatisfied, not only will you lose your position, but your very life will be at stake. Bang! Upon hearing this, Chui Xinjian rose abruptly, slamming his hand upon the table in fury, exclaiming, Damn! You think you can intimidate me? Do you believe I, Chui Xinjian, was raised in fear? Several employees from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau immediately set aside their documents, preparing to confront Yang Tian. Stop! I dare anyone to move. At that critical juncture, a thunderous roar echoed from the entrance. The crowd swiftly turned to witness Chui Zhong entering with a stormy countenance.
Director Chui.
My heavens! Director Chui has truly arrived. What is happening? The employees at the door were left bewildered. Chui Xinjian was equally taken aback, hastily rising and approaching with an excessively obsequious demeanor, smiling broadly. Uncle, what brings you here? You imbecile! How many times must I remind you to address your superiors properly during work? Suddenly, Chui Zhong unleashed a furious shout, delivering a powerful kick to Chui Xinjian's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, seething. Chui Xinjian, have you lost your mind? Dazed, Chui Xinjian lay on the floor, confusedly asking, Director Chui, what is the meaning of this? Chui Zhong, disregarding Chui Xinjian, hastened to Yang Tian, performing a deep 90-degree bow, and respectfully stated, Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in oversight that has resulted in such a disgraceful subordinate. Director Chui, your subordinates indeed possess remarkable skills. Yang Tian gazed at Chui Xinjian with a cold, mocking smile. How audacious you are! What pretense do you put on before our director?
Chui Xinjian, infuriated,
pointed at Yang Tian and bellowed, completely disregarding Chui Zhong's previous outburst. Silence! Chui Zhong roared, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling with agitation. This damn Chui Xinjian was truly courting disaster. Before Chui Zhong could unleash his wrath, Yang Tian struck with lightning speed, landing a resounding slap across Chui Xinjian's face. The impact left Chui Xinjian dazed, his vision spinning, momentarily disoriented. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd witnessing the scene. How audacious! This young man actually dared to slap team leader Cui in front of Director Cui? In an even bolder move, Yang Tian turned to Cui Zhong with an indifferent gaze and inquired, Director Cui, I trust you do not mind my actions? This fellow is insufferably arrogant. Is he truly challenging Director Cui? He seems utterly dismissive of Cui Zhong's authority. Look at Director Cui's expression. It has darkened considerably. It's over for that young man. He has surely brought ruin upon himself and the Shen family as well. Just before Director Cui's arrival, this brat struck me. And now, even after his arrival, he continues to strike me. What a waste of Director Cui's time. However, just as his words left his lips, Cui Zhong turned and, with another swift slap, sent the now rising Cui Xinjian crashing back to the ground. The room erupted in astonishment. In the next moment, every member of the was left dumbfounded. They witnessed Cui Zhong kneeling before Yang Tian, offering an apology. Mr. Yang, I am sincerely sorry. It is my failure in discipline. Please, I implore you to mete out your punishment. Who is Yang Tian? He has only just come to know that he is the benefactor of the provincial governor. How could that scoundrel Cui Xinjian dare to offend such a significant figure? Is he courting death? If Yang Tian were to be displeased, even his future would be at stake. Damn it! At this moment, Cui Zhong wished he could strangle that fool, Cui Xinjian. Meanwhile, the fallen Cui Xinjian, witnessing Cui Zhong kneeling, was struck with terror, his face turning pale, his mind blank. Director Cui kneeling before that young man? They found this scene utterly surreal. Get up. I expect a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter, Yang Tian commanded coldly. Cui Zhong hastily rose, bowing respectfully. Rest assured, Mr. Yang, I will provide you with a thorough account. With that, Cui Zhong turned, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the terrified Cui Xinjian. Bellowing, Cui Xinjian, the Shen group has always adhered to the law. You dare to cause trouble here? You truly do not know the meaning of danger. Bang! After saying this, he kicked Cui Xinjian. Cui Xinjian clutched his stomach, retching. Before he could finish, Cui Zhong seized his hair and delivered a resounding slap to his face, furiously declaring, This is what you get for bullying others, for being blind to your own insignificance. The sound of slaps echoed continuously. In the end, Cui Xinjian was left beaten to a pulp, kneeling before Yang Tian, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, Mr. Yang, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I will never dare again. I implore you, Mr. Yang, show mercy and spare my life. The surrounding business personnel stood frozen in shock, trembling in fear. Yang Tian's expression was one of indifference, and he remained silent. Cui Zhong hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Yang, please speak. We can handle it in any way you deem fit. Such scum has no place in our national institutions. Does it not? Yang Tian spoke coldly. Cui Zhong continuously nodded in agreement, saying yes, 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 I will follow Mr. Yang's instructions. He then turned to Cui Xinjian and exclaimed, Cui Xinjian, you are dismissed from this moment forth. Upon hearing this, Cui Xinjian was filled with profound regret. If even his uncle could not protect him, it was evident that Yang Tian held a formidable status. At that moment, Han Lixing entered from outside. Shen Yuchu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a figure of such high rank as the provincial leader would appear in her company. Director Han, what brings you here? She inquired. Han Lixing responded with a smile. Miss Shen, given the gravity of the incident at your company, it is only natural for me to come and assess the situation. Shen Yuchu was utterly astonished by the honor. Meanwhile, Cui Zhong, with a face full of apologies, addressed her, President Shen, I sincerely apologize for today. I had no knowledge of this matter and regret the inconvenience it has caused you. Please forgive me. Shen Yuchu smiled and waved her hand, replying, Director Cui, you are too kind. Han Lixing looked at Cui Zhong and remarked, Cui Zhong, Shen's group is an outstanding enterprise in Jiangqing, and such issues have never occurred before. Incidents like today must never happen again. Yes, yes. Director Han, please do not be angry. This will never happen again. Cui Zhong responded repeatedly, nodding vigorously. At this juncture, Shen Yuchu turned to Yang Tian and asked, Yang Tian, how did you manage to summon both Director Han and Director Cui? Cui Zhong chuckled and said, President Shen, It is only proper for me to come. Upon hearing this, Shun Yuchu was at a loss for words. She realized that the presence of Han Lixing and Cui Zhong was entirely due to Yang Tian's influence. Her astonishment towards Yang Tian was growing ever more profound. Yang Tian's connections and social circle are expanding increasingly, and her influence is growing ever stronger. She is certain that this man will soar to great heights in the near future. Mr. Yang, I shall treat you to a meal another day. After Han Lixing finished speaking, he turned to Cui Zhong and said, Cui Zhong, let us depart. Of course. Cui Zhong dared not hesitate. He immediately instructed to have Cui Jianzhong and the others withdraw before following Han Lixing out. The city's neon lights flickered. Inside the car, a serene silence enveloped them. She turned her head to glance at Yang Tian, her beautiful eyes shimmering, and said, Yang Tian, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have encountered trouble again today. Shin Yochu's voice was soft and gentle. Yang Tian chuckled and shook his head, saying, there is no need for gratitude between us. Today's events must have been orchestrated by the Pan family behind the scenes. Indeed, I have already suspected as much. Shin Yuchu nodded in agreement. Next time such a situation arises, do not hesitate. Simply inform me, and I shall take care of it.
Yang Tian asserted.
Unexpectedly, Shin Yuchu pouted her rosy lips and replied, oh dear, I truly do not wish to trouble you. Otherwise, I would feel like a complete burden, relying on you for everything. Yang Tian smiled helplessly. Who claims you to be a little useless? I said that, Shin Yuchu replied softly. All right, then you are the little useless one. How annoying. Shin Yuchu laughed, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 86. The Kidnapping. At that moment, the sound of tinkling bells echoed. Suddenly, Yang Tian's phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he promptly ended the call. However, it soon rang again. Yang Tian can only connect. Is this Yang Tian? A cold voice came from the other end of the line. Who are you? Yang Tian was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. As anticipated, the voice on the other end chuckled menacingly. Who am I? I am the one who holds your life in my hands. You have 1 hour to meet me at the logistics center in the northern part of the city. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention, the woman named Li Jiasin is in my possession. No, Brother Yang, you mustn't come. Don't come. They are members of the Qinglong Society, and there is an ambush. A woman's voice, filled with panic, echoed from the phone.
Li Jiaxin.
Damn. Are you a dog of the Qinglong Society? What the hell if you have issues with me? Why resort to kidnapping a woman? Yang Tian was instantly filled with rage. Haha, I am merely concerned about not being able to secure your assistance, he remarked. I shall give you an hour. Beyond that, I shall not wait. With that, the other party abruptly ended the call. Yang Tian's calm demeanor had transformed into an icy coldness at this moment. A chilling aura of lethal intent emanated from him. Shin Yuchu sensed that something was amiss. Yang Tian, what has happened? Yang Tian gritted his teeth and said, Jiasin has been captured by the Qinglong Society. I must go to the Luyun Center in the northern part of the city to rescue her. What? Shin Yuchu's expression instantly changed. The Qinglong Society has kidnapped Jiasin. I need to call my grandfather. They must have already gathered their forces and laid a heavy ambush. You cannot rush in recklessly. Yang Tian shook his head. It's futile. They are after me. If I go, Jiasin will be safe. Since they seek conflict, I shall oblige them until the end. If I don't show these scoundrels my true strength, they will truly believe me to be a feeble cat. With this, Yang Tian prepared to leave. Shin Yuchu quickly interjected, I shall accompany you. It's far too perilous. You should remain at home and await my return. Yang Tian issued a brief admonition before hastily departing in his vehicle. His speed was remarkable, resembling that of a seasoned driver, which was quite inconceivable for someone without a driving license. As he navigated the streets, Yang Tian's peripheral vision caught sight of a car trailing him from behind. This vehicle had been following him for several blocks, clearly in pursuit. However, Yang Tian paid no heed to this, accelerating towards the northern logistics center of the city. During this time, he noticed an increasing number of vehicles converging behind him. Conservatively estimating, there were at least 50 or more, representing a sizable crowd of several hundred individuals. This was intriguing. After more than half an hour, He arrived at the entrance of the logistics center. Although the Qinglong society was a gang, we still live in a society governed by law. Aside from collecting some protection fees, the Qinglong society also managed several enterprises, including docks and ports. As Yang Tian's vehicle came to a halt, dozens of cars swiftly surrounded him, rendering escape impossible. At that moment, numerous young men emerged from the vehicles, numbering no fewer than several hundred. Among the foremost 12, Yang Tian recognized several familiar faces, the 4 great warriors of the Qinglong society, oh no, now merely 3, and the Rose of the Shanghai society. Surrounded by 100 individuals, he remained unaffected, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. Nearby, a chair bore a woman tightly bound, clad in a revealing outfit. It was Li Jiasun. Despite being securely restrained, she exhibited unwavering defiance. "You scoundrels, you will not escape unscathed. Release me at once, or my father will not spare you." "Is that so?" sneered the notorious enforcer Bald Snake. "It seems you are still oblivious to the situation. Today, the presidents of several major business associations in Jiangqing have personally intervened. Even if we were to kill you, do you think your father would dare utter a word?" "Bald Snake, it seems you are truly impatient to meet your end." Suddenly, a chilling voice sliced through the air. Following that, an elegant figure materialized before the crowd. "Brothers, it is this brat." Upon seeing Yang Tian appear alone, Bald Snake erupted in excitement. "Brother Yang, save me, save me." At this moment, Li Jiasun also recognized her savior and called out incessantly. "Do not worry, now that I am here, I will ensure your safe departure. Take her away." "Ha! You think we are mere trifles?" Lu Mang, one of the 3 great warriors of the Qinglong society, regarded him with disdain. The Qinglong society appears to be nothing more than a ragtag bunch. Kidnapping a woman is hardly a display of prowess. It seems I must eradicate you today. "You arrogant fool," Yubo glared at Yang Tian, bellowing, "To be frank, we have several hundred brothers here, each one a master warrior. Even if we were to spit on you, it would be enough to drown you." Upon hearing Yubo's proclamation, Yang Tian's expression remained unchanged. He regarded the leaders of the various businesses with a cold smile. "I shan't hesitate to tell you that, with these individuals, you harbor delusions if you think you can kill me." "How arrogant!" Lu Mang retorted angrily. "Do not think that just because you possess some strength, you can look down upon others. You shall soon find yourself beaten to a pulp." "I do look down upon you." Yang Tian faced Lu Kan with a mocking expression, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a mere jester. "Damn it,
Liu Mangsha.
brothers, let us not waste words with this fool. Let us strike directly." His proposal was immediately met with the approval of several other leaders, for in their eyes, Yang Tian's arrogance was intolerable. Despite being besieged by 100 individuals, he dared to maintain that disdainful demeanor, clearly looking down upon them, which irked them deeply. "Charge," Lu Mang commanded. With his order, the throng of over 100 surged towards Yang Tian like a pack of wolves, their collective strength and ferocity truly formidable. Any ordinary person witnessing this scene would surely be paralyzed with fear. Indeed, Li Jiasun was already stunned, her concern mounting. Could Yang Tian fend off so many alone? At that moment, a terrifying aura bore down upon Yang Tian. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, he opted for the most direct and effective means of attack. In the next instant, a powerful energy enveloped him. Kill! The air was thick with intensity and surging waves of energy. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from Yang Tian, sweeping over the members of the Qinglong society. In an instant, the members of various merchant guilds were hurled backward by the force, dozens collapsing in a heartbeat. Those struck by the energy blast found themselves spewing blood, unable to rise. Throughout this ordeal, Yang Tian remained steadfast, scarcely moving from his position. Lu Mang and the others were left aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. Everything had transpired far too swiftly for them to comprehend Yang Tian's actions. Was this young man a demon? Bound and helpless, Li Jiasun gaped in astonishment, her face etched with incredulity. "So powerful! Charge again!" Lu Mang hastily commanded. Immediately, another wave of warriors surged toward Yang Tian, like ants oblivious to their own insignificance. Yet Yang Tian merely stood there, narrowing his eyes before suddenly clenching his fist and unleashing a fierce strike. In an instant, a deafening sonic boom echoed, as another wave of energy erupted, sending the incoming assailants flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Yang Tian's formidable prowess left the onlookers utterly speechless. In that moment, none dared to approach him. The battle had scarcely commenced, yet they had already suffered a significant loss of combat strength. How much longer could they withstand such a predicament? Lu Mang and the others wore expressions as pale as death. Everyone, attack! Quickly eliminate this brat. Bald Snake felt a surge of anxiety, contemplating the prospect of fleeing. However, at that moment, his subordinates refused to heed his commands. The sheer terror instilled by Yang Tian rendered them wary of taking any chances in the face of mortality. Just then, a president bellowed in fury, "Damn it! Whoever manages to take down this kid will receive a reward of 10 million. As the adage goes, great rewards often inspire brave souls. Soon enough, voices began to rise in fervor. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining fighters, fueled by ferocity, charged towards Yang Tian. With a swift motion, Yang Tian propelled himself towards the remaining members. Following closely, a series of muffled thuds echoed through the air. Instantly, the figures of these members were sent sprawling in all directions, akin to sandbags tossed about. These individuals, being the most rudimentary of warriors, stood no chance against Yang Tian's prowess. As more and more members collapsed, Lu Mang and his companions could only watch in disbelief. 10, 20, 30. As the numbers dwindled, only Lu Mang and a few others remained standing. The entire logistics center was engulfed in a cacophony of wails. Witnessing this scene, Li Jussin's face radiated with a mixture of admiration and exhilaration. Yang Tian is incredibly strong and remarkably handsome. Her heart has been thoroughly captivated. The moment when Yang Tian single-handedly battled a multitude of foes left an indelible impression on Li Jussin's heart. At this juncture, her perception of Yang Tian transformed anew. Lu Mang and his companions were genuinely alarmed. Hundreds of elite warriors had been vanquished in such an astonishingly brief span of time. Was this young man even human? His prowess was astonishingly formidable. Brothers, let us unite. President Feng Long bellowed in fury. If they did not muster their courage now, they would likely meet their demise here. Thus, they had to strive for a glimmer of hope. The others seemed to grasp this urgency as well, expressing their agreement, save for Rose, who remained silent. Yet, in that moment, no one paid her any heed. In an instant, several presidents led their subordinates in a furious charge toward Yang Tian. Their strength was undeniably formidable. However, at that moment, not a soul dared to underestimate him. An onslaught surged from all directions, a tempest of intent aimed at claiming Yang Tian's life. Yet, before they could draw near, they were forcefully repelled by an overwhelming force. The few who fell to the ground felt as though their very bones were shattering. They hadn't even witnessed Yang Tian strike. Yubo retrieved his handgun, aiming it squarely at Yang Tian. "Damn you, D!" he exclaimed, firing multiple shots without hesitation. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of the crowd. Yang Tian stood there motionless, yet beneath his feet lay several smoking bullet casings. The heads of the bullets had already been crushed and deformed. At such a close range, the bullets had been remarkably thwarted. What a fool! Yang Tian wore a cold expression. Is it not absurd to think that one could harm me with nothing more than a broken gun? In the next moment, in an instant, Yang Tian appeared before Yubo. As Yubo's expression transformed into one of terror, Yang Tian delivered a swift kick to his head. Yubo's head, as if molded from clay, was sent flying, landing 100 meters away into the sea. Hiss! This scene instantly terrified Feng Long and the others, filling their hearts with profound regret. Zhang Jixiong had led them to the gallows. How utterly terrifying! Remarkable! Mei Gue smiled with a beguiling charm, her mind drifting back to the moment she was ravaged by Yang Tian that fateful day. Witnessing Yubo's head being kicked away, Feng Long urgently called out, "Master Chen Feng, please act swiftly." At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz car door swung open, and an elderly man clad in white athletic attire emerged. The elder, nearly 60 years of age, moved with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, exuding a deep and resonant aura. A half step into transformation, Yang Tian gazed at the suddenly appearing elder, raising an eyebrow. At last, a figure of some merit had arrived. This old man radiated a formidable aura of violence. His eyes swept over Yang Tian, only to furrow in disapproval. Lean and frail, devoid of any palpable energy fluctuations, merely an ordinary mortal, how could he dare oppose the Azure Dragon Society? Young man, you harbor a tremendous secret. The gaze of Master Qianfeng was laced with insatiable greed. In his eyes, Yang Tian must possess vast fortunes of fate. Old man, spare me the pleasantries. Come forth, he taunted. Humph, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Master Qianfeng, a figure of great renown, was incensed by Yang Tian's provocation. With a leap, he lunged at Yang Tian like a swift and fierce leopard. He bellowed, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at Yang Tian's chest. This strike was intended to obliterate him entirely. Boom, the punch sped through the air, creating a deafening shriek as it collided with the atmosphere. Li Jusin, bound to her chair, felt the elderess' overwhelming strength. In that moment, she cried out in sheer panic, her heart consumed with guilt and anxiety. Thud. In the next heartbeat, a dull thump resonated through the air as the punch connected forcefully with Yang Tian's chest. Yang Tian's coat exploded, revealing the skin beneath. However, he remained utterly unscathed, standing motionless. In stark contrast, Qianfeng Daoist's fists were now drenched in blood. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Qianfeng Daoist coughed several times, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered back 5 steps, barely managing to maintain his footing. At that moment, apart from the blood on his fists, his right arm trembled uncontrollably, a searing pain causing him to grit his teeth. What? Feng Long and the others were bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Clearly, it was Qianfeng Daoist who had struck first. How could that young man emerge unscathed? Indeed, it appeared that Qianfeng Daoist was the one injured. Feng Long, Lu Meng, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Look at his chest, Feng Long exclaimed. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the front of Yang Tian. His upper garment had torn apart, revealing his sculpted muscles. Chapter 88. Clear distinction upon Yang Tian's chest lay a faint, shallow imprint of a fist, clearly the result of Qianfeng Daoist's earlier blow. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. What captivated everyone's attention was the quality of Yang Tian's muscles. They resembled a jade of pale green and white, so much so that one could even see his beating heart. Even more perplexing was the faint glimmer of a golden hue, the glazed diamond body. This was a divine ability Yang Tian had cultivated under his master's guidance, using a cauldron of spiritual liquid to refine his physique into a form akin to glazed jade. At this moment, his body resembled that of a primordial diamond, capable of withstanding true masters of energy transformation through sheer physical prowess. To him, Qianfeng Daoist was nothing more than refuse. Could it be that he was a body cultivator, hence the inability to perceive the flow of true energy within him? Lying in a pool of blood, Feng Long and the others stared at Yang Tian, their expressions a mix of disbelief, having entirely forgotten their previous agony. Qianfeng Daoist felt a tremor in his heart. At this moment, Yang Tian strode directly toward Qianfeng Daoist. You! Boom! A wave of energy surged from Qianfeng Daoist in an instant. He had initiated the attack only to suffer a backlash. The disparity was evident. He was filled with astonishment at Yang Tian's prowess. If this battle were to continue, his chances of defeat would increase significantly. Thus, he was deeply shocked. How could a junior so young possess such formidable strength? If he were to be defeated by him, his reputation would suffer greatly. Yet Yang Tian offered no respite for the Qianfeng Daoist to contemplate. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed the 20-meter distance, now standing merely a meter away. How swift! A jolt of alarm surged through Qianfeng Daoist, making his scalp tingle with trepidation. Do you think I fear you? He retorted defiantly. With a fierce determination, Qianfeng Daoist bit down hard, summoning his entire reservoir of true energy, leaving no ounce of strength concealed, and formed a protective energy shield around himself. The powerful gust emanating from him forced the surrounding crowd to retreat. Yet, Yang Tian merely responded with a cold smile, his right hand clenched into a fist. With no embellishments, He unleashed a straightforward punch, akin to a force of nature. The impact reverberated as Chen Feng Daoist's protective energy shield shattered like fragile eggshells. How could this be? Feng Long and the others, seasoned martial artists, stood in stunned disbelief. The protective barrier of a half-step transformation expert was so effortlessly dismantled? No. Chen Feng Daoist's horror escalated, culminating in a frantic scream. In the next instant, Yang Tian's fist connected with Chen Feng Daoist's chest. In that fleeting moment, Chen Feng Daoist's chest caved in entirely, all his ribs fractured, and his internal organs severely injured, propelling his body backward. The force sent numerous martial artists crashing to the ground, with at least 40 more caught in the chaos. Yet, Chen Feng Daoist's form had not yet fully descended. Yang Tian's form vanished into thin air once more, only to reappear beside him in an instant. He swiftly seized the throat of the Chen Feng Daoist. With a resounding crash, the entire body of the Daoist was forcefully slammed against a car, its front end crumpling under the immense power. The steel frame could not withstand such overwhelming force, and the automobile's metallic components penetrated deeply into the Daoist's back, causing excruciating pain and an incessant flow of blood. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, their astonishment palpable. Was this strength truly human? Was this boy a man or a demon? Feng Long and his companions, who prided themselves as martial arts masters, were now reduced to exclamations of disbelief. The fear in their eyes as they regarded Yang Tian was unmistakable. Chen Feng Daoist had lost. It appeared to be a crushing defeat. The boy was simply too formidable. Nearly 200 elite members from various merchant associations found their expressions drastically altered. Who on earth are you? The gravely injured Chen Feng Daoist stared at Yang Tian in shock. His earlier arrogance evaporated, leaving only profound dread in its wake. He could not comprehend the source of Yang Tian's terrifying prowess. Even as a master on the Dragon's Roar list, he recognized that Yang Tian's strength was indeed exceptional. Even he had to look up to him. You have lost. Yang Tian tightened his grip around the throat of the Chen Feng Daoist, his murderous intent palpable in his gaze. As he spoke, the pressure of his hand intensified uncontrollably. No, please, the Chen Feng Daoist gasped, sensing the approach of death. Don't kill me. My senior brother is the 13th ranked powerhouse on the Longyin list. If you take my life, he will surely seek vengeance upon you. The Chen Feng Daoist hoped his words would instill fear in Yang Tian, compelling him to spare his life. However, before he could finish his plea, something profoundly terrifying occurred. The vital energy within his Dantian, along with his very life force, began to dissipate at an alarming rate. In the prime of his youth, he was transformed into an elderly man, his once vibrant hair now a stark white. His skin withered, resembling that of an ancient elm tree. Feng Long and the others gasped in unison. I have become a cripple. What have you done to me? The Chen Feng Daoist stared at Yang Tian in utter horror. Go and ask the King of Hell. Yang Tian exerted his strength with a resounding crack. The head of Chen Feng Daoist rolled to the ground, severed from his body. Li Jusin fainted from sheer fright. The members of various merchant associations were now as pale as ghosts. Revenge? After witnessing Yang Tian's formidable might and cruelty, even if they possessed 100 times more courage, none dared to confront him. Was Chen Feng Daoist truly dead? He was, after all, a master on the verge of transformation, a formidable figure on the Dragon Roar list. Lu Mang and the others felt a whirlwind of emotions. The murder of Chen Feng Daoist would surely provoke a backlash. Yet Yang Tian exhibited not a trace of fear. It seemed he was still craving more after slaying Chen Feng Daoist. He approached Lu Mang and the others, surveying the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Lu Mang. Last time, I spared you. You showed no gratitude and even dared to retaliate, kidnapping Miss Li. Today you shall pay the price for your folly. Nu. Lu Mang, upon meeting Yang Tian's gaze, was paralyzed with terror, urine trickling down his pant legs, and he stammered in abject fear. No, Mr. Yang. This must be a misunderstanding. Lu Mang stared at Yang Tian in sheer horror. A misunderstanding, indeed. Yang Tian suddenly unleashed his power. Crack! Lu Mang's head rolled to the ground, signifying the end of his life. His body and head separated. Chapter 89. Must we enter? This incident is bound to attract the attention of the king of Jiangnan. This matter has escalated significantly. Meanwhile, several other presidents of the Merchant Association were directly slain by Yang Tian. Only Rose remained at the scene. She licked her red lips and remarked, Yang Tian, these individuals were all subordinates of the king of Jiangnan. By eliminating them, you are still not a match for him. I believe it would be wise for you to temporarily retreat from the spotlight. A temporary retreat from the spotlight? Yang Tian chuckled softly upon hearing this. As for that so-called king of Jiangnan, I find myself more intrigued by her. Since I have dared to eliminate them, I shall not cower before any king of Jiangnan. Let them come if they wish. Today, I shall spare your life, but my friend will be entrusted to your care. With that, Yang Tian turned and walked away. Sister Rose, what shall we do now? Inquired Ding Xiang, who stood beside Rose. After a moment's contemplation, Rose replied, Yang Tian has provoked the king of Jiangnan. This situation may become troublesome. The following day, early in the morning, Yang Tian received a call from Lin Xinzhou. He informed Yang Tian that a migrant worker had just arrived at the hospital in a dire condition and requested his assistance. Yang Tian did not decline the invitation and proceeded directly to the hospital. Soon, he arrived at the medical facility, only to be met with a truly spectacular scene. Outside the hospital, a throng of people had gathered, and as Yang Tian attempted to enter, he was intercepted by a security officer. I apologize, but we are currently executing our duties. The hospital has been temporarily requisitioned. If you require medical attention, please proceed to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, the officer stated. I have an urgent matter. I must enter, Yang Tian replied calmly. The officer, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, Everyone out here claims to have an urgent matter. If I were to allow all of you inside, it would lead to chaos. Please move along. Yang Tian's fury surged instantaneously. What if I insist on entering today? Are you contemplating physical confrontation? Young man, I advise you to assess the situation with clarity and exercise restraint, lest you bear the consequences. Very well, just wait. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tian made a phone call. On the other end, a cacophony of shouts erupted. Make way, let me through. A man urged those around him, and soon the noise diminished considerably, likely as he sought a quieter spot to take Yang Tian's call. Mr. Yang, where are you? I'm at the hospital, occupied with matters here. It's as chaotic as a pot of porridge. Yang Tian spoke calmly. I am just outside the hospital, but I have been stopped. Ah! Lin Xinzhou immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. Please wait for me. I will come out to meet you right away. The call ended. Yang Tian stood outside, waiting. So you know how to call for help? Let me tell you, there are many connections today, but even the city council member is inside, so no one can help you. The security officer indifferently remarked to Yang Tian. Am I not of any help? Before Yang Tian could respond, Lin Xinzhou's voice emerged from behind. The security officer turned around and saw Director Lin Xinzhou clad in a white coat. Director Lin, why are you here? The security officer asked, bewildered. Lin Xinzhou, with a stern expression, stated, Mr. Yang is the honorary director of our hospital and the esteemed physician I invited. It is utterly unreasonable to keep him outside. Upon hearing this, the security officer realized his grave mistake and refrained from uttering another word. Lin Xinzhou quickly turned to Yang Tian with a smile, saying, Haha, Mr. Yang, come, let us go inside. Am I allowed to enter now? Yang Tian raised his eyebrow and inquired of the security officer. The officer's heart raced, and he quickly responded with a forced smile. Certainly, of course. Yang Tian let out a cold snort, no longer willing to squander time with the other party. He immediately followed Lin Xinzhou and strode into the hospital. Director Lin, is the situation that dire? Why are there so many people here? As Yang Tian walked, he inquired. Lin Xinzhou furrowed his brow and explained to Yang Tian. It is indeed somewhat troublesome. The newly constructed factory has collapsed, burying over a dozen individuals. Our hospital has mobilized personnel for a night-long rescue operation. We have managed to extricate them all. There are a few with minor injuries, but the rest are severely wounded. However, we have summoned top specialists from the city for urgent treatment, and now, apart from one individual in critical condition, the others have largely stabilized. Yet, the mother and daughter of the severely injured are inconsolable. and their distress is likely to incite the workers outside, who will not remain passive. The distinction between serious injuries and fatalities is stark. Should a life be lost, the ramifications would be dire. Hence, your direct intervention is essential. At the entrance of the emergency room, a young woman sat on a bench, her eyes closed and her expression grim. She was acutely aware that if the injured person in the operating room were to succumb, her own future would be irrevocably extinguished. Yet, she felt powerless to effect any change. In matters of life and death, no amount of power can alter the course of fate. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the operating room, a mother and daughter clung to each other, engulfed in tears. "Old Wang, if something happens to you, how can I go on? You cannot leave us behind. Alone," cried the daughter, a girl of 17 or 18, now a mere figure of sorrow. Just then, Yang Tian and Lin Xinzhou arrived. Yang Tian immediately spotted the woman seated on the bench. Upon seeing her, his brows instinctively furrowed. "Is it she?" Yang Tian, filled with curiosity, approached the woman seated on the bench. Initially, she sat there with her eyes closed, awaiting the decree of fate. Yet, at that very moment, she opened her eyes and beheld the figure approaching her. "Is it you?" A look of surprise instantly illuminated her face, for she recognized Yang Tian. Naturally, he too recognized her. The woman before him was none other than Qin Yuyan. She gazed up at him, her expression brimming with astonishment. "Divine Doctor, what brings you here?" she inquired, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Yang Tian observed that Qin Yuyan's eyes were darkened, bloodshot, and her demeanor weary, indicating that the woman had not slept a wink the previous night. Just as Yang Tian was about to speak, the red light at the entrance of the emergency room sounded a prolonged alarm before extinguishing. The door swung open, revealing a female doctor in a blood-soaked white coat, her face obscured by a mask, followed by several assistants and nurses. Doctor, how is my condition?" The earlier mother-daughter pair rushed forward, blocking the doctor's path. The doctor shook her head. "The patient is beyond saving. You should prepare for the funeral." As she spoke, she removed her mask, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. Her beauty was not of the seductive kind, but rather an elegant allure. Her age seemed enigmatic, appearing to be in her 20s yet possessing the poise of someone in their 30s. Time had not marred her features. Instead, it had added an enchanting quality to her presence. Regrettably, she was playing the role of the harbinger of death, extinguishing the hopes of those present. Qin Yuyan closed her eyes in despair. "No!" the woman cried out, darkness enveloping her as she collapsed to the ground. Several medical personnel rushed to assist her. "Doctor, please, save my father. I beg you, I cannot live without him. He is a good man." The young girl clung to the beautiful doctoress' leg, weeping uncontrollably. The scene was profoundly moving, drawing tears from everyone in the corridor. Faced with the girl's pleas, the beautiful doctor expressed sympathy. Yet, with a heavy heart, she shook her head, delivering the grim verdict. No, I cannot accept my father's death." The woman began to frantically tug at the doctor. Lin Xinzhou quickly intervened, pulling the girl away. "Dr. Fong, are you all right? She is a renowned expert. We cannot afford any mishaps." The beautiful doctor brushed her disheveled bangs aside, assuring, "I am fine. Do not worry." The crowd exhaled in relief. At that moment, a young physician reprimanded the girl. "Young lady, do you know who stands before you? This is a nationally recognized expert, one of the finest surgeons in the country. If you harm her, can you bear the consequences?" "I don't care. You killed my father. You are murderers." The girl shrieked in anguish. "Deji, sobi." To outsiders, the girl appeared to be irrationally distraught. However, only those who have endured such pain can truly understand its weight. The loss of a loved one is an unbearable sorrow for anyone. She was merely a child, unversed in the harsh realities of life, having grown up sheltered by her parents. How could she withstand such a blow? "Dr. Fong, is there truly nothing more that can be done?" Qin Yuyan pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation. If the man in the operating room were to perish, she would be haunted by guilt for the rest of her life. Dr. Fong, with a gentle demeanor, patiently explained, "We have exerted every effort. The patient suffered multiple fractures and severe internal bleeding from being struck by a collapsing wall. We addressed each issue, but unfortunately, a rebar, the thickness of a finger, has pierced through his left coronary artery. The distance between the rebar and the artery is less than 2 millimeters, practically touching. Moreover, the rebar is threaded with numerous small barbs, making it impossible to extract it without rupturing the artery. No one can perform such a surgery. 2 millimeters? A majority of those present were doctors, and the remainder were intellectuals. They comprehended the gravity of the situation. Qin Yuyan's face paled. After a deep breath, she nodded at Dr. Fong. All right, thank you, I understand. However, her words sent the girl into another fit of despair. Sobi. Dad? Dad. The restrained girl wept inconsolably. Lin Xinzhao sighed in resignation. Thank you, Dean Lin, Dr. Fong acknowledged. She had indeed been exhausted from a night of surgery and longed for a place to rest. At that moment, Lin Xinzhao turned to Yang Tian. Mr. Yang, we now rely on you to save the patient. His words immediately captured Dr. Fong's attention, and many present were taken aback by Lin Xinzhao's demeanor. The crowd turned their gaze toward Yang Tian. All right. Yang Tian nodded calmly. Doctor. Fong immediately gazed at Yang Tian with a look of unexpected astonishment. The onlookers also regarded Yang Tian with a sense of bewilderment. Can you save my father? Are you truly capable of saving him? Suddenly, the young girl forcefully pushed away her captor and rushed towards Yang Tian. She clutched his arm tightly, her eyes brimming with yearning and excitement. Dean Lin, who is he? Dr. Fong inquired, casting a glance at Lin Xinzhou. Lin Xinzhou promptly introduced, Expert Fong. This is our local traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, the renowned Dr. Yang, and also the honorary dean of our hospital. As he spoke, Lin Xinzhou turned to Yang Tian once more. Mr. Yang, Dr. Fong is a nationally recognized expert in surgical procedures, one of the best in the whole country. At this moment, Fong Qianqian looked at Yang Tian and then addressed Lin Xinzhou. Dean Lin. He appears to be only around 24 or 25 years old. Furthermore, the patient inside has sustained very serious injuries. How much capability does traditional medicine truly possess to heal him? Yang Tian cast a faint glance at Fong Qianqian. Oh? Which medical university did you graduate from?
Fang Qianqian inquired curiously, gazing at Yang Tian.
Yang Tian merely smiled faintly and said, I have not attended any university. My medical skills are all learned from my master. You haven't been to college? Fong Qianqian inquired. Then who is your master? A mountain dweller, came the response, prompting numerous attendees to criticize Yang Tian. So this lad learned his medical skills from a village doctor. They scoffed. Haha, his audacity is too much. How dare a village doctor question a top surgical expert? Young man, cease your attempts to seek attention here. Simply play your role as a village doctor. Such a significant surgery is far beyond your capabilities. There exists an unwritten rule in the medical community. Absolute faith in authority. Fong Qianqian was indeed a true authority. With a tone of indignation, she directed her words at Yang Tian. So, you, this village doctor, are truly questioning my medical skills? Do you believe my reputation as a leading surgeon is something easily acquired? Are you aware that your words are an insult to me?
Yet, Yang Tian calmly replied.
I harbor no intention of insulting you. It's merely that beyond the mountains, there are more mountains, and perhaps what you cannot achieve, I can. You insolent fool. Where did you study? Did your teacher not instill in you the importance of respecting one's elders? To be openly questioned by a village doctor must surely be a humiliation for a nationally renowned surgical expert like her. Especially since Fong Qianqian was a proud and competitive woman. Her lab coat could hardly conceal the rising agitation in her chest. She was nearly at the boiling point. Observing this, Lin Xinzhou hastily remarked to Fong Qianqian, Expert Fong, Mr. Yang is indeed a true divine doctor. Since Western medicine has failed to save the patient, I suggest we allow traditional Chinese medicine a chance. Fong Qianqian immediately grew anxious. Director Lin, while you make a valid point about inviting a TCM practitioner, we must ensure they are truly reputable. If I recall correctly, there are the renowned doctors Hu Qingyou and Qin Haixing in Jiangqing, right? Why not invite them? Upon hearing this, Lin Xinzhou quickly explained, Expert Fong, the two divine doctors you mentioned are indeed exceptional. However, despite their prowess, they are no match for Mr. Yang. He is actually their master. A collective gasp echoed through the corridor at this revelation. Good heavens, this young man is the master of two divine doctors? Given that this statement came from Director Lin, it was likely credible. Fang Qianqian, upon hearing this, cast a more astonished glance at Yang Tian. She was quite familiar with Hu Qingyou and Qin Haixing, as her father was also a TCM practitioner and the president of the National TCM Association. The skills of those two doctors were comparable to her father's, who was renowned for his remarkable bone-setting techniques. The realization that this young man possessed such expertise in TCM was truly astonishing. In that case, let him give it a try. Fang Qianqian now wished to see if Yang Tian indeed possessed such capabilities. Yang Tian no longer paid any attention to Fang Qianqian. He nodded towards Lin Xinzhou. Elder brother, can you truly save my father? At that moment, the young girl reached the doorway, her eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at Yang Tian.
Yang Tian nodded assuredly,
confident that his brother would ensure their father's safety.
Bang!
The door to the emergency room slammed shut. Yang Tian entered the operating room. The resounding sound of the closing door jolted everyone in the corridor. We all waited with bated breath to see if this young man truly possessed medical skills. I, too, was curious how someone declared dead by esteemed experts could possibly be revived. Indeed, we were eager to witness whether traditional Chinese medicine would prevail over Western practices. Although Lin Xinzhou portrayed Yang Tian in an almost legendary light, few in attendance were convinced of his abilities due to his tender age. However, Qin Yuyan seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. After all, her father's pancreatic cancer had been cured by Yang Tian, leading her to believe that the individual in the operating room should face no insurmountable issues. Conversely, Fang Qianqian harbored doubts. It was not a lack of faith in Yang Tian, but rather the inherent disbelief that such a feat was possible within the realm of ordinary human understanding. Moreover, she was eager to see how Yang Tian would justify his assertion that there are always greater heights beyond the mountains. With this thought in mind, she took a seat on a nearby bench, clearly sulking. Meanwhile, other hospital staff had caught wind of the news and rushed over to join the fray. In no time, the corridor was filled to capacity. Yang Tian entered the operating room and beheld a blood-soaked figure lying on the operating table. As Fang Qianqian had described, the severity of the injuries was dire. The internal organs were grievously harmed, and numerous fractures marred the limbs. A steel rebar, roughly the thickness of a finger, impaled the patient's chest, protruding over 20 centimeters. In this moment, the individual lay pallid and near the brink of death, his consciousness utterly dissipated. The heart rate monitor beside him had come to a complete standstill, a definitive sign of death in the medical field. From a professional standpoint, Fang Qianqian's declaration of death was not unfounded. Yet today, Yang Tian was determined to defy fate. In the next instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from his eyes, an exceedingly strange phenomenon. Instantly, the man's entire body seemed to be dissected, not merely the skeletal structure, but with precision down to every meridian and blood vessel, revealing even the most minute injuries to the internal organs in stark clarity. Close to the left side of the patient's heart, a blood vessel was impaled by the steel rebar, which bore a profusion of twisted threads and remnants of concrete. Although the rebar had not directly severed the primary blood vessel, its proximity severely compromised the blood supply. Removing the rebar would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic damage to the main vessel. From the perspective of modern medicine, there appeared to be no hope. Suddenly, he noticed a faint flutter of the patient's heart. At first, he thought he had misperceived, but upon closer inspection, there it was, a slow, albeit weak, heartbeat. Was there still a flicker of life? Wonderful. Yang Tian felt a slight easing of his anxiety. As long as there was a breath left, there was hope. With a pang of urgency, he retrieved a pill from his pocket. It was the previously concocted spirit-gathering pill, imbued with the purest essence of the heavens and earth. A great tonic for martial artists and a profound restorative for ordinary individuals, capable of swiftly replenishing vital energy. He promptly split the pill in half, one portion for himself and the other placed into the patient's mouth, where it dissolved and merged into his body. In mere moments, the patient's pallid visage began to manifest a hint of color. Upon re-examining the state of the internal organs, he observed that under the influence of the medicine, the previously dormant organs began to function anew, and even the heartbeat gradually regained its rhythm. However, the blood could not circulate past the location of the steel rebar. indicating a continued perilous condition. In the next moment, Yang Tian's hand decisively descended upon the steel rebar. With a resounding crash, a formidable surge of energy erupted from his palm, his vital essence. At that moment, however, his vital essence manifested with a gentle demeanor. It swiftly enveloped the patient's heart veins, safeguarding them along with a substantial artery. The essence gradually permeated every facet of the patient's being. With the aid of this vital energy, the patient's heartbeat began to quicken. At this juncture, caution became imperative. Subsequently, as the essence coursed through the body, the patient's form began to expand, resembling an inflated balloon. Simultaneously, every cell within him doubled in size. Likewise, the wounds upon his body experienced a similar augmentation. The wound located at the heart, originally 2 centimeters in diameter, now expanded to 4 centimeters, while the steel rebar remained at its original 2 centimeters. Once firmly nestled within flesh and blood, it now appeared to be surrounded by an expanse of emptiness. The injured individual's body had reached a critical threshold. Yang Tian, with remarkable agility, swiftly extracted the steel bar. Almost instantaneously, he retracted his vital energy. The patient's body reverted to its original state. At that very moment, a copious amount of blood gushed forth from the wound on the injured man's chest. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the blood flowed like a torrent. Yang Tian swiftly enveloped the patient's veins with a surge of vital energy, followed by deftly suturing the wound with remarkable speed. A half-hour later, the operation was complete, while the heart monitor beside him emitted a rhythmic beeping sound. However, the individuals waiting outside had grown increasingly impatient. To some, it seemed as though the patient had already succumbed, and Yang Tian's presence was merely a formality. Yet, after half an hour, he remained inside, which appeared to indicate his trepidation. Restlessness began to take hold among the crowd. Were they to wait an eternity for his emergence? Meanwhile, Feng Qianqian rose, her expression icy, prepared to depart. She had concluded that Yang Tian was nothing more than a blusterous charlatan. At that moment, hospital staff approached the operating room door, intending to retrieve Yang Tian. "Wait, please. Dr. Yang's skills are truly remarkable," Qin Yanran exclaimed urgently. "No, I trust my big brother. You must not disturb his surgery. Step away, you vile individuals." The young girl vehemently pushed against the hospital personnel. Yet their patience was wearing thin. Just as they were about to forcibly remove the girl, the operating room door creaked open.
Yang Tian emerget.
Chapter 92. This is impossible, big brother.
Emeryang.
The girl and Lin Xinju rushed forward to greet him, while Qin Yuyan gazed at Yang Tian with immense anticipation. "Oh, I thought you would hide in there for eternity. You must be ready to apologize to this elder now. Shouldn't you? It hurts. It hurts so much." As Feng Qianqian's words fell, a tremendous roar echoed from within the operating room. Instantly, the once boisterous corridor fell silent. "What?" Feng Qianqian, standing opposite Yang Tian and awaiting his apology, felt her pupils dilate, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. In the ward, only Sun Daji remained. It became evident who had uttered the cry. The crowd was in a state of utter shock. Everyone stood frozen. "It hurts, it hurts." The continuous cries from the ward jolted them back to reality. "Dad! Old man!" The mother and daughter duo rushed into the operating room, while Lin Xinju and other medical staff followed suit. Inside the ward, a middle-aged man writhed in agony on the hospital bed. "Dad! It's me, it's me!" The girl attempted to rush forward to embrace her father, but was intercepted by Lin Xinju. "The anesthesia is wearing off. The patient cannot endure such pain. Family members, step back. The medical team is coming in." The hospital staff began their work under Lin Xinju's direction. "No, this is impossible." Feng Qianqian, standing at the door, gazed into the scene unfolding within, her mind reeling. An outsider watches the spectacle, while an insider comprehends the intricacies. The more one understands the challenges involved, the more profound the shock. At that moment, Feng Qianqian felt her medical beliefs teetering on the brink of collapse. No, it can't be. The signs of life had vanished. How could he possibly return? Even if you managed to extract that steel bar, his vitality would not have sustained him until now. No, this is impossible. He cannot survive. Fang Qianqian, as if struck by an overwhelming force, muttered incessantly, unable to accept the reality before her. Yet, the data displayed by the life monitoring instruments compelled her to confront the truth. The patient she had deemed deceased was, astonishingly, alive. Moreover, his vitality was remarkably strong. Dr. Yang, thank you. Thank you for saving him. In a moment of despair, Qin Yuyan felt as though she had been pulled from the depths of an abyss. As the owner of this newly established factory, she could not escape responsibility for such a grave incident. How did you do it? Tell me, how did you accomplish this? Fang Qianqian, in a frenzy of emotion, clutched Yang Tian's arm, shaking him fervently. Yang Tian gazed at Fang Qianqian, his tone measured and unhurried. I have already stated that your limitations do not imply the same for others. There are mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. It is merely your misplaced confidence. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. Fang Qianqian's face turned pale, and she staggered backward, collapsing onto a chair behind her. This cannot be. Clearly, distinctly witnessed the signs of his life fading away. Did I misdiagnose? No, that cannot be. The instruments displayed it unequivocally. The steel bar was in direct contact with the main artery. Fang Qianqian's head throbbed with agony, as if she were on the brink of madness. Her face felt as if it had been struck repeatedly. Suddenly, Fang Qianqian coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. The proud woman could not withstand the harsh reality. Dr. Fang! Dr. Fang! Lin Xinzhou urgently called for assistance to carry Fang Qianqian away to rest. Witnessing this scene, Yang Tian smirked disdainfully. All right, everyone, exit the operating room. Let our doctors stabilize the patient's condition. Lin Xinzhou immediately echoed the command. In that moment, a young girl exclaimed, Big brother, thank you for saving my father. I will surely repay your immense kindness. She grasped Yang Tian's hand, expressing her gratitude fervently. The middle-aged woman even knelt before Yang Tian in reverence. Yang Tian promptly assisted her to her feet. Your husband is currently out of danger. He should stabilize by tomorrow, so rest assured. A divine doctor, indeed. Who would have thought that at such a tender age, he possesses such extraordinary medical skills, overshadowing even the esteemed specialists from the provincial capital. Those who had previously doubted Yang Tian now lavished him with praise. This level of medical expertise is truly remarkable. At that moment in the corridor, a woman adorned in black casual trousers and a white short-sleeve top, her long hair cascading down, approached briskly in high heels. She was exceptionally beautiful, an indescribable allure. It was Fang Qianqian, the woman who had just been driven to the brink of collapse. Without her white coat, Fang Qianqian appeared even more captivating, exuding an undeniable charm. Yang Tian's gaze was fixated on Fang Qianqian's long, slender legs, leaving him momentarily entranced. What a rogue! Fang Qianqian rushed over, muttering under her breath. Her voice was not particularly soft, resonating clearly in Yang Tian's ears. Yang Tian felt no embarrassment at all. Esteemed expert, is there something you wish to discuss with me? I would like to inquire how you accomplished the surgery just now. Not only did you extract the steel rod without inflicting any damage to his blood vessels, but you also managed to restore a significant portion of his severely injured internal organs. How did you achieve this? Could you enlighten me? Fang Qianqian was a true scholar. Without resolving this mystery, she would be troubled for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian smiled. Did you not proclaim yourself an expert and look down upon me? You even demanded an apology for my audacious words. Now, why do you seek my counsel? Yang Tian's tone carried a hint of displeasure and provocation. Clearly, he still harbored grievances regarding the earlier incident. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Fang Qianqian felt a twinge of guilt, and her complexion instantly flushed with a shade of crimson. Mr. Yang, I must confess that my prior doubts stemmed from a lack of understanding of the situation. As a fellow physician, you should recognize that I did not intend to challenge you. Rather, from the perspective of standard medical theory, my assessment was entirely justified. Regardless of the circumstances, I acknowledge that my previous actions were inappropriate, and I should not have questioned your expertise. I sincerely apologize and humbly seek your forgiveness. With that, Fang Qianqian performed a deep bow to Yang Tian. This gesture rendered him momentarily speechless. He had anticipated that a prominent expert like Fong Qianqian would possess a rather formidable demeanor. However, he was taken aback by her willingness to lower herself to apologize. It appeared that this woman was far more accommodating than he had initially presumed. He believed in treating others as one would wish to be treated. Ultimately, Fong Qianqian's judgment was not flawed. Had Yang Tian not utilized his vital energy and blood circulation, he would not have been able to heal that patient. Never mind. Yang Tian waved his hand and said, "You are not at fault, so I shall not make things difficult for you. However, the method of treatment I employ is a secret art passed down from my master, and I cannot easily disclose it, so I must apologize." Chapter 93. Persisting in inquiry yet, Fong Qianqian, lost in her own curiosity, asked, "Mr. Yang, are you intentionally deceiving me? Such matters are quite serious. Even if you are reluctant to divulge the truth, please do not mislead me." Fong Qianqian spoke with utmost sincerity, for she hailed from a family steeped in traditional Chinese medicine and possessed considerable knowledge of it. In response, Yang Tian merely smiled. Chinese medicine is vast and profound, having been inherited for thousands of years. What you currently understand of it is merely a fragmented version, which may lead to some misconceptions. However, in certain rural areas, the complete lineage of traditional Chinese medicine still prevails, boasting efficacy that surpasses those incomplete versions by more than tenfold. Is that truly implausible? Upon hearing this, Fong Qianqian felt that Yang Tian's words were indeed quite accurate. "Mr. Yang, could you briefly elucidate the treatment process you just performed? I only need to understand the procedure." At that moment, Fong Qianqian's interest was piqued, and she persisted with unwavering determination. Yang Tian was indeed experiencing a slight headache. Isn't Fong Qianqian a distinguished expert? Why is she deviating from the established norms? When authoritative figures encounter issues, they typically refuse to acknowledge them. Yet here is Fong Qianqian, adopting such a humble demeanor, akin to a diligent student. However, upon reflection, every profession has its share of charlatans, but there are also a few resolute individuals who genuinely pursue academic excellence. It is evident that Fong Qianqian belongs to the latter category.
Yang Tian remained hesitant.
Fong Qianqian resolutely replied, "Mr. Yang, trust me. I assure you that I will never divulge the conversation we have. I am merely eager to understand the underlying principles. Otherwise, I cannot find peace in sleep. I will not conceal anything from you. My father is the president of the National Chinese Medicine Association, a position of great prestige. You will undoubtedly find my assistance valuable in the future. Furthermore, many dignitaries owe me favors, and should I seek their help, they would certainly oblige. Today, I only ask you to share the process, and I promise that whenever you need my support, I will never refuse." Upon hearing this, Yang Tian remained unperturbed. According to Fong Qianqian, her family's connections were undeniably formidable. However, this did not entice Yang Tian. "What if I choose not to tell you? Will you then use your network to undermine me?" Yang Tian spoke in a calm tone. Fong Qianqian, however, responded with unwavering determination, "Mr. Yang, you underestimate me. Fong Qianqian, am deeply passionate about medical research and hold a strong aversion to such matters. To be perfectly honest, I have never utilized the influence of those high-ranking officials, nor have I ever resorted to the power of my own father. Even if you choose not to disclose anything, rest assured that I will never act to your detriment. Nonetheless, I shall persistently follow you and beseech you until you choose to reveal the truth."
Yang Tian smiled again.
This woman is indeed quite straightforward. He truly feared that she might entangle him with just a single finger. "Well then, I shall tell you." Yang Tian retrieved a small vial from his pocket. He poured out half of a spirit-gathering pill and handed it to Fong Qianqian. "It was with this that I managed to heal that individual." Fong Qianqian hurriedly accepted it, carefully cradling it in her palm and scrutinizing it intently. The spirit-gathering pill felt weightless in her hand, yet at that moment, her gaze was filled with profound curiosity. Its texture was peculiar, oscillating between a cool sensation and a gentle warmth. She brought it closer to her nose and took a whiff. Instantly, a rich herbal fragrance enveloped her senses, invigorating her spirit. "What is this?" she inquired of Yang Tian. Her curiosity piqued. "Yang Tian Dao, this is a pill I have personally formulated using traditional Chinese medicine. known as the Gathering Spirit Pill. It contains the purest essence of the natural world's spiritual energy. For an ordinary person, consuming it can cleanse the tendons and marrow. Are you refining pills? Fong Tian inquired with heightened curiosity. I am aware that many traditional herbs possess the ability to strengthen the foundation and enhance vitality, yet their effects are often gradual. You only spent a brief moment inside. Even if you were to provide him with dozens of pills, would it truly be effective?
Yang Tian smiled gently.
I already mentioned to you that your understanding is merely a fragmented version of traditional Chinese medicine. I have inherited the complete medical arts from an ancient school. My medicine is potent yet gentle, requiring not dozens of pills but merely half a grain. Half a grain? Fong Tian was utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Such a tremendous effect from just half a grain. Why would I deceive you? Fong Tian gazed at Yang Tian, her beautiful eyes filled with fervent longing. Yang Tian pondered for a moment. This prescription was known only to him. Even if Fong Tian could analyze its components, she would remain oblivious to the precise measurements. And even if she did know the measurements, she would lack the rare medicinal herbs essential for the concoction, rendering all efforts futile. Very well, you may take it, but I am not selling it to you. I am giving it to you. To Yang Tian, money held little significance. Rather, the favor could prove invaluable at a critical juncture. Fong Tian was elated upon hearing this, fearing that Yang Tian might change his mind. She hastily retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wrapped the elixir within it. But how did you extract that steel bar? Fong Tian persistently inquired. Yang Tian had no intention of divulging the secrets of his cultivation practices to her. Otherwise, given her inquisitive nature, she might very well dissect him. He opted for a different explanation, saying, "Have you ever heard of Qigong?" Qigong? Fong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that just an old trick to fool the elderly? A couple of decades ago, there was a nationwide craze for Qigong, but it ultimately ended in farce. In our Western medical theory, we have always regarded Qigong as a mere joke. Not so. Yang Tian assumed the demeanor of a transcendent sage and remarked, "Presently, there are still numerous Qigong training classes outside, which are indeed fraudulent. However, this does not imply that Qigong is non-existent. It merely signifies that its transmission is scarce. Fortunately, I have acquired some of the essence of Qigong